A newborn baby boy was held in his mother's arms, his eyes were wide open, looking at everything around him with suspicion. In his heart, he silently exclaimed, I was reincarnated into a fantasy world, a quiet ceiling, instead of the bright light of LED lights, there was dim candlelight. This is a fictional world, which is still extremely backward compared to Earth. This is probably the house of a well-off family. For a homeless orphan like me who died from overwork, this is a pretty good place to be reborn. Thinking of this, the boy stirred a little, his mouth cried out a few times, then turned his eyes to the face of the woman holding him. The boy thought, well, there is one more reason why I think I was born into a well-off family. This child's mother is extremely beautiful. Luckily, it looks like I won't have any problems with my love life in the future here. 3 years later, the boy was now 3 years old. Stepping on a wooden chair, he looked out. This was the first time he saw the outside world through the window, outside of his cradle. A very different world with countless vivid colors, although the world outside the cradle is indeed extremely vast, but right now he is still just a child. At this moment, a maid passed by outside the door and saw the little master standing on a chair and looking outside. She was extremely panicked and ran in to carry him down and said, Master, it's very dangerous. Your father, the Grand Duke, will be very angry, so the little expedition quickly ended. His family belongs to a family with a lineage from a Grand Duchy, and the family's reputation resonates throughout the kingdom. You are Leon Dragonia, son of Grand Duke Dragonia, in the Lionheart Kingdom, so you also have the title of Duke. At the age of 8, Leon began learning swordsmanship so he could become a knight for the future kingdom, a knight in the fantasy world, able to use sword energy and aura. And Leon's teacher was a knight sent by the palace, the Holy Knight, the Gothic Sir. Gothic looked at Leon appraisingly for a while, then smiled and said, I'm sure this is the goddess's wish, teaching this boy will bear fruit. Nice to meet you, Leon. Leon opened his eyes wide and sparkled, also smiling in response, please advise me, Mr. Gothic. At the age of 14, with heavy training, Leon dragged a giant rock around the yard and angrily scolded, that damn Gothic, this is child abuse and nothing more. A paladin was truly a monster in human form, and it was extremely difficult to be recognized as a paladin. Leon will need to complete the quest through training, become a knight of the kingdom through experience and honor, be chosen by the Holy Grail and receive holy water. In addition, as the son of Dragonia, Leon needs to acquire all the necessary knowledge to become a Grand Duke. At the end of a day of training, Leon lay on the ground silently lamenting. The lessons to be able to inherit the role of Grand Duke were increasingly piling up during the days of training to become a holy knight. If God is really up there in the sky, then I want to ask him to come down here and save me, even though I'm not religious. At the age of 16, while walking in the rain in the dark forest, Leon looked for something around and said, it's around here somewhere. The rain kept getting heavier and heavier. Leon still didn't stop and continued moving forward. He silently exclaimed, I traveled around the world so that I could receive recognition from the goddess and become a paladin after carrying out my mission. So how can you receive recognition from the goddess? If you keep working hard to do good deeds and improve your reputation, the goddess will soon knock on your door. It sounds ridiculous, but there are countless opportunities for me to swing my sword to fight. This is what makes me most worried, because the kingdom has too many enemies. Thinking of this, Leon suddenly heard a cry in a far corner of the forest, help me, there are still many orcs coming. Hearing this sound, he quietly approached the source of the sound and saw a group of knights gathered in one place, surrounded by countless orc monsters. A knight spoke up and said, Sir Gildas, there are too many orcs to fight back. The person named Gildas heard that and immediately raised his head and exclaimed, is this the end? Dear goddess above, please protect us. Seeing this scene, Leon could not bear it anymore and immediately pulled out his sword. Without hesitation, he decisively rushed towards the orcs and shouted, this trash, how dare you trespass into the kingdom's territory, this with those rotten bare feet. At the age of 20, Leon met the goddess. The goddess was extremely beautiful. She took one look at Leon and asked, you are Wulfric Dragonia's son, Leon Dragonia? Hearing this question, Leon silently exclaimed, so they weren't lying, she really is a goddess really exists. At this time, the goddess continued to say, I will give you a mission so you can prove your honor and belief. Hearing that, Leon immediately knelt down on one knee, bowed his head respectfully and replied, I accept your orders, Goddess Ariana. And after working as a slave for many years, Leon finally became a paladin. After that, he kept killing and killing again. He exterminated orcs, slashed goblins, and dealt with evil cults. Eventually, Leon became a knight of the kingdom, which gave him the power to call other knights. Leon massacred 700,000 orcs. Looking at these wretched green bastards, Leon felt extremely refreshed. At the age of 35, the living saint and demigod, King Lionheart passed away. That heartbreaking incident happened when he was fighting against the demon king summoned by the imperial side. It's already enough of a headache to deal with orcs alone, now add these damn demons running around everywhere. This is the reason why people need to believe in gods and live with faith in them. That aside, they needed to elect a paladin to be able to continue the position of King Lionheart, who died honorably. Amidst that chaos, the goddess descended to earth, and among those knights, she chose Leon. Standing on the high platform, she raised her voice, "Holy Knight Leon Dragonia, my knight of faith, you have successfully become a symbol of honor and faith." Leon bowed his head and said seriously, "Yes, Goddess Ariana." Having said this sentence, he silently exclaimed, "I am in a situation that is both honorable and tiring, but I cannot let the people of the kingdom as well as the knights under my command feel disappointed. I absorbed the sacred treasure, the lion's heart, from the goddess and swore to protect the Holy Grail. And that was how I became Grand Duke Dragonia and inherited the throne, becoming king of the Lionheart Kingdom." At the age of 80, a lot of things happened at that time. There were great battles with the orcs, the goblins evolved into great demons. And the Empire made things even more confusing. In the bloody battlefield, a soldier approached Leon and asked, "Your Majesty, the Empire's Magician Academy is starting experiments again." Hearing this information, Leon's eyebrows furrowed. He thought to himself, all of this is because the Imperialists accepted those wretched heretics from the north. How dare they run away from the gods? Yes, these bastards. Thinking so, Leon immediately gave an order and summoned the knights. Waiting for the soldiers to leave, he looked into the distance, silently thinking, "This is the result of giving human rights to people who are not even worthy of being slaves. We should deal with them immediately." At 96 years old, those damn Imperialists finally did it. The Imperial Emperor raised his hands high and opened his mouth to shout, "We respectfully offer you 3 million souls as sacrifices. Please carry out my request. The Emperor has gone too far." The bastard who always said he didn't want to die committed suicide along with the lives of 3 million people in the capital and summoned the Lord of Chaos right in the capital. In the end, Leon summoned the knights with the holy sword that was still barely dry, orc bloodstain still lightly shining on the blade from the year before. "You give the order, let's march to the Empire." At the age of 121, holding a small doll in his hand, Leon looked at the devastated scene of this world and sadly exclaimed, "I tried my best, but sadly the world is still broken, destroyed against my will. I tried my best to defeat all the evil that existed with all the divine powers on this continent, but I couldn't." At this moment, a person came from afar and said with a trembling voice, "Your Highness Leon." Hearing this voice, Leon didn't turn around but just softly said, "Sir Arndt, you can raise your head proudly, your father died with honor and joined the gods above." When Arn heard the news, he tried to suppress the pain in his heart, not saying anything but just saying yes. Leon didn't say anything more. He bowed his head and mumbled to himself, "Ah, goddess, your war horses are trembling with fear." The women tried to bury their cries deep inside their hearts, the children swallowed their tears, the younger generation carried with them the weak flame of resistance in their hands, and the knights tried to sow the seeds, the germ of hope in this bloody wasteland. "But my goddess, owner of this holy sword, holy spear and holy grail, I, your knight, will not be able to stop the evil that is spread throughout the land, as far as the horizon. Oh goddess, oh my goddess, what should this foolish knight do?" As soon as these words ended, the gentle voice of Goddess Ariana rang in Leon's ears, "Oh my knight, my beloved knight full of honor, your goddess will be by your side until the end, the last moment, my knight." This sentence seemed to give Leon strength. He regained his helplessness and stood up and spoke, "Everyone, look in front of you. Do you hear the voices of the villains echoing throughout heaven and earth? They, who took away my brothers. Do you hear the voices of those who take away the people I love? No. Do you hear the voice of the enemy, those who are trying to take over everything on that path? Be angry until the last moment. Direct that anger towards those the fool is immersed in the illusion of glory. And remember, as long as honor remains, we will not lose, for the goddess, for honor, for this Lionheart, the entire army will attack." That winter, we fought the final battle with the thousands and thousands of demons that flooded this earth. The barbarian slaves were used as worthy meat shields, and while Leon's knights, armed with spears and shields, died with honor alongside those gallant knights. The one chosen by the gods in those countless shrines fought the demons alone until the end. Leon tore apart countless demon lords and demon generals and showed those bastards the power of a paladin. At the age of 217, winter has not ended yet. 231 years old, 234 years old, then 256 years old. Leon finally destroyed the last ghost gate, they had nowhere to hide. Looking at the last monsters, Leon spoke indignantly, "You lowly followers of the devil, now you will be stuck here with me, in this very world. I will kill you completely, without sparing anyone." At the age of 300, in a demon gate, a shining sword was released and slashed straight at a monster. A scream of pain immediately rang out to the sky. Looking at this scene, a worried voice said, "Hari, are you okay?" The people around them immediately gathered together and chatted, "What happened? He defeated the great demon in just one blow." The person these people are talking about is Leon. Right now he has his back turned to them, not a single piece of cloth left on his body. He slowly speaks, "Wake up, Hero Kappa Iota Alpha, no, there's still time left, wake up." Hearing these words, the person called Hari could not understand what was going on. She stammered and asked, "Who are you?" Hearing that, Leon immediately turned his head. He replied very seriously, "I am King Lionheart, the knight among the heroic knights, and the one who carries the faith and wishes of the temples, Leon Dragonia Lionheart." In the 300th year, Leon met mortals. A gate has opened in the middle of Seoul. The Black Gate has an unknown level. The Korean Hunter Association and the World Hunter Association requested the nation's grand guilds to participate in the raid. But the request was denied because no one knew about the difficulty of the gate. In the end, the government ordered the Hunter Association to move in first. It's basically nothing more than a death sentence. And what everyone saw inside was a naked man. After a terrifying moment, the voice of a worried Korean Hunter Association member rang out, "Hari, Assistant Han, hey Han Hari." Han Hari, assistant head of the Korean Hunter Association, woke up from her terrifying memories. She cried out, her eyes opened wide as she looked towards the person opposite. Kim Jin-soo, head of the Korean Hunter Association, gave Han Hari a cup of coffee and asked, "Are you tired?" Receiving the cup of coffee, Han Hari nodded and replied, "Yes, thank you." Kim Jin-soo sat down on a chair next to him and continued to ask questions about how everything was going. "No one believes it," Han Hari said. "Well, it's understandable." Kim Jin-soo nodded and replied, "It's a black demon gate, it even has great demons in it. Being able to come back alive without the help of other guilds is a miracle, but cleaning it up, yeah, it's impossible. It's all thanks to just one person." The person they are talking about is Leon. Right now you are sitting inside an investigation room. Through the glass door, Han Hari asked Kim Jin-soo, "Is he a survivor, coming out of the gate?" Hearing this question, Kim Jin-soo was not sure and answered, "Yes, a survivor came out from another world." There have been several cases where humans were able to survive inside the gate. The gates that have appeared around the world 30 years ago have many similarities. The theme of the gates is a world that is on the brink or has already perished. And sometimes, survivors return to Earth wielding the unimaginable power they gained in the demon world. That's why the government always tries to please the survivors and plans to recruit them. Returning to his seat, Han Hari said very seriously, "We must recruit them at any cost. That person, he is terribly strong." Kim Jin-soo put one hand on his cheek and nodded, "Yes, at any cost. Even a level A hunter had to bet his life when fighting a high-level demon. He killed a great evil demon with just one attack. A monster that even the most experienced S-class hunters fear. He didn't just kill it, he completely overwhelmed it. But what I'm most worried about now is the cultural difference. From the way he talks about himself, he must be royalty or something." "I think it will be fine," Han Hari said. Hearing this, Kim Jin-soo immediately asked, "Why do you think that way?" Remembering Leon's face, Han Hari felt a bit shy then said, "I can feel from his voice, he is an extremely kind person." The belly letter had not yet completely ended when inside the investigation room, Leon suddenly roared angrily, "A low-class guy." Leon's voice carried an incredibly strong force. His voice caused the glass that could block monsters to shatter in an instant. Leon stood up, looked straight at the investigator in front of him, then gritted his teeth and shouted, "How dare you tarnish the noble name of Lionheart?" Seeing this scene, Kim Jin-soo's sweat dropped and said, "You're so kind." Han Hari forced a smile and replied, "Cultural difference, probably." 15 minutes ago, sitting in the investigation room, Leon crossed his arms across his chest and thought to himself, feeling very strange. "Sure, I was an orphan, worked hard all through my 20s and died of exhaustion. Then I was reincarnated into another world, becoming the king and knight of a kingdom for over a century. After conquering the demon world, I hunted demons for 200 years. It's been 300 years in total, so I'm somewhat relieved that I still have some memories of this place. While thinking about this, the investigator sitting opposite suddenly spoke up, hello, you are Leon Dragonia Lionheart. Listening to this person, Leon didn't pay any attention and continued with his own line of thought. However, it would not be beneficial for him to reveal the fact that he was once an Earthling. Isn't a Night King who lives 300 years in another world much better than a guy who dies from overwork at the age of 20? After calculating for a while, Leon spoke up leisurely, calling me Your Majesty, you country bastard. Hearing this name, the investigator was a bit confused. His face was sweaty, he raised his hand to scratch his bald head and said, yes, Your Majesty. Hearing the other person say that, Leon thought to himself, did he listen to me? Is he really a good person, or is the government just cautiously approaching survivors like me? Seeing the other person resting his chin thoughtfully, the investigator cautiously said, so the Black Gate, Your Majesty's world has had a conflict with our hunters. And you killed all those demons, right? Yes, Leon replied, have you forgotten? This voice carried an amazing coldness. The investigator suddenly felt a little scared and stammered, sorry, what do you mean? Leon sat up straight and said seriously, I have killed the entire demon race and protected the honor of the knights. I order you to be my temporary secretary. I will give you the privilege of record this noble event. The investigator felt like he was lost in a dense fog. He didn't understand anything but still nodded and replied, yes. Responding to such a question, the investigator immediately wrote down 4 cultural differences on the paper. At this point Leon continued to ask, anyway, is there no royal welcoming ceremony here? What you mean here is, I'm hungry. Hearing what the other person said, the investigator stood up in panic and said, you must be very hungry. You must be hungry. I will prepare a meal immediately. After that, he quickly texted outside to ask someone to prepare food. Leon was extremely pleased with this. He raised his eyebrows and suggested, and tell Tau Alpha about this world. Saying so, he thought to himself, I need to find out what happened to the Earth when I disappeared. Yes, the investigator has now regained his composure. He sat back down in his chair, pushed his sunglasses up on his nose, then nodded and replied, oh yes, I'll explain. The nightmare suddenly started 30 years ago. Portals opened all over the world, monsters and demons began to appear. Since then, we have been in a constant state of emergency. After suffering many failures, we realized that each gate has a theme and a task to solve, and if there is a gate left untreated, a dungeon explosion will occur and monsters will invade the Earth. While talking about this, there was a knock on the door. Hearing this sound, the investigator immediately stopped talking and stood up and said, it seems like the meal has arrived. Waiting for the investigator to go out to get his things, Leon continued to think with his chin in his hands, something a little different. In my world, evil invades like mushrooms growing after rain, but this place has gates with themes and missions, as if it wants to tempt humanity with challenges. While thinking about this, the door was pushed open from the outside. The investigator's voice rang out, Your Majesty, the meal is here. Looking at the hot meal placed in front of him, Leon's eyes suddenly opened wide. He silently exclaimed, this is bone stewed for many hours, seasoned with salt, pepper and a little crispy kimchi. When I was a worker on Earth, Korean beef bone soup was like a spiritual dish to me. People like such dishes more than new dishes, but I have to restrain myself and try to swallow my saliva. Telling himself that, Leon immediately slammed his hand on the table and asked in a harsh voice, what is this? The investigator was startled and hastily replied, oh, it is Korean beef bone soup, Your Majesty. It is called the spiritual dish of country people. As soon as he said these words, he successfully angered Leon. He raised his hand and knocked away the bowl of Korean beef bone soup in front of him, then opened his mouth and shouted, you lowly man, do you dare to tarnish the noble name of Lionheart? How dare you serve the royal family the food of peasants? Is this how your kingdom treats the royal family of another kingdom? Seeing the other party so angry, the investigator turned pale and stammered an explanation, oh, no, it's not. Before he could explain anything, Leon continued to shout loudly, get out, vile farmer. Malus, Lord of Chaos and Lord of the 23 Great Demons, Leon Dragonia Lionheart, King of the Other World, Messenger of the Gods, Guardian of the Holy Grail, Owner of the Holy Sword and Holy Spear, Great Rival of Demons, who has slain millions of demons, is the incarnation of the 300 Years' War. And finally, after becoming a fake regression, what Leon thought when he returned to Earth after 300 years was this, a mess, all because they didn't have a proper religious faith. Enlightening foolish countrymen is a royal duty. Even though he has returned to Earth, Leon is still a Night King. A delicious piece of steak was placed in front of Leon. Raise your knife and fork to cut a piece and put it in your mouth. He enjoyed it very slowly. Standing outside, watching through the glass, Kim Jin-soo was a little suspicious and asked, "How did he recognize our chicken and black bean noodles?" Han Hari, who was next to him, replied, "Thank God he was eating ribs and drinking 1993 red wine." Hearing her say that, Kim Jin-soo immediately turned around and said, "Hari, you go first." Han Hari turned pale when he heard that. She raised her hand and pointed straight at me and stammered, "Me, I don't understand the ancient language." Kim Jin-soo stood next to him and said very firmly, "But I think he seems a bit more interested in you, miss." Was praised as a brave person. At least he wouldn't kick her out. Han Hari still kept his hand pointing at himself and cautiously said, "He only said I was brave." Struggling for a while, Han Hari finally mustered up the courage to open the door. Standing outside, she softly greeted, "Your Majesty, I sincerely apologize for interrupting your meal." Seeing someone entering, Leon immediately used a napkin to wipe his mouth. He raised his head to look at the other person for a moment and then said, "Are you the swordsman from yesterday? Sit down." Receiving this invitation, Han Hari breathed out a very comfortable breath. She raised one hand behind her to make a like gesture to signal to those monitoring via camera. After sitting down to one side, Han Hari smiled and asked, "Was the meal delicious, Your Majesty?" Hearing that, Leon nodded and replied, "Not bad, I can feel the chef's enthusiasm and ingenuity. And the reason I make things difficult for you is not because of the humble food but because of your attitude towards the king. When you welcome a royal family from another country, they should be treated with the best. This will affect the safety of your country, right?" Hearing these words, Han Hari's face turned black. She tried to keep herself calm, clasped her hands in front of her, then bowed her head and said, "Please forgive my ignorance." Receiving this apology, Leon didn't want to compare anymore. He nodded and replied, "Okay, it's okay. Anyway, is your name Han or something?" "Yes, my name is Han Hari." Han Hari bowed his head and said. Hearing that, Leon said, "I have heard about this world. Demons, those disgusting creatures have appeared on this planet, right?" "Yes, that's exactly it," Han Hari replied seriously. Right now she had only one mission, which was to convince the other person to join the Hunter Association. Sitting on one side, Han Hari silently calculated, "I need to at least convince him to join our country." Cheering herself up for a moment, she raised her head and cautiously asked, "What if Your Majesty allows us, the South Korean government can take care of you from now on?" The motif of 21st century intelligence wars revolves around spying on survivors. No matter how many things you have to promise them, you have to prevent them from joining other countries. Leon crossed his arms and was silent for a moment as if thinking about something, then opened his mouth to say, "So, as long as I still stay in this world, do I have an obligation to go to the battlefield? If I am an honorable warrior, I should really fight." Hearing what the other person said, Han Hari immediately smiled and replied, "Then do you want to join our Hunter Association?" Before she could finish her sentence, Leon interrupted her and coldly said, "However, a king cannot serve as a soldier for another kingdom's army. I will create my own team of knights here, in this world." Seeing the other person so determined, Han Hari could only nod. Returning to the organization's meeting room, she asked her department head with a trembling voice, "What did they say above?" Kim Jin-soo stood with his back against the wall and replied leisurely, "What can they say? They just provide as many things as possible. It's good that he hasn't gone to any other country or a big association." Hearing this answer, Han Hari let out a long breath and angrily exclaimed, "The association is affiliated with the government, so why should we lower ourselves to beg him? It's all because of the bastards in the association who always show off their wealth and power." Kim Jin-soo stood on the opposite side and nodded a few times, as if remembering something. He immediately exclaimed, "Yeah, that reminds me, Association Phoenix." Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by a loud alarm sound. Kim Jin-soo took out his phone and saw that it was an emergency message. A dungeon had broken out in the Honam Plains. Receiving this information, he grimaced and said, "If a dungeon broke out at the storage location, those cruel elements would destroy all the food." Han Hari heard that and asked in confusion, "Isn't the Phoenix Guild where S-level hunter Lee Yong-wan is participating? There's no way he couldn't stop an orange gate." Kim Jin-soo heard that and immediately shook his head and gritted his teeth and said, "I think those bastards have another plan. We have to go and stop it immediately." Phoenix Group, those bastards. But right now in the investigation room, Leon heard everything clearly, down to every breath of what was said on the other side of the door. He thought to himself, it seemed like they were in trouble. If there was a dungeon outbreak, The land would be polluted and unable to grow crops. Raising his hand to try to make some movements but completely failing, Leon said softly, as expected, "There is no it here. How are you, Demara?" At the Honam plain, the orange gate appeared. Kim Jin-soo ran from afar and asked in a loud voice, "Hunter Lee Yong-wan, what is happening here?" Lee Yong-wan, S rank, president of the Phoenix Association, heard this voice and turned around suspiciously, looked back and said, Are you from the association? Department head Kim and assistant Han are also here, ah." Hearing this question, Kim Jin-soo was so angry that he gritted his teeth. He tried to suppress the anger in his heart and silently scolded, "This bastard, he deliberately let the dungeon erupt, just because we did not accept it, at his request, he did this." The Phoenix Society has continuously submitted requests for tax exemption for profits from the gates. They have made a lot of money from the byproducts from the gates. Magic stones and monster materials, and they want tax exemptions to collect trillions more. They have earned a lot since they were a big group. They dare to do things like this just because their request was denied. Han Hari standing next to him seemed much calmer. She stepped forward to block Kim Jin-soo and said, "Hunter Lee Yong-wan, we need to close the gate immediately. From today the time is 1 week, if let's just leave it like that." Before she could finish her sentence, Lee Yong-wan interrupted her with a smirk, I know, the auction authority of the gate will be seated. But what can I do? My members are seriously injured. It will be extremely difficult to sweep the dungeon in this condition. We will try tomorrow but we don't know what will happen. Where does it happen?" At this point, Han Hari could not calm down. She angrily shouted, Don't you have any patriotism left? You know very well what will happen if the Honam plain is defiled." When Lee Yong-wan heard that, he laughed loudly and sarcastically. Then he acted innocently and said, "I don't know anything. Why are you so childish?" "Miss Hari, I told you about this in last year's agenda. In this world, justice is money and power." While the situation was extremely tense, a cold voice echoed from far away, "You are quite shallow and outdated." Hearing this voice, Han Hari quickly turned around and cried out in panic, "Your Majesty Leon." Leon glanced at her warningly, "Don't say the king's name so casually. I only allow you the right to call me by my title, this bitch." Lee Yong-wan saw a very strange person suddenly appearing here and immediately questioned loudly, "Who are you? You look like a Westerner." Feeling that the other person was too talkative, Leon shouted in a cold voice, "Shut up, how dare a lowly person like you open his mouth and say such words to me?" Noticing an invisible pressure radiating from the other person, Lee Yong-wan backed away a bit in fear. He thought to himself, "What's wrong with this bastard? He told me, one of the world's S-level hunters, the world and the president of the top 10 guild are inferior." Thinking like that caused the fire of indignation in Lee Yong-wan's body to flare up. The fear immediately disappeared. He raised his hand to create a fire and aimed it straight at Leon's body and said, "Do you want to die? The situation is about to get out of control." Han Hari rushes to stop Hunter Lee Yong-wan. He is a survivor. This sentence immediately made Lee Yong-wan calm down. His eyes opened wide and he stammered out, "A survivor." After saying this sentence, Lee Yong-wan's attitude immediately changed 180 degrees. He and his teammates behind him immediately bowed their heads towards Leon and respectfully apologized. "I was rude. I'm Lee. Yong-wan is from the Phoenix Guild. Perhaps he is from the Beauty Guild." Seeing that the other person was still talking too much, Leon spoke up seriously, "A king doesn't speak twice. Tell me the problem here. I don't know the details about the gate, so please give a clear overview." Hearing this, Kim Jin-soo happily thought, "Will he help?" Han Hari also thought so. Her eyes lit up and immediately replied, Yes, this is a dungeon outbreak. When a dungeon outbreak occurs, a large amount of harmful elements will be released and pollute the land. Crops cannot grow on polluted soil. This Honam plain is an extremely important food storage place. Right now, the evil energy is harming the land. Han Hari immediately replied, "Purify them and clear the dungeon as fast as possible. We need to completely eliminate the dungeon as well." "I see," Leon nodded and said, "A polluted land and a gate outbreak is a problem, right? Call the army here. Tomorrow, the time limit for that maggot's dungeon raid ends. This king will enter himself." Hearing this, Han Hari was a little incredulous and asked, "Really?" Leon didn't bother to answer her but continued leisurely. "However, before that, a king from another country cannot arbitrarily participate in any military activities of another country. First, one needs to get the consent of the country's king. This." Hearing the other person say that, Han Hari spoke a little helplessly and said, "Sorry, no, I think it's okay." Hearing her say that, Leon raised his eyebrows and said unhappily, Everything has legal issues and laws. How can you call yourself an honorable warrior when you don't follow the laws of this country? Hurry up, send word to your king. Standing to the side, observing Leon, Li Yongwen silently exclaimed, "This bastard is worse than me." There was no other way. With Leon's determination, they finally contacted the president at his request. The problem was quickly resolved. At night, Han Hari held a straw doll and walked to where Leon was standing. She cautiously said, "Well, Your Majesty, you told me to go prepare first, so I did, followed. But how do you intend to use these things?" Hearing that, Leon turned his head slightly and explained, "Your precious land has been polluted, we need to purify it." Han Hari still didn't understand anything. She lifted the straw doll in her hand and said, "Excuse me, just these straw dolls." Leon asked for two things, one of which was a wooden doll, this straw, and the remaining thing is that the people who make them must be women who have given birth. Leon did not say anything in response to Han Hari's suspicion. He looked at the group of people in the distance, crossed his arms and asked, "Were those the women who made the dolls?" "Yes," Han Hari replied. Leon was now extremely satisfied and praised. Then he turned towards the women in the distance and shouted, "Everyone, show me the dolls you made." "That's why is there a doll making contest held right in the middle of this plain?" Holding the straw doll that a woman made in his hand, Leon grimaced and said, "No way." Hearing that, the woman asked suspiciously, "What?" Leon angrily tore the straw doll into pieces and said harshly, "This strange body thing is called a doll. How disappointing. Didn't you say you had a child, you stupid thing?" Countless straw dolls that did not meet the requirements were mercilessly torn to pieces, and Han Hari were also eliminated. And among the countless dolls, the only one that caught Leon's eye was an 80-year-old woman, a married old woman. Looking at the beautiful doll in his hand, Leon was extremely pleased and praised it for its excellence. He looked at the old woman and asked, how many children had she given birth to? 12, the old woman replied. Hearing this answer, Leon immediately took the old woman's hand and said softly, "It was indeed the cradle of birth, patriots. Normally I would give medals and gifts, however, due to the current situation I cannot do that. Please forgive me." Hearing that, the old lady burst into laughter for a few times but did not say anything. Obtained a perfect doll. Leon immediately dispersed the group of women and quickly went out to the orange gate that appeared. Putting the doll on the table, Leon raised one hand and said, "The conditions are enough." Taking out a cup made of gold and placing it next to him, Leon respectfully said, "Dear mother of this land, the subjects of this earth send you a crop doll, please accept it." As soon as Leon's words ended, a strange change immediately occurred. The cup he had just taken out was filling itself with water. The sun is rising, bright red lights are breaking through the clouds, a new day is longing to begin. However, today's sunrise is a special beginning to this world. Looking at the straw doll placed on the table, Li Yongwan cried out in horror. Water droplets were flowing inside the star doll. Right now the doll is standing up on its own. It looks towards Leon and opens its mouth to say, "Lionheart, my child." Leon heard this voice and immediately bowed his head respectfully and said, "I respectfully greet Mother Demera, god of life and fertility." Demera heard that and smiled a little in admiration. It's been a while, a god has descended to this land. Hailing the great Earth Mother Demera, god of life and abundance, Leon said respectfully, placing one hand in front of his chest. Through the straw doll, Demera asked, "This territory is also being invaded by evil, is the land polluted?" Hearing this question, Leon bowed his head slightly, glanced at Li Yongwan and replied, "Yes, evil entities still exist here. There's no god here, so I'm worried that these vile, aggressive people will make people look bad." Mother Earth Demera heard that and immediately said, "Stupidity and greed are not always counted as sins, they are inherent characteristics in the nature of a mortal, so what are you going to do now?" Hearing such a question, Leon suddenly fell silent for a moment. He thought for a moment and then closed his eyes and said, "Blending in with the swordsman is not difficult, the power of a conqueror is extremely sacred. I will make sure that duty and power can coexist here, I will correct these fools and guide them to the right path, then a new cathedral will be born, can be built on this earth." Mother Demera was extremely pleased with this. She immediately replied, "My child, don't you have any favors that I would like to bestow? We are always willing." Hearing that, Leon immediately bowed his head and said respectfully, "Mother Demera, the free citizens on this earth are suffering because of a dark energy source. I'm sure this is not what you want to do, but please heal and purify this land." Mother Demera heard that and smiled and replied, "You are my sunshine, our champion, the land of this world does not belong to my body. I will spread my divinity here and fill this land's thirst with my flesh and blood. If so, then everything that walks on this earth will become your ally. As soon as these words ended, the land here immediately changed, a warm, gentle light gradually spread and covered everywhere. The food crops on this land seemed to be watered under a stream of fresh water and become countless times greener. The people present here who witnessed this scene were extremely shocked and amazed. At this moment, Leon suddenly turned his head back and shouted, "Look and learn, you stupid people cannot learn and cannot know that this is a world blessed with divinity. To multiply and flourish, which is the proper duty of a living creature, this fertile land is evidence of an eternal promise." Looking at the heavy rice flowers in front of me, everyone present here was extremely excited. As for Li Yongwan, he didn't think so. He clutched a branch of rice in his hand and shouted, "Ha, everyone, don't be fooled, that crop was grown by magic and is extremely poisonous, I'm sure, that's something everyone knows well." Hearing him say that, Leon turned his head and scolded, "What an arrogant idiot, this is a place where the plant is blessed by the gods, how dare you consider it poison?" Hearing that, Li Yongwen immediately pointed towards the straw doll and said, "Stupid straw doll." But before the words were finished, Leon was extremely angry and interrupted in a cold voice, "I can only forgive my ignorance this once, don't tarnish the name of the goddess with your rotten mouth, that's yours." Being scolded like that, Li Yongwen choked and couldn't say a word. He angrily thought, "Damn, this can't be happening. My plans are about to go down the drain just because of him, I can't let that happen. I will expose your ridiculous lies, I will frame you as a fraud." Thinking so, Li Yongwan decisively walked to where Leon was standing and said, "We still need evidence, I hope that you will cooperate for the sake of those who will consume this, I will provide it, an appraiser." Li Yongwan said as he pointed to a member of the Phoenix Society standing next to him, introducing this as an appraiser. This person took a few steps forward, raised his hand and said, "Then I would like to begin." After saying that, from his palm a ray of white light shot out, covering a clump of rice in front of him, starting the interrogation process, determined. As soon as he felt each grain of rice, this appraiser's eyes immediately opened wide. He exclaimed in horror, "This is rice blessed by the gods, rare level. Rice is blessed by the divinity of Damara, goddess of life and birth, level 3 diseases will be cured by continuous consumption of this food. The level of this thing is rare, all of this rice is rare level, and it can cure level 3 diseases and even cancer." Hearing these words, Han Hari exclaimed in disbelief, "Really, yes, really," the appraiser firmly affirmed. Hearing that, Kim Jin-soo immediately ordered someone to quickly get a pot from the minister's house. Very quickly a pot was brought. Everyone immediately cut the rice and cooked the rice. After a while, the rice was cooked. Kim Jin-soo scooped up a spoonful of rice to try, and after chewing a few pieces, he couldn't imagine it and exclaimed, "I can't, come on, rice is made from blessed rice. Stamina recovery rate increases by 100 points per minute, mana recovery rate increases by 50 points per minute, total duration is 8 hours. Like this, it's equivalent to a bottle of supplements. How can just this white rice be worth as much as a bottle of strengthening supplements that costs 3 million each?" Hearing these words, everyone the people around also hurriedly scooped up a bowl of rice for each person and ate. In the distance, Han Hari hurriedly ran forward and said, "Head of department, head of department, head of department, there's more news." Looking at her mouth, Kim Jin-soo hated it and told her to finish chewing before speaking. Han Hari heard the order and immediately chewed all the rice before reporting, "I was a bit curious and ate a bug." Hearing this, Kim Jin-soo was scared and stammered, "Eating bugs?" Han Hari ignored his horrified expression and continued speaking, "And I received another buff." "What?" Kim Jin-soo exclaimed in surprise. Then he calmly thought to himself, if the whole land was truly blessed, then it wouldn't be strange for every living creature to also receive that blessing. Thinking like that, he immediately issued an order, "Let's catch as many bugs as possible, we will enter the gate with full buffs." The momentum of the Hunter Association increased. At this time, in a far corner, the mother goddess Damara suddenly called out, "My child." Hearing that, Leon immediately turned his head and replied, "Yes, goddess Damara." Mother Damara said softly, "It seems I have completed what I needed to do here, it is time for me to return." Hearing these words, Leon immediately bowed his head respectfully and said, "I have and will never forget the sacred love you have given us." Through the straw doll, Damara smiled slightly and said, "My child, let me leave you with one last lesson, remember to eat until you are full." As soon as these words ended, Damara left, and the straw doll immediately fell straight onto the table. Han Hari walked up to where Leon was standing, cautiously asking, Your Majesty, What's wrong? Before he could finish his sentence, Leon interrupted. The power of the gods. No gods reign in this world. Hearing that, Hari shook his head and replied, I'm not sure. Leon let out a breath and turned his head away. He said softly, a full life and a world will be created by the power of gods. You earthlings should remember that clearly. When the warriors are full, we will enter the gate. Standing not far away, hearing those words, a member of the Phoenix Guild hesitantly asked, President, is this okay? At this rate, our plan will inevitably fail. Avoid problems. When Li Yongwen heard the question, he gritted his teeth in anger and scolded him. That scoundrel, scolding him like that, he thought to himself, damn it, where did he come from? If it weren't for him, the government would have no choice but to listen to our request. I wish he had died inside the gate. Thinking of this, Li Yongwan's eyes suddenly opened wide, as if he had an idea. He cried out and said, ha ha, that's not a bad idea. Not understanding what his president was saying, a member behind him called out worriedly. Li Yongwen waved his hand and said, you don't need to worry, this gate has already been partially explored. Hearing that, the other member nodded and replied, yes, but the middle part is a bit difficult, but that's the only way. Rank a person, Hari. Hearing the other person say that, Li Yongwen curled his mouth and said, that survivor must be a blessing and buffing job. I guess that guy will be useless in battle, which means they will definitely fail. Inside the gate is a monster that cannot be defeated by normal means. The dungeon outbreak is starting. Announcement from the Grim Reaper. All the lives of the living beings inside the gate are starting to count down. The Korean Hunter Association and Leon have entered the gate. Standing in the middle of the formation, Leon crossed his arms over his chest and said, in other words, most of the gates will close if we complete the mission or defeat the boss. A duel with the boss, I like it. Hearing these words, Hari couldn't tell Leon that normally they would bring the whole gang up to fight. The group of people quickly moved forward, walked a bit. Leon noticed that there was a dry skeleton on the ground. He frowned and stopped, wondering, they told me that they had tried to conquer this dungeon before, but there were more monsters here than I thought, right? Hari, who was next to him, heard that and immediately said, that is the characteristic of this dungeon. What is the characteristic? Leon asked. Yes, Hari replied, usually the number of monsters will decrease after defeat. Most gates usually do like that. But skeletons or zombies or demons in some special cases, if the boss is still alive, they will be revived indefinitely. Hearing her say that, Leon crossed his arms in front of his chest and exclaimed, interesting, so everything will only end if we defeat the boss. I see, then this must be the case you said. Come. Hari nodded and replied, yes, there is a high possibility. It seems like there is a necromancer standing behind the back pulling the strings of these dry bones, I thought. While talking about this, a new message was sent with the content, a dungeon explosion has begun, the god of death is called, all living creatures inside the gate will have a limited time. Knight Commander Dullahan is approaching with his army, defeat Knight Commander Dullahan, time remaining, 3 hours. Receiving this message, Kim Jin-soo angrily gritted his teeth and scolded, Li Yongwan, this bastard, he should have warned us about things like this sooner. Soon the knight commanding Dullahan and the skeleton army thundered forward, the remaining time was 2 hours and 58 minutes. Looking at the giant army of skeletons in front of them, the group of people from the Korean Hunter Association all cried out in horror, there were so many of them. Sir, should we reallocate the positions? Kim Jin-soo listen, that said, focus on transferring them to higher ranking people to handle. Mashik, how many archers and magicians are there? The person called Mashik raised his bow to observe and replied, currently I see 30 archers and 2 magicians. Hearing this answer, Kim Jin-soo immediately commanded, those with archery skills should handle the monsters with long-range skills first, anyone with a shield should stop them, don't let them advance. Stopping for a moment, he looked at the skeleton army in front of him, gritted his teeth and said, good luck, you bastards. The battle officially broke out, each wave of non-stop killing made the dungeon here extremely chaotic. While cutting to death a skeleton, Kim Jin-soo thought, they are stronger than I thought, I guess the orange portal is really different, however they are not too much for a B-rank tanker like me. While thinking about this, behind Kim Jin-soo there was a group of dry bones approaching. They raised their withered hands and from the middle of their palms shot out a stream of magic aimed straight at a group of people, of the Korean Hunter Association. Kim Jin-soo sensed the change and immediately turned around to look back. He scolded softly, damn, I can't believe these skeletons can use high-level magic, I need to attract attention, just their attention. Thinking that, Kim Jin-soo immediately shouted, here, this side. The dry bones heard the strange noise and immediately headed towards the source of the sound and unleashed a blast of magic towards it. When the association members saw this, they were extremely worried and shouted. Kim Jin-soo dodged to the side to avoid this attack and then replied, "I'm fine, it's just a little stinging. Everyone should know that this equipment costs a lot of money." Having said this, Kim Jin-soo immediately focused on the match. He saw a shadow of a person riding a horse rushing towards him not far away. Waiting for this person to approach, Kim Jin-soo finally realized who it was. He softly said, "Dullahan." The knight commanding Dullahan looked at Kim Jin-soo and then hit him hard. This attack was so powerful that Kim Jin-soo couldn't react and was sent flying back a long distance. Seeing this scene, Han Hari exclaimed worriedly, "Department Head Kim." A person standing next to him also impatiently said, "We need to save him, Assistant Han, should we let the relief force come help?" Han Hari was silent for a moment. She watched the scene with her eyes. The war is going on in the distance. Seeing that Dullahan can swing his scimitar extremely quickly, she thought to herself, "This is why there is a reserve team. We need to help them now. He is the king of Lionheart, the one who defeated the great devil." Han Hari quickly turned to Leon and cautiously said, "Sir, please help us." Hearing that, Leon immediately looked at Han Hari with hateful eyes and said, "A king would never fight such a small battle." Hearing this, Han Hari exclaimed in confusion, "Ha, what do you mean?" Leon shrugged and replied calmly, "Know how to save face. I can't believe you guys would try to find a way to force me to beat those damn walking skeletons. That would be disrespectful to the goddess. I can't see anymore." Hearing this, Han Hari frowned and thought, "What is he talking about?" A female member standing behind was extremely worried and asked, "Assistant, what should we do now?" Han Hari didn't answer her, but right now she was immersed in her own thoughts. "I couldn't waste any more time. This person has no intention of helping. He doesn't seem interested in anything other than Dullahan. We need to stop Dullahan first." Calculating like that, Han Hari immediately gave the order, "I will take care of the boss, everyone else please take care of supporting Kim and his allies." As soon as these words finished, Han Hari immediately grabbed his weapon and rushed towards Dullahan. She avoided the dry bones and aimed straight at the Dullahan. The sharp blade swung up and slashed straight at the opponent's body, creating extremely horrifying sounds. Being attacked unexpectedly, Dullahan reacted very quickly. He quickly raised his great sword to block an attack from the opponent. Han Hari quickly put his sword back into a defensive stance. She thought in surprise, "He can block it, well, by all means possible I have to separate it from its crown." "Ha, he threw his head away to block my view. What kind of zombie fights like that?" While thinking about this, Dullahan continued to attack again. Han Hari immediately regained her composure. She came up with an idea, turned slightly to the side, she knelt on one knee to the ground and waited, opened her mouth to exhale and then exclaimed, "Thank God, I succeeded, separated from the other monsters." Having said this, Dullahan rode his horse and ran to the place. He raised the great sword in his hand and aimed at the top of Han Hari's head and slashed it down. Faced with this situation, Han Hari did not have the slightest fear. She curled her mouth and said, "Sorry, it's just that my skills range is a bit wide." As soon as these words finished, Han Hari immediately raised his sword and made a move. This move caused the space here to immediately burst into a fierce fire. Looking at Dullahan, she smiled and thought, "I hit it. This trick will probably defeat it." But at this time things were not as Han Hari planned. Dullahan raised his great sword and easily blocked the attack. Immediately after that, he turned his hand and swung his knife, sending out a stream of force that flew straight towards his opponent. Han Hari opened his eyes wide, completely unable to react to this unexpected action. Fortunately, at this moment, a long-range attack came to block Dullahan's attack. Followed by a round of applause accompanied by an arrogant voice, "It's impressive, this sword skill is excellent even with only one hand. I'm sure you were once a noble knight. Please forgive Tau Alpha for confusing a great knight like you with a common undead, nameless knight. I, the King of Lionheart, will give you the right to challenge me." Han Hari narrowly escaped death on one side. Hearing that, he completely did not understand what Leon wanted to do. Leon didn't bother paying attention to her. He slowly lifted his feet and walked towards the Dullahan and said, "There is no need for more injured soldiers. Let's end this battle with a duel between two knights." By this time, all the people around were extremely surprised by what Leon had just said. They had no appointment but had the same thought. He challenged the boss to a duel. There was no way that would happen. But just thinking about this, the Dullahan on the other side already responded. It accepted. Observing the dry bones in front of him, then looking towards the Dullahan. Leon raised his hand to create magic and said, "Great knight, please relax a bit. I remember that your swordsmanship is dual swords. It is not suitable for fighting with one-handed weapons like this." Where? Dullahan had now gotten off his horse. He held the scimitar tightly in his hand, and said nothing. At this time, Han Hari suddenly stepped forward and cautiously said, "Yes, your majesty." Seeing her approaching, Leon frowned and asked, "What's wrong?" Han Hari worriedly said, "Well, that Dullahan will not be destroyed unless you cut off his head." "So what?" Leon opened his eyes wide and asked, "Is that important?" Hearing this question, Han Hari suddenly turned to stone, her eyebrows furrowed tightly. The two words were of course stuck in her throat but could not be uttered. She thought to herself, "But how can he win against Dullahan? I can't behead him." Seeing the expression of the person next to him like that, Leon immediately explained, "It's not that important. What decides victory is the honor of a knight. As the first knight under the goddess of light and justice, I, Grand Duke Dragonia and King Lionheart, will challenge the esteemed knight to a duel." As soon as these words ended, the battle began. Dullahan without a word immediately swung his sword and slashed hard at his opponent. A loud rumbling battle broke out. Standing in the thick smoke and dust, Leon did not panic but calmly raised his hand and held his weapon. The small sword he held in his hand had amazing power. It completely blocked Dullahan's great sword that was swinging down on his head. Leon rotated his wrist, gently knocking his opponent's scimitar back. He pointed the sharp tip of the sword straight at the opponent and said coldly, "One life." Dullahan did not give up here. He took a few steps back and then continued to swing the great sword in his hand. Standing from afar observing the battle, Han Hari saw Leon leisurely standing in one place and worriedly thought, if he blocked the attack with that style, unable to hold it in any more, she immediately cried out, "Your Majesty." Leon did not answer Han Hari. He slightly lowered his head and faintly said to Dullahan, "Your magic is too weak." Having finished speaking, Leon immediately raised his sword. A stream of amazing power from the sword in his hand shot out at a speed that was hard to see, straight towards Dullahan. The surrounding rocks and soil also followed his movements and exploded immediately, instantly. Kim Jin-soo saw this and cried out in horror, "What happened? Did you see it?" A member of the Hunter Association standing next to him said uncertainly, "Did he just strike?" Han Hari stood to the side and suddenly exclaimed, "It was wonderful." Hearing that, Kim Jin-soo turned around and asked if she had seen it. Hari was the only one who was aware of what happened in that battle. She did not answer her chief's question but thought to herself that he had changed the balance of the sword swing by turning the sword at that moment, the point of receiving the attack. Moreover, he gave a horizontal slash at that moment. There is no one daring enough to do that. He can do it, because he is so dominant. On the side of the battle, Leon pointed his sword straight at Dullahan and said, "Second life." Looking at the opponent lying on the ground, Leon coldly ordered, "Let's go back to defensive stance." It's been a while since Leon defeated a knight in a true duel of honor. It seems like it's a trick to get Leon through trouble. Every knight will think like that when receiving a request from their opponent to dismount. It's a confused thought. Look at Leon, standing tall with a look as if he had gone through countless battles, like a star always pursuing honor and superiority. Leon stood against the light, not too fast or too slow, and spoke, "I'll try to use that sword attack and see." As soon as the words ended, without giving the opponent time to react, a sharp sword was struck by Leon. Dullahan received this attack and immediately fell straight to the ground again. "Third life," Leon said leisurely. Leon had now reached the pinnacle of being a knight. He looked straight at Dullahan and asked, "Do you want to continue?" Facing the king of knights, honorable and challenging, Dullahan did not want to use his necromancy power. He wanted to fight this man countless times in the way of a knight, yes, as righteous as the path of knights. Not using necromancy, just using his sword alone, just like how he had fought famous knights before. As he wandered the streets of this world with the honor of a knight, Dullahan seemed to have forgotten everything. The battle continued to repeat countless times. At this time, Leon continued to point the shiny sword straight in front of the opponent's body and coldly said, "10th life." After pausing for a moment, he praised, "Your sword is gradually becoming more accurate. Have you remembered of my previous life?" Hearing that, Dullahan suddenly cried out as if he wanted to respond. He thought to himself, "Great knight, you have brought me back to the glorious times of the past." On the opposite side, Leon continued to ask questions. "Do you want to continue, knight?" Dullahan growled a few times. In the distance, a dry skeleton walked closer carrying the head that he had cut off with his own hands. Holding his own head in his hand, Dullahan thought to himself, "Ah, when did I begin the cruel massacre? I have been fighting and losing my self-respect for so long. If I can end that damn journey like this, I will be extremely satisfied. Thinking like that, Dullahan immediately knelt on one knee on the ground. He raised his head high to face Leon. Seeing this scene, Leon smiled with satisfaction and said, "Great, I'm very happy that you have regained your honor." Placing his hand on Dullahan's head, Leon said softly, "I will pray for you, if you ever believe in a God. I pray that God will let your soul rest in peace, if not, then I pray that Goddess will guide you to the end of heaven. Great night, I hope to see you again one day at the table of the gods, let this place shine with light." As soon as these words ended, the space inside the gate immediately burst into an extremely warm light. Dullahan's true face seemed to be hidden in that halo of light. He smiled an extremely satisfied smile, willing to let glory return to Leon Dragonia Lionheart. Leaving this orange gate, people are gathering outside. Han Hari suddenly said, he still kept his promise. Kim Jin-soo, who was next to hear that, also continued speaking. He actually ended it in a duel. As if remembering something, Han Hari asked curiously, "But what was that light at that time?" It seemed like he said to let this place shine with light. Hearing that, Kim Jin-soo was not too sure and replied, "Is that what a new Eta Tau Alpha calls holy magic? Maybe that's why the zombies disappeared right after that." Hearing that, Han Hari immediately nodded and said, "Yes, he should have used that skill sooner, correct." While saying this, Leon's voice suddenly rang in her ears, "If I do that, that great knight will receive the end of a necromancer, not as a knight anymore." Hearing this voice, Han Hari was startled and turned his head to look and hastily replied, "Ah, yes, your majesty." Leon did not pay attention to her anymore. The sentence continued, "The knight always lived with two words of honor. Honor came from action, and action came from will. Dullahan received what he received, worthy of a noble knight. Now I will go get my spoils. Where there is battle, there is spoil. After getting the loot, look at an orb in the pile of objects in front of you." Kim Jin-soo couldn't hold back his emotions and exclaimed, "Wow, whoa, look at this, it seems like it contains a lot of mana." Han Hari also opened his eyes wide in exclamation. Dullahan's scimitar and cloak were also there, here always. Looking at these trophies, Leon immediately blurted out, "If this thing were to be sold, it would definitely get a lot of trash." The words that were about to come out of his mouth were immediately corrected. Leon breathed a sigh of relief at his quickness. He felt a little guilty, so he raised his foot and kicked hard on the ball that Kim Jin-soo had just praised earlier. This action caused Kim Jin-soo, Han Hari and the people around them to immediately turn to stone. Leon frowned and said in disgust, "Things like this only bring bad luck." The final result of the battle, the Gate Honam completed. It's been 4 days since Leon returned to Earth. During this short period of time, a lot of things have happened. There was a small disturbance over the tax issue, while pushing a cart of food. Han Hari just let out a long breath and sadly exclaimed, "So tired." She remembered the conversation between her and Leon at the Honam gate. At that time Leon was extremely angry and shouted, "What, I'm the king and still have to pay taxes to the king of another country?" Han Hari was about to explain. To be clear, Leon interrupted her and continued to say, "Stop talking about that cheap money, they are not worthy for a king like me to discuss. Stop talking about money, I'm losing interest. Receiving believers to build the temple is also a problem." An old farmer, while lining up, frowned and asked, "So what products will we provide?" Hearing this question, Leon immediately replied, 90%, please provide that amount of products as a sacrifice, I am too merciful." Hearing this, the old farmer's eyes immediately widened. He couldn't believe it and objected, taxes and living expenses alone were already very heavy, so if he paid 90% of the products. Before he could finish his sentence, Leon interrupted unhappily and said, "Followers of the goddess do not need to worry about lack of food or clothing, living benefits or everything will be taken care of by our association, decided." Han Hari standing behind also nodded and continued, "Remember the effect of the goddess's blessing on the rice plants, isn't it wonderful?" The surrounding old farmers heard this. I didn't understand anything and immediately shouted. Han Hari then took out an information sheet and gave it to them to read. On it was written, 80 kilograms of rice per bag is 150 million won. Reading this information, the old farmers immediately gathered in one place and discussed, does one bag already have this price? If so, even if we give away most of the product, we will still benefit greatly. Many, they talked to each other for a moment then immediately replied in unison towards Leon, "We believe you." But the biggest problem lies with Leon. Taking him back to a luxury hotel room, looking at the room in front of him, Leon angrily shouted, "This is not a battlefield and there are no works of art, hanging at the head of the bed of a king like me like this." Han Hari, dragging his suitcase behind him, heard this and immediately stammered speechless. not only did he want the bed to be truly high class and luxurious, Leon also I want to have servants to take care of me by my side, I also want to have works of art hanging at the head of my bed. Extremely helpless, Hari finally had to go around 5-star hotels until 2 a.m. to rent the room he wanted for Leon. Looking at where Leon was standing, she cried and begged, "Your Majesty, please go to sleep." Leon finally agreed to compromise with the room decorated with paintings and ceramics placed around. Back to the present, pushing the food cart into the room, Han Hari raised his hand cautiously and said, "Your Majesty, Han Hari is here, come in." Leon's voice rang out, neither quickly nor slowly. Seeing him sitting on the chair looking at the outside view through the glass window, Han Hari asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Leon raised his eyebrows and replied, "Is there anything?" Hearing that, Han Hari was a little scared and immediately said, "This is a gentleman, please enjoy." Holding a glass of wine in his hand and taking a sip, Leon suddenly asked, "Have you had breakfast yet?" Han Hari narrowed his eyes and smiled and said, "Oh, not yet." Hearing that, Leon immediately exclaimed, "At least bring food for yourself, don't starve yourself." Receiving this reminder, Han Hari stammered in response, "Yes." She looked at the hot, attractive dishes in front of her. I swallowed my saliva and thought, it looks so delicious, I'll have to buy a sandwich to eat later. While thinking about this, Leon next to me suddenly said, "Sit down." Hearing that, Han Hari was surprised and thought to himself, is he planning to share his meal with me? Thinking so, she quickly sat down on the opposite side, rubbed her hands together and smiled brightly. Seeing that, Leon was a bit confused and asked, "What are you doing?" Han Hari was startled and didn't understand what the other person meant. At this moment, she heard the other person say, "I was about to ask you to cut a piece of ribs for me to eat." Han Hari's whole body suddenly stopped, her eyes widened in suspicion, or ask, "Not that you intend to share it with me?" Hearing these words, Leon glanced at him with disgust and said, "How can a king like me be humble to a commoner like you?" After breakfast, Han Hari and Leon got in the same car and left the hotel. In the car, Han Hari said, "The Hunter Association has decided to support Your Majesty's settlement. Although it is not a magnificent royal palace, it is still extremely luxurious." Hearing that, Leon immediately said seriously, "This is something worth paying attention to. For a person with status like me, it is impossible for someone to smear the bowl." Sitting in the co-pilot's seat, Han Hari immediately turned down to ask, "Your Majesty, I don't know how to calculate the distribution of spoils." Without letting her finish her sentence, Leon interrupted her and said, "I have given the order, I'll let you handle that part yourself, but don't touch that cloak, I'm a bit satisfied with that." Hearing the other person say that, Han Hari didn't know what to say except trying to force a twisted smile. Soon the car took the two people to their destination. Looking at the building in front of them, Han Hari smiled and said, "This place is very close to the Hunter Association. On the rooftop there is also a helicopter pad, so in an emergency we can also use it to move around. How do you feel about the atmosphere here?" Leon looked around, seeing a strange stone statue not far away. He thought to himself, "What are these strange things?" Stepping inside the building, a strange man suddenly walked out and said, "Oh, you are Assistant Han Hari of the Hunter Association, right?" Hearing people ask that, Han Hari thought in confusion, today's trip is a secret. Thinking so, she immediately chose her words, not knowing who he was. Hearing that, the man immediately smiled and introduced, "Ha, it's just a coincidence that I'm here. I'm Park Jong-chan, Director of Dujung Mirai Foods of Dujung Group." Dujung Group, Han Hari narrowed her eyes and repeated this name again. Then she thought to herself, Dujung Group is one of the 3 largest tycoon groups in Korea, but now they are still pretending to be in love. Flag and wait here. Park Jong-chan doesn't pay much attention to Han Hari. He turned his eyes to the person standing behind her and said, "Ah, this person must be a famous survivor recently." Hearing the other person say that, Han Hari immediately guessed what Park Jong-chan's intentions were. At this time, Park Jong-chan extended his hand towards Leon and smiled and said, "Nice to meet you, Leon Dragonia Lionheart." Leon stood still, looking at the hand held out in front of him. Then he said in disgust, "You're just a bunch of merchants asking to shake my hand." After saying this sentence, Leon immediately walked past Park Jong-chan. Seeing that, Han Hari quickly followed and led Leon to his room. I introduced, "This is where the association will serve Your Majesty for a year. The association will handle all management costs and rent so you don't need to worry. Well, there are also room service and cleaners are covered by management fees, so I think you can use them." Speaking of this, Han Hari suddenly breathed a sigh of relief and thought to himself, what a lucky thing, Information about the survivors is a special secret, so I don't know what Park Jong-chan's intentions are, but luckily Leon ignored it. Ignore him. Thinking like that, she asked a bit curiously, but in the end, what did that guy come here to see, His Majesty? Standing looking at the city outside through the glass window, Leon slowly said, that merchant is here, probably for profit. Profit? Han Hari didn't understand much and asked again, then she silently guessed, it was because the rice plants received God's blessing, right? At that time, the situation was extremely urgent, so information control could not operate properly. Taking that opportunity, many internet radio and television broadcasters recorded it. Our association firmly advised them to delete the video. Speculating like that, Han Hari immediately took out her phone to search, saw a video online. She immediately exclaimed, "Oh, someone posted it again, their last name is Park." But at this time in another room, Park Jong-chan held his phone in his hand. He was extremely angry and gritted his teeth and scolded, "Damn, that arrogant bastard. Hey, are you sure these rice plants are effective?" An employee standing next to him heard that and bowed his head and replied, "Yes, sure." Receiving this answer, Park Jong-chan immediately said, "We still have it, hasn't been clinically tested yet, experiments with rats were successful, but are we sure it will work on humans?" When the other employee heard that, he raised his hand and scratched his face, stammering and not being able to say a word. At this time, a woman came in from outside and called out, "Director, I have found the owner of that field to ensure the maximum number of seeds available, sir. But there I met a dog that died and came back to life. There was also a person who completely cured chronic rhinitis. After eating those rice grains, the people in the village were completely cured of their symptoms, for both minor and serious illnesses. We don't have clinical trial data, but we think it's been proven." Hearing these words, Park Jong-chan immediately smiled and said with satisfaction, "So that's it." After saying this sentence, his attitude turned 180 degrees, he gritted his teeth and scolded, "But it was crazy that that guy dared to treat a world-class director like me so arrogantly, like that." The woman heard that and slowly said, "Director, this must be successful, the capacity of that rice variety is limitless." Receiving this reminder, Park Jong-chan immediately calmed down. I nodded a few times, then curled my mouth cruelly and said, "I know, so I have to see him again." It's amazing that in Korea there are still people who look down on a successful businessman. Just because you own a few grains of rice, you make it big. You chose the wrong opponent, you barbaric survivor, you're just like the other survivors. Always behind civilization but mistakenly thinks the world we live in is the most developed. Prepare for culture shock, you idiot. Returning to Earth, Leon set 3 goals. The first was to spread belief in gods. There are many gods and believers on Earth, but the truly important thing, divine power, does not exist, a God who should receive worship and bless the world, but instead, still there are people who have to deal with illness. The land is increasingly polluted, so in order to use divine power, it is necessary to create new beliefs, therefore, more people must believe in the new God. Second, train the Templar Knights. In this world there does not exist an organization of warriors that use divine power. If the guardian of the Holy Grail, the King of Lionheart, is considered a demigod, then the Templar Knights are saints. They are knights of the gods who use divine power, they bring fear to demons. And finally, in order to slaughter all the demons roaming this land, restore divine power and nurture the Temple Knights, it is necessary to spread faith and maintain balance and order in Pantheon, to raise the Templar Knights. Maybe expecting the Temple Knights to appear in a place like this is a bit too much, but that doesn't affect me at all, I just need to fulfill my duty. Holding a glass of wine in his hand, Leon looked outside through the window and silently thought. At this moment, outside the door, the voice of Han Hari, "Your Majesty," was suddenly heard. "Someone requested to see you." Hearing that, Leon turned his head slightly to look back. He hummed loudly and said, "If they had gone through after the necessary procedures, there is no reason not to listen to them." Very quickly a person was led into the room. This person was none other than Park Jong-chan. He took a step forward and seriously greeted, "Thanking us for allowing us to see you, Your Majesty." Leon sat still on the sofa. He put one hand on his chin, didn't say anything but just sat there silently. When Park Jong-chan saw that, he was a bit angry. Trying to suppress his anger, he thought to himself, "Yes, if it was for business interests, I could completely bow down to this stupid maniac. Think like this." So Park Jong-chan smiled and said, "And this time I also brought a small gift, please accept it." After saying this, an employee immediately pulled up a rather large box. Park Jong-chan stood next to the box and silently exclaimed, he would be extremely surprised when he saw what it was. A top luxury product that even a crazy person like you can't see in your dreams. Once you try it, you won't be able to go back, I'll make you beg me to become your manager, mine. While thinking about this, Leon sitting on the opposite side suddenly spoke up and said, okay, you've put all your heart and soul into it, so I'll accept it. Accept it? Park Jong-chan seemed crazy because of these words. He silently scolded, what kind of attitude, accepting it as if he was blessing him. Thinking like that, but he still tried to force a smile, said, why don't you see what it is, I'm sure you'll like it. Hearing that, Leon gasped and then turned towards Hanhari and said, I don't want to waste my time explaining the rules to him. Hanhari, open it. Hearing the opponent's command, Hanhari immediately responded, yes, your majesty, Summer. After saying that, she immediately walked over and opened the box that Park Jong-chan brought. As soon as he saw the object inside, Hanhari's eyes immediately opened wide and he exclaimed, what is this? Hearing that, Park Jong-chan immediately stepped forward to introduce, ha ha, these are the most elite weapons, the pride of our group, I want you to choose the one you like best. Hanhari was completely fascinated by the weapons inside the box. She immediately asked, are they all special items made by the master craftsmen of the Dujung group? That's right, Park Jong-chan nodded and replied, they are all special grade items, the most elite of the elite. I heard that from now on you will be active as a hunter, these things will help you a lot. Hearing the other person say that, Hanhari was a little doubtful and thought, why did he just hand over the special weapons of the Dujung group, these top weapons that even money can't buy? I just saw these on a YouTube video when I was in school. While admiring this, Leon sitting on the opposite side suddenly said faintly, where can I use these low-level weapons? Low level, Park Jong-chan exclaimed with a black face. Hanhari heard that and stammered, your majesty, what do you mean low level? Leon changed to a more comfortable sitting position and then explained, how can a good sword lack the aura of the stars or divine blessings? You only use weapons to hunt monsters or something. These words made Park Jong-chan understand nothing. He was sweating and thought to himself, what the hell is he talking about? Do you want me to put my sword out to dry like chili peppers in the sun and even bring it out to pray? While thinking about this, Leon continued to reprimand, you are disloyal, businessman. Hearing the other person say that, Park Jong-chan quickly waved his hand and said, you misunderstood. Leon didn't pay any attention to him at this time. He shrugged and said, well, okay, since you're a businessman, it's normal to show off your stuff wherever you go. This thing can only kill chickens and cows, but I'll try. After saying this, Leon immediately raised his hand and took out a sharp sword. Seeing such a scene, Park Jong-chan thought in horror, what? He pulled out a sword from the air, an ancient sword, is that all he has? Disregarding his weapon so much, so what, this crazy bastard. Trying to suppress the indignation in his heart, Park Jong-chan smiled and said, well, I want to see the power of the sword in your hand, your majesty. After saying that, he immediately turned to Hanhari and called, the management secretary, Ms. Hanhari. Hanhari heard the call and was startled by a ringing sound. Park Jong-chan squinted his eyes and looked at her, then continued, do you want to try? One of the weapons here is no. Hearing this suggestion, Hanhari pointed at himself in surprise and asked again, oh, me. After saying that, she immediately turned to Leon to ask for advice. Seeing that the other person had no opinion, she went to choose a weapon. Pick up a sword from the pile of weapons in front of you. Hanhari silently exclaimed, the sword I admired for 4 years, the sword of master craftsman Park Jin-kyul, Dawn. I could feel its power, it really felt like it had absorbed the special portal's concentrated solar energy for 10 days. Holding the sword of Dawn in his hand, Hanhari turned around and asked Leon, can I really use this thing? Leon sat still, shrugged his shoulders and said, just swinging the toy, but you still need to ask permission. He heard the words, hey, Park Jong-chan was annoyed and silently scolded the bastard. On this side, Hanhari clutched the Dawn with both hands. She hesitantly spoke up, so here I come. Hearing that, Leon immediately held out the sword he had just pulled out to greet him. Hanhari used all his strength to slash the Dawn sword straight down. Immediately a cracking sound rang out. Both she and Park Jong-chan were startled and extremely scared. The Dawn sword had been broken in half. Leon sat on the sofa, took back his sword and faintly exclaimed, it's worse than I thought, it's a waste of time, I'll shorten the meeting time, you have 3 minutes. Hearing these words, Park Jong-chan turned pale, he stammered a few times but couldn't say a complete sentence. At this moment he thought to himself, is Dawn broken? The strongest weapon of the Dujung group is broken then? No way. There was no other way. It was at the last step. Park Jong-chan immediately bowed his head and made his proposal. So I want to ask for the right to patent rice. What? Leon asked as if he couldn't hear clearly. Afraid that the other person would refuse, Park Jong-chan immediately replied, "Of course we will pay, according to our calculations, it's worth about 180 billion won." Saying that, he thought to himself, of course its value is much higher, there is no way the rice that can cure cancer would only have that price, but there is no way this crazy guy would know the value of 110 billion won, he will go crazy when he hears me explain how much that amount of money is worth. Not bothering to pay attention to the value of that money, Leon leisurely asked, "You said you wanted to buy rice with money?" Here, Park Jong-chan waited for each question to answer with a smile, "Yes, of course you have to sign a contract that the Dujung Group will have a monopoly on rice. Well, if you want, I can raise the price further." Before the words could be finished, Leon was extremely angry and opened his mouth to scold, "Stupid merchant. You dare to insult the gods." Leon was extremely angry and shouted, "These stupid merchants dare to insult the gods." Hearing this scolding, Park Jong-chan completely did not understand what was going on. Feeling a pressure radiating from Leon's body, Park Jong-chan cried out in fear, unable to make a sound. At this time Leon continued to say, "Stupid, do you know your crime yet?" The pressure that the other person exuded was extremely heavy. Park Jong-chan's face was covered in sweat, he couldn't bear it anymore and immediately bent down and fell to the ground. He stammered and cried out, I really not knowing what I did wrong." Hearing him say that, Leon made a disgusted noise and then waved his hand and said, "Can one be so ignorant and ignorant? That produce is the fruit born from the land that Damara blessed, it is a good blessing for the farmers who sweat and plow the fields. Is not something that can be bought with thousands of gold but is bestowed with gratitude and faith accordingly. You cowards who pursue shallow profits while defrauding others, I ask you, how can you benefit from the products of gods that you do not believe in?" Park Jong-chan couldn't lift his head at all, he had to stay in that position until he heard all of Leon's teachings. After seeing people off, Han Hari returned to the room. She was a little confused and asked, "Is it okay to let Director Park Jong-chan go like that? From your Majesty's point of view, even when they are crooks, they are also people with significant influence." Hearing her say that, Leon turned his head slightly and shook his head and replied, Not worth worrying about, just that is not a big deal, don't shake the crooks, anyway, is what I told you to prepare ready." Hearing this, Han Hari quickly raised the item in his hand and said, I have already contacted the association but this time your Majesty will also check. In order, doing inspection and measurement will make the work more convenient. Hearing what the other person said, Leon's face darkened and he turned around and shouted, "What are you talking about? Are you saying that those worthless people will check this Lionheart King?" Han Hari was startled and quickly exclaimed, "Oh, then why do you want to go there?" Leon crossed his arms in front of his chest and calmly replied, "We must select capable freedom soldiers, I will test them." Hearing this, Han Hari stammered out a sweat, saying that in order. Without letting her finish her sentence, Leon decisively ordered that if it couldn't work, it had to be done. The next day, at the headquarters of the Korean Hunter Association, a surprised voice rang out, "Oh, Yugu also came this year. Yugu came to re-evaluate your rank. Yugu really worked hard." Force, the person just mentioned was Gu Dae-sung, a level D freedom hunter. Hearing the other person say that, he burst out laughing a few times in response. The other person continued to ask, "How is this year? Are you sure you will get promoted?" Hearing that, Gu Dae-sung immediately said, "Well, you have to work harder, don't say that." The man next to you comforted, "Or is it, come join our team?" Holding a cup of coffee in his hand, Gu Dae-sung said nothing but thought to himself, "Those guys without talent are ranked C, but after 10 years I'm still ranked D." Seeing that he didn't answer, the man next to him didn't get angry but continued to talk, like the Gu boy would probably be honest and quietly do his job well, and would quickly become an ace. Well, having said that, the mining team isn't bad either. At this time, Gu Dae-sung laughed and replied, "That's true, I've been taking the exam for 10 years already, even so I still want to try a little more." Saying these words, he thought to himself, "If not, dungeons have high life bonuses, interest payments are also very tight, and I have a family to take care of, I can't give up, no matter what, I have to get to sea level to escape the situation of being a porter, carry." I was immersed in my own thoughts when the man next to me suddenly shouted, "Oh, are you a foreigner?" Hearing these words, Gu Dae-sung immediately raised his head to look at the person next to him, only to see a blonde person standing there in the distance. Seeing that, he was also suspicious and said, "Is it European?" The man hearing that, the person next to him immediately objected, "Isn't he a foreign worker? On the outside, he looks like royalty." The person they saw was none other than Leon. The man standing next to Gu Dae-sung walked up to Leon and said, "Hello, hey young man, how are you?" Hearing these words, Leon immediately turned his head and scolded in a cold voice, "Don't intentionally start a conversation with me, untouchable." This successful scolding made the man stunned. He turned back to Gu Dae-sung and asked, "Did he learn Korean?" "That's right." Gu Dae-sung also felt the same and nodded, replied. At this moment, he noticed Leon suddenly turned around and glanced at him. Gu Dae-sung somehow felt a bit scared, his face started to sweat. The man next to him saw that his expression was a bit strange and asked with concern, "Ha, you Gu, what's wrong, where does it hurt?" Gu Dae-sung did not answer his question, his face was completely pale now. He thought to himself, "What is it? I can't breathe, it's like something is oppressing me, something giant." Right at this critical moment, a female employee opened the door, stepped out and raised her voice to call, "Gu Dae-sung number 57, please come into interview room number 2. Hearing this call, Gu Dae-sung felt the pressure on his body immediately disappear. He was startled and turned his head to look back and quickly replied, "Ah, yes, I'm coming now." And in the distance, Leon turned his head away and then sighed softly, "Well, just about one person. I'm not here to find a strong man, but there's no one worthy of being a knight, either. It's all the same, before the people who came to check were all low-level hunters, now they're just idiots who came to check for awareness." Waiting outside for a moment, another employee came out and shouted loudly, "Number 77, Leon Dragonia Lionheart, please come to interview room number 9. Hearing this, Leon breathed out and said softly, "Well, from the beginning it was an unsatisfactory situation." In interview room number 9, Leon pushed the door open and inside there were several staff members waiting for him. An employee held a file in his hand and asked in his voice, "Mr. Leon Dragonia Heart number 77. Hearing the other person say that, Leon was unhappy and immediately said, "Commoner, please call me Your Majesty." The employee who spoke was stunned for a moment, then cooperated very well and spoke up, "Ah, Your Majesty, so. Please put your hand on the measuring ball here to check." Looking at the ball placed in front of him, Leon furrowed his eyebrows. He observed for a moment, then opened his mouth to scold. "Stupid, how dare a commoner test a knight's honor?" Hearing this scolding, the inspection staff hastily explained, "It's not us who are measuring, but the magic tools." Not yet, having finished his sentence, Leon angrily interrupted, "You say a machine like this will measure a knight's ability? Only honorary knights and gods can distinguish knights." Hearing these words, the inspection staff thought completely helplessly, so why did he come here? Leon still did not stop talking. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and continued to speak, "I came to recruit talented soldiers, but even the judges are ordinary people like this. Recruiting people, staff." I couldn't believe it. I thought to myself, it's so obvious. At this time, I heard Leon ask again, "I haven't seen anyone satisfied yet, what is the next test?" Feeling an invisible pressure from the other person, the test staff immediately answered, "Well, a practical check at the gate." Hearing this answer, Leon was extremely satisfied and said, "Well, originally the true strength will be shown in regular training sessions and practical combat. I will visit." At this point, the inspector's face tray was already black. He scolded silently, it was not a tour but a participation. At the Seoul Station gate, the supervisor's extremely serious voice rang out, "Don't everyone have symptoms of dizziness? When passing through the gate, there will be people who feel drunk. Normally, completed gates are closed and deleted, but a few dungeons are intentionally left for the sake of convenience. Here, the Seoul Station gate is also one of them." Hearing the supervisor's call to gather, Gu Dae-sung frowned and thought, this year's measurement is not too different from last year. To reverse the assessment, I have to be positive in this practical test. While thinking about this, a girl behind her suddenly exclaimed, "Wow, this is the gate, brother, this place is absolutely a hot place." The person called brother standing next to her heard that and gently reminded her, "Na Yun, first turn off your phone." Gu Dae-sung in front heard this conversation and immediately thought to himself, are these two new people? At this moment, there was an old man next to him with his hands behind his back as he walked happily exclaiming, "Ho ho, the atmosphere was wonderful." Looking at this old man once, Gu Dae-sung thought to himself, an old man, over 60 years old, is it level D like me or is it C? And the foreign worker I just met in the waiting room just now, taking the promotion exam at this age, is probably a rookie, except for the old man, the rest are all rookies, is that okay? The foreign worker that Gu Dae-sung had just mentioned was Leon. He wore a luxurious suit, a pair of sunglasses on his face, and walked to the gathering place in a very comfortable and light manner. After everyone gathered in one place, Gu Dae-sung spoke, "So let's confirm our positions together. I, Gu Dae-sung, this year will be 10 years as a hunter, my profession is a warrior, my main position is a dealer. Next, a pair of rookie brothers from earlier introduced themselves. The older brother spoke first, Shin Tae-hun, awakened this year, using spear and shield. As soon as these words ended, the younger sister also continued, I am his younger brother, Shin Na-yun, I use a short sword, and am currently learning to use a bow and arrow. After hearing the introduction of these two brothers, Gu Dae-sung frowned and thought, these rookies don't know their strength. Thinking so, he asked again, had the two of them ever gone to school anywhere? Hearing this question, Shin Tae-hun very confidently pointed at himself and his sister and said, my sister and I have been going to the academy for 3 months. What a rookie, Gu Dae-sung thought, then turned to the old man standing next to him and asked, what about him? Hearing that, the old man immediately raised his voice and said, he is O Kang Tae with 5 years of experience, his weapon is gloves, although he has awakened, he is busy working, and has recently retired. Hearing that, Gu Dae-sung frowned and thought, his experience was too little compared to his age, and his weapon was gloves, hard to compare with spears and swords. Thinking for a moment, he turned to Leon and asked, can the last person, the foreign worker, speak Korean? Leon heard the other person asking about him, so he raised his hand to rub his chin, his eyebrows furrowed tightly, then faintly said, I don't fight, I can't use a sword to cut down dragons to catch chickens. Hearing these words, Gu Dae-sung suddenly turned to stone and could not utter another word. He observed Leon for a moment and then thought to himself, this guy's Korean has a problem. After arranging for a while, all 5 people along with a supervisor immediately entered the gate. Inside the gate was a dense forest. As they entered, the supervisor said, this time the inspection just hunt 50 kobolds. Occasionally, some interesting things appear on the battlefield. If there is danger, the supervisor will appear directly, so please rest assured and focus on developing your abilities. After hearing these words, Gu Dae-sung thought to himself, will this test be okay? He remembered the conversation between him and Leon earlier. At that time, he asked, did this foreign young man not use any weapons? Seeing him ask, Shin Na-yun also curiously spoke up, handsome, can I borrow your weapon? Do you use a bow and arrow? You know how to use it. Leon glanced at the bow and arrow that Shin Na-yun brought. He picked it up and asked, asking someone like me to use it. Shin Na-yun's eyes sparkled and nodded, yes, just use it and return it to me. Hearing her say that, Leon was extremely angry. He clutched the bow and arrow in his hand and suddenly slammed it on the ground and shouted. Knights do not use this lowly long-range weapon. Seeing his bow and arrow being broken mercilessly, Shin Na-yun shouted in panic, my bow and arrow, hey, what are you doing? Remembering this, Gu Dae-sung sweated and calculated, if this is the case, then this year's test will be over. Not wanting to think about these unfortunate events anymore, Gu Dae-sung decided to walk forward. After walking for a while, he pointed to one direction and said to the people behind, do you know a place? If there's no point, we'll go there and hunt. Hearing this question, Shin Tae-hun immediately smiled and said, he has more experience. The old man O Kang Tae also smiled and said, he has no opinion. At this time, Shin Tae-hun walked closer to Gu Dae-sung and cautiously asked, Dae-sung, there is a herd near the end of the steppe, there must be more people there. Hearing what the other side said, Gu Dae-sung immediately raised his voice and said, when the number of people is small, don't rush into their nest. If you are surrounded, you cannot guarantee a way to retreat. We will attack the ones that live in the cave, we will burn the leaves and grass around to blow smoke in, then we can easily attack the kobolds in the cave. When the two Shin brothers heard this, their eyes lit up and looked at Gu Dae-sung admiringly. Shin Tae-hun nodded in praise. Experienced people were different. Being complimented on this sentence, Gu Dae-sung was a little shy and laughed a few times and then said, it's nothing. Saying that, he thought to himself, what is there to be proud of? I have learned and researched all the attack methods, imagining that one day I will enter the highest gate, although it is always the gate, soul. This time I have to level up, when will I get rank C? While thinking about this, Gu Dae-sung suddenly noticed that Shin Tae-hun next to him was a bit strange. Shin Tae-hun's face was now covered in sweat. He looked straight ahead and stammered out a cry. In front was the kobold. Following Shin Tae-hun's gaze, Gu Dae-sung saw a group of kobolds that had been standing there for who knows how long. He reacted very quickly and quickly turned back and instructed, Tae-hun, use your shield to block the front. Yes, Shin Tae-hun nodded and replied. On the other side, a kobold bared its sharp teeth, roared and rushed forward. Shin Tae-hun held his shield and spear and immediately rushed forward to kill that kobold. He pulled back his spear and said, you idiots, if you keep fighting head-on like this, stopping it will be easy. Speaking of this, behind Shin Na-yun suddenly raised her bow and nervously shouted, you, next to me. Shin Tae-hun hadn't heard anything yet. He was startled and turned around, then the kobold next to him rushed towards him. Seeing this scene, Gu Dae-sung worriedly shouted, "Tae-hun." He hurriedly ran forward, swung his sword and killed the kobold on the spot, then angrily reminded him not to be negligent. Although they were weak, they acted very quickly. On the other side, old man Oh Kang Tae is also killing non-stop. Gu Dae-sung turned around and praised her, "Very good, not much left, let's go." Leaving the first killing site, all 5 people gathered together in one place to discuss. Gu Dae-sung spoke up, "Everything has been hard." Shin Tae-hun held a shield in his hand and took a step forward, a little embarrassed, and said in a low voice, "I'm sorry, it's my fault." Hearing that, Gu Dae-sung immediately shook his head and said, "It's okay, everyone has their first time." Na-yeon also took care of 2 of them. Thanks to the old man, no one was injured, everyone did a great job. After saying these encouraging words, Gu Dae-sung thought to himself, maybe at first he was a bit dissatisfied, but this group seems not bad, except for one person. Gu Dae-sung looked at where Leon was standing, thought for a moment and then called out, "Hey foreign brother, we fought together but why didn't you do anything?" "That's right," Shin Na-yeon nodded in agreement then turned around, "Supervisor said. He was just watching from behind." "Employee, is it okay to do that?" The supervisor heard that and immediately smiled and said, "Ha ha, everything will be fully reflected, please don't worry." Seeing the supervisor say that, Gu Dae-sung didn't want to say more. He immediately raised his voice and said, "Then let's go deeper, a cave will appear." After walking a part of the way, he saw a stone cave standing tall in front of him. Shin Tae-hun was extremely surprised and exclaimed, "Here we go, there really is a cave." Gu Dae-sung stood next to him and nodded a few times then said, "Let's light the fire like I said earlier." Very quickly, they went looking for and brought back a pile of dry leaves and grass piled up at the cave entrance. Gu Dae-sung walked over and took out the lighter. Just as he was about to light the fire, Leon standing behind him suddenly spoke up, "Do you really think this is the best way?" Gu Dae-sung heard that and immediately turned around and asked, Just now you haven't helped anything and are still talking nonsense, what?" Leon crossed his arms and slowly walked forward and said, "I asked if that was the best way, don't make me say it twice." Feeling an invisible pressure radiating from the other person, Gu Dae-sung quickly replied, "I have used this method 3 times, all 3 times were successful." Hearing that, Leon immediately raised his eyebrows and said, "Basing on experience is not bad, but how can you rely on experience when it is still not certain enough?" Seeing that the other person was talking too much, Gu Dae-sung got a little angry and scolded him, "Hey, you're young so what do you know?" Not bothering to pay attention to Leon anymore, Gu Dae-sung decisively lit the fire. Looking at the fire burning in front of the cave entrance, he immediately turned around and said, "Everyone gather around, soon there will be a few animals sneaking in, out from the cave." "Yes," everyone behind replied in unison and took a stance ready to fight. Soon, several kobolds rushed out from inside the cave. Shin Na-yeon raised her bow then shouted loudly, "It's time." They began to brandish their weapons to attack these kobolds. Gu Dae-sung also fought and smiled, thinking, "Indeed, my way cannot be wrong." Thinking that, he immediately shouted, "Great, let's deal with them like that, deal with all of these and then just need to catch the few remaining animals on the steppe." Just after killing like that for a while, suddenly a howl rang out. Hearing this howl, Gu Dae-sung immediately stopped in place. His face began to turn a little pale. He recognized this howl, it was as the howl of the leader. At this time Gu Dae-sung was a little scared. He thought to himself, "It can't be, the leader is the boss of this soul gate, ranked higher than level C, why did it appear now?" The ferocious beasts became more and more ferocious. They screamed, revealing their sharp teeth, just waiting to knock down their opponents and devour them alive. The girl was extremely worried and shouted, "Dae-sung, what should we do?" Dae-sung really didn't know what to do at this time. His strength was gradually depleted, it was difficult to hold on any longer. Na-yeon raised her bow and said loudly, "Me and Tae-hun will fight the leader." Seeing that everyone was trying, Dae-sung also regained his spirit to arrange a fighting position. He said, "The old man and her yun then stopped the kobolds in the cave." Watching everyone fight, Dae-sung thought to himself, there needs to be at least one experienced person on each side. Besides, it would be suicidal for D-level to confront a leader without protection. The monster's strength did not decrease, on the contrary, Dae-sung's teammates could hardly hold on any longer. Dae-sung was worried, even though he was a rookie, I could only hope that tanker Shin Tae-hun could hold out a little. Tae-hun and the monster looked eye to eye, but with fearful eyes and a ferocious look. The monster rushed towards Tae-hun. This rookie boy was so scared that he stiffened, couldn't move, and his eyes began to water. Dae-sung shouted, "Tae-hoon, calm down." No, the boss's aura overwhelmed his spirit. At that rate, it's impossible to block that attack. And just as Dae-sung saw it, Tae-hoon was quickly defeated by the monster. Dae-sung panicked when he saw it. "Tae-hoon, damn, this is not good." Tae-hoon's face was now pale and his body was shaking. The staff stood watching and thought to themselves, why don't the association staff step up to help? They said that if they were in danger, they would help, so Tae-hoon would. Tae-hoon is now standing in front of the situation, panicking and unable to do anything. Tae-hoon on this side bit his lip, trying his best to hold back. Damn it. He stomped his foot down to gain momentum, holding the shield tightly in his hand. Dae-sung jumped up and rushed to rescue Tae-hoon. Tae-hoo stepped back. The bloodthirsty beast also raised his sword, aiming straight at the opponent. He was determined to take down several humans in one shot. Its blade struck down, creating a huge explosion, shaking heaven and earth. Luckily, Dae-sung came in time to use his small shield and tried his best to block the beast's attack. He gritted his teeth and tried his best. Secretly she screamed loudly to cheer herself up. But Dae-sung's strength had long been exhausted, so the shield was quickly knocked away. The monster continued to raise the hammer high, growling in preparation for the next blow. Dae-sung was also in a ready position, but he was extremely worried about whether he could stop it. If Tae-hoon doesn't wake up and keeps getting attacked by that monkey, how can I escape? I'll die at this rate. Dae-sung's heart was extremely panicked at this moment. He didn't know what to do. He could only reassure himself, considering that he had enough points to pass. Suddenly someone appeared. This person was able to block the monster's big hammer with 2 fingers. It turned out to be Leon. He looked at Dae-sung and said coldly, "Try again." Dae-sung couldn't believe his eyes, praying that he was blocking the leader's attack with just his finger. He asked again in shock, "What did you say?" Leon's voice was a bit harsh now. "I said pick up the shield and fight again. Since you've done it once, why can't you do it a second time? Hey, quickly stand up and pick up the shield." Dae-sung doesn't understand what's going on. He's still talking. Leon continued to talk. "I tell you to block its attack and counterattack. Hurry up." Dae-sung still refused to understand, saying, "No, what are you talking about now?" You couldn't stand it anymore and shouted, "Don't you see the current situation? Everyone is in danger." Leon heard this and shouted angrily, "How insolent, you should feel honored to receive the guidance of the Lionheart King, but dare to give your opinion there, you cannot repay the debt of gratitude like rivers and seas." Finally, Leon repeated his orders, held his shield, blocked, and counterattacked. After hearing those words, Dae-sung felt a bit resentful. He thought to himself, did I do something wrong? Then he looked up at the beast, but to survive he had to do anything. The monster still looked as disgusting as before. It looked towards the small people and growled terrifyingly. Without letting humans prepare, it opened its mouth full of fangs and began to attack. Leon didn't say anything. He looked at it with cold eyes. "Crazy dog, are you crazy?" Another one also growled, aiming fiercely at Dae-sung. The monster swung its knife and slashed at him. Fortunately, he quickly used his shield to block the attack, but it seemed a bit difficult. Dae-sung reassured himself, "Be strong." He almost lost his shield. Leon reminded him, "You idiot, if you hold a shield, how can you stop it with just strength?" He stood to the side, crossed his arms and said, "Don't confront things with strength beyond human strength. Get a weapon, out and aim for the opening." "How can you be confident of success with just a shield?" Leon reminded. "The opponent is not a dummy but a beast that is alive and knows how to learn. Use your head to think." It's true that Leon is very good at showing Dae-sung the way, but he can't teach Dae-sung in a normal way. Leon's words make Dae-sung extremely angry. "Damn, so what should I say? Tell mom to leave." Before he could finish his sentence, Leon gave him a painful kick in the elbow. He couldn't take his eyes off the enemy. Dae-sung also realized the problem. "If I hadn't stopped him just now, I would have died. I had to concentrate." Leon continued to show him the way. "Don't bury your talent, bring out your hidden power." Even though his words are harsh, Leon still believes in Dae-sung. "You can do better than that." After hearing Leon's words, Dae-sung started to feel confused about himself. "Do I have talent? Me? I've been a D-level person for 10 years without any special skills. I just accidentally awakened. There's no way it could be like that." I heard one sentence, that old saying, "There's no way I don't have talent." It seems like Leon's encouragement helped Dae-sung regain a little spirit. "This time, I can do it." He was extremely determined. "I can do it, I can do it." The beast's blade fell again. The shield could no longer hold. cracks appeared. But this time he was able to stop it. He happily shouted, "It's done, I'm done." But before he could finish congratulating, he was punched in the face by the beast. He was immediately thrown away, lying flat on the ground. Leon also said helplessly, how could he not have a comprehensive view? Looks like it's still very weak, the results of this year's verdict of Gu Dae Sung. Returning to the office, Leon wondered, he knew from the beginning there was no way that the remaining soldier was a normal person. The president of the Korean Hunter Association Oh Kang-hyuk laughed and said, "Ha ha, I even wear a mask, an illusion to hide my body and face, but it seems like it doesn't make any sense." He also wondered, this time you directly participated in the evaluation, did you get what you wanted? He slowly replied, calmly, I have supervised the candidate for the position of knight, besides, even if I don't feel impatient, I have no intention of going abroad. Mr. O nodded in agreement and said, this is indeed a correct guess, it seems that His Majesty's Majesty is so strong that his mood is a bit tense. Remembering what just happened, Mr. O said, similar to his appearance just now, after all, it was a D-level dungeon monster, the boss monster was estimated to be more than C-level. At that time, Leon raised a finger and said contemptuously, these idiots can't even become human, how long are you going to look at my beauty? And then with one finger, he defeated the beast. Mr. O smiled and said, you really treat it like a toy. Leon raised his face, looked humble and said, that random place is not a place to walk around. When Mr. O saw that attitude, he coughed and said, in short, if your Majesty sets up an association, our side will help you, your Majesty also guessed this, right? Leon replied. There is no easier way than fame, when you have reputation, it will be easier to gather people, in this era, there are not many ways to spread fame such as force. Leon began to seriously discuss with Mr. O, there was a gate that was heavily read because it failed in the attack at Cheongju. It is a place that no one can complete in a year, the city that Leon spoke about is an extremely cruel place. He continued, grab the jewel of wisdom held by the Yakult Spiner, that was the boss of that special gate that was upgraded to red, and please destroy it. Gate of Cheongju Stadium, First Attack Team, KPP Association, money entered. The knights entered while carefully observing the surrounding situation. Ho Yul was so shocked by the scene before him that he could only say, this is the place. Aaron was equally surprised, he said, I know, that modern civilization is, after all, at least a more developed civilization than Earth. Haeri seemed quite excited, it's really magical, this is the gate to the future world, but Arndt coldly contradicted that, he said once there is magic or martial arts, there is no such thing as is the world of the future. Thanks to his sharpness, Ho Yul quickly discovered something unusual, he immediately informed his president, the president, that this was a server vulnerability. After hearing this, Han-Soo sighed, it really hurts his head, then he has to change his strategy when fighting monsters. Ho Yul also agreed, that's right because a hunter's strategy is usually to fight with a small number of enemies, strong. After a while of observing, Han-Soo aimed at a building in the distance. He loudly informed everyone that the higher the building over there as a base, the easier it would be to observe. So the whole group moved together to the base designated by the president. After arriving, everyone worked together to rearrange the base and build a safety system for it. Han-Soo went to where Ho Yul was observing and asked, Ho Yul, did you see anything? Ho Yul replied, there is really nothing at all, not a single NPC, nor any monsters. After hearing that, Han-Soo was quite surprised but still tried to ask, where is the Yakult Spiner? It seems to be the boss here, but Ho Yul's answer was, absolutely nowhere. Han-Soo felt extremely strange and he was also quite worried about this, he crossed his arms in front of his chest and thought, in a big city like this, not having a single human or monster would be strange. Suddenly he saw from afar an army appearing, it was the resistance army, luckily they did not have to confront the army of the cruel dictatorial government. Seeing that army appear, Han-Soo immediately turned back to gather and inform everyone, the entire KPP assembly, noticed that although we have entered the gate, there is still little information about the Yakult Spiner. Finally, he reminded everyone, anyway, we have to be sure of the surrounding area, and choose a reconnaissance team and try mapping. Before Han-Soo could get to the fishing sheets, someone attacked him and shot him in the head. His blood splashed all over the people around him, everyone seemed dumbfounded when they saw their teammate and president die right before their eyes. But quickly everyone had to regain composure and spread out to find cover. Ho Yul shouted, it was a shooting, everyone quickly hide. He nervously shouted his teammate's name, Kyuk, Dae-oh. The team lost its president like a snake lost its head. Ho Yul was extremely worried and didn't know what to do. Han Su, a level A tanker, couldn't react in time to figure out how to defeat it. He said to his teammates, "Damn, everyone will die like that. Have you determined the enemy's location?" Hae-ri replied, "Direction 3 holds. Because of the dust and smoke, the distance cannot be calculated." Suddenly she turned around and worriedly told Ho Yul, the vice president, the ground couldn't hold anymore. Ho Yul also felt that, so she quickly informed everyone, "I know." Everyone retreated one by one. The whole gang helped each other to evacuate people. "Hurry up, the building is about to collapse." The blonde girl was still a bit hesitant and asked, "Vice President, what about the president?" However, Ho Yul cautiously said, "Something is very correct and we'll come find him later." He ordered, "Hae-ri, you go first to see if the exit is safe." Hae-ri also quickly received the order, "Yes, I'll go first." As she approached the door, she turned around and announced, "Vice President, I don't feel any signs, it seems the exit is safe." Having finished speaking, she quickly headed out, but her haste had to pay a high price. As soon as she walked out the door, she was stunned. Hae-ri felt something unusual. She touched her neck and discovered that something had cut her neck. Her teammates behind her were also stunned and called her name. It was steel wire. The whole city was now covered by steel wire. If you were careless, your neck would be slit immediately. Ho Yul angrily ordered everyone, "Damn it, clean it all up," he said very calmly, "get out of here at all costs." Quickly transferring mana into weapons, steel wires are also normal things. However, Long Ho Yul was still very worried. In the end, who was it? Was the enemy really a person? You don't know when he started paying attention, you don't know anything about him. While everyone is confused, the robot from above is observing their every move. It slowly flew down and approached the target. Ho Yul discovered it. But it was too late, the robot was too close for the knights to have time to react. Ho Yul could only scream, "Cuck," then jumped away. The force of this robot's shot was too terrible. Luckily everyone was able to dodge it, but were seriously injured. Ho Yul looked at the robot with an angry expression. He shouted, "Come out quickly, you damn bastard." Ho Yul said, "Is it you? Are you Yakult Spiner?" From the robot came the sound of a girl. What if there was this robot? In an urgent situation, you can still fight even when you lack bullets. A girl with long, flowing hair stands from afar controlling the robot. Hearing that sarcastic voice made Ho Yul even angrier. "This monster, okay, very okay, then kill our members." Immediately the girl ordered, "Yappy, help me protect this city." Immediately, the robot caught super thin steel wires and wrapped them around the hunters, killing them all. Cheongju Gate 58 KPP Hunter. The first attack team had no survivors, the second attack team, the third attack team, all failed and not a single person returned. Raise the difficulty level of the Yakult Spiner attack. The boss of the gate turns red. The Cheongju Gong attack is suspended indefinitely. A new team appears. The guy with the braided hair put the heavy hammer on the ground and said, "The damn weather is as unpleasant as ever seen in the video." The half-haired girl coldly said, "Don't go into the inner city. The deeper you go into the inner city, the higher the probability encounter the higher Yakult Spiner." The white-headed leader said, "So, as discussed before, we will take back the intellectual gems to the Magic Tower. All the credit and the remaining 60 billion in cash will be transferred to the Golden Lion Association." Suddenly the atmosphere changed, smoke flew blindly, the number of people entering the gate of Cheongju Stadium. The guild this time is the Golden Lion Guild, ranked 10th in Korea, President Hwang Jiam-chol, Vice President Hwang Yun-ha, 47 people, belonging to the Magic Tower with Guild Tae-sung, mercenaries 48 people. And a girl with a soft voice, moaning Korean Hunter Association Han Hari. She offered tea while using a gentle voice, slowly saying, "Your Majesty, please try it." The person called His Majesty sipped the tea, praising, "Not bad, what is this tea called?" Han Hari replied softly, "This is called barley tea, sir." There is also one more person. The fourth attack battle began at the gate of Cheongju Stadium. The city is still deserted, without a soul. Her Majesty saw Han Hari standing there shaking, so she asked, "What's wrong?" She then said, "I'm worried that things are going quite smoothly, but at the same time it doesn't look like it will be peaceful for much longer." The girl scratched her cheek and said, "Honestly, I think the best situation is if everything can be resolved without your Majesty having to get involved, but if that's the case, you won't have a chance to increase your reputation." His Majesty calmly answered her, "Yes, that was the best situation that could happen. If King Lionheart himself had not directly intervened, it would mean that this situation would not have happened. Unfortunately, what do you think is the role of a king in the country where I once ruled? Han Hari still did not understand His Majesty's words and asked, Governor. Your Majesty said again, that's right, anyone can take over that role, unless it's an arrogant person. I think all rulers will be the same. The lady continued to wonder, then is the king of the knights? Before she could ask, she suddenly remembered, now that she thought about it. Every time he intervened, it was only when the attack couldn't be blocked. She thought of something, so the duty of law of Lionheart is. Leon also guessed what she wanted to say, so he continued to speak for her, being the last stronghold. He continued, do you understand, if the king of Lionheart had to get involved, it would be a shame for the knights, and it would show how serious the situation was. He raised his voice arrogantly and said, coincidentally, it seems like I have to once again intervene on behalf of pitiful weak people like you. But mentioning this, you are a bit sad to say, I miss my respected knights so much, but this conquest team has Huang Jiamchul, who is an S rank and also has an A rank mage, so I think everything will be okay. Leon turned to Han Hari and asked, you call them hunters, right? I admit that they do indeed possess superior strength compared to normal people. Hearing Leon say the words, Hari felt a little more nervous and waited. She observed that His Majesty's face darkened, his voice sounded somewhat scary, he said every word, they had never experienced real war. Leon suddenly changed his tone, with a bit of sarcasm in it, is the outskirts of the city safe? You guys must seem quite confident with that information even though you've only encountered the enemy only 3 times, huh? He frowned as he looked at the knights and said, you call yourself a conquering team, judging from the monster's movement patterns and acting on the little information you learned, sounds ridiculous, Star. Leon brought surprise after surprise to Han Hari. The innocent girl's eyes widened in bewilderment, she was extremely wondering, what did he mean by that? Knowing that Han Hari did not understand like everyone else, Leon immediately said, a general will know how to react depending on how the situation develops, there is no standard or model for that. Leon raised his hand to stroke his chin and said, from what I heard, this thing is called a Yago spinner. Suddenly there was a huge explosion. Leon had just finished his sentence saying that he was a talented warrior. It turned out that the explosion was from the base of Yago spinner and the engineer. The girl seemed to be seriously injured, she had difficulty controlling her breathing and said, I'm sorry, this is the end of me. She looked at the spinner and said earnestly, so, could you do me one last favor? Immediately this robot activated the mode, automatically eliminating all unidentified objects that invaded the sky, city. Receiving orders, the robot continuously made deafening sounds. It crawls through buildings, observing and searching for targets. A knight shouted, it's Yago Spinner, find shelter quickly, take cover. Yago Spinner continuously uses his camera to scan the entire city looking for those who need to be eliminated. It almost knew that it was receiving a final order, so it was using power many times stronger than before. The city continuously experiences large explosions followed by intense lightning and tornadoes. Everyone can only do it temporarily, they looked at the victims and cursed, what kind of damn monster is that? The robot now seemed to be commanding itself, the river creatures responding had lost 23% of the ocean, started shooting to increase the suppression effect, gathering 48% of their energy. Suddenly, Huang Jiamchul jumped up from nowhere, the hero used his huge hammer to hit the robot in the head. The main body has received damage, the pressure inside has increased, changing priority, it targets Huang Jiamchul, issues orders, eliminates unknown object. But Huang revealed a sly smile and said, it's too late, this piece of scrap metal, Jiamsun. Hearing the call, Jiamsun quickly transformed and came out to support him, but she also didn't forget to scold Huang Jiamchul, I told you, don't call me Jiamsun. She cursed while rushing to attack the robot. Thanks to the combined efforts of the two people, the robot was short-circuited and unable to move. Haven't used it yet, it still has to endure the attack from the white-haired magician, he said, I will take care of the rest. The robot can do almost nothing, the Iron Merchant faction is increasing, purging urgent objects, the radar system has been lowered, allowing the use of limited resources. Activate RWR device inside the city, target. The cameras in the city suddenly started working, they seemed haunted, like a robot looking for a target. And its first target is the mage, level 3 risk, priority exclusion. Yago Spinner suddenly fired a series of guns to distract and then took off and flew away. The knights shouted, it's running, quickly chase it. But things are not easy when a series of cameras in the city attack the knights to support the robot. Seeing this, the magician immediately made a suggestion, I would activate the jamming force field and gather it in one place for me. Gil Taesung kicked the ground hard. He used all his strength to create a large magic ball, spreading throughout the city. Seeing this, his teammates asked, "Gil Taesung, what is this? The incoming projectiles have been deflected." He immediately replied, "It's a kind of magic tool created to fight the Yago spinner. Unfortunately that I have to use it this early, but Yago spinner can now explode at any time, risk factor is present, abnormal condition has been observed, system recovery maintenance is initiated." Observation analysis completed, it began reviewing coordinates, accurately determining the target, and opened fire. The teammate next to Gil Taesung was shot until he bled. He stood next to the side stunned, not understanding what was happening. He was a little scared. It couldn't be, it had already calculated the direction of the bullet to create a curvature to pass through the shield. What the hell was that thing? That's it. Suddenly someone shouted and everyone stopped. Everyone stood still and observed, only to discover that the entire city was covered in ropes. Everyone felt shocked. Why did it not only run away at that time, but how could it have arranged all of this? Yago spinner floats above its labyrinth of strings as if to provoke. It pointed the gun's muzzle at the group of people and began charging. Gil Taesung saw it and shouted, "No, what should I do?" Seeing myself and all my teammates standing in front of death, with just one shot from the robot and it would all end, we gathered in one place to be able to avoid the fire, but it became what a fatal mistake. Now I can't move to avoid the fire. Its charging process is completed and firing begins. Suddenly something unexpected happened. Out of nowhere horse legs appeared. Not only the robot but also the knights were confused. Is this the sound of a horse? The horse ran to bite off the ropes, its eyes emitted a very magical light. It then runs to someone to be petted. So it was Leon. He stroked the horse and said, "It's been a while, my old friend." Having finished speaking, he climbed on the horse's back and leisurely walked towards the center, standing in front of everyone. He said loudly, "Soldiers, listen, your courage can help you enter a sea of enemies single-handedly. I, the King of Lionheart, highly value such people." He said eloquently, "I give you the glory of my respect, in an honorable duel, I give you the kingship to fight with me." He turned to the knights and said, "O warriors," those words were meant to command them to stay away. Huang Jiamchul was very angry. Gil Taesung also smiled helplessly at this guy is crazy. Leon's cold and determined voice rang out, "I grant you the honor of meeting my beauty and the honor of fighting alongside the king like me. Warriors, I allow you to fight with me." After hearing this decisive sentence, Yappy could only stay silent and then silently calculate and set the acceleration time of the electromagnetic rifle with a power of 13%, increasing the danger level without eliminating uncertain factors. Leon rode his horse full of spirit and commanded, "Charge forward, warriors." The horse being ridden by Leon seemed to gain some momentum, its eyes shining brightly and rushing forward. Yappy saw the target approaching and immediately opened fire. Leon roared fearlessly, "Don't let those ordinary ranged weapons attack." Immediately after that, the civil war took place extremely fiercely between Leon and Yappy. Both sides struck extremely fiercely, causing heaven and earth to shake. Leon was full of courage and rushed forward without any fear in the face of dangerous situations. Fish machines are no match for humans. Very quickly, Yappy had problems. Leon looked at Yappy and thought, in a fleeting moment, the high-end AI feature of the Yakult Spiner self-propelled gun stopped working. The phenomenon that happened before my eyes that even logical reasoning could not explain was so powerful. Yappy was lucky enough to escape and was silently observing Leon from afar, analyzing the equipment. The weapon he was carrying was an old-style spear. Although the speed was fast, the damage was not great. Then the system sound continued to sound. The level was not dangerous, there was no need to even deal with it, just use the assault rifle. Leon could not admire the intelligence of the machine for making an extremely wise choice, 3 seconds before a thin layer of barrier to prevent those small objects had been formed. A movement pattern with unusual physical phenomena was recorded within the assumed range. Before 2 seconds the electromagnetic rifle bullets were fired, eliminating the subject with the next shot as soon as the subject approached, assumed range. And when there is 1 second remaining, the bullet is fired immediately without going through the collision or containment process, but only has the result of being knocked out without going through any other process. A strong stabbing skill that all knights can use. Even if it is facing a super weapon that is the strongest in humanity, it still must comply with the rules of physics. With the blessing of the holy law, knights always have strength in any attack, being able to defeat enemies unconditionally. Thinking of this, Leon's face became even colder. He stood in front of the desolate wilderness after the recent brutal war and thought to himself, Physical phenomena that cannot be reasoned with logic are incomprehensible. Yappy was now in extremely serious damage and the system immediately issued a warning. The enemy's threat level must increase, danger level 5, must leave the battlefield immediately. Immediately after that, Yappy disappeared in white smoke. Leon stood there snorting and didn't chase after him, just ran away. Yappy went to the extremely dark room. Nok Bao now spoke up, "Yappy, please protect this place so no one can get close." At this time, Yappy's condition was extremely bad. The system kept reporting, temporarily processing 5 normal bullets. And 3 or 6 homemade bullets, need to make 657 bullets, can use 60mm gun. Need to check for damage and refine weapons when used. Danger level 5, old-style combat weapons, but strength cannot be judged, in the process of recreating and analyzing opponent information. Yappy was being recreated and repaired. The mysterious voice rang out coldly again, "Thank you, Yappy, for protecting this city." As soon as this sentence ended, the mechanical sound came, recovery and analysis had been completed and the mission could continue. Yappy's body had now completely recovered its original shape. At Chongju Gate City Citrus Sports Complex Area B. A group of men with cautious faces were surveying the neighborhood, when suddenly one of the men in the group spoke up. "Stop 250 meters forward, the alley across the street." They carefully looked around. Someone had set off a firecracker. The man continued to order, "The warriors in the distance, please carefully climb to the opposite building. The rest of you wait here. If that bastard notices us, please alert us." Suddenly he had a bad feeling why no one responded to his words. As soon as he looked back, the corpses of his accomplices were lying all over with blood flowing everywhere and the bodies were no longer intact. He panicked and thought to himself, "Some guy, some bastard." Obviously, because he couldn't identify the target, he could only swing his sword randomly. Yappy silently surrounded him in the darkness, leaving no room for him to retreat, completely eliminating the 5 external variables. Yappy suddenly sensed a new target and quickly began encircling it. The poor boy knew he had been discovered, so he had to run outside. He ran and shouted loudly, "No, I don't want to die." But the Yappy, completely inaudible, began to attack, confirming that the living creature still existed and the level of danger was not there. The boy rushed to the cemetery outside, but due to panic, he tripped and fell. Looking at the Yappy getting closer and closer, the boy became even more scared. "Someone save me, I don't want to die." When he reached the outside of the Yappy, he felt that this place was very familiar and suddenly he remembered the words the owner once said. With it, Yappy remembers this place, "Sooner or later I will be buried here like everyone else. If so, then we will forever become a part of this city. At that time, please protect this city for me, Yappy." Very quickly it restored its original appearance and began to analyze. According to analysis, priority order 2, attack the intruder. According to analysis, priority order 3, destroy them, judge freely and make decisions directly when destroying enemies. In special cases, it is necessary to change the priority mode. The boy looked at the machine in front of him and kept crying. Suddenly he felt that it had completely changed its attack target. He was happy and thought, "I've been saved." From far away a voice came, "It's okay, kid." The boy sat down and said, "Mr. Gil T-sung, thank you." Gil T-sung just coldly asked, "What is it?" The boy stood up and said, "That machine was not my boss, but he just ran away. Maybe he met Mr. Gil T-sung because he was afraid of being harmed, so he ran away." The subordinate next to Gil T-sung said proudly, "Of course, then fighting Mr. Gil T-sung was too much for that machine." Being in this place makes Gil T-sung extremely uneasy. This place is full of graves, but the strange thing is that this place is very clean, but this place is the only clean place in the whole city. Why is that so? Yappy flying around the city began analyzing, confirming the increase in hostile forces 92% victory rate. But due to special circumstances, the decision was made to withdraw. Gil T-sung went ahead and ordered, "This is a strange place, quickly retreat." The 2 subordinates walking behind replied in unison, "Yes." The system's voice started ringing again. The final decision priority was to protect the people, even if they were dead people. The estimated number of remaining enemy soldiers was about 49 people, risk level 5. The likelihood of defeating the threat element is 35.7%. Continue to monitor the battle. From far away a voice came, "Are you having fun playing with those brats here?" Leon stood in front of the giant lion statue before his eyes and couldn't help but admire its majesty. The statue suddenly spoke, Leo, who admired the spirit of chivalry. It's really not an exaggeration to call him the reincarnation of the human spirit of chivalry. He abhorred battles and always pursued fair fights. Leon stood in front of Yappy and said coldly, "Are you ready yet?" Yappy did not respond but rushed towards him. But right at that moment, a fierce explosion rang out in the city, lighting up the entire sky. At this moment, there was a voice of sympathy, but of course, sometimes opponents will always find ways to play dirty. Even so, Leon will not lose his chivalrous knightly virtues. Even if he is knocked down, this knight's incarnation will not yield to him. He has an extremely strong aura, and he was chosen by the gods because of that. Fighting machines for honor sounds ridiculous, doesn't it? Leon stood in the fire, filled with the arrogance of a capable person. His face exuded a coldness that not everyone had, a brave and strong knight. Yappy was now fully prepared for the man named Leon, checked his equipment, 480 rounds of 60mm artillery shells, and opened fire. In the face of Yappy's powerful attack, Leon still did not dodge. He was protected by the Tan Dharma protective barrier, surrounded by fire and smoke. Leon secretly smiled a devilish smile. Yappy continuously attacks and rushes towards Leon, uniformly modeling an unusual physical phenomenon. Trajectory analysis bending position F12, N23, Q31, fire. The black gun barrel was rushing towards Leon, but he still didn't dodge. Leon smiled and stomped his foot on the ground. Immediately the ground shook. The smoke, dust and gravel splashed straight into the Yappy. Lightning-fast Yappy counterattacked, shooting electricity at Leon. But these things do not harm Leon, on the contrary, they make Leon even angrier. Yappy once again launched many bullets to attack Leon. The sky was bright as if it had never been covered by darkness. The system immediately reported that it could not hit the target. "Your voice is full of provocation. Do you want to play hide and seek with me?" Without allowing Yappy to respond, Leon unleashed such enormous power on Yappy that it caused the city to explode. Yappy, unable to resist, was immediately hit. Yappy's pitiful cry rang out, "It can't be like this, it can't be like this, why can an ordinary entity have such power, this can't be true." Yappy did not accept being defeated, so it used all its strength to counterattack, but the truth proved that it could not shake Leon. Leon immediately ordered, "Attack and take down the target." Yappy and Leon both rushed forward with the goal of destroying the opponent. The situation at this moment was as if a tornado had just swept through. The ground was cracked by each fierce attack from the two people. Yappy continuously fired bullets at Leon. With each attack from Yappy, he easily avoided it. At this moment, he couldn't help but admire Yappy. "That's quite good." Yappy stared at him analytically. 68 small bullets were fired at the same time. Yappy thought to himself that he certainly wouldn't be able to escape, but on the contrary, these 6 or 8 bullets made him go crazy and roar loudly. "Leon Hart, I have my pride." A powerful beam of light rushed straight at Yappy and the ground also exploded. System sound rang out, critical hit operations were disabled. Bao Nok saw that the situation was not good and quickly reminded that the things sealed here must absolutely not be allowed to be taken outside. The cold warning echoed, starting the self-destruct process, destroying the entire arsenal. Leon watched the whole thing explode. The place where it exploded was the cargo compartment that smelled of oil. A man with a panicked expression said, "Get away, I will protect the city, that is my mission, there is only one goal." The whole city was now completely engulfed in flames. A series of equipment and machinery gathered to issue orders and deploy firepower to protect the city. On the screen, the image of the Yakult Spiner appeared again. The Yakult Spiner was moving towards the city. And defeating the enemy is truly a hero. The story of unmanned machines saving the city on the brink of destruction is a sweet story for the city's people who are losing hope. Those machines are symbols of hope and have become mighty knights. The Yakult Spiners were reorganized, including the code 10,253, under the leadership of the last commander. The city was finally secured and the city was protected until true peace prevailed. Here. A mysterious person with injuries and a very weak voice, "Yappy, this is the last request, please protect this city, absolutely do not let that thing go out." The last remaining fighting machine received the final order to absolutely not let anyone approach that thing, stop everyone. And protect that thing, prevent protection, prevent protection, prevent protection, prevent protection, prevent protection, prevent protection, done. A series of such sentences echoed in Yappy's mind, making him determined not to give up. Leon stood there watching it speak, then fell down there and still wanted to protect this place to the end. And the other thing is what people are trying to protect, so wisdom says that gem is something that should not exist. Leon glanced at it and said coldly, "Do you still want to fight me?" It seems like you have been trying to guard this thing for a long time, and for so many years guarding it alone is truly a loyal knight who will be grateful for his loyalty and devotion. Leon raised his voice loudly. Yakult Spiner, your mission has been completed. I solemnly declare it is all over. May you rest in peace. Thank you, Yappy. After defeating Yappy Leon, he returned to his daily life. He walked in the hallway with a man. He asked, "So you destroyed the gem?" Leon heard that and turned to look at him, looking dissatisfied. The man smiled shyly and replied, "Ha, no, your majesty is the one who defeated Yakshpina, so the right to decide the fate of the gem of course also belongs to your majesty." Leon knew he had some regrets, so he told him a few more words. "You don't need to regret it because it's no different from poison." The man was quite surprised when he heard this. Poison. Leon said coldly, "That jewel was created to tempt humans thanks to its infinite intelligence and curiosity, so it was an item created by the devil." The man heard this and secretly trembled in fear. A devil. Leon's voice when mentioning the jewel becomes even colder. At first it will listen to the owner's wishes, but gradually it will demand that person pay for what has been achieved, like raising a beast, so sweet. In the process of feeding it will slowly tame us, so it will erode our humanity thanks to trivial temptations such as the dream of immortality. And immortality slowly makes people lose their humanity and turn into demons in just a short period of time. Leon only said this and then asked, "Have we found another gem yet? We must quickly destroy it." The man no longer had his original regretful look and said, "Is it that terrible? I will quickly inform you, to the US government about this." Leon stepped forward and said, "Fine." His steps suddenly stopped, but it was very likely that someone had already been tempted by the devil. Leon opened the cold iron door and stepped inside. "Is this where that thing is buried?" The man next to him respectfully replied, "Yes, what should we do with it?" Leon looked at the severely damaged Yakshpina and spoke, "He is an honorable knight, we should bury him and bring him to see the gods, but first we have to celebrate." As Leon finished speaking, a yellow glass appeared before his eyes. "O loyal knight, rest in peace." Then a yellow light covered Yappy's entire body. The man who was attentively observing each Yappy said in surprise, "Oh, Yakshpina is moving." Leon also moved his eyes to the Yappy. "This thing feels really strange even though there is no power source. But, thanks to blessings it can still work like that. That's how it is, although I don't know if this is the goddess's choice or not." Leon pulled out the sword and stabbed it hard into the ground. He closed his eyes tightly. The light immediately appeared, surprising everyone in the room. "What is this thing?" Leon's eyes were now a bright yellow color. Leon swung his sword and the light instantly enveloped the room. Goddess Ariana appeared to the surprise of everyone except Leon. How could it be possible that everyone there had the intuition that the woman appearing in that brilliant light was definitely not human? It could only be something extremely sacred without any no one can compare in this world. Leon knelt down respectfully and said, "Sir Ariana." Goddess Ariana said softly, "Lionheart, my first knight, please tell me what's going on." Leon bowed slightly and said, "Mr. Yakshpina, this is an honorable knight who has set an example for all knights, so I hope Mr. Ariana can consider granting him the knighthood." In response to Leon's request, the goddess replied, "But it did not carry out my mission, although it has proven its reputation, that glory is not given to me." Leon raised his face to look at the goddess very sincerely. "I, as the god's first knight, Lionheart, can assure you that this person is a great knight." With Leon Ariana's assurance, there is nothing left to object to. If my knight says so, then I don't need to consider anything further, but I also need to confirm it a bit. The goddess turned to Yappy and said, "O knight made of iron and steel of this world, I have heard your story from the knight Lionheart. Will you praise light and justice? Honor and knowledge are very full, but that mentality is no different from a child. Please help him eliminate evil to become my knight." Leon smiled and turned to look at the restored Yappy. The system spoke again, hacking into the audio and language broadcasting department to set up the language module. Ariana smiled and looked at Yappy, confirming. Yappy's voice came, "The devil attacked the god." Goddess Ariana stepped back and said, "Okay Yakshpina, if you pledge allegiance to my first knight and contributing to him, I will let the person who shares the glory of the Grail Knight be entrusted with the task of glory and justice as the Grail Knight." The sky was covered with darkness, while at the Mata branch of the United States flag, a mysterious voice echoed in the night, "Please forgive me, great existence." In front of Ronald Shellman's room, Bang Mata, that fearful voice rang out again, because he couldn't achieve what he asked for. The scolding grew louder and louder. "It was so stupid that I couldn't even do such a simple thing. I taught you the truth and wisdom of Samra, but you disappointed me so much." The other person said worriedly, I'm sorry, please forgive me, but I have no choice but that survivor named Leon was an unexpected turn of events. So that scolding sound came from the jewel. Stop polluting my ears with trivial excuses. Who the hell is that Leon? The jewel shouted loudly, hey, turn on the news quickly. The man worriedly followed, yes, sir, great existence. Leon's silhouette quickly appeared on the screen and he said, I am the heavenly king Leon Dragonia Lionheart. The man was sweating in fear and thought, why is that guy here? Why, master is trembling in fear. The jewel turned to say to the other man, I give up and won't do this anymore. After that, its soul escaped from the jewel. The man trembled in fear, master, he could only helplessly hold the jewel and call out in vain. And so the jewel never spoke again. At the Korean Hunter Association. The man accompanying Leon in the hallway that day stammered and said, then I will register Mr. Yakshpina as your president. It will be a bit difficult to get everything going right away. Leon has no idea and happily agrees, no problem. After solving everything, he didn't stay long but went out with Yakshpina. Suddenly Yakshpina kept making noises. Not long after Leon got outside, he vomited black lumps. Yakshpina said worriedly, are you okay, my knight? Leon used the hem of his shirt to wipe his mouth and replied, I'm fine, recommending a holy grail night in a place that lacks divinity and causes too much harm to me. Yakshpina's cold robot arm touched Leon's pant leg. Leon sighed and said, it's not your fault, it's because God isn't strong enough. Yakshpina doesn't seem to be easily fooled like he said, how can it be your fault? This is due to my shortcomings. Leon put his hand on his heart and said, no matter what happens, you can't blame the gods, please don't say that. Goddess Ariana thought to herself, my knight, I always feel grateful for your loyalty to me, this is my fault and the fault of the other gods for not intervening sooner, please rest, always have faith in your god and wait for them. A group of people saw Goddess Ariana and respectfully said, Dear Ariana. The goddess approached them and said, brothers and sisters, we need to help. Goddess Ariana said solemnly, the day Vu Lionheart turned 121 years old was the day the world perished and there was only one night left, he banished all divinity from his world and keep it in your heart. Shame on the gods, leaving the heart of that noble knight and continuing to watch the King Lionheart destroy all the monsters in 181 years they placed the entire burden of the world on them, on the shoulder of a human. Goddess Ariana looked around at her brothers and sisters and continued, so all the gods in the pantheon owe an irreparable debt to Leon. A person wearing a green hat next to the woman asked, how is that child? Goddess Ariana bowed sadly and said, no, my knight has tried his best. The woman worriedly said, so what should we do? Petos, the god of war and fire, slammed his hand on the chair and said in displeasure, appointing only one holy grail knight to shoulder the pressure, the Lionheart King who radiated an aura of divinity had become the what is that? Goddess Ariana frowned and said, keep your dignity and go to war, he has been fighting for our gods for more than 2,000 years and has finally won. Petos said loudly, I know that's why I'm angry with myself. Hearing him say that, everyone in the room was silent. Goddess Ariana said bitterly that after 180 years, it's time for us to speak up, brothers and sisters, I can't watch my knights endure much more pain. The god Hedo, the god of steel and blacksmiths spoke, I have this way. Ariana looked at him, please just speak. The god Hedo spoke, just like the god of life did with the plains, we should bless everything to build trust with people. God Petos understood what he meant, do you want us to do a missionary mission? Hedo nodded, yes, we will show people the miracle of God. And from what we have seen through the followers of this world, life is connected to each other through something called the internet. We will take advantage of the internet to do that. God Petos said wryly, but why has King Lionheart never thought of this way? He was once a subject of this world. Hedo added, he was in this world before the internet was popular. The goddess spoke up to interrupt them, but what about trial and error? The information Leon gave took 20 years to take root. God Hedo crossed his arms over his chest and said, that's when our Holy Grail Night comes into play. Kim Jinsu was sitting and suddenly there was a call, manager, please look at this, Kim Jinsu is here, huh? The other man continued, this is on YouTube, is this allowed? Kim Jinsu asked again, YouTube huh, what is this? The computer screen immediately displayed plain planes. Kim Jinsu's mind was in chaos right now, YouTube. He scrolled to Pantheon's news and was surprised that it wrote, why did he go to the hospital? An office worker who once despised the farmer, a sentence from an old farmer made him change. It's just an attack, but with just one spoonful, your life can change, with surprising results. Kim Jinsu exclaimed in surprise that it was all clickbait, but the video quality is also extremely high. Kim Jinsu asked, "Who made these things?" The other man replied, "Isn't Panthino his superior, Leo?" Kim Jinsu asked back, "Do you think he will use YouTube?" The other man stammered and said, "No, was it Assistant Han who did it?" Kim Jinsu countered, "She knows absolutely nothing about computers." Kim Jinsu said coldly, "The bigger problem is that these videos are not clickbait, they are real. What should we do? What is he planning to do?" After saying that, he turned around and left. "I'll go out for a moment," the man asked uneasily. "Where are you going?" Kim Jinsu replied, "I will go see that guy named Leon." Meanwhile, at the apartment where Leon is staying, Yak Shpina presses a series of numbers on the computer, successfully creates subtitles and uploads them. At this moment, Han Harry opened the door gently and asked, "Siria P, have you finished using my computer? What did you do?" Yacht heard her ask that and replied, "The audio promotion plan, phase 1 is complete, phase 2 is hacking into the internet network." The girl said excitedly, "Mr. Yappy was probably just playing a game. Han Harry doesn't understand anything about how computers work." In the Niu plane. Pantheon at Niu Branch Delta Temporary. As soon as Shin Tae-hun entered the door, he shouted loudly, "Your Majesty, I have to take down the video." Han Hari didn't understand what was going on, but he gave Shin Tae-hun water to cool down first, and a glass of barley tea first. Shin Tae-hun was sweating from running so far. Holding the glass of water, he immediately said, "Thank you." As soon as he finished drinking, Shin Tae-hun wiped his mouth, looked worried and said, "That video is dead, who would post it?" Leon said in a noble tea-drinking manner, "Mr. Shpina did it." In Shin Tae-hun's mind, he was wondering, "Mr. Shpina, how does that killing machine know how to make videos?" Shin Tae-hun didn't expect Mr. Shpina to be typing loudly on the computer. Skilled, Leon calmly looked at it. "What do you mean by taking down the video?" Shin Tae-hun explained, "You know, the rice grain in the Niu plain is completely different from other places in the world. It can cure all diseases and also helps the body stay healthy like in a fairy tale. As soon as someone knows about this rice field, the whole world will hunt for it. The Niu plains will be full of bandits and they will not be ordinary bandits. When the food department allows sowing seeds, the association will help with all its might." Shin Tae-hun bowed respectfully to Mr. Leon, hoping that he would wait until then. Leon coldly raised his glass of water and said, "I know, you guys also have your own rules and systems, I understand what you mean. But you're worried about white teeth." Shin Tae-hun doesn't understand what Sir Leon means. "Okay." Mr. Leon's expression softened somewhat. "The goddess's farm, no one would come to steal it." Shin Tae-hun is somewhat unbelievable. Why is he so confident? Starry evening in Niu Plain. Rows of black cars pulled together to the Niu Plain. That was the Evil Snake Squad, the Korean Branch Association, Hitman Group. One of them read the information sent by an anonymous customer. The content of the information was as follows: the Niu Plain kept the seeds and burned the fields with the Niu. After the robber read it, he was 100% sure of the seeds. That rice is definitely real. Another guy was quite skeptical. "What the hell, I thought they would increase their defense to the maximum, but there was nothing. Let's just come get the seeds and start a fire that will burn this place down." A chubby guy also had a scar cut in the middle of his face. He said seriously, "We've been paid, just do your job, bring the gas cans out here." In the middle of the quiet forest, groups of people lined up like they were fighting, but in fact they were harvesting rice. Each of them was filled with so much enthusiasm as if they weren't robbing people. Suddenly a guy seemed to see something. He shouted loudly, "Hey eek, there's someone there." However, when you look closely, it's actually just a scarecrow. Someone spoke up and said it was just a scarecrow, "You idiot." The guy who shouted loudly earlier immediately said, I'm afraid you're wrong." But strangely, it looked like it was moving. The other guy didn't seem to believe it, probably because of the wind, and even cursed his friend for being stupid. The more you look at this scarecrow, the more creepy it becomes. The second scream rang out, "Big brother Hi-eek, look." Hi-eek turned around and asked, "What?" Suddenly a large number of scarecrows appeared. They looked like a zombie field. Some people scream and some people curse. "You idiot, you're an evil person and you're afraid of scarecrows." The Hi-eek loudly ordered, "Stop babbling, determine the direction of the wind, let the fire spread as widely as possible in the shortest possible time. I will take the seeds from the warehouse." They took all the seeds and then drenched the field with gasoline. Hi-eek leaned on his hands and looked down from above and said, "That's all. Looks like this grain of rice is not normal, let's keep a few grains, Mansu, Janti, you too. Asked but didn't see anyone answer, the Hayek disappeared. He realized something was wrong. The Hayek turned to ask, where did those two go? They were always behind me, someone had speak up. And they also discovered that Duzin had also disappeared. There was no doubt about it anymore, those scarecrows were approaching them. A scarecrow was walking very close behind the Hayek's back. When his junior saw that, he shouted loudly, Big Hayek. The Hayek shouted loudly, they really move, they are not ordinary scarecrows, they are monsters. The scarecrow's weapons are sickles, swords and spears, they hide in the darkness, scaring the villains. Even more terrifying, the scarecrow is much taller than the villains. Extreme confusion combined with surging fear. Hayek, what should we do? No way, how can they be all monsters? There are no dungeon crevices, but the villains have to accept the fact that they are surrounded by puppet troops. A junior asked, Hayek, what are they? In the barrier I have never seen anything like this before. Hayek's name is no different from his junior's. How do I know? Damn, I was in a hurry so I didn't bring many subordinates. He thought regretfully, I knew right away that there was something very strange about that mission. I will let them know if anyone dares to harm us. A junior spoke up, big brother Hayek, wait a minute, Hayek shouted, what else? Then the junior pointed in a certain direction, isn't that the warehouse? When the boss of the villains saw the warehouse, he laughed bitterly, he found it, if the story about the miracle of rice grains here is true, I will be rich. He ordered his subordinates to bring as much rice as possible to the cart, the monsters were only wandering around the fields, and the warehouse was still normal. The scar-faced boss said he had to go. Unfortunately for him, every step he takes is his grave. The mine exploded with his glowing corpse, his subordinates were very confused, why were there mines here? They placed mines in front of the warehouse, who would do that? Kirik is the name of one of those villains. The person named Kirik just heard someone calling him and immediately turned around to answer. There was an announcement, confirming that there was an intruder. The villains were extremely surprised, why are they here? It's the Chongju barrier. Sir Yaksh Pinna appears, eliminated. The villains are locked up at a notice board, the rules of living and planting. 1. The first crop must have the shape of the goddess and must become a sacrifice. 2. It is forbidden to urinate, it is okay to fertilize. 3. It is okay to make up for it, look and let them wear hats, clothes. 4. Sing while harvesting, if the lyrics express gratitude to the goddess, even better. 5. Don't skip meals. And most importantly, the thief must die. The Snake Squad was successfully captured. After the arrest of those belonging to the Demon Association, the value of the Pantheon and blessed rice has increased in price like crazy, the embodiment of the algorithm. Leon traveled to temples across the country to promote the consumption of blessed rice. Even though there was a small accident, it was still approved, and by the end the whole internet was talking about Pantheon. As soon as Leon sat down, he sighed and wondered if this was what the gods had arranged. He thought to himself that it seemed like they had adjusted to this current world better than he did. Thinking about that, he had a headache, and as he leaned back for a moment, a frightened voice echoed, breaking news, Your Majesty. The results of the rice pricing are out, and now each bag is valued at 230 million won. Hearing that, he pondered for a while and then said, it needs to be cheaper. Hearing that, Han Hari was confused and asked again, wouldn't it be better if it was expensive? He immediately explained that it is the market that determines the value of items, but for the price of something like rice to be so high, how can ordinary people afford it? God's blessing should be shared equally among everyone. Hearing his wife talk so dumbly, she understood and said, is that so? He continued, I met the president before to tell him that we needed to explain to the farmers about the blessings, but he said that a president needs to keep faith neutral. Looking at Han Hari's face was full of sweat and hesitatingly said, well, I guess that's right. The corner of his mouth now began to smile and said, well, I still have to gain more trust from the people. It must also be enough for me to be able to use the power of the tiger's heart as well as its capacity. She asked, but Your Majesty, is this okay? He exclaimed, what? She continued, that yellow gate, I successfully protected it as Your Majesty wished, but to be able to raid that dungeon with the people you chose, it was almost impossible. Hearing that, Leon just smiled and calmly said, that's it, we'll see. On this side, Gu Dae-sung just saw someone he knew and immediately exclaimed, oh, isn't this Mr. Gu, team leader Kim? Hearing that, he turned around and waved and smiled to greet him. He walked over and scratched his head shyly and said, we meet again. He nodded and asked, so you are also here because of that message? About the owner of the Hunter Association recruiting hunters, hunting like us, I don't know what's going on. Hearing this, he was a bit absent-minded and turned his head to look in another direction and said I didn't know any more. I thought to myself, they are all D rank hunters, around C rank at most. Everyone suddenly turned their attention to one direction, and were so surprised that they gasped and exclaimed, oh that's Han Hari, that's a rank magic swordsman. It seemed like she got the highest score in last year's competition. Right now, she and her 2 bodyguards were arrogantly approaching. At this time, Gu Dae-sung also paid attention and followed her every step. Suddenly heard the announcement, Your Majesty is coming, noble King Leon Dragonia Lionheart. As soon as he finished speaking, he started to walk out. As soon as he saw him, Gu Dae-sung was surprised and thought, that person is Survivor. I knew he wasn't an ordinary person, but he belonged to a completely different world. Right now the fairy walked up to the front of the audience, stood up on the podium, looked at everyone below and began to speak, welcoming, the reason why I invited everyone here today. Because I'm looking for warriors to join my guild, Pantheon. Those who pass the assessment, those who prove their worth, and those who were able to pass the training. I will give you the honor of joining my army. Hearing that, he thought to himself, the army, isn't it a guild? The bodyguard next to me shouted, I will now inform you about the entrance assessment test. That test is deal with the yellow dungeon at Samjin Station. Hearing that, the people below exclaimed in surprise, what, the Golden Gate? Then a few people angrily shouted, how can we handle it? That's like telling us to rush into it, place of death. What kind of inspection is this? Gu Dae-sung thought to himself, the reactions of the hunters are completely predictable. The level and difficulty of a gate are classified by their colors, black, red, orange, and below them, yellow cyan. Considering that the gate that Gu Dae-sung did in the test at Seoul Station was a blue gate, then for a C or D rank hunter, the yellow gate is synonymous with death. The riotous crowd seemed to be gradually encroaching and screaming, how should we deal with a gold level gate now? That would be tantamount to telling us to commit suicide. The bodyguard saw this and became a bit confused. Continue to calm everyone down, keep quiet, if you don't intend to continue checking, you can leave. Hearing that, a few people immediately turned around and walked away. A few still shouted loudly, ha, you guys think saying that means we won't go? TSK, wasting time, now go home and go to sleep. Seeing the group of people coming in such a large number, he thought to himself, would it be okay if he didn't stop them? After that, many more people were gradually coming out. Right now everyone was almost gone, only a few people remained. Observing everything from beginning to end, he sighed, then loudly called out to any one person or that person. The person chosen was a curly-haired man. When he heard that, he was startled and faltered, yes, me. He nodded and said, yes, that curly-haired man. He asked, why did you decide to stay? Hearing that, he hesitantly replied, that's because, I think there's still some problem behind. I understand. So what about you? I guess I'm just staying for fun, I think, and you, because my friend is staying, he said thoughtfully, then, pointing to Dae-sung asked, what about you, why did you stay? Hearing that, Gu Dae-sung pursed her lips and thought, a guild created someone who is almost an S-level hunter, I have to seize this opportunity. Thinking so, he loudly said, I thought you wouldn't let us die there, so I decided to stay. Hearing that answer, Leon showed satisfaction on the surface and said, that's a good attitude, you're also smart and quick-witted. I said so, I am here to gather soldiers, a soldier's duty is to obey orders. You have accepted the call of a knight without any doubt, believe in the loyalty and strength of a knight, that is all you are doing. That means listen and follow orders. We will depart immediately, please bring your personal equipment and complete the preparations. Right at the Gold Rank Park at Samjin Station. Everyone is fully equipped, lined up in straight rows. A person touched the armor and said, well, it's a bit heavy, but it's good equipment. He rubbed his hand and said, aren't all of these things rare? This alone is worth 10 million won, no joke. C and D level hunters like us have never touched these things, never had equipment like this before. He looked at the sword and thought to himself, I'm an offensive player. He spoke up, but that king did not bring a single piece of equipment. Gu Dae-sung turned to call Miss Han Hari. Hearing that, she turned around and exclaimed, Hunter Gu Dae-sung, what's going on? He asked, why isn't your majesty wearing a robe? She replied, his skin was harder than his mech suit. Hearing that, he was surprised and thought, well, because he is very strong, I'm sure nothing bad will happen. At this time, everyone entered the gate. immediately the bloody scene of a monster lying down was seen by everyone. Everyone was scared and thought, what the hell just happened? Leon stood in front of him, holding the sword to kill the monster, his face expressionless as he looked at the crowd and said, I didn't hear anyone speak. Killing and shouting loudly, you are no longer honorable warriors, you will have to crawl like maggots on the ground and lie to death there. And that is, my eternal justice. At this time, night had just fallen, and the long group of people continued to advance step by step. One person spoke up, luckily, it seems like we don't have to go to war when we follow him. Suddenly, a mission notice appeared saying that mercenaries from outside, on this vast steppe, there is a war between tribes, please ally with one of the two tribes and help them win, be victorious. Everyone received the same notice board. After looking at it, Gu Dae-sung exclaimed, ha, NPC support mission. He asked, Gu, it seems like a mission to choose a faction. He replied, yes, I think we have to choose one of the two tribes in the war and lead them to victory. He continued, the question here is, who is more beneficial to choose? Suddenly he turned his attention forward and exclaimed, wait, isn't that an army of monsters? As soon as he finished speaking, everyone noticed that there was indeed a group of monsters rushing towards them. They ferociously rode wild boars and rushed faster and faster, they looked straight ahead. The hand firmly holds the axe, polished to a shiny sharp edge. A moment later, they approached everyone. Forming an arc around the crowd, approaching aggressively. A guy spoke up, who is it? This is the territory of our Battle Axe clan, how dare you invade our territory? When the crowd heard that, they were speechless. Turning to see Leon's face was red with anger. Han Hari sighed and said, Your Majesty, please calm down, it's true that you were so angry that you couldn't calm down by their words and shouted, you bastards. Seeing that you didn't calm down, she was helpless and said, first of all, so why don't we follow the mission's script this time? Hearing that, Leon whispered and said, do whatever you like. She replied, thank you. She turned around and looked for a moment then shouted loudly, we are a mercenary team, because we heard that if we help a tribe we will get a reward, so we came here. He said, mercenaries, you must be the people the tribe was talking about, quickly follow me. Hurry up guys. Hearing that, Han Hari looked at Leon's expression who was getting angrier and worried that his face was full of sweat. They led the crowd for a while until they reached their clan and were led to stand before the clan leader. The head of the Karta Battleaxe clan observed everyone for a while and said, you guys look uglier and weaker than I thought, but that's okay. Please support our axe tribe, the bigger the war, the more honorable the death, the winner will take it all. Hearing this, Leon couldn't hold back any longer, his anger reached its peak and he walked forward step by step, unable to bear it anymore. Hearing that, he was startled and asked, who are you? The closer he got, the more he wondered, honor, you animals, you don't know anything and are just daydreaming. Hearing him say that, Karta angrily hit the ground and shouted, you insolent person. But as soon as he finished speaking, Leon rushed forward and cut off his head, the head splattered with blood from the body and spewed everywhere. Seeing the scene before his eyes, Gu Dae-sung stared in horror at every trail of blood splashed. He killed the patriarch and shouted loudly, you are not honorable warriors, just keep holding that dream on the ground like insects and then die. The king's battle madness emerged when faced with face the bastards. Leon stood up at his corpse and shouted, you will die, that is an undeniable truth. Up to now, 8,769,653 orcs have been dismembered by the king. He has achieved the title of Orc Butcher, which is a legendary title. They saw the chief being killed by him before their eyes and exclaimed, the chief is dead. As soon as they finished speaking, they angrily rushed over and shouted, these human bastards, kill them all. Seeing that, a few people suddenly took a step back and said, what the hell, what is this situation, they are advancing to attack us. Leon saw this and shouted loudly, you damn orcs, then gave the order, where are the troops, put up your shields. Hearing that, Gu Dae-sung felt a bit worried and held the shield tightly, thinking, damn it. We're just D-level hunters, why does he think we can beat the orcs? At this time, they were very close to the group and screamed and said, I will kill you. Seeing him about to swing the axe down, he thought to himself, I'm dead. Even blocking this move is important. Before he could finish his thoughts, he swung at him, but fortunately, he was startled and raised his shield to block it. Gu Dae-sung saw this and exclaimed, I can stop it, thinking to myself, how could this be possible? Suddenly a notice board appeared, the aura of the brave fruit, effects, additional armor against enemies, stronger body, increased soldier morale, reinforced armor and made it lighter, harden skin more, gain anti-magic effects, add strength to the body against rushing attacks, add resistance to long-range attacks, clearer and farther vision, amplify resistance. Gu Sung thought to herself, what are these effects? The notification panel appears again, Orc Butcher, effect, plus 50% effect of dealing extra damage against orcs. Surrounding orcs will be plunged into fear, confusion and despair, hatred of the orc spread. He thought, what the hell, how is this possible? Living demigod, guardian of the war knight, guardian of the holy grail, dragon hunter, demon lord slayer, demon hunter, shadow assassin, resilient fighting knight, agile, class. The level of the members of the corps is very low, it is impossible to grant more support buff effects. I was surprised, this was a series of effects for our troops. Faced with this situation, Leon shouted loudly, quickly put up all his defensive shields, then used his sword to stab at their weak point. Hearing that, the crowd immediately acted according to his hasty instructions, immediately killing several people. Starting to get used to the current situation, the people continuously rushed forward using shields to block the orcs' attacks and delivered blows straight to the critical point. The more they rushed forward, the soldiers on this side beat them to death, destroying them. Before they kneel down and shout loudly, the god of war will be on our side. Hearing that, you were so upset that you wanted to go crazy and shout, what? How dare these cruel bastards open their mouths to call the gods, you will pay for it. I will cut out your tongues and break your heads for insulting our god, come here, stallion. Witnessing such a shocking explosion from afar, the orc was still a bit confused and said, what the hell? As soon as he finished speaking, the guy behind him took a sword straight through his head and gradually leaned back. At this moment, he was filled with murderous aura, riding his horse and rushing forward to strike the other guy in the face. Then quickly rushed to the place where there were many orcs. Leon bowed his head and cast out the space gate. Both hands began to gradually pull out two swords, they quickly rushed towards the gathered monsters. Looking at them with sharp eyes and hatred, he lowered his voice and said, I will kill all of you monsters. A few hours later, the only thing left on the ground was their dead bodies scattered in an area. At this moment, he raised his sword high and excitedly shouted, shout loudly, victors, this is an honorable victory. Seeing that, some people also reluctantly followed and said, we have won, so lucky. At this moment, Han Hari approached and spoke, yes, your majesty. Hearing that, he turned and nodded and replied, yes, Hari, what's going on? Why did you do that? Hearing that, he was a bit confused and replied, why do you need a reason to kill the orcs? Why, but that's the mission. He immediately interrupted and angrily said, support the orcs, nonsense, I would rather jump into the fire pit than help these green-skinned bastards. They don't deserve respect, just their existence is an insult to this world. Yes, they may be strong, but how can they compare to the courage of knights? Don't treat them like humans, they are disgusting monsters. Hearing that, she thought to herself, he discriminates against orcs. Thinking so she said, but your majesty, there must be a kind orc somewhere in this world. Leon smiled faintly, looked straight into her eyes and said, remember this, my innocent girl, if there really were good orcs, they would all go to hell. The orcs, they are barbaric monsters, have always stood out with their pale green skin coupled with long, sharp fangs, and their eyes are always black and fierce, radiating anger, on their horribly wrinkled faces, are covered with concave scars. Not only that, their hair is also messy, looking extremely messy. Their original living location did not originate in this place, but after the gates on Earth were opened, many surviving orcs migrated here, gradually penetrating and blending into society, human society. In particular, the Earth also happily welcomes them, regardless of species. Everyone is ready to stand up, smile brightly and happily hold up welcome signs. However, something horrifying and unexpected happened. They cannot live in harmony with humanity, the hideous orcs are ready to attack and brutally kill humans. Treat them like trash and bluntly punish them, as if this is the barbaric nature inherent in their instincts. Innocent people are unlucky enough to die without being able to close their eyes, they are unlucky enough to suffer a painful and tragic death, miserable when giving trust. Joy for the wrong species, and then at the last minute, they lost everything in regret, and because of that cold-blooded behavior, the orcs became a difficult task for people on Earth, transitioning to a dark and lonely forest, extremely quiet and gloomy. Wild trees grow luxuriantly, in the quiet space, the wind blows gently, making the leaves rustle, the lightning makes the atmosphere more and more scary and gloomy. Suddenly, flying out from the bushes, Yak's spinner gradually emerged, it landed on the bank of a small stream. Right after that, when it was sure that everything was okay, it immediately announced that it had arrived. After saying that, it immediately turned to look intently at the calm stream of water next to it and pointed, "If you throw that thing here, they will all die." It couldn't be simpler. Hearing that, Leon immediately said proudly, "Thanks to you." At this time, both he and Hari were wearing pink scarves with the image of a super cute bunny to disguise themselves. Leon frowned, clearly angry, and emphasized, "Don't let me down." Hari was the opposite. She looked at the scene before her eyes and was so depressed that she was speechless. Then, without further hesitation, Spinner immediately performed its mission. It clung tightly to the rock, its 4 legs began to radiate lightning, it shook slightly to notify, starting the nuclear overload process. In a split second, the energy bar was quickly fully charged, it glowed brightly with electric sparks emanating around it, charging 99.9%. Suddenly, a bright light suddenly emitted from Spinner's body, it quickly spread all around, blinding his eyes. Once again, it announced, nuclear overload, cryogenic system conversion, fuel rod filling, nuclear fusion reaction. This process happened so fast, Hari looking at the scene before her eyes, she broke into a sweat, the girl's eyes widened and her mouth opened in surprise. Leon, on the other hand, looked a bit uncomfortable, it seemed like he was just hoping to quickly destroy the orcs. "You can return soon." In a split second, the manufacturing process was undone, and Spinner proudly galloped closer to the riverbank. It directly threw the glowing fuel rod into the lazily floating stream. The fuel rod quickly sank, it gradually mixed the amount of fuel into the water. Standing to the side, Hari felt a bit awkward, she accidentally blurted out, "That looks like a lump, is that so?" Hearing that, Leon also gave her a hard time and harshly reminded her not to talk nonsense. Suddenly, Hari's face was dull, she looked intently at the scene before her eyes and hummed and asked, "But your majesty, is this okay? This question is too senseless." Leon was angry when he heard it, frowned uncomfortably, "What do you mean?" The girl then turned pale and tensed as she continued in a serious voice, "Eliminating the orcs by making the river contaminated with radiation, isn't it against the spirit of chivalry that you pursue? Before the question is difficult to answer." Hey, for a moment, Leon was speechless, he stopped and stared at Hari without saying a word. After a while, when he regained his composure, he suddenly smiled meaningfully at Hari. Leon turned around and solemnly crossed his arms, glaring at Spinner who was sitting on the ground. His voice was serious. "Listen." Both Hari and Spinner, hearing him call her name, Hari was a bit startled, she was shocked and scared. "Look at him." Leon bluntly affirmed his opinion, fighting with those green-skinned guys was not a war or a duel, but it was like a hunting festival. He added angrily, "It was hunting, whoever is free and still has a good name and reputation. This is too heartless." Hari heard it and felt sorry for the orcs, she silently reprimanded, "This name discriminates against orcs." At this moment, Leon looked very scary, he was burning with murderous intent, his dark face showed a happy smile and he loudly emphasized that there are no good orcs, only letting them go to hell is the safest thing. Over here, in the living area of the orcs, a fierce and bloody war is taking place. Croctor is brutally killing people of his own species, the other orc cannot fight back and has to helplessly accept death. Aha! At the same time, the remaining orcs standing next to him kept laughing, they kept cheering and welcoming the battle, and even jumped up when the winner and loser were announced. They shouted excitedly. Croctor smashed his head, "It's Guldeen, that's a sharp axe swing, brother." Contrary to their lively attitude, Croctor was strangely calm, he didn't say a word as if this were an everyday occurrence. At this time, Guldeen was lying on the ground, his hair soaked in a pool of blood. Looking at him, Croctor felt a little sympathy, he said, "Goodbye, you fought very bravely, I hope the god of war will send you come to the eternal battlefield." As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly walked to the nearby bucket of water. Another orc saw that and eagerly cheered, "Croctor, let's celebrate victory, oh, drink Croctor." Immediately, he quickly picked up the old wooden bucket and lifted it high. Croctor was so thirsty, he quickly scooped water from the clear stream to quench his thirst. In a moment, a full bucket of water was brought up, and he gulped it all down as if he had never drank water. Croctor kept opening his foul mouth with sharp fangs still protruding, he kept drinking water. Suddenly, after finishing drinking, Croctor wiped his mouth. The discomfort was clearly visible on his face. This orc frowned in confusion. Today's water tastes a bit strange, it's spicy. But this is not a big problem, he doesn't pay much attention because there are still many important things to do. Croctor immediately brushed it off, that's it, throwing the bucket of water and rolling it on the ground. He limped and left, conjecturing to encourage himself, "Never mind, I'm probably still stained with blood from the battle just now." His figure disappeared, leaving only the rough and bare base gate of the lone orcs appearing here. A moment later, inside the base. Suddenly, Proctor was lying on the ground in a small shabby hut. He was writhing in pain and used his last strength to scream for help. The wizard. Proctor was in extreme pain. He lay trembling on the bare ground with tears in his eyes. He helplessly moaned and called out his name, "Sorcerer, sorcerer." Unable to endure the pain any longer, he used his last strength to crawl and cling to the gate. As soon as he got there, he was in so much pain that he cried, but he couldn't hide his surprise at the terrible scene before his eyes. He suddenly stopped. He was not the only one suffering the pain. The remaining orcs were equally devastated, each one kneeling on the ground, vomiting, screaming, "Help, wizard." Only later did the wizard hear the news of the incident. He was so horrified that he could not believe his eyes. He was so startled that he dropped the staff in his hand and screamed in shock, "I have never seen anything like this. Hey, it's not magic, it's a curse." He was so shocked that he fell to the ground and groaned, "Some bastard had cursed our clan. What had happened to you all?" But no one responded to him. Everyone had gone down to the golden stream. The wizard burst into tears, his heart aching for the orc warriors who had just left. Suddenly, from afar, a strange voice rang out, causing the wizard who was streaming with tears and snot to jump, "Bringing glory back, for your majesty." Leon suddenly rushed forward from nowhere. He quickly punched. The orc had no time to react and was unlucky enough to be thrown thousands of meters away. Leon was burning with murderous intent and loudly ordered all the warriors. His eyes widened. He cruelly shouted loudly, "Kill them all for me, don't let anyone survive." The notification system activated the anti-shock system. From afar, a group of soldiers wearing iron armor holding weapons rushed forward. We happily and confidently shouted, "Come on guys, experience for free, do it, let's get rid of them." The soldiers rushed forward. Very quickly, they approached the base gate. Soldiers quickly rushed in like ants breaking a nest, causing the orcs who were writhing in pain on the ground to get up. They were shocked by the terrible scene before their eyes. The fate of these orcs was decided to be tied to death. Soldiers rushed forward, raising their swords, just waiting to kill and eliminate them. These orcs were poisoned and fell into a weak position, unable to react. They could only stand still and wait for death. At the last moment of their lives, one could not bear it and angrily shouted and cursed, "Quitter!" The soldiers continued to attack. They loudly scolded the barbaric orcs. They died. Fresh blood spewed out right there, soaking the whole poetic sky. The base gradually turned into a bloodbath. A succession of orcs were quickly eliminated. They were so angry that they could not rise up, and soon they were completely massacred. Once again, the system displayed, "The White Axe tribe was wiped out. All the orcs became your enemies." Just then, the soldiers also received the information. They were shocked. On this side, Hari was also surprised and could not believe her eyes. She carefully read each line of information displayed on the notice board. "You are the common enemy of the entire orc race." Immediately, a new mission was immediately assigned, a hidden mission to destroy all the orcs on the battlefield. In a split second, Hari and his army were ready to take battle positions to carry out the mission. Confused, she turned to look at Leon, frantically pointed at the notice board and awkwardly said, "Your Majesty, the mission has been changed." Faced with this very unexpected event, Leon was not worried or impatient at all, but was extremely happy and excited. He smiled brightly and expressed, "Very good, now this is the real mission. Forever this joy." The new victory was clearly visible on his bloodstained face. Leon immediately called out loudly, "My soldiers, it is time to bring light and justice to this land." Suddenly, before Leon could finish his sentence, from afar, the orc wizard began to go crazy. He roared with anger. His already ugly face now looked even more fierce. The shrill scream echoed throughout the forest. This strange sound quickly attracted the attention of everyone there. They quickly turned around and looked into the distance. At this moment, Leon's face darkened, a bit shy about that mysterious event. The witch, burning with murderous intent, limped forward. He was furious and kept cursing, "You guys, it's you, the bunch of people who cast the curse on the river." He raised his voice and his eyes turned white. "Rebuke that evil, cowardly race." The wizard growled and said provocative words, yet he dared to call himself a warrior. Listen to this. Leon seemed to have been hit in the heart. He couldn't bear it anymore, so he frowned and asked again, "What did you say?" Immediately, Leon cursed the stupid orc so hard that he couldn't argue but remained silent. "You brainless bastard, a bastard who only knows the song of fame. Fortunately, I can't even see you before, otherwise it would have been too dirty." Leon grimaced, gritted his teeth, and scolded the stupid orcs. "Those orcs, it seems you don't realize they're all dead. Low-class races like you deserve to suffer that." He's disgusted. Continue. I am giving them the opportunity to free themselves from their ugliness by cursing all of them, you dirty animals, to death. Faced with these extremely harsh words, the orc wizard immediately reacted. He quickly rebutted in a loud, insolent voice. Having said that, he immediately used a secret technique. A huge dark energy began to spread from his body to all around. The angry wizard growled, "Gokrak, I will not forgive you." Seeing that the situation did not look good, Leon did not hesitate to pull out his weapon. He glared at him with disdain, not forgetting to say sarcastically, do you think I will give you time to perform magic? Of course not. Leon took the weapon and rushed forward quickly, giving him a painful, fatal blow. Before the wizard could even execute his move, he was hit. He spat blood from his mouth in pain, gagged, and was thrown far away. He gritted his teeth bitterly, the blood in his mouth overflowed, and suddenly electric sparks flashed around his body. It seems like everything has gone beyond the limit. The wizard is standing in the middle of the cloudy black gas. He likes to spit. It's too late, humanity. Very quickly, the tentacles from that mysterious energy source began to spread wildly around. They wrapped tightly around the dead orc bodies. Looking at the rhythmic tentacles doing that, the wizard could not hide his emotions and exclaimed, "Gokrak is crazy." In an instant, the sky was turned black by dark forces. A ball of black gas suddenly appeared floating in the air. It continuously wrapped around and absorbed the bodies of the dead orcs. Terrified by the scene before her eyes, Hari's face darkened. She trembled in fear and asked Leon, "Your Majesty, what is that?" At this time, Leon was still not afraid. He still looked at her with disdain. The orc sarcastically replied, "Ha, go to the fields, what a bunch of animals, no wonder their civilization cannot develop." At the same time, the dark ball grew larger and larger, spreading widely into the surrounding sky. Suddenly, from amidst the dim black smoke, a giant, hideous orc hand punctured the ball and emerged. It slammed down on the ground, creating an earthquake that shook the whole area. Before his appearance, the wizard was extremely pleased. He proudly boasted, "Look here." Suddenly, a giant round eye suddenly appeared in the dark sky. Once again, the notification system displayed, the mission was hidden. The monster gradually appeared. It slowly emerged from the giant ball of black gas under the influence of the orc wizard. This guy happily shouted loudly, "Welcome Gokrak's wrath." Just then, a new mission was assigned, to destroy Gokrak, the sorcerer of the orc tribe. The giant orc monster gradually appeared in the mist, raising his giant arm towards Leon who was riding a horse. He growled and curled his hands up, holding them out in front of his eyes, aiming straight at Leon's face. Through the monster's vision, his grimace was clearly visible. He angrily growled and scolded him, "Unacceptable." In an instant, the monster was so bitter, his eyes continuously shot laser beams aimed straight at Leon's body in an attempt to eliminate him. Energy gradually accumulated, and soon his eyes became bright and dazzling like car headlights. Bang! A super strong beam of light with an unparalleled source of energy was shot out. It aimed straight at Leon and shot. Immediately after that, a huge explosion took place. Instantly smoke and dust flew out, obscuring the vision, eyes. The space was immediately destroyed into rubble. Perhaps Leon was unlucky at this time to be eliminated. Hari witnessed the entire incident before her eyes and could not help but be shocked. She enthusiastically shouted loudly, "Summer!" But life is not like a dream. Fortunately, Leon was hit without any harm. The giant monster was surprised to see that. He widened his eyes and growled threateningly, I am the guardian god, here." He panicked and asked Leon's origin, "Who is your patron god?" It seemed like he was going to tremble in fear, but no, Leon was not distracted at all and answered contemptuously. His voice was serious and sarcastic, something like, "You dare to ask that question?" To Leon, the monster was just a small fry. He didn't even bother to put him in his sight. Just a moment ago, in the decisive moment, Leon had mastered and quickly used the protective shield. He easily resisted the monster's attack, which led to the situation he was in now. He was mad, dark-faced, gritting his teeth and screaming, "You!" Leon was crazy. He was shaking with anger. His veins were all over his face. Leon was angry and screaming with murderous intent. This thing that calls itself the superior of these cruel beasts, dares to claim to be a god, star. Things couldn't be that easy. Leon couldn't give up easily. He radiated anger, gritted his teeth, and pulled out from nothingness a shining magic sword. Leon bravely held the sword. He immediately galloped forward. The horse at this time seemed to have gone crazy. Its soul was broken, its divinity was panting at lightning speed. Everywhere the horse's footprints passed, all cause a powerful earthquake. Sitting on horseback, he still couldn't calm down his anger, so he fiercely raised his sword. His face was red, and he kept cursing, "This king cannot let you continue to exist." Faced with his overly boastful attitude, the monster felt a bit guilty. He showed his displeasure, and immediately raised his hand to crush Leon with one shot. The monster rolled his giant eyes and growled insultingly, "A small mortal like you." The monster suddenly glared, he clenched his hand into a fist, and slammed it straight towards Leon, eager to crush him. At the same time, in the midst of the ruins, Leon was majestically riding his horse, galloping to greet him, fighting to eliminate him. He was very close to that death fist, only a few seconds more until he arrived. He then accelerated the horse's galloping speed. My horse was equally eager to win. He quickly accelerated and rushed forward. Suddenly, Leon suddenly glared, sparks of electricity also followed. From afar, he raised his sword high, straight and decisively slashed. Immediately, that slash flew far away, instantly cutting the monster's giant arm in half. He was so surprised that he could not react. In a split second, the arm was severely damaged, and in just a few seconds, the arm was severed and fell to the ground, followed by blood spurting out non-stop. The monster's eyes widened in pain. He couldn't believe that one day he would be seriously injured and humiliated like this. The severed hand quickly landed with a thud, and it wasn't until this moment that he regained consciousness. The soldiers below were equally surprised. They were amazed by Leon's unparalleled strength. Looking at the small but brave man standing tall on the ground, the monster couldn't help but feel bitter. It growled in pain and groaned, asking why, even though you only cut a doll, not his real body, me, why do I feel pain? Immediately, he screamed in pain. The wizard couldn't help but be shocked when he saw that. He stood still, sweating profusely and stammeringly called, "Gokroc." This has never happened before. It must be said that it is too unbelievable. Gokroc cannot accept the truth. He trembles and screams, "Yes, that's right, it's because of him, it's because of the sword." He is shocked. Huang realized it was a holy sword. The situation has truly become dangerous. The problem is becoming more and more difficult as Gokroc gradually understands everything. Faced with Leon's pressure, he is afraid and firmly affirms that it is you. Leon, a small person, but his strength is not inferior to anyone. Right now he is sitting on horseback looking extremely majestic. The monster looks at him and his heart becomes tragic. He is a bastard, orc lord, demon hunter, knight abandoned in that strange world. It wasn't until now that Gokroc realized Leon's true identity. He couldn't help but sweat in fear. Unable to say a word, the monster fell silent. Suddenly, he disappeared in mid-air. He was in such a hurry that he only had time to leave a short message: "Let's get out of here," leaving the witch left on the ground alone in shock. Trembling, he suddenly shouted loudly, "What, Mr. Gokroc?" Gokroc looked at the person who had summoned him and hated him so much. He coldly dismissed his responsibility. "You will have to pay for what you have done. See you again another time." These words came so suddenly. Go. The orc wizard couldn't believe he would be left like that. He opened his eyes in shock, sweating profusely and trembling as he called out, "Gokroc." From afar, Leon angrily got off his horse and walked forward. In a moment, the horse immediately disappeared into nothingness. He looked at the orc who was kneeling on the ground viciously and sighed in annoyance. He said sarcastically. He said he was the god of these orcs. Immediately after that, Leon clicked his tongue and pouted reproachfully, but it turned out that was all. At this moment, the wizard's eyes and nose were streaming with tears. He looked at Leon indignantly and scolded him endlessly, "You, bastard, terrible." Perhaps from the moment he was born until now, Leon was the first person to destroy his life like that. The wizard growled full of resentment. He shouted loudly, "What tricks did you play?" Immediately the wizard took up his weapon. "I will avenge my brothers," he threatened. Leon didn't even care about these words. It was too much trash for him. Without hesitation, he took the holy sword and cut off the monster's head, leaving him dead without even having time to close his eyes. The wizard fell before Leon's powerful sword. Perhaps this was the last great blessing he gave him, a quick, painless death. Leon looked at the bloody orc's corpse on the ground and clicked his tongue contemptuously. He looked at it with contemptuous eyes and said, "You cruel creature, you have made an effort, but it's better for something like you not to live." Immediately, right after destroying the entire orc tribe, the system will immediately notify you that you have completed the hidden mission. All participants will receive orc hunter badges, and all will receive titles, warrior under the night. This offer is also very generous. A series of super attractive gifts are continuously given to the soldiers. The system displays reward information. Orc hunters, when confronting orcs, receive 3 additional rewards: 50% damage. The warrior under the cover of night gains 20% increased defense when fighting alongside a knight with the war knight attribute. This gift came so unexpectedly, the warriors were moved with tears. Everyone was trembling with emotion. They could not believe the wonderful thing they had received after finishing the battle just now. And Yul was the same. He was so shocked that he was sweating. He thought in shock. Everything was added with physical armor, something only tankers should have. Looking at the notice board that appeared before their eyes, the soldiers were all excited and talking to each other. They were all very happy to chat. It was great. It's a pity that it only applies when meeting orcs, but that's 30%, and it also increases physical defense. Suddenly, from afar, Leon angrily ordered loudly to pick up all the spoils. He sternly and slowly shouted, "Move quickly, the winner's right is to have more spoils." Immediately the soldiers rushed out in all directions, everyone eager to get their share, their own. They happily cheered, "Oh, right, we have to hurry, let's go, pick them all up." The soldiers confusedly divided the harvesting of the spoils among themselves, giving priority to those tall and seemingly high-ranking guys, and then picked up the sorcerer's equipment as well. Before this exciting scene, Leon ignored it and fell into thought. He sighed boredly, Suddenly Hari suddenly appeared from behind and bowed respectfully, "Your Majesty." He was startled and turned around and asked in a serious voice, what was going on? The girl immediately turned to look up at Gokrok's giant severed arm. She awkwardly said, "The thing is, what should we do with that thing?" Hearing that, Leon looked serious. Right after that, he immediately glanced at the orc god's severed arm in confusion, wondering if the fake god's hand hadn't disappeared yet. Suddenly, before Hari could answer, Spinner flew from nowhere and suddenly jumped on her head. It proudly pointed straight at Leon's face, as if he understood something. He took the initiative to speak. "What do you want to say, Spinner?" It immediately announced that a new message had been sent. Suddenly its eyes flashed and emitted a signal. A screen momentarily appeared in front of Hari and Leon. Hedo suddenly appeared in a tiny form. He proudly advised, "Lionheart, I can feel a significant amount of power from that hand, Therefore, he immediately smiled happily and confidently asked in front of Hari's admiring eyes, "To absorb that power with the Holy Grail, and then we will research it to be able to further support you." Faced with this unexpected source of news, Leon was a bit surprised. He naively looked at that giant arm, wondering, "Oh, really?" In an instant he summoned the Holy Grail that fit in the palm of his hand. Holding the Holy Grail in his hand, Leon confidently strode closer to the arm of the monster Gokrok. Immediately he held the Holy Cup and pointed it straight at a limb of its body. Suddenly, a brilliant source of energy escaped from the mouth of the cup, blinding his eyes. It crept in and gradually absorbed this entire useful arm. Very quickly, the energy source covered the entire hand, gradually corroding the fingertips. Then slowly, the entire part of that arm instantly flashed light, completely disappearing, dissolving into nothingness. This absorbed power was too overwhelming. Leon held the Holy Cup tightly, feeling heavy in his heart. He viciously clicked his tongue. Leon was a bit shy. He thought to himself, "I can feel an energy source similar to divine power." Suddenly he sighed in boredom. It seemed like those monsters really worshipped this guy. But everything must have its limits. The same goes for Leon. He believes that, however, animals who do not recognize who is the true creator are not allowed to live. That is an absolute crime that must be eradicated. And then in the middle of the empty space, suddenly a sweet voice suddenly came from somewhere, "Lionheart, my knight." It turned out to be Ariana. He felt relieved when he heard that and immediately replied, "Is it a human, female, god?" "That's right." Leon felt a little guilty. He immediately respectfully bowed down and explained in confusion, "How could I hear your voice, but not be able to bow?" At this moment, the awkwardness was clearly visible on his face. His handsome face made Ariana feel good when she heard that. She immediately wiped her hands and gently comforted him. "It's okay, you're absorbing the monster's divine power. It's okay to ignore it." After saying that, she immediately got to the main point. Ariana expressed the purpose of today's conversation. She said, "The reason I came to you is because I need you to make a choice. With it, I think you can recover your health, the power of the sacred object you want." Faced with such a difficult choice, Leon was a bit confused. He immediately asked, "Really, over here, the god of war is extremely serious. He constantly encourages Leon, choose the sword, King Lionheart." But immediately, Ariana cut him off with a painful interruption. "Shut up, god of war." And then she continued to answer, "Yes, but you can only choose one, so I'll wait your answer, my beloved knight." Indeed, choosing like this is extremely difficult. For him everything is necessary. Leon suddenly fell into thought. He silently calculated that at present, he possessed 4 holy objects, the holy spear and the holy sword, the holy grail, and the lion's heart. To be honest, every holy item is extremely useful, so I'm really confused about which one to choose. He closed his eyes, put his chin on his face, and hesitated. The power of the holy sword is already quite large, so there's no need. Leon suddenly opened his eyes brightly. He thought to himself, then, perhaps he has found his own suitable choice. Leon then solemnly raised the Holy Grail. He replied in a loud and confident voice, I choose to restore the Holy Grail's strength. Seeing that, without hesitation, Ariana immediately nodded. She said, okay. Then, he stretched his arm holding the holy cup up high. In an instant, a brilliant halo covered it and quickly lifted it up to float in the air. Leon stared intently at the glowing Holy Grail without even blinking. A rich source of energy was constantly being absorbed by it. Very quickly, the Holy Grail was filled with power. It sparkled and shone brightly. Leon proudly reached out to receive it, and the Holy Grail gradually returned to its original state. Finally, the leveling process was completed. Leon quickly grasped the Holy Grail in his hand. Looking at it, he was extremely happy. A smile had already bloomed on his face. Leon thought, this harvest is not bad. Suddenly, from afar, someone rushed over and quickly reported with a panicked voice, Your Majesty. Leon was a bit startled. He suddenly turned around. He was confused and naively asked, What's so noisy? Just like that, the holy cup in his hand had already been taken back by him. Hari hurriedly ran back, confused, and said, Maybe you have to go there for a while. Seeing her walking alone without the spinner hanging above her head, Leon immediately wondered, where was the spinner? Hari then suddenly felt guilty and frantically scratched his ear. She hummed, about that. Immediately, when Hari had not yet finished speaking, a scream suddenly echoed from far away, leave me alone, this damn robot. Hearing that, the girl suddenly felt guilty and turned around. Huang shouted, Seeing the situation getting more and more strange like that, Leon was already confused and now even more confused. He tilted his head in wonder. On this side, things became more and more tense. Blood flowed continuously, quickly forming a wet puddle on the ground. The soldier was lying on the ground, struggling and screaming, What's wrong with everyone? Please help me. He kept kicking and screaming. Suddenly Spinner shot out the rope, immediately tied it tightly so that the soldier could not move. He was extremely frightened and angry and kept cursing. This wretched robot, stood around. The remaining soldiers saw this scene and were speechless. These words seemed to completely agitate Spinner. Immediately, his eyes glowed red with murderous intent as if right at this moment, he could eliminate that hidden soldier at any time and without any reason. Spinner cried out viciously, chirping. Suddenly, Spinner got angry. He immediately adjusted the rope tighter and tighter. The other soldier was horrified when he saw this. His face instantly turned pale. In a split second, he was immediately tied up and writhing on the ground, looking extremely cowardly. The remaining soldiers surrounding him, seeing that scene, burst out laughing, making him embarrassed. Spinner was still determined to punish and not forgive. Looking at the scene of his suffering appearing before his eyes, he couldn't help but enjoy it and jumped on the criminal's back, making the soldier bitterly grit his teeth. This incident would probably still be going on if it weren't for Leon's appearance. He slowly walked step by step from afar. It seemed like the crowd had felt this oppressive presence. They were a little confused, trembling in fear. He jumped and looked at Leon with wide eyes. He majestically walked forward with the appearance of a true leader. Leon looked solemnly and looked around. At the same time, Hari was standing next to him. The little girl's eyes were in shock and her mouth was in shock, sweating profusely at the scene before his eyes. The other soldier saw him, so he took the opportunity to try to get up and continue to exclaim, This damn robot is attacking me, but life is not like a dream. Before he could finish his opening sentence, Leon loudly ordered him to shut up, stop. He looked seriously at the awkward Spinner. Leon then loudly scolded the stupid soldier who was lying on his back, on the floor. He shouted loudly, If you don't want your tongue cut out, you should pay attention to your words. At this moment, his face was extremely cold. He considered the soldier nothing more than trash, but when he heard that, the stupid soldier was still confused. He kept mumbling things he shouldn't have said. Robot, what a robot. These words really aroused the anger in Leon's heart. He burned with anger, fiercely scolding, Hey, where is this lowly thing that dares to call a knight like that? This comes too unexpectedly. Go. The soldier heard that and was so surprised that he was stunned. He broke out in a cold sweat, looked at Leon in shock and thought, Immediately, Leon did not immediately believe his accusation, but quickly turned around, seriously looked at Spinner and asked, What's going on, Mr. Spinner? My robot immediately responded, it steadfastly affirming the soldier's crime. Stealing the spoils of war seemed to have been told right to his heart. The soldier heard this and felt guilty. He was startled and scared, so he shouted in denial, What? There's no way. The soldier would bow his head and admit his guilt. He stubbornly and frantically denied it all. No, that's not it. This stupid thing. What should he do if he accidentally said it? By the time he realized he was lying, it was too late. The soldier had no choice but to use his old tricks. He was flattering. No, it was just a misunderstanding, but even so, there was no way Leon would believe his words, he said. Immediately, he clicked his tongue viciously and said loudly, whether there was a misunderstanding or not, and he searched. In a split second, Leon sternly ordered, "Hari, search him." She heard that and immediately awkwardly replied, "Ah, yes." At this point the soldier really wouldn't be able to save him. He turned pale and was startled, trembling, scared, trembling all over my body. Immediately, Hari approached the soldier. The girl glowed with murderous intent and stared at him. At this time, her hands were raised in front of her, ready to examine the other man's body. When he saw that, he jumped, begging profusely for more time, waiting a bit. But life is not like a dream. In a split second, Hari immediately obeyed the order and rushed to search his entire body. She continuously probed and examined his entire body. Faced with such an ironic situation, the soldier did not stop, shouted loudly, "Do you really believe this robot's words?" Wait. This shrill scream seems to have alarmed the remaining soldiers. They turned pale in fear. Even though they were wearing armor, cold sweat continued to flow from their bodies. They were horrified at the unclean scene before their eyes. Then, just a short time later, the body examination process had ended. Hari discovered a small mysterious bundle in his body, like this, wormwood. The soldier had no way of getting away with it. At this moment he was kneeling on the ground in shock, his face without a drop of blood. Without wasting any more time, Hari immediately rummaged to check the mysterious item inside the small bag. It turned out that inside was a fresh, still hot heart. Hari was surprised and frowned. She took the initiative and awkwardly opened her mouth. She hesitated. This is the heart of the warrior leader of the orc tribe. This crime is truly too heinous. The value of what he stole is worthless. Border, she seriously emphasized. This was the most valuable booty in the orc territory. Faced with these undeniable accusations, Leon immediately glanced at the soldier with hatred. This time it seemed that something had unfortunately provoked his madness. Leon was really angry. He shouted angrily and authoritatively, "How dare you? You must also know that you are guilty of embezzling valuable loot like this. It's a serious crime, isn't it?" The soldier was extremely embarrassed when he heard that. He stubbornly lowered his face and faltered to justify it. It was just a misunderstanding. The soldier steadfastly denied the wrong he had done. He was arrogant, his face raised, and he argued loudly, "I did not steal it, I absolutely did." But sadly, right when he was still talking, before he could finish his sentence, Leon coldly swung his sword, immediately cutting off his useless right arm that was only used for stealing. Seeing that, Hari was extremely frightened. Her face turned pale. She looked at Leon in panic and pain. On this side, when the soldier had not even had time to react, his hand was severed and thrown backwards. He looked like that but had no time to move. He was shocked and scared and exclaimed in surprise, "Oh!" Only later did the soldier realize the seriousness of the problem. He cried out in despair, "Ah, my hand!" The remaining soldiers surrounding him couldn't hide their fear when they saw this. Everyone turned pale and didn't dare to move or say a word. At this time, the stupid soldier's right hand was lying on the ground. It was soaked, stained with bright red blood. Looking at the soldier writhing in pain before his eyes, Leon was cold and showed no mercy. He immediately put away his sword, a serious face and a sarcastic voice of criticism. "I know your laws and perceptions are different from this king, but now you have entered Lionheart's camp." Leon immediately loudly and sternly reminded the entire crowd. He angrily emphasized, "Then what you must obey is not the law or the old order, but the military law of Lionheart." Immediately after that, Leon immediately flared up with murderous intent and ordered, "This is the king's law, it is also military law. Anyone who cannot follow it, please raise your hand right here." And of course there is no mercy here. There is no timid hand reaching out. Stealing will have your hand cut off. That is the national curfew law of the Lionheart Kingdom. Here, the regulations are extremely harsh. Many people think that the laws and rules here are truly unacceptable to people on Earth. The soldiers immediately flocked to look at each other and discuss. They were arguing, "Seems a bit excessive, just cutting off someone's hand." However, I have to say it again, the resources received from the war are also very generous. One of the soldiers thought guiltily, "A series of famous support buds, a D-rank person like me, maybe up to sea level, no, maybe even more." The soldier sighed with regret. It would be too bad to give up now. The atmosphere gradually became gloomy. A quiet space gradually enveloped the group of people. The soldiers hesitated. Right from the beginning of stealing, is it wrong to steal? Originally, there were no laws in the dungeon gate, but now there are some strict rules. Maybe it's a good thing. Suddenly in the crowd, a brave soldier proactively stepped forward and respectfully said, Your Majesty. Your Majesty made Leon a bit startled. He silently bowed his head, yes. He sternly reminded, Say your name first. Immediately after that, the soldier immediately obeyed the order. He slowly took off the hot iron helmet. He held his hat in his hand, slowly and timidly introduced himself, Soldier, my name is Gu Dae-sung. Guessing that he must have requested something, Leon frankly asked directly, What do you want to say, Gu Dae-sung? Immediately, the soldier quickly narrated his own point of view. The story was. Sung trembled with fear and hesitated, respectfully looking at the stupid soldier who was kneeling and sitting in a corner with tears in his eyes. Suddenly he spoke up, The thief's arm, can you allow me to take it away? Hearing that, Leon felt a bit uncomfortable. He asked, Do you want to reconnect with him? That's true. Sung didn't deny it at all. He trembled and frankly admitted right away, yes. But Leon did not accept it so easily. He lamented dejectedly, But then the punishment would have no meaning anymore. Your remonstrance is resisting my Lionheart's punishment.
Hearing this, Sung turned pale. He trembled in confusion and replied, I know that, but...
He then explained honestly and seriously, Your Majesty, we are people with different perceptions than you. This time you have told us about that rule. Sung respectfully bowed down and begged, So I hope can you give us a chance? Hearing that, Leon felt a little relieved. He replied in a low voice, Yes. Leon looked at him and nodded, What you said makes sense. Hearing that, he replied in fear, Please forgive me. At this time, Leon suddenly approached the stupid and greedy soldier from afar, making him startled and scared that he would be tortured again. But no, how lucky, he summoned the Holy Grail in his hand and agreed to heal him. Leon directly and seriously reminded him that you should be grateful that your comrades have someone who knows how to reason. Having finished speaking, without wasting any time, he immediately rushed to use the Holy Grail. A bright halo suddenly spread out to all around. From the holy cup suddenly appeared a source of magical water. Leon quickly fell onto the soldier's severely injured arm. He looked at his newly injured arm in shock and widened his eyes in surprise. His eyes were filled with tears. He was so shocked by the scene before him. The soldier hesitated. This is. In an instant, his arm instantly healed. All scars were erased as if no injury had ever occurred. He shouted in surprise at everyone's surprised eyes. What is that? So, the severed hand has regenerated. Standing aside, Sung turned pale in shock and thought, even if he was an S-level healer, he could only reattach a hand that had been severed and could not regenerate it like that. That level was the power of recovery, even stronger than an S-class healer. He turned around in shock and glanced at Leon, who was burning with anger, wondering if one person could hold such power. It was too terrifying. Suddenly, Leon coldly shouted loudly and full of contempt. He glared, Humph, go away. Immediately after that, he loudly threatened, I will forgive you this time out of respect for your old laws, but you lose your status. He looked at the soldier who was kneeling down and begged endlessly, thanking His Majesty and asking His Majesty's forgiveness. Then, Leon loudly ordered the surrounding soldiers to stabilize. The soldiers who entered my military camp could stay, those who did not enter could divide the spoils and leave. Hearing that, the soldiers immediately felt awkward. They looked at each other bewilderedly for a long time. They happily thought to themselves, this is the opportunity, they must do it at all costs. Seeing the enthusiastic spirit of the crowd, Leon couldn't help but feel pleased. He smiled confidently and said triumphantly, Good, then let's prepare for training right away. I hope there will be no one here. I couldn't stand the training so much that I had to leave. Immediately, he shouted, Bring the spoils with us, we go back. The soldiers were really happy. They competed with each other to shout, Wow. Suddenly Hari had a few questions. The girl asked Leon, Your Majesty. He immediately replied, What is it? Hari then continued, What will the next training session be? Faced with her super senseless question, he did not answer immediately but burst out laughing involuntarily. After a while, he calmly replied, Training his strength. The scene changes to a vast golden rice field. This place is brilliantly golden with warm sunlight that steadily illuminates everything around. In front of the gate of the training camp, a crowd of people gathered here. Suddenly a familiar voice called out, You, Mr. Gu. The old man looked at his dirty face with concern and asked, What's wrong with your face? Sung was a bit startled. He felt guilty. Seeing that he seemed speechless, he took the initiative to guess. Could it be that he had joined the team to attack the new gate? That was indeed the case. Sung was confused and scratched his head. He was confused, replied, Yes, sitting still I felt my whole body itching. It's probably because he's too busy with work, worrying too much about you. The old man kindly reminded him, "You're harming yourself like that, one or the other." Hearing that, Sung could only laugh awkwardly, "Ha ha, yes." Suddenly, from afar, Hari suddenly rushed forward. She excitedly stood in front of the group of people. The girl was a bit shy, confidently took a breath to prepare to announce something. Suddenly, Hari shouted loudly to warn, "His Majesty Leon Dragonia Lionheart, and the Holy Grail Knight Yakok Spinner arrived." The group suddenly became silent, they attentively followed Leon's footsteps. He proudly stepped forward, stood majestically on the podium and spoke confidently, "Congratulating you on passing the simple test just now." Leon happily continued, "When you come to my military camp, you will more or less have it, shortcomings, but that can be gradually improved later." Hearing that, the crowd's faces darkened. They were horrified recalling the event that happened just recently. Everyone had a painful question in their hearts: was the Orc dungeon gate simple? Suddenly, Leon spoke solemnly, "Watching you guys fight, I also discovered some of my own problems." He fiercely emphasized, "The most important thing is still the body." Faced with this decisive statement, the crowd was a bit confused. They wondered, "Our bodies, to begin with, were all D or C class. That's why," Leon insisted, "I decided to train your bodies first." He happily declared that from now on, you will train according to the curriculum reserved for the standing troops of this Lionheart Kingdom. Seeing this, the crowd felt guilty. They were shocked and afraid of their upcoming miserable future. Was the training curriculum for the standing army similar to muscle training like in the Middle Ages? "It's almost like that," Leon enthusiastically explained. "Body training in short is still muscle training. Muscle training means overloading the body to expand its limits." He added with a sinister smile, "The Holy Grail Knight who wrote the training curriculum for standing troops, the one who defeated giants, Mr. Gratis had said." Leon immediately smirked and happily narrated, "The more a person fights, the stronger and more resilient they become. That's a famous saying." Hearing this, the soldiers suddenly stopped. They were bewildered and didn't understand what was going on. Everyone was wondering, what kind of fight? Unable to hesitate any longer, Leon seemed angry. He boldly affirmed, "If so, how must soldiers who take on the task of protecting the kingdom train? Of course, they must do things differently than normal farmers, already." At this point, he insisted, "So, in order to achieve the highest training effectiveness, Mr. Gratis proposed this plan," making the people below shocked and worried. Leon glared with a murderous smile. He frowned and said in a low voice, "Let the fighting soldiers have their heads cut off, their entire bodies bruised, and then help them restore them to normal. By doing so, you will not only gain more muscles, it's solid, and your movement vision will also improve because you still have to avoid being hit." This decision was so bold. After hearing it, everyone was scared and speechless. They trembled and thought, what? Then, suddenly, Leon pointed his finger down at the entire group of people, causing everyone to panic and step back nervously. Leon was filled with murderous aura. He proudly pointed his finger and commanded, "Come on, now you guys start fighting." Leon had a murderous aura. He stretched out his hand, pointed straight to the sky and said loudly, "Come on." He suddenly grimaced provocatively, then gave the supreme command, "Now you all start fighting." He demanded in a serious voice, pointing directly at their faces, until his muscles ripped and his fists bled. But Leon's limit never ends there. He added loudly, "Even better than breaking bones? No, destroy it." These words of his are too wild. I've only just heard them. Just by hearing it, Sung couldn't help but scream out loud. He quickly protested, "No, that's silly, Your Majesty. No, that's not necessarily wrong," in front of the crowd's terrified eyes. Sung continued frantically, "But Your Majesty, if that's what you mean, then my body can't stand it. Even so, it has nothing to do with you." Leon asked in confusion, "How could that be?" Having said that, he immediately took the holy cup from the void and placed it gently on the podium. The light radiating from the cup sparkled and shimmered, truly attracting the attention of others. Leon proudly looked at the glowing Holy Grail and felt extremely refreshed. He happily reminded you that you should feel grateful for receiving the protection of the Holy Grail. As he finished speaking, the crowd below immediately began to stir. The old man suddenly discovered an unusual change on Sung's face. He was immediately shocked and pointed, "Hey, Mr. Gu, that makes me a little nervous." Feeling guilty, he turned around and replied, "What?" The old man exclaimed in shock, "His wound is healing." Hearing that, Sung was extremely frightened. He quickly touched his face to check. It was indeed like that. If the face before was where here was covered with extremely rough wounds, now it was completely different. It was smooth, as if there was not a scratch. Sung was shocked and asked, "Hey, why is that?" While he was confused, Leon spoke up to explain. He confidently affirmed, "Where is the Holy Grail? There all the soldiers will be restored." He emphasized further, "And if you drink the water from the cup even your bones will be regenerated, not to mention your muscles." The true ability of the Holy Grail is too extraordinary. When the crowd heard that, their faces were dumbfounded. Everyone was bewildered and couldn't believe it. Leon continued, "So I will give you 5 hours, within the time period. During that time, if you see anyone, punch them all." He sternly reminded the rules of the game: don't collude with each other, attack your opponents with all the moves you can think of. Hearing this, Sung was really scared. In a moment, his face changed, pale, his body drenched in cold sweat. Leon suddenly flashed with murderous intent. He shouted a warning, "Ha! If anyone deliberately fails to do so, this king himself will teach you a lesson." Having finished speaking, he coldly turned around and left, leaving Hari and Spinner alone to manage everything. He did not forget to give instructions. "Okay, Mr. Spinner, it's all thanks to you." In the face of the cold and indifferent attitude, feeling sorry for themselves, the people below gradually fell into despair. They were worried inconsolably. Do we have to train in this barbaric way? Immediately after that, the atmosphere suddenly became strangely quiet. Everyone cautiously looked at each other. Everyone was a little scared. Sweat continued to flow profusely, wetting their faces. Sung gradually became embarrassed. He looked shyly at the old man next to him and laughed. Ha ha ha, he was no better. He was also in a difficult position, so he could only force a smile in response. Hee hee. Suddenly, Spinner sent out an alarm signal. It angrily announced that it had discovered a mistake, causing Hari, who was standing there frozen, startled. She didn't know what was going on. Her eyes were wide open and her mouth was shaking, asked, "Huh?" But Spinner didn't even bother to answer or explain anything to her. But in a split second, it shot a powerful electric spark that shot down to the ground below. The attack was so unexpected that the crowd panicked. They didn't have time to react. Luckily, a lucky young man avoided that electric spark. He narrowly escaped death. He immediately panicked and screamed, "Ah!" Spinner was burning with murderous aura and commanded in a stern voice, "Let's fight." He reminded further, "If you don't comply, I will take care of you," causing the people below to lose their divinity and everyone will be terrified. The word had been decided. They couldn't hesitate any longer. At this point, everyone's faces turned pale. They were scared that they would hurt themselves. Suddenly a guy seemed to have gone crazy. His face was full of veins. He was gaunt and emaciated. He shouted loudly, "Damn it." Having said that, there was no other way. He immediately rushed forward to attack the group of people in front. He roared, howling and cursing, dying, making them afraid of losing their pants. Everyone lost their momentum and quickly backed away. The scene before their eyes gradually became chaotic. Everyone was constantly fighting each other. They attacked randomly. Every time they saw someone they fought without any hesitation, regardless of age or gender. Suddenly a big guy appeared, shouted loudly, "I'm not that easy to kill." Then he also merged into the happy atmosphere of the crowd. Looking at his compatriot who had been injured and collapsed on the cold ground, Sung could not hide his sadness. He was shocked and stood solemnly. Unable to endure any longer, Sung immediately shouted angrily, "Everyone is crazy, all of this is crazy." However, right before he could finish his sentence, a mysterious person suddenly rushed forward and gave him a painful punch. The attack was so unexpected, Sung had no time to react. He could only scream, once, excited and then easily defeated in the blink of an eye. And now, let's take a look at the timetables of the hunters who applied to join Leon's army. 9 o'clock in the morning, fun-filled military training. In the process, everyone here is constantly attacking each other. Everyone quickly loses their nature and constantly slaughters their fellow humans. The time has already struck 12 o'clock in the afternoon. Today's lunch includes filtered water mixed with salt or sugar. This is also too tragic. After fighting, everyone's strength was exhausted and in the end, the group had anything decent to put in your stomach, not even a piece of bread. At this time, Leon was standing solemnly in front of a giant vase of water. He coldly glanced at the crowd while Hari standing next to him was a bit shy. She bowed her head, avoiding their tired and innocent eyes. People who see that don't understand what's going on. They silently surmise, "Is that a water bottle?" Immediately after that, without hesitation, they immediately respectfully asked, "Miss Hari, what is this?" At this moment, Hari was embarrassed. She quickly avoided eye contact, awkwardly scratched her ear, embarrassed, replied, "This one." On the other hand, contrary to her shyness, Leon answered bluntly and without any respect. He solemnly emphasized, "This is your lunch, water mixed with salt and sugar." It was so cruel. The crowd heard it like lightning struck their ears. Their faces darkened in pain, looking like a dry corpse. Everyone thought in panic, Everyone added salt and sugar, water, sir. It must be said that Leon was too frugal. Military training manual. Soldiers only need to be fed enough to not die. Don't worry everyone, the army will take care of you. Time passed by like a shuttle. Soon it was 1 o'clock in the afternoon. It was also time for tactical training. Everyone in the group seriously put on their iron armor, strictly gathering under strict command. Leon's absolute moment. He immediately loudly ordered, right now, divide into 5 teams to block the king's attack. The crowd heard that. It was difficult to understand. Everyone had a question in their hearts. What? And then, just a moment later, whatever happened. The soldiers were quickly wiped out, each with their armor flying everywhere. The frightened people screamed and screamed without making a sound. The smoke and dust that followed could not help but fly blindly, covering the entire road. Then, after a stressful day of military training, the clock had already struck 9 o'clock in the evening. So go to sleep, it's time to faint. The soldiers returned to the military area to lie down and quickly curled up comfortably in bed, warm sleeping blanket. But unfortunately for Sung, he couldn't sleep peacefully. As he was falling into a deep sleep, he was suddenly awakened by a large, rotten foot hanging across his throat, making it difficult for him to breathe. Sung gritted his teeth bitterly, his face was numb. He firmly thought to himself, this is literally hellish training. How lucky, like a savior, Hari appeared carrying a huge basket of hot potatoes. She cheerfully invited, everyone, let's eat a little late. These people seem to be dying from hunger, but in the end they were able to endure it. Thanks to Hari's care, in a split second, the crowd rushed to her side. They eagerly shouted loudly saying, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you lady. The hungry and thirsty people devoured each potato. As they ate, they cried and blamed themselves for how cruel life could be, even though everything was within King Leon's calculations. No hunter could know that. The scene changes to a deserted land. The sky is now full of sunset. Suddenly, a figure appeared here who was diligently practicing. He kept swinging his sword and swinging his sword. It turned out that it was Sung. He was constantly training in his iron armor under the extremely hot afternoon sun. Even though Sung was drenched in sweat, he still refused to rest. His sword and shield kept swinging. Each swing of the sword is a symbol of Sung's strength and ever-shining determination. Suddenly, he was too tired, so he let his hands hang down and panted, ha ha. His sword and shield also sadly touched the ground. Holding the shield in his hand, he felt a little uncomfortable thinking, this shield is heavier than he thought, so swinging the sword is also more difficult. Sung suddenly felt a little hesitant about his own limitations. From afar, Leon appeared at some point. He meticulously observed every detail of Sung's movements in the present and then mentally calculated. While raising his shield, his attack position was quite limited. In the end, it seemed like stabbing was the only way to attack. Watching Sung practice with countless fatal mistakes appearing before his eyes, Leon felt a bit uncomfortable. Unable to stand still and watch without doing anything, Leon proactively spoke up to remind him that he was wrong. Hearing that, Sung was a bit startled. He widened his eyes, turned around in shock and asked in bewilderment, huh? He was stunned for a moment, then regained composure and said, Your Majesty. At this moment Leon was gradually approaching from afar. He angrily and seriously requested that he stop swinging his sword haphazardly. Immediately after that, he sternly instructed, maintained his posture and tried again. Not daring to object, Sung awkwardly replied, yes. Having said that, he did not hesitate and immediately got into a fighting position, holding his shield and sword, standing solemnly. Sung continuously delivered fatal blows under Leon's detailed observation and assessment. Sung kept swinging his sword, fiercely slashing forward. He gritted his teeth and majestically destroyed his opponent. Then, after completing everything, Sung was afraid and glanced at Leon. At this moment, for Leon, Sung's performance just now seemed like he was doing a trick. He frankly insisted that it was still wrong, causing Sung to helplessly admit it. Having said that, Leon approached him, grasped the shield tightly and suddenly raised it high. He immediately analyzed and pointed out Sung's great limitation in fighting. You keep having the habit of lowering your shield when thrusting your sword, he emphasized. That's the mistake. The shield will protect the right shoulder of the person standing next to you. Leon added seriously, even if it blocks your vision, don't lower your shield. This statement made Sung extremely confused. If that's the truth, how can we fight? He asked dully. Why is that? Leon saw that and immediately explained with a serious face, when you do that, a gap will be created, a gap will create an opening. Hearing such words of valuable experience, Sung immediately took the opportunity to ask. Your Majesty, your strategy is, we will set up shields to hold back the enemy while the knights attack, right? As expected of a smart person, Leon seems quite impressed with you. This guy, he immediately replied, "That's right, fighting and blocking at the same time, that's a basic tactic on the battlefield." However, because his mind was quite quick, Sung skillfully turned the issue around with an apprehensive expression. He asked, "But, if the enemy is a monster, we probably can't apply it, that tactic works." Hearing that, Leon suddenly fell silent, he looked solemn and said nothing. It wasn't until a while later that his emotions exploded. Leon was filled with murderous intent and asked in a harsh voice, "Are you teaching me how to fight?" This made Sung startled, like, "No, I wouldn't dare," just a little threat. Sung was so scared that his whole body stood up. Seeing that, Leon helplessly laughed it off, he sighed in frustration. Then, he continued in a serious voice, "In my world, there are tons of monsters like the ones you encountered at those dungeon gates. No, more than that, the monsters at those gates also many times more adorable." Hearing that, Sung couldn't hide the shock on his face was already drenched in sweat. Leon nostalgically recounted that we had to face monsters over 20 meters tall, trolls with infinite regenerative abilities, poisonous snakes with many heads, giant spiders, dozens of baby spiders, and flocks of dragons bigger than mountains. All of them bring fear to those around them, becoming a source of unforgettable memories in their minds. In conclusion, Leon gently reminded, "So to deal with monsters like them, we must learn many different fighting methods," he emphasized, "in addition to having reflex and reaction skills, change quickly." Having said that, he glanced at Sung and kindly advised him, "And that is the ability you will have after going through a long period of hard training. Nothing in life is easy to achieve. If you want to succeed, you have to accept going through bitterness and sweetness." To confirm, do you have decades of experience fighting monsters and training with gods? This is very difficult. With a sword and a spear, can you win every battle with honor? Hearing this, Sung immediately fell silent, he was speechless, unable to utter a word, and was absent-mindedly lost in thought. Seeing that, Leon continued, "I think you understand, the reason why I only teach the soldiers one thing, because omnipotence is a quality found only in a true gentleman." He explained seriously, "As long as you perfect that ability, your survival rate will increase." Suddenly, upon hearing this, Sung immediately reacted, he stretched out his hand and decided not to accept his fate. He paused for a moment, but still. Then, Sung sincerely expressed his determination, wanting to climb to a higher position. Faced with such frankness, Leon was a little amused, he laughed at Sung's extremely honest behavior. Suddenly, Leon smiled and asked, "Do you want to become a knight?" These words suddenly made Sung feel guilty, he was startled and awkwardly replied, "How dare a commoner like a god?" Sung awkwardly hesitated and wondered, "Aren't only nobles allowed to be knights?" Hearing this question, Leon also sighed in surprise, he replied dejectedly, "Don't judge my kingdom by common sense in your world." He eloquently affirmed that not only nobles can be knights. These words quickly touched the hidden desire in Sung's heart, he stood there stunned for a moment. "Yes." Then, Leon seriously explained, "It must be someone who is willing to walk on a path full of suffering for a noble mission." He emphasized, "A person who always protects the people and does good with courage, who swore to dedicate his life to the goddess and the people. That is what is sacred," Leon insisted, "those who can perform that sacred task are worthy of becoming knights." Immediately, Leon reminded, "You need to have enough courage and qualifications to do that." At this point, Sung felt a little guilty, he seemed to have realized the truth of life.
At this time, Leon was standing bravely in the wind, he emphasized with a smile, "And also to receive respect from me." Up to this point, Sung's view of Leon had completely changed. I thought to myself, I was wrong.
Suddenly Sung smiled triumphantly and looked towards Leon. Under the bright rays of sunlight, Sung suddenly held the sword tightly with determination. He secretly decided to tell himself, "I also want to become a knight." The scene changes to the Magic Tower in the United States. Here, at this time, the sky has turned pitch black, only the light of a few nearby electric bulbs is shining. Suddenly in that room, a creepy voice is heard, rang out, "Damn it, even when we spend this free time too." Unexpectedly, Ronald Shellman suddenly burst into tears, his eyes filled with tears. He held the ball tightly and respectfully said, "Oh, my lord, I believed that you would return." Suddenly, the mysterious monster in the giant purple ball shouted, "Hey, you idiot, shut up and kneel down quickly." Immediately, Ronald Shellman respectfully obeyed the order, he knelt down on the floor, quickly said loudly, "Yes." Then, the monster continued, "I will teach you the truth and wisdom of Samra, so of course you must obey me and know what I say." At the same time, as if he noticed something strange, he thought with some doubt, "His tone has changed." Suddenly the monster ordered, First, cast a spatial teleportation spell on the stone. In case of emergency, just throw it into the air. This is extremely unusual. Suddenly a feeling arose in Ronald Shellman's heart, doubt. He puzzled and asked, Why? I know those stones are tools for teleportation, but, he hesitated for a long time. This made the monster feel extremely uncomfortable. He angrily cursed, Are you crazy? Do you think I will go to hell without insurance to get back? The other guy said even more. He seemed even more confused. He felt guilty, huh? The angry monster immediately ordered, Listen clearly, I will never appear on that planet while that bastard is still breathing properly. This statement really made no sense. It put a huge question mark in old Ronald Shellman's mind, causing him to widen his eyes and look at the purple ball in bewilderment. At this point, he could no longer be patient. The monster jumped up and said, But, since I am here, I will soon find a way to kill him. Without the Grail Knights and his army, here, we will have the opportunity to do that. Immediately, so as not to waste time, he eloquently ordered, First of all, no matter what, you should enter the same dungeon gate with him for me. Hearing that, Ronald Shellman immediately bowed his head and obeyed. Oh, I see. After explaining everything completely, suddenly the monster laughed evilly, Ahaha. He was full of hope thinking about Leon and happily exclaimed, This time, you will die, King. Today, the graduation ceremony of the Pantheon Standing Army Training Course, the new dungeon gate was prepared. Around it radiated an abundant source of terrifying energy. Hari was a bit restless and worried. She insisted, asked, they had just completed the training program, was it okay? Hearing that, Leon was extremely confident and immediately affirmed, it was fine. Faced with such a world situation, Hari's eyes were bright and round. He looked intently at Leon and said with pleasure, That's why Mr. Yacht and I have to stay at home. Spinner also exclaimed with pride, chirping. Hearing that, the observer fell into silence. He was depressed and sadly lamented, Thanks to that, I will be very miserable. Faced with his boredom, Hari was a bit confused. Shiluang he, I wish you luck, Mr. Observer. On this side, Leon had begun to speak out. He called all the soldiers in front of him and said in a serious voice, My soldiers, you have all performed very well in the 4 weeks of the training program, just practiced. Immediately after that, he went straight to the main issue of today. Leon's face was serious, so I'll keep it short. It's time to reap the fruits. Immediately, in front of all the soldiers, the plan he clearly announced was as follows. Move forward, attack the dungeon. Even though you may still be as weak as before, I will shelf. Suddenly, Leon shouted eloquently, But that is where you will realize that you are worthy of being King Leon's warrior. Every word is truly heroic. The soldiers heard that, then remained silent, listening attentively without objection. Leon majestically waved his hand and shouted in affirmation, Also there, you will find the faith you are aiming for. The clock finally struck the golden hour. There could be no more delay. Leon immediately raised his voice and loudly ordered the Pantheon army to attack. 49D rank hunters, a member of the Hunter Association, along with Leon Dragonia, they would enter the dungeon gate, which was ready to open to welcome them. Suddenly, after observing the number of soldiers, Spinner suddenly cried out in a worried, irritated tone. Thinking that her teammate might be worrying too much, Hari excitedly comforted her. She gently and thoughtfully said, Don't worry, Mr. Yacht, your majesty is with them, everything will be fine. But things weren't as smooth as she thought. Suddenly Spinner's eyes turned red. He shouted in a serious voice, discovering a problem. The robot counted in its head in a split second, 49 soldiers, His Majesty, an observer, the general gate, 51 people. Indeed, Hari immediately checked again. She mentally counted the heads of the soldiers. Finger then said in shock, Yes, so what? Immediately, Spinner immediately opened the notice board and counted the number of people coming in, 52 people. Things were getting really tense. She looked at the monitoring board in shock and broke out in a cold sweat and cried out in panic, Right after that, in just a split second, Spinner discovered the mysterious person hiding among the group of soldiers entering the dungeon. He was wearing a cloak that covered his entire body. His identity could not be determined. Hari worriedly wondered who he was. At this time, everything was out of control. Spinner immediately flew out from above Hari's head and quickly issued an announcement, urgently responding, causing Hari to be so shocked that she could not react in time. She was shocked and called out, Mr. Yacht. Immediately, Spinner rushed into the dungeon. Seeing that, Hari hurriedly chased after him. She called out loudly, Waiting for me. But he couldn't keep up anymore. In a split second Spinner burst through the door, straight into the dungeon. A huge explosion also happened right after. At this time, Hari finally chased her to the spot. she rushed like an arrow straight to the door of the dungeon despite the interference of many people. She fiercely shouted, "Mr. Yacht, me too." However, life is not like a dream. Instead of breaking through the dungeon door to enter a new world like Spinner, Hari had the opposite situation. She unfortunately crashed straight into an invisible wall as hard as a rock. Painfully, in pain, Hari immediately spat. She was in pain and immediately fell to the ground unconscious. At this moment, her face became a huge lump. The guards saw this and panicked and awkwardly surrounded her. Hari inexplicably suddenly woke up. She held her face in pain and gritted her teeth in bitterness. Hari was shocked by the incident just now. She screamed in surprise, "What?" Suddenly, strange phenomena began to appear at the gate leading to the dungeon. She was stunned to realize that she was frightened by the events that were appearing before her eyes. Hari turned pale and was speechless. "This is, why, duplicate." The surrounding people were equally shocked. They were screaming in fear. What was going on? The gate was shaking. The difficulty level was changing. Just a few seconds later, strange changes appeared at the gate. Between the brilliant golden energy that radiated the aura before, suddenly mixed with patches of red energy. Very quickly, this color spread more and more. In just a moment the gate leading to the dungeon turned completely red. Hari was frightened and could not believe her eyes. She screamed, "It was red." Looking at the scene of the red gate glowing like a giant fireball before her eyes, Hari couldn't help but be shocked. She stood there dumbfounded and confused, wondering why the yellow gate suddenly turned red. At the same time, the surrounding people had panicked and ran for his life. This was so strange. Someone was definitely planning it behind the scenes. Hari looked at the bright red door and was stunned, her heart aching. She was dumbfounded by the terrible power of the gate leading to the door, the dungeon. At this moment, she absent-mindedly called out its name. The gate changed many times. On this side, the world in the dungeon gradually appeared with a red and gloomy sky. Somewhere the roars of monsters could be heard. This place was full of giant beasts. They were pouncing on each other, rushed forward, quickly invaded and gnawed on the giant citadel nearby. They rushed out in droves, causing the soldiers here to struggle in a terrible way. They tried their best to fight, but in the end it was no good. Very quickly, they collapsed in pain, gasping, "We'll die." On the other hand, right at this time, Leon's army had just begun to arrive here. They were completely shocked by the ruins before their eyes. This place was really very different from what they initially thought. Especially the soldiers, their faces turned pale in fear. Everyone stood still and did not move. They hesitated with this extremely deadly scene. Suddenly, they realized something even more horrifying than that. A soldier suddenly shouted in terror, "These are demons." At this moment, still with the calm attitude of the leader, looking at the wild scene before his eyes, Leon firmly guessed, was it a devil's dungeon gate? That's true. Leon and his group were unlucky to be moved to such an endlessly dangerous place. Leon's eyes were serious. He frowned, anger clearly visible through his fiery eyes. Immediately, so as not to delay, the pioneer mounted his horse, proactively raised his heroic sword and gave orders, raised his shield, remembered what he had learned. He shouted loudly, returned to his position. Very quickly, the soldiers listened to him and got into position. At this point, they were ready to shed blood at any time. The soldiers continuously urged each other to follow Leon's instructions from before. "You, put up your shield." This aroused the curious nature of the observer. He thought in surprise, "Hey, really always?" In an instant, giant shields were clearly erected. Soldiers quickly stood close together. Very quickly, they successfully deployed a Lionheart-style formation. Every row was neat. The soldiers immediately united in unison to raise their shields as a defensive shield. The only observer left, I was naked, without any weapons, standing in the middle of a crowd of people. Suddenly, majestically sitting on horseback, Leon heroically loudly and harshly gave orders, rushed forward. His words seemed to scream fire. His majesty was extremely illustrious. On this side, the observer was in the middle of a group of experienced people. He was incompetent and confused, not knowing what to do. He was worried and anxiously thinking, the opponents are demons, but he said to rush forward. Why not stand back and observe the situation first? Suddenly, the leading foot stomped on the ground. The next soldiers in succession began to move. They walked slowly, and always did not forget to raise their shields high. Seeing that, the observer was shocked. Were they not afraid at all? It was so heroic. Lionheart's army, each and every one of them struggled, constantly breathing heavily, full of fighting spirit as if they had accepted to join the fight to survive. Suddenly, the notice board suddenly appeared. The observer was surprised with the information in front of him. He was surprised and speechless. What was that? He was startled as he read each line of the news. The aura of brave heart, effects, additional armor against enemies, stronger body, increased soldier morale, reinforced armor and made it lighter, moves more agile, has an added magic resistance effect, adds strength to the body against rushing attacks, adds resistance to long-range attacks, clear and far vision moreover, amplifying resistance. In front of this abundant resource, the young man panicked and thought, "What is that?" He surmised, he is adding support effects to his soldiers. At this time, unfortunately, two giant monsters discovered the strange appearance of the group of people. They turned around and cried with excitement, calling out loudly to their comrades. Immediately afterwards, monsters massively attacked Leon's group. They flocked together in groups. In particular, the number of monsters here is so large that just a small part of them approaching makes the whole ground shake. They rush towards each other, screaming and fearing. The situation gradually becomes extremely dangerous. The monsters rush to attack. Unable to hesitate any longer, Leon loudly issued an emergency order. There they were, there was no shield. Immediately, the army quickly took a defensive position. At the same time, a huge monster suddenly rushed forward. Immediately, Leon loudly asked the soldiers to hurry up and stop them. Immediately, they reacted promptly and successfully hindered the progress of the monsters. The monster crashed into the shield and was dealt a painful blow that left his face swollen. He cried out pitifully, "There!" Truly a talented person. With Leon's clever arrangement, the monsters tried their best to attack but could not overcome them. A succession of monsters writhed helplessly. He jumped in and was immediately pushed away mercilessly. The monster was in pain and screamed loudly, "There!" Even though it had been a long time since the war started, it seemed like the handsome observer still hadn't recovered. He frantically trembled with his arms and legs dangling in the middle of a group of soldiers, one surprise after another. This time, he was amazed at the warrior's fierce fighting power. He was shocked by the assassin. Those monsters were too much for B-level hunters, yet they were able to stop them. This news must be true. I say it's very delicious and hot, just blow on it and eat it. He naively wondered what had happened in the past 4 weeks. On this side at that time, Leon was galloping on his horse, majestically raising his sword forward, ready to shout and rush forward. Immediately, the soldiers immediately reacted. They took slow steps and continuously moved forward. Seeing that the situation was gradually changing in an unsolvable direction, Leon could not help but advise him to protect himself and chase away the enemies. Immediately, the soldiers immediately reacted. They skillfully used their shields to knock away the small monsters. Away, he did not forget to remind them, not giving them a chance to fight back. Indeed, this statement made their already strong fighting power even more fierce. They fought hard. Everyone had a burning spirit of victory in their hearts. They tried their best to chase away the monsters. Get out! One hand held a shield and the other held a sword. They skillfully combined defense and attack. Very quickly, each person's sword was stained with bright red blood. The monsters now died one after another. Their bodies they are scattered on the bare ground. The soldiers eloquently reassured themselves. They loudly chanted, impaling them. In an instant, the army quickly eliminated a large number of monsters. Seeing that the situation was gradually stabilizing, Leon immediately shouted encouragement, continued to advance, and finished off the enemy. Suddenly, from afar, a terrifying figure loomed behind a cloud of dust. The observer immediately woke up when he saw this. He froze and couldn't believe his eyes. There it was. Indeed, just as he predicted, a monster 10 meters tall, extremely savage-looking was approaching with earth-shaking steps, bearing its sharp teeth and long lines of drool as if it had been starved for a long time. Could not hesitate any longer, Leon immediately reminded in shock, "A giant demon, be careful." It was truly disastrous. This monster's appearance must be said to be ugly and painful. It was breathing so hideously. The soldiers quickly lost their composure. They lamented bitterly, "Damn it, it's a devil, that's huge." To be honest, with the situation of such a small fighting force, it was impossible to fend off the monster. The soldiers were a bit shaken. They faltered in fear, secretly disappointed, unable to do so. "You can stop it, this monster is too strong. Its attack is almost equal to the strength of an A-level hunter." Suddenly, the monster immediately enters a fighting stance. It actively attacks. The giant monster immediately swung his weapon, aiming straight at a young soldier who was burning with the will to fight, and fortunately, the person being brutally attacked at this moment was none other than Captain Gu, Dae-sung, Team 3. He glared murderously, staring intently at the monster as if he wanted to devour it. An earth-shattering noise rang out. The giant monster thudded, delivering a painful blow to Dae-sung's head. Perhaps at this point he could not escape and lay flat. But surprisingly, life at this time was truly dreamlike. Dae-sung easily blocked that powerful attack with just his small shield. He breathed a sigh of relief and calmly affirmed, "Compared to your majesty, this attack is just like an ant bite. But having said that, it must be said again, Dae-sung was lucky to narrowly escape death. The tip of his shield was still glowing red after the trauma, which also partly affirmed his ability. Dae-sung, the surrounding soldiers suddenly burst into tears. They were surprised and joyful, silently glorifying him. He stopped it. But things weren't easy and just stopped there. The monster was really angry at this point. It was angrily screaming, "Gwa!" Immediately, in a moment of danger, Spinner suddenly appeared from nowhere, ready to fire, dealing with mid-range enemies. In an instant, a succession of arrows were fired, firepower was quickly deployed. Very quickly, the giant monster was pushed back. At this time, it seemed that the situation was a bit tense. The observer he suddenly woke up and called out his name, "Mr. Yacht." He kept shouting in panic, "Mr. Yacht," the observer asked, "What was the matter coming here?" But unfortunately at this time the world situation was so urgent that no one had time to answer a few questions. This silly question. At the same time, Leon did not hesitate and galloped as fast as he could. Seizing the opportunity, suddenly, Leon smiled smugly. He was ready to swing his sword but did not forget to praise him. "Well done, very." Immediately afterwards, he heroically slashed the giant's body. Very quickly he was broken into small pieces, his body splattered all around. Leon's sword technique must be said to be extremely terrifying. As soon as he gently landed on the ground, pieces of flesh from the monster's body descended to earth, flying everywhere, one piece at a time. Right after eliminating the strongest guy, Leon coldly glanced at the remaining small monsters. He glared full of hate and sighed. On this side, the monsters are in a dilemma. They are uncertain about what to do next. Each of them stands numbly talking and screaming in panic. The giants are dead, watching, the chicken is naked, we have to revive it. But this was not an easy thing to do. They looked at the glowing holy sword in Leon's hand and immediately went crazy, immediately speaking up to stop the plan to revive that unfortunate teammate. A duel, the ideological war suddenly took place here. They argued with each other, but he died right at the enemy's place. It was quite dangerous, well, too dangerous. In an instant, the monsters quickly ran away. They ran away in panic. Each one turned pale in fear, hurriedly calling to each other, falling down, running quickly. Very quickly, the demons fled. There was no longer any trace of them left here. The ground immediately became empty. At the same time, the soldiers in this world also got up. They looked extremely devastated. Everyone was seriously injured. Seeing the situation before them, they couldn't help but be overjoyed and shouted loudly. The demons were retreating. This news must be said to be too shocking. The soldiers of this world rose up in joy. Smiles appeared on their faces. Everyone was jubilantly cheering. We won, Goa. Immediately, the leader of the soldiers here quickly approached Leon. He eagerly opened his mouth and thanked him very much. Having said that, he bowed respectfully and sincerely thanked, for rescuing our Spur Kingdom, sincerely thanked the knights. As soon as he finished speaking, the bulletin board once again quickly displayed, the Spur Kingdom was being threatened by demons. Protect the kingdom from the demon lord's attack. The remaining time, 1 week. Suddenly, before this unexpected source of information, the soldiers were startled. They asked in shock, "What the hell, demon lords, were those huge demons?" They thought this was just a gate, just gold. Suddenly, a soldier hurriedly ran from behind. He panicked and reported, "Your Majesty, it's a big deal." Before Leon could grasp the situation, he asked in confusion, "Why?" He was so distraught that he quickly pointed his finger into the air and blurted out, the exit gate had disappeared. This caused the soldiers to suddenly fall into confusion. They were afraid and kept screaming, "What? Means we can't go back anymore." Things had indeed gone too far. Everyone was panicking, but as the leader, Leon was unharmed. He confidently spoke up to reassure, "Calm down, don't flinch." Very quickly, the soldiers who were in position responded in unison. Clearly, at this moment, they truly trusted Leon. At this moment, he was proactively stepping forward to explore the situation. Standing in the middle of a desolate, empty field, Leon sighed a bit despondently. Suddenly, Spinner appeared from behind. Without hesitation, he quickly reminded Leon, observing, unusually, the presence of a third party. Hearing that, Leon frowned angrily. He surmised, that seems to be the reason why the situation becomes difficult to control. Suddenly he turned around, carefully polling the opinions of everyone around him. He proactively asked loudly, "Did anyone have a reasonable explanation?" Suddenly, from the middle of the crowd, Sung heroically raised his hand. "I frankly express my opinion. I have an opinion, Your Majesty." Having said that, he solemnly explained, "Perhaps this is a multivariate gate, allow me to briefly explain." Sung continued with a serious face, in these cases, the difficulty of the dungeon gate will increase dramatically, and the unusual thing here is, we cannot escape this place until we clear the entire dungeon. This incident was indeed extremely suspicious. Leon was immersed in thought. He silently thought, it was too perfect to call it a coincidence. Suddenly, Leon sighed dejectedly, Regardless of that unfortunate incident, Leon waved his hand and turned around to order, the plan has not changed, we will act as if nothing happened. Hearing that, Sung felt a little guilty. He frantically asked, is it okay? No, can you handle the demon lord? I thought it was a big deal, but it turned out that what Sung was worried about was just a small thing for Leon. Hearing that, he laughed heartily and replied, what are you afraid of? This king is Lionheart, the one who has defeated more than 30,000 people. Troll, Leon happily retorted, you doubt my strength. Of course it's impossible. He frantically bowed his head and denied it. We wouldn't dare, Your Majesty, please teach them a lifelong lesson. At this time, the remaining soldiers also felt somewhat relieved. Moreover, they cheered with all their might, trusting Leon with all their heart. Seeing that he was being praised like that, he felt a little arrogant and thought to himself, of course, this is my world, a world full of saints, force. But things were indeed a bit unsatisfactory. Leon suddenly became worried and felt uneasy. He was afraid, but right now, he couldn't guarantee victory for the entire army against the demon lord without many sacrifices. He tiredly closed his eyes to reassure himself, thinking, however, a true knight must always maintain his spirit in all circumstances, so that the soldiers will have morale and confidence. Having finished speaking, he and the entire army left step by step. The group was lost in the vast dark sky. This place was mainly dry and rocky mountains. The land was withered, there was no longer a trace of life. The scene changes to Ronald Shellman's group. Now Lemon's silhouette is clearly present on the purple ball. It keeps emitting creepy laughter. He, ha ha ha. Ronald Shellman held the strange ball in his hand and was extremely frightened. He trembled and turned pale. Once again, that terrifying voice rang out. The mysterious person was happy. He had entered the gate. That's it, he's a stingray. Yes, after all you're just human. Suddenly, Ronald Shellman couldn't hold back his questions anymore and spoke up. So what was the ritual for the day he descended to Earth? But sadly, before he could even finish speaking, the mysterious person in the purple ball appeared, directly interrupted. He denied pushing, kept cursing. No, are you crazy? Suddenly, it seemed like he was guilty, afraid of revealing a secret, so he immediately changed his voice. The mysterious person of the purple ball suddenly softened his voice and explained, cough, we don't need to directly participate in this case. He will have to face a hideous creature. The demons of lust have served it for 100 years. The matter gradually becomes too serious. If the demon lord awakens, his end will be decided. The Spur Kingdom, this peaceful kingdom has a history spanning thousands of years, but demons have ended that peaceful time. Suffering a series of attacks, the capital collapsed and the palace was the last remaining fortress along with the survivors here. In the midst of this hopeless war, they still cling to the hope of victory. Gu Dae-sung placed his hand firmly on the table and said very seriously, that's a big problem. The problem? Leon sat on the chair and asked, raising his eyebrows. Gu Dae-sung nodded and replied, yes, that's right. Hearing that, Leon immediately raised his hand to stroke his chin. He closed his eyes to think about something for a moment then said, I understand, the gates, each gate has its own theme. Gu Dae-sung sitting opposite quickly interrupted, but this time it was different. Your Majesty, one of them was also a time limit. If you can't get through a normal gate, after a while, the monsters will still be there and a dungeon rift will be created. However, it has a time limit. If you complete the mission, the gate will close, even if there are still monsters inside. Hearing the other person's explanation, Leon nodded slightly and replied, I understand. Saying that, he looked at Kim Jin-soo again and asked, your name is Kim Jin-soo? When Kim Jin-soo was called, he was startled and quickly replied, yes, Your Majesty. Leon took one look at him and began to say, initially, finding the intruder in our ranks was the top priority, but the current situation is very urgent, and since Mr. Spinner is already here, what's the matter? Is there any impact on post-training assessment? Hearing this question, Kim Jin-soo calmly replied, yes, everything is fine. The association president has already given me authorization. Gu Dae-sung heard that and happily clapped his hands and shouted, oh, this time they will really let us promote. Let everyone cheer for a moment. Then Leon raised his hand and said, okay, here's another thing, it's about the hidden mission, what do you think? Everyone present in the room heard that and immediately fell silent. Kim Jin-soo frowned slightly and asked, Your Majesty, what do you mean? Leon replied very seriously, I am planning to kill the Demon Lord. Night fell. When all the members of the Pantheon had gone to rest, Leon was still sitting in one place. He looked at the Holy Grail in his hand and said softly, as expected, I spent quite a bit already energy. But at that level, it should still be possible to contact the temple. Placing the Holy Cup on the table, Leon pressed his hand against his chest to try to make a contact gesture. Very soon, a gentle voice rang right in your ear, Leon, my knight. Recognizing this voice, Leon respectfully replied, Goddess Ariana, I'm bothering you. Goddess Ariana did not answer Leon's question but asked another question, did you also pay attention to it? Leon understood this question, he honestly nodded and replied, yes, I realized a bit late. But I feel there is a strange energy in this gate. Goddess Ariana heard that and said, a body full of life like yours cannot be seen that easily. That's natural, after all, that energy source has already merged with this world. Hearing Goddess Ariana say that, Leon thought to himself, a creature so strong that I can feel it even in this state. Thinking that, he immediately said, it must be a demon lord or something similar, maybe it is a demon king. Goddess Ariana heard that and immediately reminded her, it's mischievous, no matter how great its power is, its true power is even more terrible. My knight, the holy power of the temple has sent you a message, the gods want to study this world, they must sense something. Star gods, Leon burst out, immediately said, so they will need energy to descend to earth. That's right, Goddess Ariana replied, well, I guess I don't need to tell you what to do anymore. Hearing that, Leon respectfully said, of course, I will find a safe solution to help them. The next day, a carriage slowly approached and stopped in front of Leon's group of people. A voice then rang out, I'm here, welcome knights, my name is Parko, the head butler of this place, I will lead you to the trial room, please follow me. The group immediately followed the Parko inside. On the way to the courtroom, Leon looked around once and then praised, the owner of this place has very good taste. Butler Parko heard that and immediately laughed and said, ha ha, you are very clear-headed. The Spur Kingdom Royal Palace has a long history, since the time of its founder. Queen Flora to current Queen Beatzi's, I have served many generations of queens. Team leader Kim heard what the other person said and whispered to Gudae Sung, so there are all queens here. Gudae Sung stood next to him and nodded and replied, yes, the people here probably follow a matrilineal system. Saying this, Gudae Sung suddenly stopped speaking, glanced at Leon, and said in a low voice, shh, your majesty is glaring. Leon tried to suppress the anger in his heart and gritted his teeth as he scolded, where did you commoners learn to comment on wild lineage like that? Team leader Kim and Gudae Sung heard that and exclaimed in fear, we're sorry. Leon didn't bother paying attention to them anymore, he turned to Butler Parko, feeling extremely guilty and said, I'm sorry about that, they're really stupid, right, because those guys haven't learned etiquette yet. Basically, the situation is quite tense right now so I was a bit hasty and brought these guys along, please understand. Butler Paro heard that and immediately waved his hand and shook his head and said, ho ho, it's okay, I'm an outsider so I can understand. And here we are, this is the Great Hall, please, the Queen is waiting for you. Butler Parko leads a group of Leons in front of a closed door. Butler Parko leads a group of Leons in front of a closed door. After his words, the guards guarding both sides immediately opened the door. Inside, a majestic voice immediately rang out, King Lionheart, please come in. Leon stepped inside, where the nobles of the Spur Kingdom had been waiting for a long time. Seeing him enter, one of them raised his voice and said, are you Lionheart, the one who led the army into battle in front of the gate? I am the Prime Minister of the Kingdom, Duke Aekium. In recognition of your great service, we have decided to grant you the title of knight, so, with the Queen's approval, please read. Before he could finish his sentence, Leon waved his hand to interrupt, later, I'll say hello to the Queen first. What? Duke Aekium said in confusion. Leon didn't bother paying attention to him anymore, he lifted his foot to walk forward, but before he could take a few steps, someone walked out and said in a cold voice. Stop now Sir Lionheart, I don't care what achievements you have made, how dare a foreigner like you get so close to the Queen? The group of Gudae Sung standing behind saw that the situation was a bit tense and immediately started sweating and thought, isn't it okay, even though the Prime Minister stopped him, he will leave it alone, right? While thinking about this, Leon suddenly burst out laughing loudly inside. He gritted his teeth and said, he couldn't stand it. Queen, I am also an emperor myself, the king of the Lionheart Kingdom, Leon Dragonia Lionheart. I know it's rude but I'll do what I have to do. Hearing these words, Duke Akium was extremely angry and shouted, "You, who do you think you are? You insolent people, where are you? Put these guys on the spot." As soon as he said this, his voice immediately stopped. Leon walked up to Duke Akium and raised his hands to grab his head, then turned it around strongly. Gu Dae-sung stood behind and witnessed this scene. Their eyes widened in horror. They quickly shouted, "Your Majesty, what are you doing?" Not bothering to pay attention to the people around him, Leon withdrew his hand. His face was now filled with extreme anger. He thought to himself, "Why am I so angry this time?" Leon raised his hands and grabbed Duke Akium's head and twisted it hard. Seeing this scene, the surrounding soldiers immediately shouted in panic, "Mr. Duke." The Duke, who had just blocked Leon's path, immediately pulled out his sword and shouted loudly, "You bastard, what are you doing?" Leon glanced at him once and then snorted softly, not bothering to respond. Behind him, Gu Dae-sung saw the scene just now and quickly shouted, "Your Majesty." Leon didn't pay attention to him. Right now he was surrounded by a group of soldiers. One of the leaders shouted loudly, boldly, "You want to die, right?" Not bothering to pay attention to them, Leon bent down to look at Duke Akium kneeling on the ground and coldly said, "Stupid, how long are you going to hide your identity? Do you think you can fool this king? Show your appearance to me now, you rotten devils." As soon as these words ended, the body of Duke Akium kneeling below immediately changed. His flesh stretched and was torn apart by a strong force from within. A demon slowly emerged from Duke Akium's body, crawl out slowly. Seeing this scene, the surrounding soldiers were horrified and shouted at the same time, "What the hell? The Prime Minister is a demon." As soon as the soldiers' voices ended, in another corner, a certain noble also shouted in panic, "Everything is here." Following this person's voice, countless ghosts in human form immediately appeared. At this moment, the palace suddenly became extremely chaotic. Seeing that the situation was not good, Leon quickly turned around and shouted, "Don't be afraid, face them, unite and fight, that's all, we just won." Leon said this when suddenly a demon holding a knife rushed towards him. He was not afraid at all, but raised one hand to grasp the demon's sharp blade and turned his wrist. Use that same blade to slash its neck. The noble who had previously blocked Leon's path saw this scene of slaughter and frowned, thinking, hiding right in the middle of the palace where the queen rests, disgusting monsters. The palace was now filled with frightened cries for help. This noble held his sword tightly in his hand and began to slash to death countless demons. The place was suddenly engulfed in a disgusting sea of blood. After fighting a wave of demons, he put his sword back and then shouted loudly, "All the demons have infiltrated here, destroy them, kill them completely." As soon as this order was given, the neatly helmeted soldiers immediately obeyed the order. They focused all their strength on moving forward to kill those terrifying demons and monsters. On one side, Leon took out his sword and then began to kill. Looking at the demon corpses littering the ground, he suddenly stopped for a moment. Looking at the mysterious queen sitting in the dark corner, he frowned and thought for a moment, then lifted his feet and walked towards the throne. The noble standing next to him saw this and immediately raised his sword to block it. He said, standing there. Being stopped, Leon was unhappy and coldly shouted, I understand your position and loyalty. What I don't understand is why you don't focus on protecting your superiors in this emergency situation." Hearing him say that, the noble also retorted, "Who are you to judge my loyalty and actions? Only the queen can do that." Leon heard the other person say that and nodded and replied, "It made sense," but, saying this, he immediately stopped. He raised one hand, his long slender fingers gently flicked the shiny blade in front of him. Well, saying this he immediately stopped. He raised one hand, his long slender fingers gently flicked the shiny blade in front of him. This snap of the fingers actually carried an amazing amount of power, sending the sword and the noble next to it flying back a distance. Retracting his hand, Leon glanced at the noble and continued to say, "Even though I think you are your queen's business, I am also an emperor, know my identity." The noble hugged his still trembling sword hand. He gritted his teeth and replied, "The queen was confused and could not accurately assess the current situation, and since the person in charge was the prime minister, is dead, I am the next person responsible when Her Majesty the Queen is absent." Hearing him say that, Leon raised his eyebrows and huffed. Immediately after that, he said, "This capital is filled with corrupt energy, you must quickly solve this problem." Hearing that, the noble asked doubtfully, "Are you sure?" Leon didn't look at him anymore. He replied seriously, "The Night King does not tell lies." The noble next to him closed his eyes tightly. A moment later, as if he had decided to compromise, he asked, "What do you want?" "The right to command your soldiers." Leon replied. Thinking about something he added, and the right to eliminate corrupt people. Looking at the queen sitting on the throne, Leon suddenly shouted, "Oh incompetent queen, this king will correct all your mistakes." In the central square of the Spur capital, a large number of survivors gathered. Leon looked around at the people below, then spoke, "Everyone, I have received full authorization from the Spur Kingdom. I am King Leon of the Lionheart Kingdom, Leon Dragonia Lionheart. Some of you have been possessed and corrupted by demons, and it is possible that their purpose is to cause internal chaos combined with external attacks. However, there is nothing to worry about. Here is a way to distinguish who is corrupted." Below, a resident heard that and asked curiously, "How?" Leon's eyebrows raised slightly. He slowly explained, "Okay, I will show you. Hearing is better than seeing." As soon as he finished speaking, a soldier in the crowd suddenly jumped, and a girl standing next to him also felt a little scared. Standing on the high platform, Leon saw everything. He pointed to the soldier and the girl standing and said, "Here, they are, a corrupted person and a normal person." Hearing this, the surrounding people immediately moved a few steps back, and someone boldly asked loudly, "Who is a normal person?" Hearing this question, Leon immediately stopped for a moment. He raised his hands high, suddenly creating a giant fire that enveloped the two people below. Then Leon continued to say, "Prove the truth of your own purity by throwing yourself into the fire. No, since this is to test it, I will help you." As soon as he said those words, the soldier below immediately cried out in pain. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people were extremely scared and cried out, "Oh my God, he wants to kill us all." The soldier was now struggling in extreme pain. He opened his mouth to scream, putting out the fire. The people who witnessed this situation were extremely scared and exclaimed, "Oh my God." The matter did not stop there. At this moment, the girl who seemed to have been burned by the fire suddenly lifted her legs and slowly walked outside. When everyone saw that, they were extremely surprised and shouted, "What? She's okay, what was that scream just now?" While talking about this, an old man next to him suddenly pointed at the soldier struggling in the fire and exclaimed, "Hey, look, that soldier's body." The soldier's body inside the fire was being torn from the inside. A demon slowly crawled out from the tear and cried out extremely pitifully. Seeing that, Leon was standing on the high platform and immediately spoke, "Look, this is a holy fire, it only burns evil creatures. Thank the fire god Pithos for this. Now chant my name, go up and walk through the fire." Hearing him say that, the people below were still half believing and half suspecting and gathered together to discuss, "What should we do now? Really, only demons will be burned, right?" Seeing this group of people just standing still and refusing to move, Leon angrily pulled out his sword and shouted loudly, "Hurry up, or will you all be corrupted and I will behead you all of you." Being threatened with such a sentence, some people were so scared that they couldn't stand it. He mustered up all his courage and rushed towards the fire while shouting, "Damn it, I'm leaving, damn it." Very soon the ordinary people they all chose to go through the fire to prove their identity. Now in the central square of the Spur capital, there are only a few people left who refuse to leave, or to be more precise, they are demons in human form. Looking at these demons, Leon covered his nose in disgust and said, "Damn it stinks, make me witness this scene, you will pay the price, I will tear your souls into pieces." Hearing these words, an angry demon roared, "That human, what do you know, don't think you will be safe." Before he could finish his sentence, Leon angrily shouted loudly, interrupting his words, "Demons, die." At this moment, an extremely terrifying magic flare erupted around his body. He looked at the demons below with indignant eyes and scolded him. "Trash, parasitic on human emotions, barbarians, how dare you imitate humans walking on two legs and living in communities, even pretending to be soldiers. You think I allow that? If this happens, you will all die in pain, I will make you cry in despair and agony." The demons felt that these words were too unreasonable. One of them immediately muttered in a low voice, "This crazy guy, if he has two legs, why should he walk on two legs?" And right now at the Magic Tower, Ronald Shellman was observing Leon's actions through a virtual screen. He frowned and said, "His plan to spread the seeds of corruption seems to have gone bankrupt." While saying this, a cold voice suddenly rang out from the magic ball in his hand, scream more, boo more, this is the only way to satisfy this king. That bastard, he's still a brutal beast." Standing on the high platform of the square, Leon looked at the people below, then glanced at a demon tied to a nearby pillar and said coldly, "O subjects of the Spur Kingdom, don't you, there is fear. As long as this king and lion's heart still exist, evil will not be able to harm you. Rather, evil creatures grow on impure human emotions." While talking about this, The demon next to him suddenly burst out laughing a few times and then opened his mouth to scream, "This is not over yet, your end has been decided, the corrupting power will destroy everything." As soon as he said this, Leon, standing right next to him, waved his hand and slapped him hard on the mouth and shouted loudly, "Shut up, you devil." Retracting his hand, he turned to the people below and said seriously, "Look at this ugly monster, the corrupting power is the cause of your temptations and fears. Even hunger and thirst, constant illness, they are also the reason why your family is broken. Made you fall on your face this morning, made your spouse cheat on you, made you lose money gambling." Hearing the person next to him say these words, the blinded demon suddenly froze for a moment. It completely did not understand what the other person was planning to do. It angrily shouted, "What the hell?" Before he could finish his sentence, Leon grabbed one of the horns on the demon's head and broke it down. Along with its pitiful cry, Leon's majestic voice rang out, "You must pay for your life." The people standing below only had time to digest Leon's words. A girl opened her eyes wide and exclaimed, "What, is it because of that demon that my mother is sick?" A wave of anger immediately flared up. The people below were all cursing at the demon. "I told you to shut up, you damn demon, you are my father's enemy." On the high platform, Leon conveniently flicked the demon's remaining horn. It was in pain and had to listen to the slander below. Unable to bear it anymore, the demon immediately roared, "These crazy people." Leon didn't bother paying attention to it anymore. He put his hand on his left chest, looked at the citizens below, then said softly, "The curse of corruption will not spare anyone. These demons need to be punished, punish. All the problems we encounter in life are related to these demons, we cannot let them do anything wrong. But now you don't need to think anymore because I'm here to carry out justice for you, hey red-haired boy." When the red-haired boy heard the call, he was a bit startled. He pointed at himself and cautiously said, "Is that a god?" "That's right," Leon nodded and said, "Come up here." The red-haired boy walked up to the high platform in confusion. Giving the boy a torch, Leon immediately said, "Use this holy fire to teach that demon a lesson, don't be afraid or anything." Holding the torch in his hand, the red-haired boy's eyes opened wide. The boy nodded and replied, "Yes, your majesty, I will give them a lesson they will never forget." Having said that, the boy quickly walked to where the demon was tied up. Looking at him with extremely indignant eyes, the boy scolded him harshly, "You bastard." Seeing that the person coming was a teenager, the demon was not afraid at all but threatened the opposite, "Do you dare do anything to me, boy, I will definitely take you to hell." Hearing him say that, the red-haired boy immediately raised his fist and punched the demon in the face and shouted loudly, "Who let you say that, you bastard? Please pay for the lives of Tau Alpha's family." As soon as these words finished, the boy immediately raised the torch in his hand to burn the demon. Feeling the pain that the holy fire brought, the demon screamed loudly and then cursed the boy again, "You will have to go down, hell." Hearing these words, the red-haired boy did not tremble at all and immediately scolded him, "You devil has no right to speak here." The square has been resolved. Now inside the prison, a corrupt demon named Balthaze is being imprisoned there. Looking at his severed hands, Balthaze thought, 34 years as a demon, I have tortured and trampled countless people, I never thought it would end like this. While thinking about this in a daze, Yak Spinner came closer to the prison door. Seeing him, Balthaze was startled and exclaimed, "What do you want?" Asking a question like that, he thought to himself, "Why is there a robot here?" Yak Spinner observed Balthaze once then spoke up, "Please, give me information." Hearing this suggestion, the corrupted demon Balthaze suddenly laughed and responded in an extremely sarcastic tone, "Ha, do you think I will do what you say? Do you think I will surrender?" Seeing the other party like that, Yak Spinner immediately cried out. Prisoner number 14 was not cooperating. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of soldiers from outside roared towards the cell. Seeing that, Balthaze immediately curled his mouth and said, "If you want me to confess, then kill me, I will surely revive and take revenge on you." Before the words were finished, a soldier came carrying a large pot. Seeing this pot, Balthaze was suddenly startled. He asked suspiciously, "What was that?" "Normal water and 15% holy water." Yak Spinner explained. Then it said again, "Look, make the right choice, country, you know the answer." Hearing these words, Balthaze cried out in fear, "What?" Not bothering to answer his question, Yak Spinner raised one of his mechanical arms and pressed Balthaze's head straight into the water basin. Immediately, an earth-shattering cry of pain rang out inside the prison. Looking up from the water basin, Balthaze's face was now scratched and red and screaming. He angrily shouted, "You, damn you, I am Balthaze, you corrupt demon, you dare do that to me." At this point, Yak Spinner didn't bother to listen to him anymore. He continued to push Balthase's head into the water basin and interrupted, not cooperating. Balthase struggled and tried to raise his head, but before he could say anything, Yak Spinner pushed his head under the water again and said, "No cooperation." Balthase was pushed into the basin of water countless times and cried out in fear, "Mom, help me." No one paid attention to this call for help. He couldn't bear it anymore. Balthase definitely gave in and asked Yak Spinner, "Okay, what do you want me to say? I don't know anything." Yak Spinner just heard 2 words, "If you don't know, you immediately cry out and don't cooperate." Balthase, afraid of having his head pressed into the basin of water, quickly opened his mouth to declare immediately. After a long while, after hearing all the words Balthase had just said, Yak Spinner analyzed for a moment and then shouted again, "Prisoner number 14, 30,564 characters of report information, at least more than 9,103 characters compared to the average prisoner from 1 to 13, which is 39,667 characters, potentially concealing information." Hearing the robot say these words, Balthase seemed crazy and screamed loudly. He thought to himself, "I'm crazy, I don't know how many characters the other guy said." Not bothering to pay attention to the other person's explanation, Yak Spinner continued to speak, because the prisoner's need to save his life did not reveal enough content. Prepare serious questions. Hearing these words, Balthase's anger and unwillingness immediately disappeared. His eyes opened wide and he asked warmly, "What do you want to ask?" Very quickly after interrogating Balthase, Yak Spinner returned to the room where Leon was sitting, came in front of Leon. He began to report, "It was done. The complete information consists of 32 parts, matching about 98%, finding a reasonable point." Hearing these reports, Leon curled his mouth and said with satisfaction, Good job, Mr. Spinner." Pausing for a moment, Leon twirled the glass of wine in his hand before continuing to ask, "Mr. Spinner finished getting information from the demons, right, and how to deal with it?" Hearing that, Yak Spinner immediately replied that they had been eliminated, leaving only a few remaining members, and the work was a great success. "Good." Lowen took a sip of wine and smiled and said, "The Symphony of Justice has been implemented on this planet." Just saying this, Leon suddenly stopped in place, his face changed quickly. He swung his hand and threw the wine glass hard on the floor, causing it to shatter. Looking at this scene, Yak Spinner immediately analyzed, collapsed, heart rate increased, dizziness, chest pain, difficulty breathing. Leon clenched his hands into fists, his whole body trembling as if he was about to lose control. After a while, when the extreme anger inside him had dissipated a bit, Leon immediately relaxed his hand, looked at Yak Spinner and said, "Mr. Spinner. That cruel species is living and breathing the same air as us, we can't stand it, so what should we do?" Hearing this question, Yak Spinner did not need to think much to answer, eliminating the cause as soon as possible. This statement successfully made Leon laugh. He curled his lips in praise. What a great idea, eliminating the cause. Because he was a demigod, King Leon did not feel tired. The same goes for the Holy Grail Knight robot. Jumping out of the castle and carrying the Yak Spinner walking down the street, Leon said softly, "I will visit the town one night. The cruel night has begun. In a certain dark place, magicians are gathering in one place." Through the magic ball, a cold voice rang out, "Human, so it's a human." Ronald Shellman held the magic ball in his hand and asked a little worriedly, "Supreme Lord, are you okay?" The supreme being inside the magic ball heard this and immediately warned, "Don't look too much at those whores, you will also become corrupted." "Yes, sir," Ronald Shellman immediately nodded and replied. As soon as these words ended, an extremely angry voice rang out in the distance, "Stop there, you bastard, how dare you invade my territory, are you tired of living?" Ronald Shellman heard this and thought in horror, "What is this dark energy?" Understanding this person's thoughts, the Supreme Being immediately reminded him that he had not yet seen the crown on his head. The demon lord of pleasure and decadence, Androgenon. As soon as these words ended, the demon lord Androgen suddenly widened his eyes and roared, "Ah, there's one more guy, we have a lightning goblin here." Hearing what the other person said, the Supreme Being inside the magic ball thought for a moment and then called out, "Androgen, I have an attractive offer that you cannot ignore." "Hey," Androgen exclaimed and then asked doubtfully, "Suggestion?" When asked a question like that, he burst out laughing a few times full of excitement. With his giant body, Androgen bent down and looked straight at the ball in Ronald Shellman's hand, then gritted his teeth and scolded, "Know your position, rat. Do you think a nameless person like you can compete with other lords and demon generals? Do you think you can compete with me?" Being told such a long rant, the Supreme Being remained silent for a moment, then spoke in a cold voice, "You are too arrogant to get it." "What?" the incomprehensible Androgenon exclaimed. The Supreme Being snorted and continued speaking, "You are not the only one who died during the 180-year period of Great Enlightenment. The King of Pleasure has also fallen." Hearing these words, Androgen clenched his hands, he shouted angrily and scolded, "Damn it." The Supreme Being did not stop there but continued to say, "I know all the terrible things that happened during that time. 180 years ago, to dominate the single world, 5 dark forces joined forces, but the results were extremely disastrous. There are only 3 king-level demons and the king of the Lion Heart Kingdom. More than 10 million other small demons were destroyed in the fierce battle at that time." The Supreme Being inside the magic ball mentioned here suddenly stopped for a moment, then continued speaking, "I was a survivor during that period." After listening to this piece of history, Androgen excitedly exclaimed, "You know everything." Hearing that, the Supreme Lord laughed a few times and asked, "What do you think? I said I would make an offer that you cannot refuse. Say it." Androgen spoke seriously, "I, Androgen, will throw him into the bottomless pit of depravity." Not in a hurry like Androgen, the Supreme Being is neither quick nor slow to speak. "I heard that you were on a mission for the Supreme Demon General." Hearing this question, Androgen raised his eyebrows and replied, "The world is about to change, old man. After all, he is just a human brat, he is about to die." Having finished handling everything in the murky land of Androgen, holding the magic ball in his hand, Ronald Shellman asked cautiously, "That's it?" The Supreme Being heard that and immediately replied, "To be able to do that in that damn place is very good. The ratio is 7 against 3, the Androgenon only has 3 parts." Hearing this, Ronald Shellman worriedly said, "If that's the case, including me, another S-class magician and another creature with ultimate magic, then victory is natural, right? Are you going to fight him too?" the Supreme Being asked doubtfully. Hearing that, Ronald Shellman frowned and thought, "This damn guy is going to fight hard." Thinking so, he asked again, "Where are we going?" The Supreme Being was neither quick nor slow to answer, "First, find some zombie warriors in the nearby forest, those psychos also know how to fight." Hearing that, Ronald Sherman immediately raised his eyes to look around, seeing a vague figure in the distance, he said in a low voice, "For example, over there." The Supreme Being followed Ronald Shellman's eyes, thought for a moment, then replied, "Yes, it is a zombie warrior." The zombie sensed that there was someone around and started growling loudly. Hearing that, the Supreme Being immediately spoke and quickly used the stealth technique. As soon as these words ended, the zombie also rushed at me. He was about to raise his hand to strike a move when suddenly he was pulled away by a thin iron wire. Other zombies standing in the dark also suffered the same situation. They were grabbed by both legs and hung upside down on a tree branch. Ronald Shellman saw this scene and held the ball tightly in his hand, completely not understanding what was going on. At this moment, a cold voice rang out in the forest, "Mr. Spinner, have you caught it yet?" This voice was Leon's. At this moment, his clothes were all tattered. Yak Spinner walked next to him and said, estimating that there were still a few individuals in the area. The creature that had just caught it saw something. Hearing this, Leon said in a cold voice, "After cleaning so thoroughly, there were still a few left." Now standing to one side, the Supreme Being inside the magic ball suddenly asked, "Hey, did you do as I told you? Activate the invisibility skill?" Ronald Shellman was startled and quickly nodded and said, "Of course." The Supreme Being heard that and immediately said, "I don't believe it, he is looking at us." Ronald Shellman didn't think so, he frowned thoughtfully, but I didn't hear anything when we got here." Leon is also currently deep in thought. He stared at one side and thought to himself, "The Holy Grail Knight's rule of silence. All the demons in this forest have been destroyed, but there is still something very different from usual. It's strange, I feel something unpleasant." Hearing him say that, Ronald Shellman was startled, hugged the magic ball tightly and took a few steps back. Even though Leon couldn't see anything, he still lifted his foot and took a few steps. He was now very close to Ronald Shellman. His eyes suddenly glowed and looked everywhere and softly said, "It's around here, it must be so." At this moment, the Yak Spinner on the ground suddenly cried out. Hearing that, Leon immediately turned around and asked, "What's wrong, Mr. Spinner?" Yak Spinner said, "General observation of targets via satellite, target in area 4B17. Hearing that, Leon frowned and said, "There is still something for me to hunt for." Pausing for a moment, he glanced at the position next to him and then gave the order, "Let's go." Waiting for Leon to go far away, Ronald Shellman then dared to let out a long breath. He sat down on the ground, sweating and lamenting, almost losing his head. After resolving everything, Leon and Yak's spinner immediately returned to their residence. Leon returned to his room and quickly treated the wounds on his body. While wiping away the blood, he thought to himself, demons of pleasure and depravity, perverted demons who do not seek true sex but seek horribly twisted desires, how strange. In this kingdom, why are there so many demons of desire? There are even high-level ones. There is a high possibility that there is a supreme demon nearby, but why is that? While thinking about this, Leon suddenly heard a gentle voice behind him, smelling of blood. Leon was startled. He turned his head to look at the woman who had just appeared, a little scared in his heart, thinking, I didn't feel her presence at all. The woman smiled and continued to say, you must be very tired because you never go to sleep. The woman who just appeared was the Queen of Spur. She looked at Leon and smiled and said, good evening, honorable sir, or maybe I should say Sir Lionheart. Looking at the woman in front of him, Leon silently exclaimed, a beautiful beauty, the cause of strife and pain, a harbinger of corrupting power. Yes, standing in front of her, I couldn't even realize that I was falling into the abyss and sinking deep into a sea of despair. While standing still in one place, the queen immediately held out her hand and introduced herself, I am Beatrice Alighieri Sparrow, queen of this small kingdom. Leon escaped his chaotic thoughts. He grabbed Queen Beatrice's hand and replied softly, I am Lionheart, Leon Dragonia Lionheart. After saying this, Leon was extremely alert and thought to himself, this woman, I can't believe she recognized me. On the opposite side, seeing him like that, Queen Beatrice immediately laughed and said, don't be so cautious, I just wanted to come to greet the benefactor of this kingdom. Leon silently exclaimed. Right after that he said very seriously, this is not an ideal time for a lady to visit me. Queen Beatrice heard that and immediately withdrew her hand. She cautiously said, actually I am being watched. Spying on the queen, Leon raised his eyebrows and asked, who would dare? Queen Beatrice silently lowered her head. She hugged her body with her hands, then slowly spoke, the general and the knights under him, they locked me up under the guise of something called surveillance. General, Leon exclaimed, in his mind the image of the noble who blocked his way at the palace. He thought to himself, that guy doesn't look like the type of person who would violate loyalty. While thinking like that, the queen on the opposite side suddenly spoke up and begged, I'm running out of time, so I have to ask your majesty for a favor. Hearing this, Leon was silent for a moment, then raised his eyebrows and replied, I'm listening. Queen Beatrice hesitantly spoke up, kill the general and all his knights. If you do so I will give this whole kingdom to you. Saying this, she suddenly stopped and walked closer to Leon. She leaned up close to his ear and continued in a low voice, let's investigate the basement of the royal palace. There, the great general is hiding something. While talking about this, a change occurred outside. The noble, or to be more precise, the general in Queen Beatrice's words, brought 2 soldiers to the door and shouted loudly, Your Majesty Lionheart, please forgive me for disturbing you in the middle, we are open tonight. As soon as these words finished, he immediately raised his hand to push open the door in front of him. Leon stood right in the middle of the room, frowning in annoyance and spoke up, suddenly rushing into the royal bedroom with full military gear like that, what kind of thing, what a lack of respect. The general heard this and quickly responded, I know this is not allowed, but the situation is very urgent and we cannot do anything else. Hearing that, Leon immediately burst into laughter and said, Ho, I just met the queen. When the general heard this sentence, he raised his voice and frowned and said, Is that so? Leon nodded, not too quickly or too slowly, and began to tell, he was out for a walk, I accidentally met him, and I also had a few questions about you, what kind of person you really are. Ha, in a state where demons are still roaming everywhere, you dare to disrupt the royal family's rest time. Being questioned like that, the general immediately refuted that demons don't come at night. Lie, Leon interrupted coldly, then he thought to himself, since when do they come to cause trouble at night like this? I'm not stupid to be fooled that easily, not an idiot like him. How can you reach the position of general? After thinking for a while, Leon spoke up, as if you were persuaded by someone. The general heard this sentence and remained silent. A moment later, he decisively turned around and said, I hope you will forgive my rude action, we should leave. But before he could take a few steps, Leon standing behind him suddenly opened his mouth and said, the queen said that you treat her like a prisoner. This statement successfully made the general stop in one place. He turned his head to look at Leon and said in a harsh voice, that is not the business of strangers like you. Having finished speaking, the general immediately turned and left. Looking at the door closing in front of him, Leon crossed his arms over his chest and said softly, that's suspicious, very suspicious. The general is clearly trying to cover up something. To find out more details, I should investigate the basement like she said. Having decided so, Leon immediately called out, "Mr. Spinner." Yak Spinner heard the call and immediately called out once and went out. At this time, Leon immediately told me that there was something I wanted to verify. The next morning, outside the royal palace, countless demons gathered together and were present there. One of them opened its mouth and screamed loudly, crushed them, cut off their heads and then played with their bodies, corrupting them all, ha ha ha. After this laughter, another demon also spoke up, "Listen," Androgen said it, "the first person to cross the wall will be rewarded with 100 slaves. Ha ha ha, corrupt them all, corrupt, corrupt." The sounds of corruption echoed endlessly outside the palace. They were completely unaware that at this moment, a giant, sharp arrow carrying holy fire was quietly shooting towards them. With a bang, that giant arrow rushed straight to the location of a group of gathered demons. Fire immediately flared up, accompanied by painful screams. The other demons saw such a scene and cried out in horror, "What is that?" Currently, countless devils have died. Following these corpses are countless souls slowly escaping. As soon as they got out of the corpse, they were immediately sucked in by an amazing suction force from the Holy Grail. Standing on the high wall, gathering the evil souls into the holy cup, Leon spoke slowly. "It's better to die with honor than to live in disgrace. You don't know, you're just like animals who only pursue basic desires like insects. How can you understand what I'm saying? Listen carefully, you filthy fleas. King Lionheart, I, Lionheart, in the name of the Temple of Light, to you vile and vile villains. I will teach you the value of a good life." After saying those words, Leon immediately took out his holy sword. An amazingly strong magic power suddenly erupted around his body. As soon as the holy sword came out, a virtual image of a lion suddenly appeared behind Leon's back. Mouth growled loudly. Leon carried the holy sword on his shoulder, looked at the demons below, then gritted his teeth and continued, "Come here, rotten demons, your greatest fear is right here." But at this time inside the palace, in the basement, a soldier saw the general appear and immediately asked, "General Ricardo, I thought you were fighting, what brought you here?" General Ricardo heard that and said, "A foreigner is handling it, the problem is the seal, it will work well, right?" "Yes." The soldier heard that and immediately bowed his head and replied, then he cautiously said, "But I still haven't found it." General Ricardo frowned slightly, he lifted his leg and went deeper inside, saying, "There's not much time left, just be patient a little longer. 100 years of hard work are about to come to an end." They just kept going deep into the basement, completely ignoring the Yak Spinner that was quietly flying behind them. The scene of a devastated battlefield, filled with smoke and dust. The demons' hands were tied tightly and then forced to line up in a long line one after another. Suddenly, a demon, without knowing why, fell to the ground and screamed loudly. Gu Dae-sung was walking in front and heard it, so he turned around to take a look and said, "Be careful." Saying this, Gu Dae-sung's face suddenly turned red. He stammered, "Why is that?" The fallen demon below had silky blue hair, and her beautiful face was pale from walking a long and tiring journey. It said in a pampering tone, "Hunter, please, forgive me. After that, I will pamper you with all my might." When Gu Dae-sung heard what she said, he didn't know how to answer. His hand reached out and reached for the female devil's face. But at this moment a sudden announcement rang out. Lionheart activated poison resistance for the entire army. Immediately after this announcement, the demon's true form was immediately revealed, no longer a beauty that thousands of people loved, but an extremely ugly monster. When Gu Dae-sung saw its true form, he was startled and frightened. He was so angry that he couldn't hold back any longer and cursed, "Damn it." Gu Dae-sung immediately stood up, he raised his foot and kicked the demon in the face. The monster cried out in pain, a round lump appeared on his face. The big-eyed, pointy-eared demon couldn't believe this. He said incredulously, "What the hell, how can a human like you resist my charm?" Gu Dae-sung's facial expressions changed continuously, a bunch of chaotic thoughts appeared in his head. He hated and cursed to himself, "Is this the charm of this demon? So ugly that he almost fell over." At this moment, a stern voice rang out from behind, "Who is it?" Turns out, that was Leon's voice. He rode his horse to a stop, not far or near, and in an extremely scary tone repeated the question, "Who dares to break ranks?" Gu Dae-sung pointed straight at the monster lying on the ground and said, "It's this thing." Hearing this, Leon was so angry that he trembled. He shouted in a loud voice, "How dare you seduce my soldiers with that dirty body?" When the demon heard that, he was scared and trembled. He quickly clasped his hands high and said, "Sorry, Your Majesty." Leon didn't even listen to what it said. he directly stomped his foot straight into the demon's face, making it unable to raise its head. While kicking him, he scolded him very badly. Hey, he was trying to seduce our army. The demons behind saw the scene in front of them and were extremely scared and coward. They unexpectedly had the same thought, this person in front of them, he looked even more demonic than the Demon King. Finally, after stabilizing the formation, Leon's group returned to the palace. The atmosphere here was extremely quiet. Kim Jin-soo took a step forward and asked Leon, Your Majesty, don't you find it strange? Leon frowned slightly and said, What do you want to talk about? Kim Jin-soo replied, This is definitely a great victory, but it seems the people's reaction is not very good. Hearing that, Leon immediately explained, he said, Even low-level demons can easily bewitch people and gradually corrupt them. The battle against such monsters cannot end overnight, so a victory like this won't mean anything. In essence, this is a battle with their demon king. Then I will let the people hang the demons and they will kill them themselves, then they will feel the sweetness of death of those disgusting souls. Kim Jin-soo heard Leon speak and his spine went cold, he could only answer yes without saying anything else. Leon didn't stop there, he continued to say, In the best case scenario, we will win a great victory by defeating the demon king. And then no one will come to bother us anymore, no one, we will do it. In front of Leon is a magnificent castle, in front of the gate are 2 guards guarding it. The group of Leonians advanced arrogantly, the 2 guards saw this and immediately raised their weapons and shouted loudly to stop. You are not allowed to enter this area. Hearing that, Leon didn't bother to say much, he raised his foot and kicked away the 2 guards along with the door with just one kick. The 2 guards were kicked extremely hard and immediately lay flat on the spot. With no one to stop them, Leon's group entered inside. Kim Jin-soo walked behind, full of wonder, wondering if it was okay to attack so recklessly. Kim group leader walking next to him heard that and immediately replied, They didn't surrender, so that was it. At this time, Gu Dae-sung was walking behind, as if he had discovered something and immediately cried out, Everyone look at this. Following Gu Dae-sung's vision, he saw that the place was pitch black. Kim Jin-soo couldn't help but ask, Is there a place like this right under the palace? In that place, placed in the middle was a large bed. Leon thought to himself, This is the kingdom's secret the queen talked about. Thinking so, he immediately told everyone around him. It was clear that they were hiding something. We have to check it out. After saying that, Leon immediately rushed forward without hesitation. Seeing that, everyone was extremely worried and hurriedly chased after him. Leon approached the bed, pulled the curtain open, and what caught his eye was a girl lying right in the middle of the bed. Kim Jin-soo and Gu Dae-sung saw this scene and didn't understand why, but they both blushed for an hour. On the bed was an extremely beautiful girl. Everyone except Leon seemed to be attracted to that girl and just wanted to devour her. Leon realized something was wrong and shouted, Resist the art, don't be fooled by this evil energy. These words were completely ineffective. The people around seemed not to hear but insisted on approaching the bed. Seeing this situation, Leon immediately frowned and said, Even though he received his support aura, it was still useless. Thinking for a moment, he immediately came up with a plan. He went around behind, raised his hand and slapped each person on the back of the head. Just as Leon was about to hit Gu Dae-sung, he suddenly felt something strange about him. He raised his eyebrows and observed for a moment, then Leon burst out laughing happily and said, Injuring yourself to fight against artistic illusions. Leon raised his hand and turned something out, then he brought it in front of Gu Dae-sung and said, inhaling through his mouth and exhaling slowly, Freeing your mind. Right while Leon was busy dealing with his group of people, someone slowly walked inside, with a long scar on his face. This person is General Ricardo, he said, Unbelievable. I never thought Her Majesty the Queen would cheat on me. It turns out that the woman in the bed is the Queen. Leon was not surprised by the appearance of General Ricardo. He asked if that was really the case. Aren't you fascinated by that Queen? General Ricardo heard that and immediately responded, Because we are already used to it. The Queen's charm is a magic that is closer to a curse than innate. It is not something you can get used to. After hearing these words, Leon frowned and said, I have seen someone with similar strength to you before. Is the demon Lord of Pleasure, a demon that seduces all living creatures, a demonic excitement that leads sentient beings into the abyss of corruption. As he spoke, Leon approached the Queen lying on the bed. Observing for a moment, he said a bit puzzled, But it's strange, that demon despises and hates humans more than anyone else. Why can't I feel that energy from the Queen? And I don't understand why you guys no harm at all. Leon took out the bottle containing the water he had just given Gu Dae-sung to smell, then dropped a flower branch in. After completing this series of actions, he began to mumble, "God of dreams and death, O guardian angel, I hope to receive your grace." As soon as these words ended, a girl suddenly appeared from nowhere in the purple smoke. Waiting for the smoke to clear, the girl smiled slightly and said, "Okay. Knight of Arion, owner of the Lion Heart, I willingly answer the call of the Lion Heart King." A beautiful goddess appeared right after Leon finished reciting the incantations. When Eon saw her, he respectfully bowed down and said solemnly, "God of dreams and death, I greet you, Goddess Fleur." "The name of this goddess is Fleur." Goddess Fleur nodded and said, "Yes, Ariana's knight, owner of the Lion's Heart." Leon still maintained his bowed position. He said, "Hoping someone would help me with this." Goddess Fleur heard that and glanced at General Ricardo before replying, "Okay, I can feel it, corrupt demons, they constantly deceive you." These words are successful, causing General Ricardo's expression to change. He now looked extremely scared. Goddess Fleur did not pay much attention to the other person's expression. She continued to speak, repeating a corrupting ritual in a dream. "No matter how beautiful the dream is, you will eventually wake up. Show me your true self." After saying these words, Goddess Fleur immediately dropped a lamp, along with a light purple light. The space here seemed to change. The entire basement and the people here gradually turned into a dim purple color, virtual. Suddenly, everything shattered, blue fire appeared. General Ricardo and his guards still retain their previous appearance, now they look extremely scary. It seemed that they were the only ones who changed. Leon's group was unharmed. Leon saw General Ricardo's true form and frowned and said, "Death Knight." Saying this name, Leon suddenly smirked, then he continued talking, "Now I understand why I couldn't recognize it sooner. The reason is because this world has the power to create anything." General Ricardo knew he had been exposed. He stood up and walked towards Goddess Fleur and hesitantly said, "The Queen rests in peace, don't bother her, I have to protect the seal." Gu Sung, standing to the side, saw this and shouted in panic, "Your Majesty, the Death Knights are approaching us." Looking at the limp steps of this group of people, Leon felt that this type of corrupt energy was not produced from evil. He reached out and pulled out something. His voice was extremely cold. If so, the nightmare of these events must have originated from the Queen. When the Queen woke up, she had this dream. Before he could finish these words, General Ricardo suddenly rushed forward to attack Leon. Leon reacted quickly, turning his hand to block his attack with his holy sword. On the other side, General Ricardo's guards also rushed towards Leon to attack. Seeing that, he was extremely angry. His hand reached out and pushed them away with force. "Take your hand back," Leon gritted his teeth and scolded. "This is a duel. If you still have the honor of a knight, you cannot be arrogant." General Ricardo didn't hear a word of it. He and his bodyguards rushed forward in unison before answering Leon, "Honor, I threw that away a long time ago." Leon was really angry. He shouted loudly, "Do you think if you join forces you can stop me?" Having finished speaking, without giving them time to react, Leon simply jumped up and counterattacked. One after another fell under his sword. Leon's eyes were now filled with murderous intent. He grabbed the head of a guard and then threw that man straight to the ground without any mercy. Leon sensed that they were quite strong, but rather this guy's abilities weakened when he became a zombie. Sharp rays of light flashed by one after another, and the sound of clashing swords rang out continuously. Leon spoke aggressively, "However, with your distorted pride and honor, you won't be able to protect anyone," Leon said as he stabbed his holy sword straight into the ground. The ground immediately flashed. The group of people seemed to be stopped by something and couldn't move. General Ricardo cried out in panic, "Her Majesty the Queen." As soon as this cry ended, there was a flash of light, and the ground gradually crumbled. The zombies all fell to the ground. General Ricardo couldn't help but say, "It's terrible." Leon pointed the sword straight at his face. General Ricardo trembled and called out, "King Lionheart." Leon said in a sharp tone, "Wake up from this short dream." Hearing this sentence, General Ricardo hesitated, not knowing what to say. Leon raised his sword high and said coldly, "In the end you refuse to wake up, now live forever in hopeless illusions, you stupid and stupid knight." Leon was about to slash his sword downward when Leon's movement suddenly stopped. He felt something strange. Even if his loyalty was questionable, he was not a traitor. Leon just didn't understand why the Queen asked him to kill them. He turned his head to look at the bed, looked at the girl lying on it. He thought to himself, "Is she a demon?" Leon's eyes flashed with a cruel look. He looked at General Ricardo and said, "Tell me what you did to the Queen." General Ricardo placed his hands on the ground and respectfully replied, "Your Majesty has made a contract with a demon. Recalling the old scene, corpses were piled up on the ground. In the distance was the queen sitting down looking extremely tired. A person whose face was not visible, covered completely, walked closer and said, "Queen, I admire your courage, please make a deal with me." Turns out that person was a demon. The queen raised her head and cautiously asked again, "Agreement?" Hearing that, the demon nodded and replied, "Accept the seed of corruption and continue to fight against evil for 100 years. The demon pulled out a purple ball, then continued to say, "If you are not corrupted, I will save you and your people." The queen was stunned when she heard this suggestion. She didn't say anything, but it seemed like she had an answer in her heart. The queen of a kingdom on the verge of destruction had no choice but to accept the contract. Even if it was a cunning trap, the queen took the orb in the demon's hand. In the 5th year, the people of the kingdom began to go crazy. They killed each other without mercy. The number of people corrupted with minds distorted by pleasure and torment increased continuously. The queen was in a room. She didn't know what to do. Everywhere people were screaming with joy, and she was holding her face and crying, completely unable to accept the truth that was appearing in front of her. During the day, the queen had to watch demons slaughter her people, and at night, the queen couldn't sleep because of the whispers in her ear. The queen didn't understand what the hell she had done. In the early years, she was still able to endure it, but her opponent was the great devil of pleasure. The trap it set was very cunning and sinister. There was no loophole in the contract the queen had accepted. Anyone who commits suicide to escape the contract will become a devil wandering in the 9 levels of hell, and when the 100-year contract ends, everyone will become corrupt slaves. The queen has gone crazy. The thought that his kingdom was about to turn into ashes, the essence of corruption planted in the human body and gradually devoured its host. In the 50th year, the most loyal knight could not resist his desires, when he broke into the queen's bedroom. General Ricardo has made a decision. Turns out, the Death Knight man was a great general before he became one. At that time, Ricardo advised the surrounding soldiers, "If not a single man can resist the charm, then we can commit suicide. As long as it protects the queen and maintains the loyalty of the army." General Ricardo along with everyone committed suicide. Even if this land is soiled, even if it becomes a devil wandering under the 9 levels of hell, even if he had to break his contract with the devil and become a corrupt slave after 100 years. General Ricardo will also protect Her Majesty the Queen to the end. The Death Knight or General Ricardo, he knelt down on the ground, explaining to Leon what had happened. Because we had committed suicide and turned into Death Knights, the Queen's charm was gone, influence, we sealed the Queen. The seal that has existed for 80 years is the only sacrifice to put the Queen into a deep sleep. After hearing these words, Leon whispered in admiration, "What kind of loyalist is this?" Arranging his words for a moment, Leon immediately said to General Ricardo in a serious tone, "That's it, that's why the Queen asked me to kill you." Goddess Fleur was still silent, then spoke up and called Leon's name. Leon heard the call and quickly answered, "I hear, Goddess Fleur." Fleur asked softly, "Do you feel it?" Leon quickly understood what Goddess Fleur meant. He nodded and replied, "Yes, I can feel it." The purple light spread everywhere, spreading outwards, and the silhouettes of cruel demons appeared. Leon gritted his teeth, angrily said loudly, "Soldiers of King Lionheart, stand up, how long are you going to sleep like idiots?" General Ricardo did not understand what was going on. Bewildered, "Stand still in one place." Team leader Kim also confusedly exclaimed, "Something." But before he could finish speaking, he was grabbed by the neck and dragged outside. Kim Jin-soo quickly answered his question, "I will do what I have to do." Goddess Fleur saw them leave. She smiled slightly and said, "So what are we talking about?" Very quickly, Leon's group left the basement. Outside, the soldiers on guard saw him and immediately came to report the situation. The demons had crossed the city wall. As soon as he said this, Kim Jin-soo's face suddenly turned a little pale, his expression changed and he babbled, "That's..." Following his gaze, he saw that ahead, a group of demons were coming. Their number was extremely large. Seeing this, Gu Dae-sung was not afraid and immediately volunteered to advance. He commanded the surrounding soldiers to put up their shields. They were lined up in a horizontal line. Everyone was wearing protection on their faces. Large shields were placed right in front of them. Gu Dae-sung continued to give orders, "Follow His Majesty's words, maintain their position and block the enemy's progress. Meanwhile, Your Majesty will destroy them." There are 5 rows in total, Leon standing right. The demons couldn't stop screaming. They looked extremely confident. One of them shouted loudly, advancing on the slaves, showing them what pain is. All these demons seemed to be affected by something. They never closed their mouths and screamed non-stop. That is madness. The feeling of pain is completely replaced by excitement. The demons simultaneously rushed forward to attack, wanting to kill everyone. The group of soldiers were also not afraid of the situation in front of them. They shouted to each other with words of encouragement, eliminating hostile elements and releasing weapons. Leon stood next to him, his eyes clearly showing anger. He looked at the demons in front of him and coldly shouted, "Let's go, go forward." The group of soldiers roared forward, but the demons were extremely numerous. When they tried to hold on, that was when Leon shined. Receiving a blow from Leon, the demons screamed in pain. They were thrown a long distance away, followed by something. Light covers the entire space here. In the center of the light, none other than Leon stood proudly, holding the holy sword tightly in his hand, that light-carrying demon shooting straight into the sky. The reason behind the power of pleasure demons is their large force. Leon's stallion horse is lying on the ground. Although the lust demon's fighting power was considered weak, after receiving the battle frenzy effect buff, they became extremely troublesome to King Leon. Leon said, "This is a magic that only high-level demons can use." Saying so, he thought to himself, "I can't be subjective anymore, now this is the only way." In front of Leon are dozens of demons looking at him with hungry faces. Leon regained his composure. This time he was filled with determination and told himself, "Okay, I have to do it." Suddenly, General Ricardo's group appeared behind him. He commanded the soldiers to rush forward to Leon's surprise. They advanced extremely strongly, without panic. Each group of demons were dealt with by them one by one. General Ricardo called out to Leon, "King Lionheart." Leon smiled and praised, "General, good job, I think I woke up from a nightmare." General Ricardo heard that and said softly, "My loyalty to Her Majesty the Queen is always the same." Leon nodded and replied, "Yes, of course it must be like that." General Ricardo didn't say anything. He seemed to be thinking about something. After a while he continued, "Hey King from Earth, we have had to experience so much bitterness to protect this place. However, if you can make a difference like this, then we will also do our best to help you." Leon smiled at the demons in front of him and said, "Then I have to perform well. However, you are not as strong as I expected, but it's okay." Saying this, Leon immediately stopped. His face quickly changed, his whole body flashed, and then he began to mumble, "Oh God of fire, please give me your courage, please, answer me, my calling." It is a symbol of hope, even when the world is destroyed by demons, even when gods reign in that heart. In that moment, even for the Queen's loyal hunters and knights. Leon's hair grew longer, his whole body was surrounded by a light like fire. A red flash flashed, piercing straight into the sky. The god of fire seemed to respond to Leon's words, "You are always a failure. In the end, the fire will still collapse at any time without you." Leon heard this and happily replied, "Then I will forever stand in front of the fire, which I often do, until it can protect itself against all storms. I will overcome adversity reaches the stars." At this time, Leon looked extremely strong. His blonde hair gradually turned blood white, his purple eyes glowed coldly, his surroundings were covered with a blood-red light, and seeing that, the demons immediately stopped. Leon raised his hand and stabbed the holy sword straight into the ground. Then he spoke with a serious voice, "My King Lionheart, the ultimate war machine in the armor of the great god of fire. Oh my knights, heed my call." According to Leon's words, the armor on the group of soldiers behind him immediately changed. Leon continued to say, "Right here, right now, the fire of war will destroy evil." As soon as this sentence ended, a red pillar of light shot straight into the sky. 2 lions appeared from that light. They rushed out. Behind him was dragging a cart. Leon quickly lifted his feet and stepped onto the car, turned his head to look at his horse that was gradually disappearing. He gently said, "Thank you, little friend, may you rest in peace." The lion followed Leon's direction and rushed forward. Gude Song on one side also spoke up to encourage the soldiers, not to be afraid. "Bring their heads back to me." But at this moment, on the opposite side, the demons simultaneously rushed forward with weapons. Leon saw that something was wrong and immediately stopped. After observing for a while, he angrily scolded, "These demons are disgusting. Are they trying to imitate humans as cavalry?" Leon couldn't hide his exasperated feelings. He raised his sword and directed, "Damn it, to attack them." The 2 lions, following their owner's command, immediately opened their mouths and roared, then rushed forward. 1 notification sounds, activating rage effect. The demons were kicked away and beaten until they screamed and cried extremely pitifully. Seeing this scene, Leon still couldn't calm down. He raised his leg and kicked them several meters away. The leading demon couldn't believe what had just happened. He put his hands on his head and said in panic, "No way, what the hell was that thing?" How could it pass through like a place without ghosts? The short demons held artillery shells in their hands. They shouted in unison, fired their magic cannons, killed them all for me, ready to fire. The demons did not hesitate at this time and fired countless artillery shells. Seeing that, Leon gritted his teeth and said, using long-range weapons, what a bunch of scoundrels. A new notification continues to sound. Indignation applies to all force units. Uniform immunity applies defense layer. Holy magic disables arrows for units under your command. The brave knight is the subject of the fire resistance effect. The bullet created a huge explosion. Leon still insisted on rushing forward. The system sound continues to echo continuously, applying the internal madness effect to the entire unit, activating the protection of the war knight and destroying evil. Morale increases by 400%, morale increases by 120%, morale increases by 100%, the physical damage of the entire army increases by 35%, reduces the defense of the demons by 80%, the great armor and war ox supports additional attribute effects fire sword for allies, the greatest demon hunter activates the effects of physical resistance reduction, magic resistance reduction and melee defense reduction, automatically burning all demonic souls within a 1 key radius meter. The demons were thrown away, screaming in pain. Right in front of Leon was the leader demon. He rushed towards him, 2 swords in his hands. He opened his mouth and shouted, "Human, I've caught you." This demon cut off the car on the 2 lions and then opened his mouth to curse, "These vile people, this is not enough, where is the lion heart hiding?" Leon was sitting in the car floating in the sky. He raised the holy sword pointing straight down. The leader demon reacted very quickly, immediately turning around to avoid Leon's powerful attack. He screamed, his whole body was startled. The army did not kill him. The sword stabbed straight into the ground, causing the ground to crumble. Leon told his soldiers, 1 minute, try to resist for just 1 more minute. The leader demon was furious. He gritted his teeth and said, he's just a human, he's just a human, how could he do this, how could he do this to the knights of that desolate kingdom became so strong. Very quickly, each demon was neatly dealt with. The leader demon stood in front of Leon, pointed straight at him and roared angrily, "It was you were the one who killed Duthradon." When Leon heard that, he didn't understand what he was saying. After a moment, he remembered. He raised his mouth and smiled and said, "Duthradon, are you talking about that puffy fat lump wandering around with an abnormal sexual desire?" "That's right, you're perverted, lewd gang, I've destroyed all their limbs." "Stop for a moment," Leon threatened, "and you won't be any different from them. The only difference is that now I will punish you even more severely than him." The demon was extremely angry when he heard that. He swung his sword at Leon and shouted, "Take it, I, Androgen, will tear you to pieces." The leader of the demons is Androgenon. He gritted his teeth and cursed Leon to die. Leon did not tremble at all. He raised his sword and prepared to attack. He said lightly, "Instead of only knowing how to fight, you should focus on your magic power, but you are too weak." A piercing sword cut off Androgen's arm. Androgen was extremely scared. He thought, did that guy react to the attack just now and aim at my hand? While thinking about this, Leon appeared right in front of Androgen at some point. He was startled but also reacted quite quickly, immediately using what is called lust, the organ of lust, to satisfy his desire. Your essence, no creature can resist. The soldiers in the distance were extremely worried when they saw this scene. They simultaneously told Leon to be careful. But Leon was completely unaffected. He was extremely alert. A sword slash pierced through Androgen's body. Androgen was terrified as the tip of the sword appeared in front of his chest. He could not accept this truth and immediately cried out, "How is that possible? How can you refuse the pleasure of desire?" Leon raised his feet and slowly walked towards Androgen. He smirked and said, "Even the pleasure demon lord cannot seduce this king. How could something as useless as you deceive me?" Hearing these words, Androgen's face immediately paled a bit. He said in horror, "No way, something is wrong. As long as people are alive, they must have desires. We have to run now." But Androgen couldn't run anymore. He screamed in fear, "No, stop him, where are you guys, stop this guy quickly." Before he could finish speaking, Androgen was gored by a lion and fell to the ground. Leon walked towards him. He stepped on his chest and pressed him down. Looking at the sword on Leon's shoulder, Androgen said angrily, "You coward, you let a god interfere in our match. I thought you knights were very fair." Hearing what he said, Leon raised his hand and rubbed his chin. After thinking for a moment, he nodded and said, "It makes sense, letting a third party intervene in a duel is not very worthy of being a knight." Hearing this, Androgen immediately took the opportunity to reply, "Okay, if that's the case. Before he could finish his sentence, Leon interrupted him. He used a hateful tone and said, "With scoundrels like you, there is no reason for me to show respect. Because this isn't a battle between knights, it's about exterminating trash bugs." After saying this, Leon raised his sword high. Seeing this scene, Androgen was extremely scared but could do nothing else. With a flash of light, Androgen, the great demon of pleasure and decadence, was destroyed. From the beginning, this kingdom was very prosperous and peaceful. She thought that this peaceful time would last forever, and everyone thought so. Until the demons came and swept away everything. The queen looked at the deteriorating scene before her eyes and felt extremely regretful. The wise queen, also a magician, knew that very well. The queen creates a magic, she strives to eliminate the evil demons and with time will prolong the life of this kingdom. At first, she only hoped that the kingdom could win, but that small hope did not last long. Demons appeared everywhere. The queen went through each dead body. She realized that, no matter how many times she killed them, they would still revive. The queen with a tired and haggard face spoke, "We will never win this war. No matter how many battles you win, or how many demons you defeat, they will always return. Helplessness as well as stupidity, destruction is near." At that time, a demon came to the queen and made an offer. "Queen, make a deal with me. If you can withstand the seeds of corruption for 100 years, we will stop invading this world and everything will return to what it was." They made a contract. The queen couldn't even ask how she could believe what the demon said. No matter how skeptical she was, the queen still wanted to try. She accepted the demon's offer. They made a deal, bet against each other. The moment she touched the orb that the demon held, unexpectedly bad things have happened, even though it was a cunning trap of the devil. But it is the only way for this world to return to the way it was, to protect the people the queen loves, precious, her subjects, she agreed. And so the process of destroying the Spur Kingdom was repeated over and over again in the joy of pleasure and corruption. Good people, loyal knights. And the proud queen. Little by little, they quickly sink deeper into darkness. Once they are completely corrupted and side with the darkness, they will never be able to return to the way they were before. Finally, a knight, unable to control his lust, sneaked into the queen's bedroom. The queen lay on the bed with a face full of disappointment, looking at the knight with the sword stabbed in his shoulder. "General Ricardo has made a decision," he said respectfully, "hoping you will forgive me." In the end, General Ricardo sealed the queen underground, then committed suicide and turned into a zombie. The queen lay on the big bed, tears could not stop falling. She blamed herself. "It was my fault, I did this." A decade full of regrets and exhaustion, a doomed fate with no end in sight, over and over again. The queen always hopes that this nightmare will end soon, after the battle with the demons ended. Leon and everyone returned to the basement. There was another box with 2 items on it. Eon asked Yox Spinner, "Is that the Crown of Doom and Nameless sword that demon usually carries?" It confirms that it is. Yox Spinner raised the anonymous sword high and stared at it without taking his eyes off it. Leon saw that and immediately asked him, "Do you like it?" Yox Spinner replied, "Metal material is durable and useful." Leon looked at the sword with disgust and said, "But it's tainted by evil, I think it sucks souls." Hearing that, Yox Spinner rushed to make sure it could handle it. Leon also believes in it. He advised, "If you say so, then it's okay." But as for the crown, suddenly the goddess Fleur appeared right behind Leon, and he called out, "Lionheart." Hearing this, Leon bowed his head very respectfully and replied, "Yes, goddess, please go ahead and speak." Goddess Fleur smiled and said, "Show me the crown of ruin that you got." Leon glanced at the crown and then hesitantly said, "I'm afraid it will dirty your eyes." Goddess Fleur heard that and immediately shook her head and said it was okay. She looked at the crown and thought for a moment, then asked, "This crown, don't you remember it? It is the crown of the demon king of pleasure whose head you beheaded. Those evil demons of lust that deceive children with dark evil illusions, that power has been sealed in this crown of decay." After a moment's pause, the queen continued speaking, "But now that it belongs to you, maybe it will be useful to you." Hearing these words, Leon immediately looked closely at the crown in his hand, then he frowned and said, "Anyway, I can't destroy this thing right away. If you want it, I'm willing to offer it. This is for you." Goddess Fleur replied with a smile, "Thank you. You have worked hard this time. The temple is very happy and thanks you for the glory you have contributed." Leon raised his hand and placed it in front of his chest, very seriously replied, "I only do what I think is right." Before leaving, Goddess Fleur suddenly spoke up, "Hey God of War, come say hello to him before leaving." As soon as these words finished, the God of War appeared and said, "Hello, Okay, it's so hard to say. Queen Fleur heard that and said directly to the god of war, who would die if they were even a little honest. The god of war was scolded like that and he blushed a bit, but still didn't say anything. Leon saw that and immediately said, "Oh please, I have a request." Hearing that, the god of war was extremely excited and replied, "What is your request?" Goddess Fleur was next to her and said in disgust, "She always feels demanding, just say it." Leon looked at General Ricardo's group and then slowly said his request, "I hope they can get their souls back." The war spirit folded his arms behind Leon's back and frowned and said, "Are you saying that you are taking the souls of these zombies to heaven? They have given up the cycle of life and death on their own." Goddess Fleur doesn't think so, she defends, "Don't be so rigid, all of those things are not problems, you can solve them." Hearing her say that, the god of war gritted his teeth and protested, "What kind of god would allow these zombies to have that opportunity?" Goddess Fleur falteringly explained, that, "It's not entirely true, they are just for their master, those who have defied death are the evil creatures that you need to punish, they have overcome out of the cycle of samsara." While talking about this, the queen suddenly woke up in bed, even though she didn't understand what was going on, she still begged, "Please forgive them. They did that unnatural thing to protect me, please, the queen of this ruined kingdom, please have mercy on me." The queen of this ruined kingdom begs the two gods to have mercy. After hearing this sentence, the queen was extremely sad. Was about to say something when Goddess Fleur continued, "But your merits are enough to cover the mistakes you made, we gods are impressed with your loyalty, and above all. King Lionheart here begged me, up there they wouldn't allow me to do more than this but because you begged. I will purify your tainted soul so that you have a chance to be reborn." However, Goddess Fleur had something to suggest to the queen, she was neither quick nor slow to say her proposal, this was the only way for their souls to rest in peace and enter the reincarnation. Become a priest of the primordial god and help King Lionheart spread his faith, when the other world becomes active again. I will grant your knights the chance to be reborn. These words made the queen extremely happy, she quickly bowed her head in thanks. After settling everything, Leon immediately helped the queen outside. He said Gu Dae Sung was behind him reporting casualties. Gu Dae Sung calculated for a moment and then quickly answered, "Most of the wounded soldiers are recovering thanks to the power of the Holy Grail, but 6 people have passed away forever." Looking at the bodies of 6 wounded soldiers carefully placed in one place, everyone here could not help but shed tears. Even though they faced such boundless evil forces, they did very well. Leon looked at them and then said softly, "I will pray for your souls, brave warriors." Kneeling to one side, Leon began to mumble, "O God of fire, these brave warriors have passed away with glorious glory, please protect their souls, if they have made mistakes in life, please forgive them and cherish them, that burning courage, even when they face death, let them rest in paradise." As soon as these words ended, a fire immediately flared up, followed by a soft voice echoing, "Leave the names and families of those who died in this battle, the temple will never forget, thank you guys, let's go home." Right after this statement, an announcement rang out, opening the gate to the heavenly palace. However, your faith level is low, you cannot enter the heavenly palace, your glory is too low, you cannot enter the heavenly palace. Seeing this announcement, Leon immediately blessed the 6 fallen knights. Immediately after that, they qualified and entered the gates of the heavenly palace one by one. Faced with the jewel's attack, everyone could only watch helplessly because, in the face of the sudden appearance of the multivariable gate, the Hunter Association summoned all available hunters to focus on destroying the dungeon. The man showed an unprecedented joy, pointed at Leon's group and shouted, "They left, they came back, a week has passed." Their joy at being rescued was expressed through their urgent voices. The Lion King finally cleared the gate and returned. They cleared the gate and the survivors reported. Therefore, Mr. O Kangyuk, chairman of the association, noted that the breach of this gate was a huge loss for the association and expressed his concern and condolences to the hunters who died. O Kangyuk bowed his head sadly and said to Leon, "We would like to send our sincere condolences to the hunters who fell in the recent battle." Leon heard that and spoke up, "I'm quite sad too, I'm pretty sure you've looked closely at Mr. Spinner's belt." O Kangyuk sat opposite Leon and said, "Yes, it is a red gate, even a multivariable gate, inside the gate a great sin appears, it is a miracle that you guys can return with just a few seconds, this casualty." Leon said in a surprised tone, "Is that so?" Then he fell into deep thought, "I was thinking that I should meet the relatives of the fallen warriors." O Kangyuk was quite surprised to hear you say that. "Oh, you want to meet them personally?" Leon crossed his arms across his chest and leaned back in his chair comfortably and said, "They are my soldiers and they should at least do that." O Kangyuk doesn't think so, I don't think it's good to do that. Leon didn't want to argue too much and said coldly, I'm not so narrow-minded that I can't understand the feelings of those whose loved ones had to leave their bodies on the battlefield. I think hearing the whole story will make them feel better, relieved. Association President Oh Kang-hyuk. Suddenly Leon called both his full name and his full name, making him very worried. Yes, just say it. In fact, Leon just wants to ask him a favor, play the video just now and call for more hunters to join the army. Evil spirits will eventually invade this world, we need more soldiers and knights, to deal with that moment. Kang-hyuk nodded in agreement, I understand, I will arrange and report the situation to you later. In the Naju Plain, the Pantheon military camp. Leon sat on the train filled with worry, the demons were making very unusual moves and needed urgent support. He gently placed his hand on his chest and thought, this time I have to go alone. After a moment of contemplation, light covered his whole body, taking Leon to a strange forest. As soon as Leon opened his eyes, he heard a gentle voice in his ear. Please enter, Your Majesty, the humble servant of the gods, may I send my greetings to the representative of the temple, please enter the greatest guardian of the Holy Grail. Leon happily walked in with the girl, it had been a long time since he'd seen her, he asked, is heaven comfortable? The great Saint Eniac Prothesia replied with a bright smile, it was all thanks to Your Majesty's protection. Leon didn't think so and said, is that so? Leon went first and asked, Mr. Gildas, Mr. Antoine, they both seem brighter, right? Antoine smiled and replied, haha, if he knew this place was so beautiful, I would have come sooner. Leon looked at him to see how many parts of this statement were true and how many were false, don't joke. While laughing and having fun, a voice called out, Your Majesty. Leon turned around and said, Your Majesty. The person who called out to Leon was the previous King Argentine Majesty Lionheart. He looked at Leon and said gently, it's been a long time. Leon bowed slightly and respectfully said, I'm sorry for disturbing your rest. Lionheart laughed loudly, don't say that, don't we have the same blood? Leon really wanted to know the situation of the souls here, so he asked, Your Majesty, do you know whether the new souls have arrived here or not? Lion thought for a while and then spoke up, isn't that the warriors who died in the recent battle? Rest assured that they will be warmly welcomed, there's a reason why you came so quickly. Please tell me, let's see. I knew right away that nothing could be hidden from you, Leon said, I originally came here to say hello to the gods of the temple and explain a few things. Leon's face became serious, the situation was so urgent that he had to rely on the wisdom of his ancestors. Lion saw that he was so worried and said, okay, let's go to the forest, let me let you talk to my friend Petelian. Leon rode his horse and spread his wings in the sky, thinking, one day I will also run here with Stallion. Of course this cannot happen if the future Earth is invaded by demons. The wind blew Leon's hair and made him look even more handsome, that way, Mr. Petelian. After a while of flying in the air, he landed on the ground, he arrived. From the forest came a voice, Lionheart, the legitimate Grand Duke of the Dragonia Kingdom, the owner of the relics. Leon spoke very respectfully, Wise Woodman, I apologize for infringing on your land. Hearing Leon's voice, an ancient tree with eyes, nose and mouth looked at him and spoke, King Lionheart, all living creatures are waiting for him, including the forest spirit who always welcomes him with joy. Leon looked up at the tree in front of him and smiled and said, it's embarrassing when I'm mentioned with the gods. The tree replied in a low voice, descendant of a respected dragon sculptor and demon hunter, successor to the throne of Lionheart, how serious is the matter that you have to go to the paradise of the dead? Leon's face suddenly changed, Gunnar, the youngest wise man among you and also my friend, I want to meet him. The tree thought back to Leon's words as if hypnotized and approached Leon, Gunnar, the youngest wise man. Looking at the tree standing before his eyes, Leon called out, old friend. Gunnar doesn't understand why you came here to see me. Leon said sincerely, Gunnar, I need your seed. Gunnar bowed low and sighed, oh, you know this is making it difficult for Gunnar, but there is no other way, of course it is difficult for you because it is against nature. Gunnar frowned and asked, do you need this urgently? Leon replied, the modern world where I reside is being invaded by a bunch of evil monsters, I know this very well because I have seen them on my journey. They have noticed our presence and have begun to take action, they are now also trying to infiltrate that planet. When Gunnar heard this, he understood everything he continued to say, just like I understood in the previous kingdom. Leon added, yes, they will destroy everything in their path, Gunnar also cannot see death without saving. Okay, after all he is the only one alive who can handle the poisonous demons that evil, take this, I'm counting on you. Leon happily said when he received the plant, "Thank you." Gunnar happily replied, "It's good to see you again after so long, old friend." Gunnar further advised him to take care because the future will still have many difficulties. As soon as he left the edge of the forest, he heard a voice calling, "Leon." He turned around and looked instinctively, and it turned out to be His Highness Mr. Gratas, the former king. Lionheart smiled and asked, "You're about to go back, please take this," looking at what was on his palm. "This is it." Lionheart smiled and replied, "After a while of discussion, I want to give you something you need right now that will help you a lot in the future battle. This is the reins of a master tamer, it can train even mythical beasts. I give it to you because its owner has passed away. I received this at his funeral." Gratas also has something to give to Leon. "It's my turn." Looking at the book in his hand, Leon suddenly asked, "This?" Gratas explained, "I heard that you are training your army from scratch. I guess you must be very upset. You read the title of the book, How to Capture Giants Easily. It's just a handbook for training legendary warriors." Gratas laughed and said, When I was alive, this was the book I often used for training." Prothesia approached Leon, "Your Majesty, I will also give this to you, hoping it will help you. Please accept it." Leon looked at her in surprise. The relic was a treasure that was only passed down between saints. How could an ordinary person like me receive it? Prothesia shook her head and said, "You are the new owner of this relic, the gods always support you. It will be the strength to protect your Majesty before the Holy Sword is resurrected. I hope you accept it." Leon saw everyone worrying about him like that and was extremely touched. "Thank you everyone for these precious gifts, I will use them effectively." Returning to his world, he stood in front of a closed door and called out, "King Lionheart, please allow me to see you for a moment." After the call, the door was gently opened, but Leon did not enter and still stood there. Seeing that he didn't come in, the girl smiled and said, "Aren't you going to come in?" Leon replied coldly, "You haven't given me permission yet." The girl smiled brightly at Leon, "You are really honest, please come in." The darkness covered Leon gently entering the door. "Queen Beatrice, please forgive me for letting you take shelter in such a desolate place." The queen smiled, but her voice was a bit mournful. "That was more than enough for a queen who had to live in exile and just hoped he would forgive me for the past." Leon didn't consider what he said in the past. There's no need, he thought to himself, it seems like he can't control his energy. He stood in front of Beatrice and said, "My divinity has suppressed the seeds of corruption in your kingdom but cannot completely eliminate them. We will have to adjust that balance for a period of time." The queen looked at the shining moon symbol on her hand and replied, "I understand." Leon witnessed everything just now and spoke up, "Was that a farewell for her knights?" Beatrice turned around and looked sadly at the darkness. "That was all I could do, nothing more, nothing less." Seeing that she was in a bad mood, Leon immediately changed the subject. She had been in this world for 2 days, so had she adapted to this place yet? The queen looked at him and said, "I'm afraid I need a little more time. This place is so different from my previous world." Leon saw that she was embarrassed to force herself like that and said, "You don't have to do that, just be proud of what belongs to your kingdom. A true kingdom leader will expand its territory in all 4 directions so that others can enjoy it. Their people will follow the open and happy path." The queen laughed, looking at his serious expression. "Isn't that the way of thinking of an invader?" Leon smiled dangerously. It was different from hurting others for his own purposes. It was a hateful ambition. However, if you bless everyone with the appropriate teachings, they will be enlightened and live happier lives. Although the queen did not fully understand Leon's meaning, she still smiled and replied, "I understand, so I have done it with my strength. I have been fighting against demons for the past 100 years. No matter what, I don't regret it." She looked at Leon leisurely before her eyes and asked, "It seems like you are not only facing demons?" Leon then put on an arrogant face, "Yes, I have been entrusted with a noble mission by the gods, so Queen of the Spur Kingdom. I hope that you will also follow my ideals." The queen was silent for a while, then said, "I owe you this life as queen, how can I repay you?" Her voice suddenly changed to be colder than ever. "But one thing is that the great devil of pleasure, if he ever comes back, I want you to give me more strength to be able to finish him off myself." Leon happily agreed with her. "With those disgusting demons, we can do everything to eliminate them. I would be happy to teach you how to extinguish their souls with holy magic that will make them eagerly fear you." Hearing that, the queen's mood improved a lot. "Oh my God, in my kingdom, we often throw demons into cauldrons and execute them, but no matter how many we kill, they always come back to life, so I thinking that wouldn't be enough. They are too selfish and only care about themselves and do cruel things." Leon showed a dangerous face. "Have you tried skewering a demon's fingernails? They will scream fiercely." The queen laughed excitedly. I also skinned them once and made them roll back and forth on a field covered with iron nails. After listening, Leon couldn't help but admire. She was very creative. The queen smiled and replied, yes, just like you. In the cold winter weather, Han Hari just wanted to run home quickly, but she saw two familiar bodies. Your Majesty, the queen, I'm glad you're feeling better, Leon coldly ordered, come here and make me a cup of tea. Han Hari was startled and replied, yes, this is premium barley tea, Your Majesty. She accepted the tea Hari gave her and said, thank you, I haven't been this relaxed in a long time. Leon sat next to him and spoke up, Han Hari, I want you to serve Queen Beatrice. For a while, the luggage is not important, but you must make sure to dress appropriately and behave well towards the queen. After listening, Beatrice spoke up, if you refuse, you don't need to be in such trouble. This refusal is useless to Leon, otherwise I have to do that. A member of the royal family like you deserves to have a proper servant and assistant. The queen moved her eyes to Hari, then she just said her name is what is it, Hari? Hari respectfully replied, yes. The queen looked at Hari and smiled and said, I feel a strong source of fire energy from her, if possible, I want to admire it a bit. Han Hari thought to herself, then she can see her unique skills, your best. Leon leisurely sat next to him and said, then I will see how you swing that sword. I know that your ability is very worthy of your current position, so let us see your ability. Having said that, Leon threw a sword to Hari, you can use this. Hari looked surprised at the sword in his hand, oh what an honor it is for me. Then Hari used all his strength to show off his talent. Her sword swing was very beautiful. In Leon's eyes, it wasn't like that, he said. The sword swing was too wide, Hari stiffly replied, yes. Leon approached to snatch the sword from Hari's hand. It seems like you just used a skill, Hari replied, that's right. Leon practiced and told Hari that he needed to let go of the sword decisively, but the trajectory was short and easy, so when you have free time, practice again. Hari was told that, so he bowed his head and replied, yes. Then he turned to ask, Beatrice, what do you think? The queen, who had been observing for a while, commented that her ability to use fire magic was a bit unstable. The fire element is a quite powerful power, so you just need to put mana onto the sword instead of simply swinging the sword to compress the power in your body and then take advantage of it to transmit it to the place where it needs to converge. Once the fire has been compressed, the fire will not be easily extinguished. Instead of simply swinging the sword, compressing the power in your body and then using it to transmit to the place where you need to focus, once you have finished compressing the fire will not be easily extinguished. And then release the compressed flame into the moment of truth with a single swing. She just needs to compress it until the temperature is enough to burn the enemy into ashes. Sounds simple, right? This top-notch skill of the queen surprised Hari a lot. She silently scolded, what the hell is so easy? That night, Hari lay lazily on the table complaining. There's so much work to do, I have to send reports to the boss and the association president, I also have to bring potatoes and sweet potatoes to the new recruits, and I also have to upgrade weapons and change armor. But I don't know where to find books now. Taxes don't know what to do, now in the academy, they don't teach about these things. Hari's head felt like it was about to explode, but he could only blame God. Suddenly, a voice made her startled, unable to handle her accounting work. Hari frowned and said, what do you want, Mr. Shpina? Shpina replied, I want to divide the work to make things more efficient. Hari's eyes lit up, oh yes, Mr. Shpina is a supercomputer, he can do whatever he wants. Hari seemed to have found a savior in his life, so he told Shpina all his troubles. After listening, he immediately read the answer to Hari. Absolute reference data applies to special administrative laws. The hunter's food costs have been processed, registration for the production of private equipment has been completed, crop prices have increased, high in the Nayu Delta using special support from the agriculture and fisheries law. Sales tax benefits can be applied to separate business entities. Monchin Farm and Monchin Temple Conference are completely separate. Monchin Farm receives special support under the agricultural and fishery law. Apply additional tax exemptions. Apply tax exemptions for social welfare companies as well as family support projects for currently active soldiers. Hearing him talk like that, Hari shouted loudly, that's enough useful information. Shpina said, see you again when there are more topics to discuss. Hari smiled and said, Mr. Shpina, I need clothes for the maid. Do you hear about a European-style maid outfit? After Shpina received the information, he said, King Lionheart, similar to the European monarchs of the early and medieval period, choosing a European-style maid uniform is reasonable. Hari immediately received this answer happily. Thank God I'm about to be a cosplayer. Spinna saw that she was so excited and immediately made a proposal. Do you want me to buy a maid outfit based on the database you provided? Hari did not hesitate to agree immediately. If it was possible, that would be great, but Hari did not agree. No, the database where Spinna mentioned sexy maid outfits was secure data information adapted from an online shopping mall site searching for lingerie. The next morning, Han Suha, a grade 1 member of the Hunter Academy, had just stepped off the bus when a cold voice rang out from behind him. He was more persistent than I thought. This is from Kim Jae-hyuk, level A, also in the Hunter Academy. Hearing this sentence, Han Suha immediately turned his head, looked back, narrowed his eyes and said, "Never mind, everyone sees it so it's normal." A few days ago, King Leon visited the Hunter Academy. In a lecture room, Leon crossed his arms in front of his chest and loudly said unhappily, "I didn't come here as a soldier, I'm here to save the next generation of hunters. I'll teach you how to holding swords, spears, horseback riding and even theology." When the students sitting below heard this, they were all confused.
Suddenly, a student raised his hand high and stood up and said, I specialize in using bows and arrows." Hearing him say that, Leon got extremely angry and pointed to his face and scolded, "Loser, I don't use that, you go and learn it yourself."
At first, Leon was disdainful and rude, and the students were not satisfied. Standing on the podium, Leon slowly made a suggestion, "But if you study theology, I can teach you some basic holy magic." Saying that, he raised his hand, and a red flame immediately burst out from his palm. After admiring that display of strength, all the students were convinced. Returning to the present, Kim Jae-hyuk stepped up to compete with Han Suha and then frowned and said, "I'm not joking, I'm really in culture shock." Han Suha next to him was extremely appreciative and replied, "It's amazing, everyone loves it, can use magic." While talking about this, a girl in the back interrupted, "There's nothing magical, if you don't try, you'll just be trash." This girl's name is Chun So-yeon, she has level A. Hearing her say that, Kim Jae-hyuk was sarcastic. In the end, he still left. He was angry because he ignored him like a commoner. Chun So-yeon was told that her heart was black and her cheeks started to turn red. Angry, she immediately closed her mouth and didn't say anything more. At this time, Han Suha asked again, "What's wrong with the church? You're the president's niece." Chun So-yeon heard that, so she took out her phone and held it up in front of the other two people and said, "You guys still haven't seen this." "Ah, what is this, Pantheon TV?" Both boys focused on the screen and exclaimed. They filmed the scenes of King Leon using the sacred object and when fighting at the gate. "What's the use of looking at this? No." Han Suha then took out his phone and went to Pantheon channel to look at some videos. After watching for a while, he suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, this Hari." Kim Jae-hyuk saw the other person's cry and looked curiously, then wondered, "You make a lot of money, why are you using your grandfather's old phone like this?" Hearing that, Han Suha quickly explained, "Like, most of my salary is sent to the orphanage." Kim Jae-hyuk was still a little confused and asked, "Both Hari and you are working hard, I heard they are on their way to the shrine." "Well," Han Suha smiled proudly and replied, "It must be me, he is taking on some great responsibility." At this time, Han Hari had just finished changing into her sexy maid uniform, a set of 5 coordinating outfits used for special events. Looking at himself in the mirror, Han Hari exclaimed in horror, "Hey Mr. Spinner, is it okay to look like this? Is it true?" Yak Spinner was right next to him and quickly responded, "Seeing on the database, the numbers don't lie, 99.99% sure of the information, you doubt the database." Han Hari quickly shook her head and said, "No, but this was a bit much." Before she could finish her sentence, Yak Spinner interrupted her and said, "Denying the database is not okay." Standing outside, hearing this voice, Han Suha happily thought, "It's my sister's voice, I'll surprise her." Thinking like that, he immediately raised his hand and knocked on the door. Inside the room, Han Hari was startled when he heard a knock on the door outside. Yak Spinner immediately exclaimed, "Oh yes, you said you have guests today, right? It's opening time." Hearing the other person say that, Han Hari panicked and shouted, "No, wait, Spinner, wait." But Han Hari was already late. Yak Spinner quickly opened the door. As soon as he saw the person inside, the smile on Han Suha's face immediately stiffened. Han Hari, wearing a sexy maid outfit, tried to hide his embarrassment and immediately said hello, hello everyone, didn't care how far it was to come here. But before she could finish her sentence, Han Suha interrupted and exclaimed, "Sister, that outfit. Han Hari was extremely embarrassed. She quickly covered her body with her hands and explained, "No, it's not because I like it, that's why I don't wear it." Yak Spinner heard this and immediately spoke up, "Don't you trust the database, that's no good." Han Hari quickly hugged Yak Spinner and said, "Stop pulling my skirt." Leon didn't know when he appeared here. He stood on one side and exclaimed a little in disgust, "What a disaster." Heard his voice say this, Han Hari quickly turned around and called out, "Your Majesty, this is true." Without letting her finish her sentence, Leon angrily shouted, "So disgusting, go change my clothes immediately." Han Hari was extremely embarrassed. She hugged the Yak Spinner tightly in her arms and nodded yes. At this time Yak Spinner spoke again, "It's time for the second-year students to eat, I'll take my leave first." After it said this sentence, it immediately escaped Han Hari's hand and quickly flew away very quickly. Han Suha stood to one side, witnessing the scene just now, and was speechless in horror. The reunion with his sister that he had been waiting for so long turned out to be extremely bad. At Jeju Island, Red Gate. Huang Jiam-chul stepped out of the car and immediately crossed his arms and exclaimed, "Well, I'm finally here." Following him was Huang Yunha. She seemed to be quite upset, raised her eyebrows and said, "I gave you money to catch you. The flight was early in the morning, but it was still a bit late." Huang Jiam-chul heard that and replied despondently, Sister, our association is having problems. We were defeated at the Cheongju Gate, I will find a way to make up for it at the gate this time." While talking about this, a voice suddenly rang out not far away, "It's been a while, Jiam-chul." Huang Jiam-chul and Huang Yunha heard this voice and turned to look, seeing who it was. Huang Jiam-chul curled his mouth and said, "Look who is here. The person who has been running away since the government blackmail incident, now dares to come to the Red Gate, Yongwan." The person who just arrived was Li Yongwan, the president of the Phoenix Society. Hearing the other party's sarcastic words, Li Yongwan gritted his teeth and said, "Thanks to our guild's sacrifices, aren't you grateful that you were able to escape the gate that time?" "Well said." Huang Jiam-chul approached Li Yongwan and shouted. Li Yongwan laughed teasingly. Hearing that, Huang Jiam-chul became even angrier and gritted his teeth and said, "Can we negotiate 50-50 here now?" Hearing these words, Li Yongwan responded with disdain, "What's the point in asking for 50 or 50 if you don't have any strength? Your association is the one having problems." Not willing to be weak, Huang Jiam-chul immediately responded, "Besides us, who else can support you? Is that traitorous hunter, this brat?" Li Yongwan rolled his eyes and shouted, "If you see people being kind, don't take it too seriously. Listen, 60 or 40 is no more, no less." "Okay," Huang Jiam-chul shrugged and accepted, "but you have to pay for the meal yourself." Hearing this, Li Yongwan tried to suppress his anger and pointed straight at Huang Jiam-chul and said, "I can pay for it myself." Huang Yunha stood to the side and listened to these two guys arguing, then let out a breath and said helplessly, "How pathetic, we're not children anymore, why do we have to fight each other over stupid things like that, huh?" While she was talking about this, 3 unknown voices suddenly rang out behind her, causing her to jump in surprise and cry out, "Mom, sister, you're so scared, please alert me first." The person who just arrived was Ha Yuri of the Phoenix Guild. Hearing that, she raised her eyebrows and said, "Let's talk properly." However, before the gate appeared, I had already gathered 3 S-rank hunters. A hunter is almost at S-rank, that's enough. I have met the conditions to conquer a normal S-rank gate, that should be more than enough. Once inside the gate, after a bloody massacre, a person wearing battle armor appeared in front of Li Yongwan's group. This person glanced at the corpses of his soldiers at his feet, then became extremely angry and shouted in a cold voice, "How dare you stand right in front of me, right in front of the great Geobrick, and you dare to save me? Help those bastards. I, Geobrick, Lionheart's Holy Grail Knight, I will grant you divine punishment." As soon as these words ended, a mission announcement rang out, "Save the people from massacre, complete the conditions, defeat the majestic Geobrick." After hearing the new mission announcement, Huang Jiam-chul sweated. He couldn't understand what was going on and immediately exclaimed, "What is this?" At this time Geobrick continued to speak, "You guys look very strange. I ask you, why do you dare to attack the king's people? I will decide the punishment depending on your answer." "What a strong mouth," Huang Yunha said angrily, gritting her teeth. Seeing that, Li Yongwen immediately took a step forward, waved his hands a few times, looked straight at the Geobrick and said, "Okay, there must be some misunderstanding here. Because these knights attacked us first, we had no choice but to fight back." These words immediately caused a person under Geobrick's command to angrily shout, "Fate, what, this bastard?" Hearing that, Geobrick slammed the sword in his hand into the ground and roared, "Natalian, I warned you to stop being so impulsive. It's a disgrace to the goddess's reputation. After being lectured once, Natalian immediately bowed his head and admitted his mistake. Yes, I'm sorry, Geobrick didn't want to be punished anymore. He turned to Li Yongwan's group, using a more peaceful tone than before, to say the least. Others from far away, on behalf of Natalian, I sincerely apologize. Li Yongwan placed a hand on his left chest and replied respectfully, I'm very happy that all misunderstandings have been resolved. After saying this, he curled his mouth and thought, the negotiation went better than I thought, everything will be as easy as a joke. While secretly rejoicing in his heart, Geobrick standing on the opposite side spoke coldly, but you have killed 6 of my warriors, eye for eye, tooth for tooth, let's see. If we lose 6 people, you must pay 60 lives. At the Pantheon headquarters, Han Hari had changed into another set of clothes and was leading a group of Hunter Academy students around the palace. Kim Jae-hyuk looked around and silently assessed, this place looks so ordinary, there is no modern equipment. There's also no medical room, and why do people go to the canteen just to drink water? Going a little further, Han Hari stopped and smiled and said, we're here. Looking at the scene before them, all the students were frozen on the spot, not understanding what the hell was going on here. Seeing this, Han Hari immediately explained, this is the training ground for soldiers. Inside the training ground, a group of people were fighting each other, screams and curses rang out incessantly, die, die, I punched him to death. Kim Jae-hyuk thought he was looking at it wrong, he rubbed his eyes a few times and asked suspiciously, Senior, what is that? Han Hari answered with extremely admiring eyes, that's it, that's practice. Practicing like that, Kim Jae-hyuk said this sentence with difficulty. Hearing that, Han Hari slowly explained that behind training sessions like this there is a whole sky of meaning, you should also experience it. Oh, I heard that this time we use the practice handbook, that's different, you guys are really lucky. These words successfully scared Kim Jae-hyuk, he thought to himself, I need to get out of here as quickly as possible. While planning to escape, Leon appeared behind him, he seriously said, everyone is here. Han Hari heard this voice and immediately turned around to greet His Majesty. Leon nodded in response, then he continued speaking, now we will welcome the cadets who want to experience the challenge of conquering the gate, stop practicing and sit down. Han Hari quickly brought out a cushion and placed it on the ground and respectfully said, inviting Your Majesty to sit. Looking at this scene, the group of unscheduled students had the same thought, why do we still have to use cushions to sit? After settling down, Leon crossed his arms over his chest and said, Hari, you two, go stand in their place, later they will have to complete their first exercise as knights, facing the hot. Oh yes, Han Hari immediately obeyed and responded. Waiting for Han Hari to come to the students, Leon cleared his throat and shouted, let's begin, I will choose a few rough gems from you and polish them until they are shiny. Those who are chosen will continue to study, I will personally guide and teach you, for the glory of the family, you should try your best. On the opposite side, while bowing his head to listen to Leon speak, Han Suha softly called out to the person next to him, Sister. Han Hari heard this call and gently reminded, Suha, don't you feel like you worship him at all? I'm very worried about you. Han Suha was stunned on the spot, completely not understanding what his sister was saying. And in the front, after the introductions were finished, Leon said, okay, then let's see how good you are. Everyone pulled out their swords. The time limit is, until the last person falls. Don't worry about getting hurt, I have the Holy Grail here, I'll recover soon. Stopping for a moment, Leon stood up and walked into the middle of the group of students, he looked around, then smirked and continued, there are probably about 40 people, luckily, at least one of you can touch them, people, be careful, don't get distracted. As soon as he finished speaking, Leon immediately raised his hand and flicked it, a stream of force shot out from his fingertips, knocking the surrounding students a distance away. Countless students fell, they never saw how Lone acted. The other students hurriedly shouted, weapons, weapons. Hearing these words, Leon leisurely curled his lips and said, I'll do whatever you want. After a fight, almost everyone has a big swollen lump on their head. Everyone lying or sitting looked pathetically disheveled. Standing in the center, Leon rubbed his chin and calculated for a moment, then said, you still have a long way to go, don't worry, just give it your all. Sitting on one side, Han Suha immediately asked his friends next to him, did we give it our all? Kim Jae-hyuk sat up from the ground, he rubbed his swollen head and replied, yes, even though I was a bit panicked at first, I tried my best. Han Hari lying in a corner also exclaimed, wow, Your Majesty is so strong, he's even close to reaching the rank of general. Hearing his sister say that, Han Suha's image immediately appeared in Leon's mind. He thought to himself, he really didn't show any flaws. While thinking like that, Leon continued to speak, it seems like everyone is awake. Let me explain, the night training program is extremely simple. Maybe your body will often be overloaded, but nights are different. The first team to reach the final goal are the main knights, the rest will at least reach an acceptable level. Speaking of this, Chun So-yun sitting below suddenly raised her hand and cautiously asked, Your Majesty, I still don't clearly understand the evaluation criteria. Leon nodded slightly then quickly answered, In my kingdom, knights are divided into 5 ranks, the first are the main knights who have not yet received a medal. Those knights who demonstrate courageous spirit will receive medals and will become subordinates of war knights. Then there are the apprentice knights. Apprentice? Han Suha asked curiously. Leon nodded and said, As those who must give up everything to complete the mission of the gods, you must prepare yourself mentally to endure decades of exile to pray for food. In this way, I completed my mission to find the goddess of light and justice Ariana and then became the Holy Grail Knight. Hearing this, Han Suha was still a little confused and raised his hand to ask, Your Majesty, what is the purpose of the Holy Grail Knight? This question was quite interesting to Leon. He smiled and said, Okay, I guess I have to explain a little more. Holy Grail Knight, that is the title given only to the Holy Grail Knight who succeeds the throne of King Lionheart, to be able to possess that title. You must challenge my power, and of course, you will be mercilessly eliminated for good measure. Pausing for a moment, Leon closed his eyes before continuing to speak. Well, this is the only chance you can challenge me, my strength is now much weaker than before, okay, now I'm only as strong as the Holy Grail Knight. Hearing these words, Kim Jae-hyuk sweated and thought to himself, how weak was he? Thinking like that, he seemed to remember something and asked, Your Majesty, can a Holy Grail Knight, how strong is it? Leon stroked his chin in thought for a moment then said, The power of a Holy Grail Knight, it's very difficult to predict. And now inside the gate on Jeju Island, the geo-brick around his body radiated amazing magic. Under his feet, Li Yong-wan and Huang Jiam-chul and others were lying flat on the ground, life or death unknown. Huang Yun-ha opened her eyes. She jumped up on a bed, rubbed her head and exclaimed, Damn, it hurts so much. Having said this, she thought to herself, What happened? I can't remember. Just as I was thinking about this, someone walked in and asked softly, Are you awake? Huang Yun-ha jumped in alarm and exclaimed, Who is that? The person who had just entered heard that and immediately smiled and introduced, My name is Hildur, the magician of the Woodsling tribe, this is the heroine. Hearing the other person call her a heroine, Huang Yun-ha asked in confusion, What, a heroine? Hildur smiled and nodded, Yes, thank you for trying to protect us from those evil knights. Huang Yun-ha still didn't understand what was going on. At this moment, Huang Jiam-chul opened the tent door, poked his head in and said, Sister, you really live as long as a leech, what's going on? Huang Yun-ha opened her mouth and shouted loudly. Hildur, who was next to him, turned around and smiled and said, Iron Warrior, you're here. Huang Jiam-chul nodded and replied, Well, I think we lost sight of him. Lost track? Huang Yun-ha asked cautiously, then she breathed out and said, I really don't remember anything. So how much do you remember? Huang Jiam-chul asked again. Huang Yun-ha pondered for a moment before speaking, The ground shook and how did we escape? Huang Jiam-chul heard that and immediately crossed his arms in front of his chest. He took a long breath and said, I lost all my memories of that day. Luckily, we successfully ran away after throwing a blind spell. They only have infantry, so it's difficult to track us. But that monster is certainly not ordinary. He followed us all the way, then the Woodsling people came and supported us. She rushed out to fight with him and ended up getting hit in the head with a rock. Hearing this, Huang Yun-ha broke out in sweat and exclaimed, Is that so? Huang Jiam-chul nodded, then pointed to Hildur and said, Thank you, this wizard saved you, took care of you and treated you for the past 2 days. 2 days, Huang Yun-ha exclaimed in disbelief, then she asked again, Where are all our doctors? Speaking of this, Huang Jiam-chul said sadly, For some reason they couldn't recover. Hildur, who was next to him, also spoke up to explain, The Geo-brick Holy Grail Knight has the power to curse opponents, preventing them from recovering from their wounds, an ability that is the opposite of your healing power. After saying that, she immediately pointed to Huang Yun-ha's back. Seeing that, Huang Yun-ha quickly turned her head to look. As soon as she saw what was on her back, she cried out in horror, What is this? Hildur said, It is a magical mark I created to restore strength. I am restoring your health. It is said that this is a special ability only found in the tribes residing in this area. Each the seal contains different powers. Oh really, I have to be more careful, Huang Yunha said. At this time, Huang Jiamchul suddenly asked, anyway, can you stand up? I was thinking that I had to prepare for a strategy meeting. Inside a large tent, everyone is gathering in one place to discuss. The chief of the Woodsling Kasike Beldi sat in the chair. He crossed his arms in front of his chest, and said very seriously, for many years, the king has massacred and robbed us, even calling us criminals, heretic. They arrested us, executed us with brutal barbaric methods. Some people tried to resist. However, 3 tribes were destroyed. In the end, we had to go to the gods to ask for help, and as a result, you heroes came to save us. Hearing the patriarch say this, Huang Jiamchul stroked his chin and thought, that guy is quite strong. Ha Yuri behind heard that and immediately continued, there was once a group of S-level hunters and a group of about 150 people coming here. Hilder also nodded and said, Geobrick has formidable defensive power, enough to block all attacks. He even has the ability to regenerate burned bodies. As long as he lives, his entire army will be empowered by the aura. How terrible, Li Yongwan cried out in horror, then he said very seriously, the only thing that worked was the sheep bracelet. Hearing that, Huang Yunha immediately nodded and replied, oh yes, it's fine, so we should find an object or a device to overcome his defense ability, countermeasure device. Hilder was curious, ask. Huang Yunha nodded slightly, she thought for a moment and then exclaimed, something that could penetrate his armor, or something similar. Hilder next to her seemed to remember something and interrupted, well, it seems my tribe's fangs have that effect. Tribal fangs increase armor penetration by 35% and strengthen resistance by 20%. Hearing these words, Li Yongwan was extremely excited and exclaimed, this is really great, now I'm ready to fight that monster. Chief Woodsling also thought so, he said very seriously, then I think we are ready. Heroes, please save us. If I can be of any help to you, I will do everything I can. At the Yaol estate of Jeju Island, after a short test and actual combat training, King Leon brought the students to his estate on Jeju Island. Looking at a herd of horses in front of him, Kim Jae-huk was extremely surprised and exclaimed, wow, look at that horse. While talking about this, a voice suddenly rang out from behind, oh, you're here, Your Majesty. Hearing this voice, Leon immediately turned around and smiled and said, the horses are not bad at all. Thank you for your hard work taking care of them over the past time. Surely you already know that I came here to choose a horse to fight. As soon as I arrived, I immediately exclaimed, oh my god, what an honor, Han. We at Yaol Estate have many famous racehorse breeders, so we are very proud of our breeding team. Leon nodded, he put his hand on the shoulder of the man opposite him and said, yes, a horse is only as good as the person raising it, let's visit and see. After saying this, Leon immediately turned to the students and shouted, listen everyone, for a night. Horses are companions for life. It is important to find ways to connect with horses and become one with them. Now approach the horse you like, get acquainted and ride it. Hearing this order, the children were extremely excited and quickly ran into the herd of horses to start looking for the horse that belonged to them. Looking at the students in the distance, Leon turned around and said to the man next to him, please take care of them. Hearing that, the man quickly bowed his head and replied, I will do my best. Speaking of this, a gentle voice suddenly rang out behind the two of them, oh my god. You are truly a generous-hearted person. The person who spoke was Queen Beatrice. Walking next to her was Han Hari holding a necklace, umbrella and wear a proper maid outfit. Leon walked up to Queen Beatrice, took her hand and replied softly, thanking the Queen for coming to see me even though it was a bit sudden. Your Majesty invited me, Queen Beatrice said with a smile, why should I can refuse here? Hearing her say that, Leon immediately narrowed his eyes and asked if I could have the honor of serving you. Of course, Queen Beatrice laughed in response. Han Hari stood behind an umbrella, speechless at these words. She stood silently in one place, not daring to say anything. At the center of the estate, looking at the horses in front of me. Both Queen Beatrice and Leon exclaimed at the same time, not bad at all. Leon raised his hand to rub his chin and asked, do you want to walk around a bit? Of course, Queen Beatrice smiled and replied, what horse will your Majesty suggest for me? Thinking for a moment, Leon pointed to a horse not far away and gave his opinion, what about the pure black one, is that okay? Waiting for Queen Beatrice to approach the jet black horse to examine it, Leon immediately turned around and said to Han Hari, choose one for you too. Me too, Han Hari suddenly exclaimed. She looked around and then said, that moon horse. But before he could finish his sentence, Leon pointed at another horse and said, that horse over there looks very healthy and toned, not bad at all. Han Hari let out a dissatisfied sound. She came closer to observe for a moment and then said, looking up close, tamarind seeds look cute. Oh, Leon cried out once. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly rushed in front of Han Hari and coldly ordered, go play somewhere else, don't bother me. Han Hari didn't understand what was going on and cried out. I just saw Leon walk up to Queen Beatrice and softly say, Miss, please take my hand. Seeing this scene, Han Hari thought to himself, this is too much. On the other side, after placing Queen Beatrice on the horse, Leon slowly pulled the reins and led the horse away. Before I could take a few steps, someone ran up and called out, Your Majesty. Leon was a bit uncomfortable and turned around to look and shouted, Why are you making so much noise? You've alarmed the horses. The person who just arrived was Kim Jin-soo. He took out his phone and hurriedly said, It's very important, I received an urgent call from the association president Oh Kang-hyuk. Then answer the phone. Leon raised his eyebrows and said, Receiving the order. Kim Jin-soo pressed the answer button and brought the phone in front of Leon. Oh Kang-hyuk's voice immediately rang out, Good morning Your Majesty, it's me Oh Kang-hyuk, is there something wrong? Leon asked faintly. Oh Kang-hyuk arranged his words for a moment and then cautiously said, Your Majesty, can you help me with something? It seems like the dungeon rift is about to open. Hearing this, Leon frowned slightly and asked, Is it necessary to help? I am not your servant. Oh Kang-hyuk sweated because of this question. He tried to speak softly and skillfully, Of course okay, but I think this might interest you. The goddess of life and birth, the self-proclaimed night, is the boss of this gate. The sky was windy. In the middle of a vast field a circular door appeared. A group of Leonians on horseback walked out from inside that door. As soon as she set foot outside, Han Hari widened her eyes in surprise at the scene before her. In the smoke and dust ahead, Han Hari couldn't help but exclaim, It was so tragic. The corpses were tied tightly to trees, countless black crows gathered there to nibble pieces of human flesh off. A gloomy scene, the atmosphere is full of sadness and death, the houses around this place are all deserted, there is no one left on the street. Some people cannot help but witness these scenes immediately, bowed his head and vomited. Leon now remembered the conversation between him and Oh Kang-hyuk. At that time, looking at a person wrapped in bandages lying on a hospital bed, Leon asked, Is it this person? Oh Kang-hyuk nodded and replied, Yes, this is one of the survivors who escaped that gate, he is resting now, if you wait a little longer. Before he could finish his sentence, Leon interrupted him and said, No need. Queen Beatrice, standing next to her, quickly understood Leon's meaning. She took a step forward and said, It's my turn. Leon nodded and replied softly, Thanks to her. Queen Beatrice quickly raised her feet and walked towards the hospital bed. She raised her hand. From her palm, a thick stream of magic flowed out, covering the entire body of the person lying on the bed. Leon saw that and gently reminded him, No need to get complicated, let's create a new space in his dream. The person who can help me with this is definitely only you. Queen Beatrice heard that and immediately gathered her spirit and began to create an independent space. After a while, she frowned and said, That guy was a knight with a giant hammer, he boasted that he was protected by the goddess of life and fertility. Hearing that, Leon gritted his teeth and asked, Can you tell me the name of that knight? Queen Beatrice slowly opened her eyes, then answered, Geobrick, also known as Majestic Geobrick. Back to reality, inside the gate, looking at a corpse hanging high up. Queen Beatrice asked a bit suspiciously, It seemed like the corpses had been hanging for a while, were they hunters? Hearing this, Leon frowned and thought for a moment before giving his guess. Based on the body's appearance, it seems unlikely. They burned down the village and killed all those people, their intention was not to leave anything on this planet. Hearing the other person say that, Queen Beatrice curiously asked, How do you know so well? Leon closed his eyes, he exhaled and replied, My intention was the same when slaughtering the orcs. After a while of careful observation, Leon judged that it had been a while since they left here. If we follow the trail, perhaps we will discover what their plan is. After saying this, Leon boldly commanded the group of horsemen to continue moving forward. After walking for a while, Queen Beatrice was a little confused about something and immediately called out, Your Majesty. Leon heard it and turned around and said, You should speak. Queen Beatrice received permission and immediately said, It seems we are talking. A bit hastily, he guessed what this was like. Hearing the other person's question, Leon was startled to wake up. He frowned and said, This king was thoughtless. As I said before, This incident is very dangerous if you don't have enough strength, because the Holy Grail Knight is currently here. Hearing this name, Queen Beatrice cautiously asked, Holy Grail Knight, are you talking about Mr. Geobrick? Leon nodded and said in a very serious tone, Mr. Geobrick, who was highly employed by Demera, was the Holy Grail Knight from 3 generations before me. The techniques from that knight were passed down to my generation. 800 years ago, Mr. Geobrick, he sent his army to conquer the barbarians and ascended to heaven. When Han Hari heard the word ascension, he immediately imagined the image of Mr. Geobrick raising his arms and rushing into the sky, shining like a god. Han Suha, who was next to him, saw his sister's expression like that and was helpless to explain. He must have meant it, that's a sacrifice. On this side, Leon continued to tell the story to Queen Beatrice, but Mr. Geobrick could not go to heaven. A Holy Grail Knight would naturally become a saint blessed by God, but they did not accept it, his soul. Queen Beatrice heard this and cried out completely incomprehensibly, it's impossible. Leon said, they had followed the traces of the sacred object's energy, but could not find him or even a part of the army. At this time there are 3 hypotheses. First, Mr. Geobrick is still alive. Second, his soul was lost along the way, and in the end he betrayed them. Speaking of this, Leon's eyes immediately changed and could not hide his anger. This involves the Grail Knight having super strength. If a battle were to occur, it would be impossible for it to take place on the human kingdom. In any case, if we attack this gate, we will be able to know the root of this incident. Speaking of this, they finally arrived at their destination. Looking at the scene here, Han Hari softly exclaimed, again, they were executed like the previous people. Leon looked at the ruined scene before his eyes and immediately changed his expression. He was so angry that he shouted. He couldn't believe that he would do such brutal things. It was unacceptable. They were truly criminals who deserved to die. Han Hari heard Leon's words. She smiled triumphantly and thought to herself, even His Majesty was angry at this tragedy, as expected. Even if he was a bit strange, it was okay, an admirable person. After a long time of calculating, Leon immediately turned his eyes towards everyone and said, Hari and the rest of the students, please listen. Hearing this call, everyone paid attention. Looking at the people in front of him, Leon seriously reminded, from now on, no matter what happens, you can only follow this king, don't overestimate your own thoughts. As soon as these words came out, everyone nodded and replied, understood, we will only follow your majesty. The attitude of these students made Leon extremely satisfied. He nodded in praise, good, let's move on quickly, maybe they are here already. Going forward a bit, I saw an extremely fierce massacre taking place there, a group of people with sharp weapons in their hands constantly killing innocent people here. They have absolutely no mercy towards anyone, determined not to miss even a single person. There was smoke and fire. This was a small village, the villagers were being massacred. Leon's blood boiled, he was extremely angry, he absolutely did not allow this to happen and gritted his teeth and scolded these damn bastards. Unable to stand by and watch, Leon immediately rode his horse forward, shouting loudly as he walked, our army is in danger, come quickly to the rescue. Han Hari stood behind, looking at Leon's back, thinking a bit in horror, I can't believe he's so angry, he can't stand the sight of his people being brutally massacred. Kim Jae-hyuk, who was next to him, also exclaimed, he was running so fast that we couldn't catch up. But right now, at the front, Leon was holding his holy sword and rushed forward with full force. Someone saw that and immediately shouted, take that wrath, that move looks exactly like when encountering those orcs. Orc, Han Hari jumped when he heard this name. Leon was still continuing to rush forward, he was extremely angry at this moment, looking at the enemy in front of him, he gritted his teeth and scolded. You bastards, my lion heart, with the sun of truth shining through my heart, I swear that I will kill you all. A loud explosion rang out, a ray of light flashed in the sky, from the fine dust that covered the entire space here. Looking at the broken pieces of rock and soil flying everywhere, Han Hari couldn't help but feel worried and called out loudly, Your Majesty. But at this moment, deep inside the center of the explosion, Leon held his holy sword in his hand. The sword was now drenched in fresh blood. Under the tip of the sword was a man lying there, bleeding profusely, screaming miserably. Leon was now extremely angry. He said in a harsh voice, You trash, stop whining. Not giving the opponent a chance to resist, Leon immediately raised his sword high and then quickly stabbed the sword straight down. The pitiful screams once again echoed throughout the sky. Leon gave a cold, scary smile and said, You will be my next prey, let's go, you stallions. Han Hari stood outside and observed this scene, then exclaimed in confusion, What is he doing? Hearing this, Kim Jae-hyuk, standing next to him, immediately continued, is he crazy? Han Hari did not answer his question. She thought to herself, oh my god, this is a massacre. Thinking for a moment, she immediately took out her sword and then spoke to the people around her, no, we have to stop him. At this point, a purple light suddenly rushed from behind. Immediately after that, Queen Beatrice appeared. She hurriedly said to Han Hari, Miss Hari, please wait a moment. Just trust him, he won't do that without a good reason. This statement made Han Hari a little suspicious, so she cautiously asked again, do you think so? At Leon's side, he was now showing a cold smile, his eyes were filled with anger, he gritted his teeth and said, die scum, 5 people at once. People in the distance saw this scene and immediately became speechless, not knowing what to say. Han Hari had her own answer to the question of why Leon did that. She thought, isn't it just because he likes it? Queen Beatrice, who was next to her, saw the other person showing such an expression and immediately jumped. She laughed and said, her reaction was really special. Kim Jae-hyuk also said, it can't be helped. Shon So-yeon added another sentence, that's right, we can't do anything. But Han Hari still didn't understand a bit. Even so, the reason why they were so indifferent to such a cruel scene was not because they lacked a sense of justice, but because they were fakes. The monsters and NPCs inside the gate, they are fake, just memories of the past. Except for a few cases of survivors, monsters and NPCs are nothing more than memories of the past. Therefore, sacrificing them, or hanging them on the gallows, is not a crime. While thinking about it, Leon suddenly shouted loudly on the other side, you evil monkey, all of you will die. After a while, Leon seemed to have finished dealing with those guys. At this time, a group of knights approached Leon, all of them respectfully bowed to him, greeting the Holy Grail Knight, the living saint of humanity. Leon stood still, he nodded slightly, then waved his hand and said, get up, we are still on the battlefield. After standing up, one of the knights took a few steps forward and introduced himself, I am Lord Bendelic's brother of the Leboning Dawn Knights, I am Toskata Bendelic. Leon heard that and immediately asked, if you belong to the Bendelic family, there must be a commercial capital near Wrangel City, is your younger brother the lord of that place? Toskata quickly nodded in response, because I was the only one recognized as possessing the talent of a knight. Before he could finish speaking, Leon interrupted him. He said, I guess you haven't given up yet, the crusade. Toskata replied, yes, people keep saying that this will be my last crusade. Hearing this, Leon understood a little. He thought to himself, I don't remember the name Toskata Bendelic. If he could become a Holy Grail Knight in the future, I should have met him in heaven, or he would have failed and died in this crusade. Looking at the knights in front of him once, Leon continued to exclaim, I can't remember any of the faces of the people here. These honorary knights cannot make a name for themselves in the history of the country, home. After a moment of contemplation, Leon also introduced himself to them. I, Leon Dragonia Lionheart, the rightful Grand Duke of the Grand Duchy of Dragonia, received the patronage of the Goddess of Light and Justice Ariana, owner of Lion's Heart. After hearing this sentence, the knights on the opposite side were extremely surprised. Toskata could not hide his panic and exclaimed, the person always had a shining halo on his back, aren't you just a farmer? Farmer, Leon bowed his head slightly and exhaled, then said, what kind of knight would dare to call this king a farmer? Standing far away, Han Hari thought, it was because in their generation, King Lionheart was a different person. Toskata quickly regained his composure and said, I believe you. Han Hari heard him say that and thought, try not to believe it. Not wanting to waste any more time, Leon cleared his throat and asked straight to the point, knights, as I understand it, you are a mercenary squad that came to destroy a group of barbarians, right? Toskata heard this question and immediately answered, yes. Leon nodded slightly and continued asking, the war knight of the ruling army is the Holy Grail Knight under the protection of the Goddess of Life and Fertility, Mr. Geobrick, right? That's right, replied Toskata. Hearing this answer, Leon immediately asked, where is Mr. Geobrick? After asking this question, he thought to himself, they are the remaining group of hunters, a separate unit, based on their appearance, could it be here? While trying to judge, a knight spoke up and said, Mr. Geobrick is currently confronting the core force of the barbarians, he will quickly destroy those disgusting barbarians. These words immediately made Leon understand the problem. He silently said, then the Geobrick Holy Grail Knight has been transformed by something in this war. In another place, this place seems to be a barracks. Mr. Geobrick was riding a flying horse in the sky, looking at the scene from above. Huang Jiam Chul exclaimed, "It's great, anyone who looks at it would think it was a saint who chased away the invaders." Hearing this sentence, Huang Yunha seemed to remember something and immediately said, "Is this really a red gate? The difficulty level must be black level." Ha Yuri beside him was neither quick nor slow to answer, but still it was worth a try. Thanks to our efforts, all the tribes in the area had gathered. We were definitely outnumbered. Ha Yuri looked at the system notification. Miyeo's tribal mark had been activated, increasing armor penetration by 35%, increasing strength and resistance by 20%. His tribal mark Bekran has been activated, added stride skill, 15% increase in agility. Kialwung's tribal mark has been activated, added super strength skill, added iron skin skill. Set Seal Hyuksuri contact has been activated, adding magic resistance skill, reducing magic damage by 30%. After reading this information, Ha Yuri bowed his head again to look at the mark on his hand used to serve the magical beasts of the shaman and the local tribe. It turned out that this was the function of these marks. The group of Ha Yuri gathered for a moment, then decided to rush forward. Ha Yuri looked towards the enemy and shouted loudly, "Prepare to attack, we can deal with him." Geo Brick heard this sentence and replied contemptuously, "If so, surviving mercenaries, I will condemn you to the crime of ignorance. Why are you here?" Li Yongwan raised an arrow, smiled and said, "We have carefully prepared to finish you off. The final requirement of this mission is to defeat the majestic Geobrick." Geobrick said in a cold tone, "I will give you ignorant and delusional people a chance. Hand over all your weapons and leave this place quickly, otherwise you will commit a serious crime." These words successfully made Li Yongwen angry. He gritted his teeth and scolded, "Sin, really, don't you feel ashamed when talking about sin? Is this the justice you always talk about, and do not forgive anyone, whether they are the elderly or children?" Not bothering to listen to the other side's words, Geobrick raised his hammer high and shouted, "You heretics, I am not ashamed to look up to the sky. Nor is it humiliating to look down at the thick ground, for my actions are justice. You have exceeded the limit of your endurance, I will punish you." Hearing this, Hilder nervously clasped his hands together and exclaimed, "O warriors!" Li Yongwan, who was next to him, reacted quickly and immediately shouted, "Everyone, activate your defense skills. You can't use them often, if you can dodge them once." Before he could finish his words, suddenly a bright blue light flashed in the sky. This light was made by a group of Toskata knights. They raised their swords high and chanted in unison, "I swear to protect the kingdom, those who entrust their destiny to the gods." That firm belief will focus on a single person. We, the main knights, followers of the venerable Grail Knight, we will use this power to destroy evil. Geobrick also followed suit immediately, before the brilliant glory of the true gods, quickly knelt down. Li Yongwan's group completely did not understand what was going on. They began to worry and panic. And the moment the miracle struck, the ground collapsed. The earth and sky shook violently, smoke and dust obscured a creature chosen by the gods. Goddess of light and justice, who governs all knights and carries out the task of carrying out justice, who grants knights the power to rise to the rank of God. God's punishment, the places he goes through always leave behind remnants after the war. There is only one group of knights who participate in this ritual, however, the specific form of each different ritual depends on the god that each Grail Knight worships. The Grail Knights are under the protection of Goddess of Life and Fertility, capable of crushing the earth. Li Yongwan was dumbfounded, it was meaningless. The only sister in the Golden Lion Guild Huang Jiam Chul, she was surprised and cursed out of habit, but no way, what is that thing? Jiam Chul raised his eyes to look at it. With just a single movement, nearly 3,000 tribal warriors evaporated. Jiam Chul exclaimed, "Luckily we weren't caught in that trick." He's also too suspicious of this thing. It's not human, right? And it seems like this self-control question of his has also been answered. It's hard for all of us to win against it. Geobrick begs with all the loyalty he has, "Goddess, please protect us on the sacred ground where we were born, become solid ground, so that my brothers and sisters can stride strong and steadfast." Geobrick tilted his head, facing the entire stream of people present there, and to give his children who had accidentally gone astray, a chance to cleanse the dirt of the earthly world. Beautiful emerald green eyes but with a cruel look, Geobrick shouted loudly, "Go away, despicable heretics." Li Yongwan gritted his teeth. Geobrick repeatedly issued orders. The main force quickly stopped them, attacked from all sides, surrounding those we had the advantage of in terms of numbers. The two sides fought continuously, the sound of weapons could be heard throughout the sky. Geobrick was somewhat surprised by his opponent, unable to believe that a mercenary had this power. It's because of the tribe seal, while they're fighting, doubts constantly arise between them. And the story is from the hunters who forgot their existence, even though they could not walk the path of honor to fulfill the god's mission. To make a name for themselves, they traveled across continents and became revered heroes. Geobrick has a headache to deal with these people. Opposite, the main knights also gave orders, everyone dismounted and formed a defensive formation. As the story continues, many decades have passed since they became swordsmen. With hundreds of years of sword-swinging experience, they have proven the natural talent of a true swordsman. They are brave warriors who have destroyed many wild beasts and pagans, and stopped the invasion plans of foreign enemies. A wild beast with boundless physical strength, not an opponent that can make them afraid. The official knight ordered, "Give glory to the revered gods." At the same time, Yang Wan's expression continuously depicted a deep oath. GM Chul analyzed the situation, which was not very positive for the team. The soldiers in the rear group were also preparing to attack. "We are being completely crushed in this battle of strength." Yang Wan clearly understood what was going on. He looked at GM Chul like an idiot and said, "Everyone knows." GM Chul was frank. If he was going to retreat, he had to run now. His teammate said in surprise, Why did we have to retreat?" GM Chul analyzed, "If we can't even fight back, how can we defeat the boss? We can't do it alone." Yang Wan pondered what he was thinking. If he asked for the help of the 10 strongest guilds, he would probably be able to conquer this gate, but still. What if before that, he escaped the dungeon? GM Chul gave another opinion. "Actually, there is a better way to end this." Yang Wan replied, "Let's try." The new idea is that Ariana, goddess of light and justice, is followed by Damara, goddess of life and fertility. GM Chul turned to Yang Wan, "Have you never heard of them before?" Yang Wan was honest, "I don't know, I'm not interested in religion. What does religion in the gate have to do with this?" GM Chul patiently continued to convey information to Yang Wan. "King Lionheart, haven't you seen Pantheon TV's video on YouTube?" GM Chul is coherent. "It seems that guy comes from the same kingdom as the people at this gate. On the first day, I thought he was really an arrogant guy for daring to call himself a holy knight or something." Yang Wan analyzed, "If that king is a compatriot with these knights, then he should retreat." Suddenly Lady Hilder begged, "Warriors, do you really want to abandon us?" Yang Wan turned away and said, "We will soon bring reinforcements, we just take a step back to wait for the opportunity." Yang Wan thought to himself, "There's no use talking to NPCs, so let it go." Yang Wan ordered, "Reporting to the guild members that I will retreat. We must leave this gate, as quickly as possible, the words as possible before leaving my mouth." Yang Wan heard Lady Hilder not screaming but speaking with anger and hatred. "I can't believe you guys can never close the gate, disgusting creatures." Yang Wan asked again, "What are you talking about?" Lady Hilder bowed her head, "It's over, I have no other choice but to take the shortcut." Suddenly Tu Thu's face was completely transformed as if she had become a different person. She said, "I'm pretty sure he won't like you either. No one wants useless words like you." Lady Hilder gently snapped her fingers. After that sound a strange but evil source of energy appeared. The knight shouted, "She used evil magic." Someone fell down, eyes wide open, blood flowing from his mouth. There are people with tears flowing down and groaning. The great divine beast is bestowing grace. "We will soon receive it too." The fury of the beasts appears. Yang Wan was furious. "What the hell are you doing?" Hilder said in a low voice, "Oh, honorable warrior, it is useless to resist. It is a mark I have recently created, but it is only a matter of time. Now, everyone, kill all the Grail Knights and their followers for me." She in the meantime imprinted everyone's brains, causing them to lose their sanity and be vulnerable to her. "Easy to control," she ordered. "Let's start the game again." Hilder was crazy. "I don't know how many worlds I've been to, and I still haven't been able to kill a single one." Geobrick, who was fighting, suddenly looked over at the people running towards him. "You guys, it seems like they had a mark engraved on their bodies by that heretic." Gwem Chul's eyes no longer had any color. He shouted angrily, "Peel off the skin containing the mark, their weak point." They frantically attacked Geobrick. The terrifying power overflowing from nowhere made everyone suddenly become stronger in an inexplicable way. Yang Wan with cloudy eyes, he summoned fire to attack Geobrick. Geobrick was filled with anger and insolent people. He felt that the situation was not good. Even if he has to burn himself, he must send the survivors to the Bible. Geobrick unleashed all the power he had. Then he shouted, "You lowlifes, go all out." Suddenly there was an earth-shattering scream, "Lionheart, glorious." Geobrick was extremely surprised. "Who are you?" Lionheart appeared dazzlingly and said, "This king is the Lion's Heart, Leon Dragonia Lionheart. Right now, the goddess Beatrice is riding a winged horse with the Japanese king's bridle as His Majesty's bridle, able to tame any ferocious beast and awaken the ancient blood. Lionheart ordered him to give me the reins and then jump straight down. Beatrice smiled and said, "Your Majesty is truly evil, stallion, right, thank you for obediently letting me hold the reins." Back in time 5 minutes ago, Leon was angry, the rats were rotten, obviously they had been killed, their military force had been reduced, but they always found a place to revive, again. Han Hari was riding behind her horse, worried, "Forgive me, but, skinning the children to death is a bit much." Leon answered her, "They are not that stupid, the main reason is that mark." Han Hari wondered, why was the seal? Leon continued, "That is an oath to dedicate one's body to the divine beast, if one abuses the power of the mark." Since that moment, the user's soul has gradually rotted from the inside. Han Hari was shocked, "It can't be, what kind of beast is it, so it's a devil?" Leon lowered his voice, "Remember this, your good feelings about peace and human rights are meaningless in this bitter battle. All that is needed is truth and absolute destiny. Goddess Beatrice has also begun to act now, I must also perform my duty." She raised her hand, preparing to perform her magic. To come so close to the girls would be to pollute your eyes and just say, "Get out of my sight." On King Lionheart's side, Geobrick was staring at his back. Looking towards Geobrick, Leon thought, the enemy was still charging despite the Grail Knight's attack. Proves that the laws in Mr. Geobrick's territory are problematic, Holy Grail Knight of Demera. First of all, we need to get out of this mess. Geobrick stared at Leon and said, "Okay, but why are you?" Leon thoughtfully looked towards Yong Wan and Jiam Chaw. "I think I should cut off the connection of those pathetic bastards. Begin the ritual. I, Lionheart, open the gate to heaven." Geobrick saw it and was extremely surprised. That was the Holy Grail, how could it be here? Leon continued to perform the great ritual and routine. The light spread throughout the sky, making it impossible for anyone nearby to adapt in time. Geobrick couldn't say because he was so surprised, "Oh my god, what the hell is going on?" And that wonderful light has saved countless people from their delusional coma. People chanted, "The wound is healed, Mom, my arm is back." And those who, when in a coma, unleashed all their strength, then when they woke up, they felt like they were about to explode with their bodies in pain. This is truly a miracle from the gods. Geobrick is upset, "How come I didn't notice? It seemed like I had completely forgotten about this." Geobrick knelt down on one knee and said, "Holy magic." Suddenly a melodious voice sounded like from heaven, "My child, the lost knight." Geobrick seemed to suddenly realize that this was someone, the goddess Demera. Those words still resonate, "Follow him, go and cover the Night King." Geobrick did not question, did not hesitate. Geobrick spoke solemnly, "I will obey your orders." Geobrick simply obeyed. Lion now looked at Geobrick and smiled, "I'm glad we can stand together in this war, Mr. Geobrick." Geobrick entrusted himself, "I will be outside, the guardian of the Holy Grail." Lion said softly, "Okay." The monsters that died in battle are gathering in one place. Geobrick asked, "Are they regenerating?" Hilder was angry, "Damn it, one Holy Grail Knight was enough, now what the hell?" At the same time, the monster shouted, "Great Chul Wung, please accept all those slaves." Lionheart, "I will tear you to pieces." Goddess Demera volunteered, "Let me open the way." She rode a beautiful horse and led the group into battle. The celestial Skill appears, contrary to the sky with brilliant purple light, below it is like the door to hell is open to welcome souls full of sin back home. The sinful souls screamed Leon's name as the only door for them to be freed. But Leon is ready to fight them. Listen, his every step is extremely gentle but powerful. Listen, my brothers and sisters, glorious knights and loyal soldiers. Those disgusting heretics, it's time for execution. After the battle, Hilder ran away like a mouse. She ran away angry, "Damn monsters, damn Grail Knight." The name Geobrick alone is enough. Where did King Lionheart come from, and the witch too? The girl who was running suddenly heard a very leisurely voice, wondering where to go. As soon as her voice ended, all four of her limbs were tied tightly. She was confused. What was that? Demera held a large gem called the Bewitching Stone in her hand. She asked about Hilder. "Is this thing called the Bewitching Stone? I got this while hunting inside the gate. It is said that it is a new resource to concentrate magic power. This gate is very strange. Even if it kills dozens or millions of monsters, they are still present everywhere." Hilder shouted impatiently, "What are you talking about?" Demera continued, "This gate is also a cycle, right? Just like me in my own world, I don't think you are a demon, but you did the exact same thing. Hildur gritted his teeth, it couldn't be. Demera stood opposite Hildur. I have many questions for you. Hildur was a bit surprised, she did not consider herself an NPC. Demera was within inches of Hildur. This is not my favorite method, but I will pay attention. Hildur was surprised, what is that? Suddenly Demera smiled like a child and said, Ara Ara, Master. Suddenly, there was a voice, you disappointed us again. Now you don't even recognize your master. Hildur was confused and panicked, realizing that it was the god he had always respected and feared. Demera hugged her shoulders and smiled and said, what now? Your slave has now become mine. What will you do? Show me your ability, seed of pleasure. I will chew you up and swallow you whole. Hildur didn't think so, she shouted, the gods will descend to earth, this gate is the kingdom of the beasts. Once the incarnations of divine beasts descend to earth, this gate will. Demera's face darkened, then said, then it's dangerous. The weather here is several times harsher than the Sahara Desert, the ground is like a charcoal furnace, cracking. Han Hari is helping take care of Li Yongwan's wounds, it seems that after this battle, many knights were injured. Meanwhile, Lion was talking to the man wearing the helmet, he said, Ronald Battalion Lionheart, the 11th King Lionheart, he often talks about the soldiers on the frontier. The man wearing the helmet was surprised, he knew His Majesty, Lion said that the king was currently in the heavenly palace, causing the helmeted man to say 2 words, oh my god. Han Hari still asked in a gentle tone, what do you remember? But he said a little sadly, I don't remember anymore, we just came here to subdue the barbarians. After hearing that, she worriedly called His Majesty. Lion also bowed his head and said, they should know that too, just say it. Han Hari had to calm down for a moment before he could speak. She stood in front of everyone and said, Mr. Geobrick and the soldiers are not allowed to leave this gate, everyone is just the characters in the gate. Then she looked at Geobrick and said, to close the gate, we must defeat Mr. Geobrick. But unexpectedly, after hearing these words, Geobrick laughed a devilish laugh that made Han Hari call him in fear, Mr. Geobrick. The laughter became more and more savage. Geobrick began to summon his power, not knowing how he was feeling after hearing the words that Hari said. He summoned his treasure, it was terrifyingly huge, as soon as it appeared, it shook heaven and earth. He said proudly, after all these years, it seems like I haven't lost a single match. Lion still spoke in the calm voice of a king, I am not surprised, if you have been defeated once, then you will no longer have the opportunity to meet this king. The sky was already harsh, now it was even darker, even the sky had cracks. A voice like that of a zombie said, Lionheart, I will chew you up and swallow you whole. And just then a ghost emerged from the ground, it let out a devilish laugh. Lion turned around and asked, is there any way to stop the beast's attack? Even though Queen Beatrice was tied up with magic rope, the sexy red-haired girl still smiled and said, no way, this gate is open, the great divine beast will use his strong power to destroy this place. After hearing those words, the lion said, okay, then I will welcome the sheep, how can I leave my people to fight alone? But Queen Beatrice seemed worried, she stood next to Lion and said, Your Majesty, I don't think facing it directly is a wise idea, but it seems like this is the only way. Lion said, even so, there's no other way, he might escape and go out into the real world. Suddenly Geobrick looked up, observed the sky and said, no. There was another way, then he walked away to everyone's confusion. Geobrick stood in an empty space and began to summon energy. It's unbelievable that he punched himself, he was destroying himself. When his soldiers and Lion's soldiers saw it, they all said, Mr. Geobrick. He took out the meteorite from his body and said, the condition to close the gate is that I, the Geobrick, must be defeated. He turned to his soldiers, his comrades who had accompanied him through many battles, he said, please stand aside, and continue to live your life. Then he turned to tell Lion, isn't it pointless to fight for a sewer that will soon disappear, Your Majesty? After listening, Lion didn't know how to answer, he was right, there could be no other way. Geobrick continued to instruct his comrades, he said, my brothers, the final battle is right before our eyes, this is where the king of the lion's heart, who also represents glory of the gods, reigns. We, the dead, should fight for a bright future for those who are still alive, we are ready to sacrifice this life. These words of Geobrick made everyone, including Lion and Han Hari, feel bitter. Geobrick finished the last sentence, everyone follow me. Lion's teammates felt a bit shaken when they heard these words, every word Geobrick said made his heart flutter, The deputy general did not say anything, he just quietly raised his arm to show his agreement. Then there was a scene that stunned Lion. He was speechless, his heart stopped beating. Before his eyes was the image of Geo-Brick soldiers destroying themselves, pulling out all the meteorites. Lion closed his eyes, bowed his head and put his hand on his chest and said, "Your loyalty makes me very ashamed, I accept this noble mission." Suddenly Geo-Brick said, "Your Majesty, I have one more request, please wait a little longer." Of course, Lion agreed, "You have no reason to refuse this hero." Through the gaps in the mask, eyes showing pain could be seen, but they were also the smiling eyes of the Geo-Brick. Just then, Geo-Brick shouted, "Goddess Damara, please make my wish come true." He raised his hammer high as if waiting for some miracle. Geo-Brick began to express his wishes. He said loudly, "Loyal servants of King Lionheart, recognized by Goddess Damara, with the power of this hammer you will inherit the power of Geo-Brick." Immediately the hammer in the Geo-Brick's hand began to absorb energy from all the meteorites in the soldier's hands. The energy from the meteorites gradually moved to the hammer, so it also slowly disappeared from the soldier's hands. The Geo-Brick hammer he's holding right now really has immense power, I don't know who will own it after the Geo-Brick leaves. And sure enough, it was Lion. Geo-Brick gave the hammer to Lion and said, "Your Majesty, please wait until the person who can hold this hammer appears before you." Lion took the hammer and said, "I'm not sure there will be anyone who can use this hammer as skillfully as you." The two of them held the hammer together as if silently giving each other thanks and admiration for the other. Geo-Brick said, "It is a pleasure to stand by your side." Lion replied, "I will remember your noble sacrifice, Sir Geo-Brick." Then Geo-Brick turned around and said to his generals, "O knights who still had their heads attached to their necks, this was the final order. Please ensure the king's safety until his last breath." After listening, all the soldiers obeyed the order in unison. Lion's mood at this time was very confused. He never thought he would have to sacrifice a comrade, let alone this was a brave general, a loyal army. Geo-Brick also did not forget to send his final thanks to his army. "Everyone has lived a glorious life, I hope the gods will bless you." Lion just quietly ordered the withdrawal of his troops. "I don't even dare in my head." Geo-Brick just quietly looked back. Both Lion and Geo-Brick knew this was the only choice, both had to do this difficult job. Then he raised his head and looked toward the sunlight. Geo-Brick looked at his teammates one last time, then raised his sword straight into the sky and loudly said, "I am Geo-Brick, who single-handedly defeated 1,000 of this kingdom's enemies. War can destroy 5 million enemies, defended Jurhan territory against 300,000 orcs, fought the orc boss in Montreal and won. He took brave steps forward while expressing his gratitude to the gods, Demetra for protecting me, Ariana for taking care of me, and Petos was also very pleased." Then he raised his voice and shouted loudly, "I am the great knight of Montreal, I am Geo-Brick, the holy grail knight of life and fertility." The soldiers were in a ready position, all were waiting for Geo-Brick's orders. He said, "Now let's go, my brothers, today I will die for the cause." As soon as he finished speaking, demon arms began to appear from the sky, then one by one they jumped down from the sky, huge, hideous demons. All soldiers were fearless, in a ready-to-fight position. Everyone shouted the word glory for Lionheart together. Everyone knew the outcome of the war but also knew what they were fighting for. On the lion's side, he was standing and thinking when someone called. Turns out everyone was waiting for him to enter the cosmic gate. Lion said, "I told you to go first, but who can go first?" Naturally Han Hari can speak clearly, "I think we have to watch until the end." Lion also quietly said, "If you want." So everyone stood silently from afar observing the fierce battle in the distance. Hari looked at the hammer in the lion's hand and then gently called, "Your Majesty." But Lion is hesitating about something. He keeps saying, "Still not done." He looked at the Geo-Brick army fighting hard and was almost at the end and then said, "Not yet, not yet. I don't know if I haven't achieved anything yet." Geo-Brick's army is unsurprisingly an army of brave, courageous soldiers who all use their best to fight. Suddenly something happened that made Lion's eyes widen in surprise. He looked over there was a monster knocked down. What, was it injured? After saying that sentence, Han Hari just saw His Majesty's hand bleeding when touching the hammer. It wasn't that the hammer itself was transmitting energy to the lion, and the lion also understood. He said silently, "Mr. Geo-Brick has ascended to heaven." Lion gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with anger. He shouted, "They will definitely pay for this, I will give them the cruelest death." After speaking, he turned around and walked towards the gate and called everyone, "Let's go, the Holy Grail Knight brings justice through the holy law." So, what did this great guardian of the Holy Grail say? Does that person's words have any weight or not? Lion looked back with hatred in his eyes one last time and said, I will remember this day. That's something only the Night King can do. The gray shirt was removed from Leon's body, it was neatly folded and placed carefully next to the black tie, neatly placed on the bench. At this time, he was constantly practicing swordsmanship in a mysterious closed room. Leon slashed each fatal sword blow to destroy the sky. He practiced non-stop with a serious face, even though his muscular back was soaked with sweat. Leon frowned, he was burning with anger. At this moment he was like a guillotine made of flesh and blood, always operating non-stop at full power with the noble fuel of resentment deep in his heart. Pieces of old, shabby memories rushed together. Leon still couldn't forget that day, that fateful pouring rain. He desperately hugged the body of his teammate who was cold and stiff, sadly looking at him without any life in his heart. Unable to protect his comrade from the clutches of death, unable to protect his brother from the attack of a giant monster, burning resentment arose in Leon's heart. He cried out in pain, eyes that were originally cold and emotionless but now suddenly filled with tears. Leon's heart felt like it was being squeezed, he was in extreme pain. Returning to the cruel reality, Leon was frozen with so many things to take care of in the near future. He darkened his face and looked into the unknown without a trace of soul. Suddenly, seemingly tired, Leon suddenly stopped practicing. He dejectedly pulled back his hair and sighed sadly. The arm holding the sword was also tired at the same time and fell towards the ground. With his hair tangled in his hands, Leon frowned angrily. He suddenly sighed, tiredly looking aimlessly and lamenting, so tired. Recalling the battles that Leon was alone that day, tirelessly and fiercely eliminating the monsters, he was a bit confused. He didn't even feel tired at all when slaughtering demons, so now there is what is affecting me. Suddenly, images of the group of people appeared in his mind, Hari, Spinner, Sung and even group leader Kim, along with Queen Beatrice. They were all radiant and blooming in that memory. He smiled very brightly. It seemed like Leon had realized something. He widened his eyes in shock. Leon had come to his senses. He was in pain, frowned and smiled bitterly. He resolutely affirmed, yes, I understand. The painful fear that is always present in his heart is nothing more than loneliness. Leon thought to himself, I am afraid of losing everything I cherish. Once again, I am very afraid. Leon honestly despaired and painfully confided that he was afraid of a future where he would have to fight alone again. However, unable to be patient and humble in front of this damned feeling any longer, Leon worried about finding a way to escape. He thought dully, but this is the burden I have to bear alone. To endure loneliness, I can share it with anyone. This problem was too difficult to solve. Leon gradually fell into deep thought. Suddenly at this moment, a familiar voice rang out from behind, making him a little startled and immediately turned around. The mysterious person exclaimed excitedly, Ah, Your Majesty, you are here. He was shocked to see a familiar girl quickly calling her name, Hari. Hearing that, Hari was a bit shocked. She awkwardly hid behind the door and timidly asked, Why are you practicing so late? To the girl's surprise, Leon put away his sword with a serious face. He asked in a low voice, Are you usually resting at this time, watching a romantic movie or something? Hari was a bit confused at his silly question. She frantically faltered and replied, That. Then the girl's cheeks turned red. She awkwardly scratched her ears, smiled awkwardly and answered, Recently, yeah. Hari's face was embarrassed and she quickly made an excuse to avoid it. She said excitedly, I just feel that I should practice more to increase my strength. Before this very unusual answer, Leon was a bit taken aback. He stupidly asked, Is it so sudden? Of course not. Hari quickly reacted. She replied in shock, It wasn't sudden. The words had been said, now it was too late and there was no way to avoid it. Hari intended to ignore it but reality did not let her do so easily. At this time, Leon was staring at Hari suspiciously, questioning. It was as if he wanted to pierce Hari. Having no choice, she was helpless and forced herself to explain in confusion. It was just that I had recently realized and learned many things while following you. Hearing this, Leon was a bit taken aback. He asked in surprise, Really? Having finished speaking, he immediately pulled out the powerful holy sword and silently looked at Hari and commanded in a serious voice, Pick up the sword, show me your abilities. Immediately, without hesitation, the girl quickly obeyed order. She was startled and quickly replied loudly, Ah, yes, Your Majesty. Hari turned pale, bowed his head, clasped his hands and bowed respectfully and cheerfully said, I am extremely honored to practice with you. Seeing that, Leon immediately stiffened. He awkwardly and shyly thought to himself, when will she just gave up that way of speaking? Note, she always talked to him in a very old Korean dialect. Immediately after that, without wasting any more time, Leon and Hari immediately rushed into the training process. both were ready to hold their swords firmly in their hands. In the middle of the quiet space, Leon suddenly loudly requested, "Raise your sword." Immediately, Hari immediately obeyed. She bravely raised her sword and enthusiastically replied, "Yes, Your Majesty." Having said that, as soon as Hari was ready, Leon solemnly pointed his sword straight at the cold girl's face, signaling with a stern voice to start the training session. "Try to block this attack." Receiving Leon's gentle comfort, Hari calmed down a bit, but as soon as she turned her eyes to follow Leon's every little movement, he suddenly disappeared, quickly blending into nothingness, making Hari shocked. "I couldn't believe my eyes." Unexpectedly, Leon immediately appeared from behind to attack the girl. At this moment, it seemed that her intuition had told her. Hari was pale in fear, her life at this moment was on the line. Hair. Fortunately, in the last moment of danger, Hari promptly blocked the attack. She narrowly escaped death. Hari's soul was crushed and she screamed in panic and despair. Faced with Leon's endlessly powerful attack, the girl tensed and gritted her teeth trying to defend. Her sweat drenched her shirt. Hari worriedly thought to himself, "He is too strong." Seeing that she couldn't last long in this situation, Leon spoke up one by one to correct all the mistakes in her defensive movements. He tried his best to constantly change his attack position, constantly loudly admonishing her. "Your hands must always be in a ready position to fight. If you lower your center of gravity a little, you will be more agile, lower, and your speed will increase a lot." Hearing that, without hesitation, Hari immediately obeyed. She panicked and replied loudly, "Yes, Your Majesty." But before he could even regain his composure, Leon's next unexpected action once again surprised Hari and made him unable to react in time. He raised his sword high, intending to slash Hari with a fatal sword, shouted in surprise, "Ha!" A powerful blow was delivered in an instant. Hari was suddenly attacked and fortunately was able to block it, but it seemed that things were not that easy. That blow carried such great power that it made the girl it was difficult to resist. Hari faltered. She gradually fell into a state of losing momentum, about to collapse. Seeing that limitation, Leon immediately loudly reminded him that you cannot defend yourself with just your hands and this sword. Suddenly, he added in a harsh voice, stepping back with one foot to take advantage, trying not to be pushed back far by the weight of the two swords when they collided. Hearing these instructions, Hari immediately regained her composure. She skillfully put her left foot as her center of gravity and quickly stepped back. Suddenly, Leon frowned. He suddenly changed position. Attack. A mighty sword strike was instantly delivered. This time it seemed a bit more familiar. Hari was able to improvise in time. She easily blocked the attack with one wing. Hari was extremely excited. She happily and loudly boasted, "I blocked it, but life is not like a dream." As soon as the girl happily uttered those words, Leon used his big, muscular hand. His broken jaw gave her a painful blow to the middle of her forehead. At this moment, in the quiet and cramped space, suddenly a scream full of pain and sadness suddenly rang out. Hari stood motionless with her forehead swollen and red. The girl absent-mindedly hugged the sword tightly. Seeing this, Leon felt uncomfortable. He angrily emphasized, pointing out mistakes in Hari's fighting steps, "Your moves are too simple, it's easy to see the weakness." He raised his voice with a serious face and added angrily, "How many times do I have to say it, quickly and sharply? What is the advantage behind creating space for an enemy?" Faced with these very new words of reproach, Hari was confused and didn't know how to answer. She then confusedly glanced around and hesitantly replied, probably to use her skills to defeat him." This answer must be said to be too general. Leon was bored listening to it. He sighed thoughtfully, sadly exclaimed, "Ha, that's not true." Having said that, he frowned and quickly explained the optimal attack process to Hari. Leon seriously said, "Don't think the only way to win is to use skills quickly. Instead," he emphasized, "what does it mean if you die without having time to defend? Before attacking, you need to observe your opponent." It seems this is the first time Hari has been taught a kind of scripture. This useful and practical experience made her extremely happy. Her eyes lit up. She asked in surprise, "Is that true?" Faced with Hari's stupid slowness of understanding, Leon could no longer control his anger. His face darkened in annoyance and asked, "What? I don't understand. Seeing you so serious." Hari, trembling with fear, she was drenched in sweat, quickly turned around and denied, It's nothing, Your Majesty, I understand." But Leon didn't let it go that easily. Knowing that Hari himself didn't really understand anything at this point, he came closer and sternly scolded her. "What? Say it again, it'll make Hari scared." Cold sweat. She hesitated, standing blankly looking at Leon for a moment. "Huh?" Hari hesitated a bit. She sadly expressed, "I thought, you would tell me to sacrifice myself to fight with the enemy if the situation forced me, for the sake of knightly honor, for glory." These words, as soon as he said it, Leon was surprised. He suddenly widened his eyes and looked at her blankly. Very quickly, Leon suddenly fell into deep thought, his face darkened and he said nothing for a moment. Then, suddenly, Leon took his sword and lightly hit Hari's head, viciously blaming him for being stupid, making the girl confused. She was completely shocked and startled, wondering, yes. Thinking back to the past events, Leon seriously reminded you, don't sacrifice that honor and glory for anyone. Is there any reason to imitate those knights? What you need is to protect your life. Faced with this incredibly sincere advice, Hari was puzzled, standing bewildered and wondering, someone to dedicate himself to protect. This adorable naivety of hers made Leon feel a bit helpless. He suddenly burst out laughing. Then, in a split second, he immediately put away his sword but did not forget to kindly instruct him, that's enough, you rest and will practice more next time. This made Hari have a different view of him. Little Leon, his inner nature is so gentle, very different from his usual thorny exterior. She widened her eyes, surprised, and followed Leon's back, hastily answering, yes, your majesty. The man's back quietly disappeared over time. Hari looked at it and felt strange. She frowned in surprise, suddenly tilted her head and exclaimed, huh? Scene change. It was getting dark. Hari had returned to her resting place. She continued to confide in Spinner with a heavy heart. She expressed, I feel like your majesty has been lacking positive energy these past few days. Hearing that, Spinner was also stunned and confused. He cried out, chirping. Very quickly, with his extensive knowledge, Spinner was able to explain the problem in a stereotypical way. His Majesty's unusual biological reaction was caused by some stress. Hearing that, Hari was surprised, unexpectedly, oh. The incomprehensible girl frowned and asked in a serious voice, could you speak more clearly? I don't understand what you're saying. If you're so stupid, even Spinner can't help but answer the question. She's so angry, shouting voice, stressed, needing to release that tension. At this moment, Hari also suspected it. The curious girl bent down, spoke softly, tensely, you're right, probably after that dungeon incident, His Majesty has thought a lot. Do you know what His Majesty likes to do, or not? This is difficult to answer. Spinner was silent before that question. Only a while later, after considering the current situation in a reasonable way, it replied, studying the information, all creatures that love entertainment and playing games need activities that help improve their spirit and rest properly. Physical. Spinner emphasized that games are perfect for relieving stress, but this suggestion is too blunt and difficult to apply to the current situation. Hari sadly asked, does your majesty play games? Imagine what he likes to play. The girl was determined that this time she would definitely help Leon cheer up, so without hesitation, she directly attacked Spinner with a series of questions. Can you think of any games that His Majesty likes? Spinner is a machine with omnipotent intelligence. It immediately replied, the game is suitable to increase the amount of dopamine for an organic substance that makes people excited and happy, but I am a robot so I don't know, in my calculations. Not knowing but still writing long sentences, Hari showed her unpleasant face at Spinner's appearance. She thought to herself, why doesn't he just say he doesn't know? There's too much reasoning. Then, without letting time stagnate for too long, she quickly beamed excitedly as if she had come up with some invention. That's right, I think His Majesty will also like it. This reaction was unexpected. Spinner's presence, it suddenly cried out, chirping. Immediately after that, Hari quickly explained the meaning to Spinner. She enthusiastically explained it, making it nod repeatedly. In the end, after hearing that idea, Spinner didn't seem to like it very much. He frankly expressed that I cannot deny that it is a suitable plan for His Majesty at this time. Suddenly, he emphasized seriously, but, that was just a lucky coincidence. You can never reach my genius calculation ability. Hearing that, Hari smiled proudly and provocatively. She confidently said sarcastically, yes, probably so, but it depends on the time, hee. This unintentionally made Spinner angry. He shouted angrily, looking like she was mocking me. It was a serious reminder that that was not the kind of attitude that an organic matter should have towards others, but Hari didn't care. She was still immersed in victory, so she ignored her emotions of Spinner and replied aggressively, but I also won against you. On the other hand, at the same time on Leon's side, he was stopping in front of the statue of the goddess Ariana. He respectfully knelt before her. Seeing that, the goddess immediately took the initiative to speak. She said softly, dear knight, your willingness makes the gods happy, but, I am worried. Hearing this, Leon felt a little guilty. He quickly bowed and said, I'm sorry. Ariana then continued, you have defeated demons and have been miserable in life for the past 200 years, practicing and not rest. The goddess looked at him passionately, she reminded with pleasure, "You should enjoy some entertainment, it's time for you to rest for a while." This statement made Leon a bit confused. He shyly and sadly replied, "Entertainment, I haven't heard this word in a long time." Seeing that, the goddess nodded proudly, "Yes, it seems this peaceful era has many types of entertainment. It is different from what it used to be. I'm not sure if there is anything that my king can enjoy here." Unconsciously, she emphasized, "But, entertainment always exists unchanged over time. It makes people eliminate fatigue." Hearing that, Leon was a little confused. He immediately asked, "Is there such a thing, goddess?" Immediately, she quickly laughed and replied, "Sleeping with women is the best way to relieve fatigue through all ages." These words were so vague, Leon stopped dead when he heard them. Seeing that, without hesitation, she continued to give hints. "In my eyes, the queen is a good partner for you, or what about that little red-haired girl?" Realizing that she looks like a goddess, was hinting at Hari, Leon did not hesitate and immediately reacted. He said harshly, "Goddess." Leon seriously thought about Hari. He frankly affirmed, "She is a very young and innocent girl, how could I suggest such a thing to her?" However, this thought of his was immediately extinguished by the goddess. She laughed and emphasized, "She is a grown woman, Your Majesty, people find pleasure and relief through sleeping with the women I love." Then, Ariana added seriously, she tactfully reiterated the responsibility that weighed heavily on Leon's shoulders. After all, she also needed to restore the royal family and have an heir. Goddess Ariana looked at Leon passionately. She happily reminded that humans find joy and liberation through marrying the woman they love. Unconsciously, she solemnly reiterated the urgent responsibility that was weighing on Leon's shoulders. After all, he also needed to rebuild the royal family. Hearing this, Leon felt a bit awkward. He was uncomfortable and fell into contemplation, speechless. But Leon suddenly froze for a moment as if he wanted to say something, but before he could say anything, suddenly a loud noise from behind suddenly rang out eagerly calling, "Your Majesty, Your Majesty." He was startled. Leon angrily glared behind him. It turned out to be Hari, the shy girl hiding behind the door frame. Seeing her, Leon angrily reminded her, "I told you to take care of yourself," but she didn't care and said brightly, "Your Majesty, you told me to listen to this." Hari hurriedly ran towards Leon. She hastily said, "There was something I had prepared." Suddenly something unexpected happened. When I had just said this, "Not even that," promptly finished the sentence. Hari had lost his momentum, slipped and fell flat on the ground. Seeing that, Leon also stood there helplessly for 5 seconds. He was at a loss for words to her. Looking at Hari, who was embarrassed and lying flat on the floor, Leon crossed his arms in boredom and continued to criticize, "You possess quick fighting ability, but the way you behave reminds me of a fish out of water." Then, without wasting any more time, he got straight to the point, asking frankly and seriously, "So what's going on?" Suddenly, these words awakened her hidden purpose for coming here today. Hari suddenly woke up, quickly got up, "Ah." Immediately after that, she immediately expressed her difficult feelings. "There was something I had prepared for Your Majesty." Unexpectedly, this sentence accidentally touched Leon's heart. He was startled, sweating, standing there dumbfounded. He asked, "What is it?" Hari smiled sinisterly. She smiled happily and hummed in response, "I received advice and help from Mr. Yappy. It's too stressful." Leon naively recalled the past. He frowned in annoyance and growled, "Shout out, Yappy's advice and help." Immediately, he grabbed Hari's hair tightly. Leon angrily shouted, "If you appear in front of me in that sick outfit again, I will let you run around that neighborhood naked." "Not yet," making Hari's cheeks blush shyly. When Hari heard that, she immediately felt unjustly accused. She was angry and embarrassed, quickly brushing her hands and denying that it was not like that. Then, a moment later, Hari suddenly led Leon to an unfamiliar room. The place was packed with people. Everyone was chatting. In the distance a bright blue gate loomed leading to a dungeon. Somehow. Suddenly the observer saw Leon. He excitedly exclaimed, "Ah, Your Majesty." Hearing that, Leon did not hesitate and went straight to the main issue. He immediately inquired, "I heard from Han Hari. What is that?" The observer immediately turned around and said, "Yes, Your Majesty, I would like to ask, permission is explained." Having said that, he proudly reached out and pointed to the crowd of people nearby, excitedly introducing that the entire association had joined forces to help assistant manager Han Hari with the event she had planned. Hearing this, Leon immediately fell into a state of confusion. He wondering, planning. Leon worriedly thought, "I thought it wouldn't be strange because Mr. Yappy also participated." Seeming to somehow sense the confusion in his mind, Hari immediately smiled decisively and proactively affirmed, "Your Majesty, please enter the gate, I'm sure you will like it." Hearing that, Leon immediately fell into deep thought. He wondered what to do, so he glanced around and sighed in frustration. It seemed like a rational person like him would ignore and not participate in these nonsense games, but no, Hari's confident, radiant and victorious face easily turned everything around. Leon nodded in agreement. Okay. After speaking, he and his group quickly entered the space door leading to the dungeon. Moving to another world, the group of people have arrived. This time the area is a large forest, with tall, rustling trees standing out, shading the green grass from the sun and rain. Peeking out from behind the foliage, orange beetles are competing to bask in the sun and stretch out to devour food. Leon entered. He was stunned by the peaceful scene before his eyes. Hari followed with excitement, running after him. Looking at this very peaceful forest, Leon was filled with confusion and attentively followed Hari's excited footsteps, not knowing what she was planning. Suddenly, she stood majestically, leading the group in the direction of the forest, straight line of sight towards him. Leon's eyes were frozen. He frowned awkwardly at her extremely naive action, suddenly, seemingly sensing his question. Hari immediately excitedly took the initiative to explain. Now, I will explain. This gate, she enthusiastically emphasized, this gate is called a hunting ground. Many animals and monsters live here. Having said that, she quickly pointed straight at the rule board that the embarrassed observer was holding in her hand and happily signaled, "Sir, please look here, listen to her." Leon also looked at the elaborate board. "That's why I can't understand the system." Seeing this, Hari then widely announced the rules of the game. Small animals are 1 point, medium animals are 3 points, an orc is equivalent to 10 points because they are rarer. At the same time, to make ancient backdrops, dancing for the girl, the observer beamed with a professional smile. Before this somewhat familiar game, Leon felt somewhat moved in his heart. For a moment, he fell into thought. Leon stood in a daze. He frowned and mentally guessed the nature of the game. So, a kind of animal hunting game. It was indeed Hari's idea. She was confused when she heard that. She hastily asserted, "That's right, it was hunt there, Your Majesty." Hari blushed awkwardly and her cheeks faltered as she explained the purpose of organizing today's hunt. She shyly said, I thought perhaps where His Majesty used to reside, hunting could be a movement." Faced with the girl's extremely sincere words, Leon suddenly burst out laughing happily. Immediately after that, he immediately praised Hari for his hard work. "So you prepared a hunting area for me to entertain, that's very kind." These words made the girl extremely touched. Moving, she smiled as if she had found a harvest. Hee. Hari was delighted by Leon's unexpected reactions. He was now staring intently at the gate leading to the dungeon, suddenly smiling with joy, excitedly expressing, "Why, it's been a long time since the last time. When I finally go hunting, I don't know if I'll be able to do anything." And then, some time later, the hunting contest began in the vast forest covered by golden sunlight. Whoosh, an arrow quickly flew in, piercing straight through the head of an orc. He didn't have time to react and died before he could yawn. On this side, Leon appears as a truly experienced hunter. He excitedly raises his bow straight towards the monsters. He smiles savagely and happily affirms that hunting instead of fighting is quite fun. Leon's sudden presence frightened the orcs. Each of them looked at their fallen comrades in terror. Scurrying away, they trembled and screamed. No one dared to kill them. Our clan. It seemed like this would make Leon tremble and hesitate to forgive them, but no. On the other hand, it made him even angrier. Leon exploded in anger, continuously firing arrows to destroy the bastards. His hatred was endless, scolding, "How dare a filthy animal like you open your mouth in front of me? Die, all of you." This extreme reaction is so different from the usual Leon. Hari looked like that and was speechless, not knowing what else to say. She felt guilty and sweated, afraid to turn pale, remembering Leon's shy attitude just now. I didn't know if anything could be done, but until now, when looking at reality, Leon appeared as a real hunter. She secretly thought he enjoyed it. I guess that's good. On this side, after defeating the monster, Leon happily broke one of its fangs as a token. He proudly stood in the middle of the ruins littered with corpses, excitedly putting the token in his bag. Leon happily affirmed that a hunter should always bring back a souvenir when hunting. Faced with Leon's extremely skillful actions, Hari, who was standing next to him, was amazed and praised, "Your Majesty, you are very good with a bow and arrow." She frowned darkly, thinking back to her own mistake before. She thought he hated long-range weapons. At the same time, after hearing Hari's surprising words, Leon looked at the bow above hand. He calmly replied, "It seems you misunderstood. Just because I am a knight does not mean that I do not know how to use long-range weapons." He firmly affirmed that hunting is a virtue and pastime of a nobleman. Leon emphasized that, especially for wandering knights and knights on long-distance missions, they need to provide food for themselves, everywhere they go. That's why, for him, hunting is just a very simple thing. Leon glanced at the corpses of monsters lying around his feet. He added, so, the knight has no choice but to proficient in hunting. Hearing such a reasonable explanation, Hari could not help but be shocked. She was confused, stammering endless praise. But hey, he is really good at this. That's natural, Leon proudly affirmed, happily and excitedly affirming that I was famous as the strongest champion in history, but I was also only the second best hunter at that time. Hearing that, Hari couldn't help but be surprised. She curiously asked, are you the second best hunter, so who is the other first Holy Grail knight? Faced with the girl's extremely naive question, Leon calmly left. He said softly, I don't think we can call her a Holy Grail knight, goddess of the moon and hunting. Thou shalt watch after her, for she is a better hunter than a knight. Having said that, he quickly pulled out the sharp arrow that was deeply embedded in the monster's body. Holding the blood-soaked arrow in his hand, Leon calmly recalled the image of that woman. She was once the head of the Temple of Light and the representative of the best hunters, is a high priest. He added fondly, her arrow was like a shooting star. If she used all her strength, that arrow could easily fly over a mountain. This was quite extraordinary. Listen, Hari, but shocked. She widened her eyes in surprise. Yes, the girl thought to herself, maybe that was possible in his previous world. But everything up until this moment was still very confusing. Hari was confused and asked Leon, but, why do you only hunt orcs? Haven't I prepared a lot of animals for you? Hearing that, Leon said. Tin replied, sorry about that. Immediately, he explained frankly, but to achieve first place in a race, you must hunt the most valuable targets. These words touched Hari's heart. She was shocked. Oh, that's right, does he really see the orcs as prey? Then, not letting her be immersed in those thoughts for too long, suddenly, Leon proactively spoke up. Anyway, I got a strange thing. It felt like it was cursed. At the same time, he holding a mysterious cross-shaped object filled with black gas in her hand. Seeing it, Hari was a bit surprised. She quickly replied, your majesty is right. She did not hesitate and quickly explained, it was a cursed totem. It was quite rare. Before the introduction of this mysterious item, Leon was a bit shaken. He was lost in thought for a moment. Then suddenly, Leon didn't care and threw the item to Hari. He coldly ordered, sell this and give the money to the people who helped gather the animals. This made Hari extremely angry. Confused because the value of the item was honestly too great, she awkwardly asked again, are you sure, your majesty, this is valued at hundreds of millions? Of course, with his inherent nature, Leon doesn't like to mess around. He frowned uncomfortably and insisted, I'm sure it will be a good treat for them, who have to come here to work like dogs under the sun. It was sunny on their day off. Having said that, he looked at the group of people who were tired and collapsed on the grass. At this point, Hari was at a loss. She shyly hid from Leon's gaze. Ahem. And then, without wasting any more time, Leon immediately rushed into today's hunting. He quickly turned around and firmly ordered, now, come with me, I can see the footprints of those the orc had escaped. This request was so unexpected that Hari, who hadn't even regained his composure, had to rush after him. She finally asked loudly, are you still continuing to hunt? Of course, Leon did not forgive that easily. He immediately turned his head, immediately revealing a face full of contempt. He smiled sinisterly and looked at her, pouting viciously, affirming that the animals were still there, living and tainting this forest. They may be fake, but the orcs must still be exterminated. Faced with Leon's endless belligerence, Hari was speechless. She gave up and looked at him sarcastically. Immediately, Leon turned around and heroically continued on his hunting journey. Once again, he loudly ordered, now, follow me, I will teach you how to use bow and arrow. Hearing that, Hari eagerly entered. Finally, she hurriedly ran after him, quickly saying, yes, your majesty. However, it seemed like there were still some things Hari wanted to say to Leon but was still hesitant, timid and afraid. Suddenly the girl stopped, hummed, but, making Leon a bit confused, he paid attention. Look at her. Then, surprisingly, Hari smiled brightly, gently pulled back her hair and said cheerfully, I'm glad because your mood seems to be much better than before. This smiling appearance was very strange. Leon had never seen Hari brighten up and radiate such a bright halo like this. He was surprised and widened his eyes, looking at her passionately. Unconsciously, he suddenly smiled happily thinking, how long has it been since someone treated him well, without wanting anything in return? Suddenly, Leon spoke in a low voice to praise Hari. I'm proud of you, but it seemed like the words were too soft. Hari couldn't hear clearly, so she asked again, sorry, I didn't hear clearly. See, so, he didn't bother to say more, so he deflected, deliberately straying to another topic. Leon seriously requested, use the techniques I taught to destroy at least 3 orcs. He emphasized, otherwise, I will be angry, but this must also be said to be too forcing. Hari had just learned the movements just now, but she probably hadn't even had time to absorb them yet. The situation was too unexpected. Unexpectedly, Hari had no choice but to protest profusely, apologizing, I have only used bow and arrow a few times, Your Majesty. The scene changes to the Pantheon Guild training ground, which is a developed area, filled with large high-rise buildings. Hari was now eagerly pushing the tool cart across the lobby. She smiled happily affirming that she was glad that His Majesty felt better. As soon as she finished speaking, the director of the department from afar walked over, saw her, he took the initiative to speak. Oh, Assistant Manager Han. Hearing that, she was a bit surprised, suddenly awake and excited. Ask again, Department Director, why are you here? Holding a set of important documents in his hand, he calmly replied, well, the tractor was broken, so I had to stop by the supplies room. No one had used it since the Nayu disaster. Hearing that, Hari came in. With excitement, she continued confusedly, then I will go with you. Very quickly, the two quickly moved to the Pantheon Guild supplies room. Upon arriving, the department director was a little confused, so he immediately asked, so this is where Mr. Geovrick's hammer is stored, right? Immediately, Hari quickly nodded and replied, yes. Suddenly, the girl suddenly bowed down, clasped her hands in reverence and begged, hoping that he would reach nirvana. Seeing that, the department director was a little confused, he helplessly frowned, pouted his lips, and said dejectedly, Miss, mixing Buddhism and Christianity or something. She even made the sign of the cross. However, he did not bother to pay attention to such trivial matters. In order not to waste time, he went straight to the main issue. He curiously wondered, why was the hammer still here the whole time? The door gradually opened before his eyes. Hari firmly affirmed that that's right, no one can use it now. In a split second, the door was completely opened. The two of them entered the place step by step. Hari spoke up to explain the current situation of the hammer. Now we will still keep it here. However, life is ironic. When the girl had not even finished her sentence, the scene before her eyes suddenly made her speechless. The hammer had already disappeared into nothingness. Hari's face turned pale, her whole body trembled in fear, her white eyes could not believe reality. She was shocked and questioned herself, Under the clear blue sky filled with golden sunlight, on the newly clean asphalt road, a luxury car suddenly appeared from nowhere, rushing towards it. It suddenly braked and suddenly stopped next to it, next to the crowd of people queuing up. From the car, a middle-aged man arrogantly got down. He proudly brushed off his shirt, frowned, pouted his lips in contempt, arrogantly and sarcastically said, well, here. At the same time, the little guy also followed him out from the car. He happily smirked and affirmed that we were about to see the first epic item in Korea. Suddenly, when those two idiots had not yet had time to regain their composure, Spinner suddenly rushed forward from nowhere. It quickly blocked the path, causing the two idiots to not have time to react and were startled. They quickly lost momentum, fell backwards, screaming continuously. Suddenly, one of the two guys suddenly recognized Spinner. He suddenly pointed his finger to confirm, oh, this is the robot Yippee Spinner. Hearing that, the other guy also somewhat regained his composure. He was very shy, scratching his ears. It turns out he's actually in the Pantheon. Not letting these two hidden people waste any more time, Spinner proactively raised his ear and raised his voice to ask questions, challenging them to lift the hammer. Indeed, there was no deviation. This was the purpose of these two people coming here. One of the two quickly replied, yes, but... Without giving him time to continue, Spinner immediately interrupted. He happily greeted you, making the other guy's face stiffen. He was confused and didn't know what to do, so he nodded, thank you. However, up until now there was still something he was really worried about. He looked at his teammate next to him in confusion and tried to ask why, but this guy seemed to clearly understand that dilemma. He quickly shrugged his shoulders, frowned, and continued, it seemed more welcoming than I thought. Originally, life was not always like a dream. When both men were still bewildered and immersed in confusion, Spinner's eyes suddenly turned red. He glared at the idiots. Immediately, in a split second, Spinner immediately used his tentacles to smash the ground in front of those two idiots, causing them to have a heart attack and scream out loud, oh my god. Faced with Spinner's terrifying pressure, the two men were afraid to retreat. They were terrified and quickly burst into tears. They trembled with fear and screamed, asking, what do you want? Without wasting too much text, Spinner immediately got straight to the point with a serious tone. He insisted, the entrance fee, making the two guys gasp in surprise. Huh? Immediately, Spinner knocked hard on the sign next to him, loudly and seriously announcing, "Entrance fee, must be paid to enter." This is also too surprising. The two guys attentively read the board with the regulations. Entrance fee to the sanctuary: Hunter, 5 million golf, Citizen, 500,000 golf, Signature, Pantheon Guild, price. It must be said that this is truly absurd. After reading it, they were frightened and suddenly shouted, "So expensive." One of the two guys couldn't stand this inequitable anger. He pointed his finger at the crowd of people seriously lining up next to him and rudely shouted, "Hey, citizens pay 500, but why do we have to pay? That's 5 million. Hearing that, Spinner was not moved at all. Still maintaining a professional attitude as usual, he calmly explained, "The citizens stood to observe, the hunters performed the challenge, the fee for preserving the monument. Even so, the price to pay is too exorbitant." After hearing this, the two guys' faces turned pale. They thought in shock, "It can't be." Just because of that, they added a zero. There was no other way. They had to calm themselves down, protect yourself from this cruel reality. Even so, to compare with the value of epic items. Thinking about the long-term benefits in the future, the two guys had no choice but to grit their teeth and accept it. They bowed their heads in submission and heartbrokenly asked for a code. "Do they accept bank transfers here?" Hearing that, Spinner was extremely excited. He hurriedly replied, "Yes, please scan the code here." This scene must be said to be too practical. The people lining up next to him watched helplessly speechless. Then, after siphoning off the payment, two guys with sad faces and sighs walked in. Noticing them, Han Hari, who had been waiting for a long time, suddenly woke up. She was overjoyed and took the initiative to speak and welcome the hunters. Hearing this somewhat familiar voice, the two scoundrels immediately came to their senses. They stared at her in surprise with wide eyes. At this time, Hari was dressed in a lion costume, calmly holding a road sign in her hand. With her inherently cheerful nature, the girl excitedly introduced, "I am Han Hari, from the Workers' Union, Korean Hunting." This face must be said to be very familiar, and this name too. Upon hearing this, the two men suddenly woke up and realized in shock that the girl's familiar identity, Han Hari, was not the dinosaur rookie of the last year or something. At the same time, Hari was absent-mindedly lost in her own thoughts. She calculated, "That's the situation, let's go back to a week before the hammer disappeared." Immediately after discovering that the hammer no longer appeared in that high-security room, a large-scale search was ordered, and fortunately, Leon found it. He clicked his tongue, pouted and looked at the hammer lying flat on the ground and calmly said, "There it is." Having said that, he immediately ordered this treasure to be confiscated. Very quickly, the soldiers obeyed the order. The group of people competed to lift this giant hammer but failed, including a strong man. For him, this hammer must be said to be too terrible. He pulled it but it still wouldn't budge. There was no way. He could only helplessly lament, "Your Majesty, I've tried my best but it still won't budge, move even just a centimeter." The situation became more and more tense each time. The crowd gathered together, intently looking at the hammer and quickly reported, "In the morning they saw it lying here." Hearing that, Leon felt a bit uncomfortable. He sighed dejectedly, looked at the hammer, and coldly walked back. Very gently, Leon quickly reached out and grabbed the handle of the giant hammer before Hari's surprised eyes. He easily raised the hammer as if he didn't waste any effort. Faced with such a strange scene, the crowd couldn't help but be shocked. Everyone turned pale, stunned speechless, including Hari. She was also surprised, full of surprise, and screamed loudly, "Ah!" It seemed that lifting this super-powerful hammer was too simple for Leon, as trivial as a mosquito bite, so he was very upset when that guy couldn't do it. Leon viciously scolded him. At his best, is that so? Suddenly, when he finished speaking, the hammer suddenly reacted. It suddenly glowed with radiance. The hammer suddenly made a movement. It shook. Immediately it flew out of Leon's hand. It suddenly fell to the ground. This happened so suddenly, the bewildered crowd stood there staring, not having time to react. They were all shocked and screamed, "Go up!" At this moment, facing that mysterious phenomenon, Queen Beatrice could not hide her surprise and exclaimed in panic, "Oh my," as if she was being coy. This seemed to be exactly what Leon meant. Brother, somewhat in agreement, he nodded and guessed that it seemed like it wanted something. Even so, this story is still unbelievable. Hari was stunned and pointed at the magic hammer. Full of confusion, she wondered, but can a hammer have a will? Of course, in real life, there is no problem, impossible. Leon heard that and calmly affirmed, "Sometimes, if it is a holy object." He gently emphasized, especially when it has been attached to a saint for a long time, it can be given its own will and become difficult to control. However, even so, this is still a bit inadequate. Leon frowned and thought, even so, but when I received the hammer I couldn't feel it. Suddenly, a thought suddenly flashed through Leon's head, loyal servants of King Lionheart, recognized by the goddess Demera, with the power of this hammer, you will inherit the power of King Lionheart, Geobrick's strength here. At this point, Leon suddenly smiled complacently, he confidently surmised, it turned out to be so. Leon happily took the initiative to communicate with that hammer, he said softly, so you were asking me to find you a new owner. Right after that, without wasting any more time, he brightly ordered, Han Hari, report back to the association. Faced with his confusing request, Hari was a bit stunned. She asked again, why, what do I have to report? Leon smiled and happily expressed that anyone who can lift this hammer, regardless of status or identity, can own it. This statement is too unbelievable, Hari wondered in shock, is it true? Of course, for Leon, there is never anything funny, he looked serious and did not answer, as if sensing that, Hari did not complain further, she immediately rushed straight to the main issue, quickly present the current situation. First they will send an appraisal expert. Then, a moment later, the appraiser quickly arrived, immediately, he was shocked by the notice board in front of him, panicking and screaming. Seeing that, Hari was a bit confused, she asked curiously, what did the uncle shout? Suddenly, he turned around and trembled in affirmation, epic, making the people around him unable to help but be surprised, everyone lost their limbs in disbelief as they whispered, epic. The appraiser turned pale, he turned to Leon in shock and emphasized, it was an epic item, but so what? Leon didn't care, he coldly continued, yes. Considering the current situation, hunters will use specialized equipment to confront monsters. For convenience, they are divided into the following types. Specifics include common, rare, epic and legendary. In particular, luxury items crafted by artisans will be unique. Besides, this type of equipment requires a lot of resources to create, even requiring items rewarded from difficult quests, and they are called legendary. And after 30 years of processing, there are items that are called epic, they are even beyond the legendary level. Among them, the object that governs hundreds of mountains is the heavenly bronze. Or, the great magician's staff, said to be able to open the sky and the earth, it is none other than, the 12 ventricles. In addition, even at this time, the snow fields in Siberia are continuing to spread thanks to the Queen Ice. And especially, after the Black Field crisis in London, it wandered around this planet, wandering around with demonic swords, the items that can make heaven and earth shake their owners with their presence. And can turn even the most difficult strategy into victory, but strangely, an epic item appears here. This news was so shocking, the appraiser couldn't believe his eyes, he shouted in shock, really, I just need to lift it up and you guys will give me this hammer, hear that, stand on the other side. Hari also awkwardly scratched his ear and nodded, well, that's right. Even though Hari had frankly insisted on such an assertion, he could hardly believe it, there was no other way, the old man had no choice but to turn and glance at Leon to ask for his opinion. Seeming to realize that, Leon immediately straightened his face and insisted, it's not wrong, whoever can lift this hammer will be its new owner. Faced with Leon's cold indifference, he was a bit unwilling to praise the hammer endlessly, Your Majesty, the value of this hammer is super terrible, well, look here. Instantly, a notice board appeared in front of Leon, it clearly reported the following information, Geobrick hand, grade, epic, details, a divine hammer blessed by the Grail Knight Geobrick, goddess of life and fertility, core of belief, receives holy magic directly from goddess Demera, perfect physical strength, never gets tired, blessing of the goddess, increases physical defense by 400% while on the ground, recovery increases by 300%, your entire legion gains 200% armor and 150% recovery, canonization, application of holy laws based on faith and saints force, emotion, Geobrick, feelings, existence. This giant hammer looked so powerful, Hari looked at it and was overwhelmed, she was shocked and couldn't believe her eyes. On the other hand, Leon was a bit thoughtful, he frowned and sighed, After a moment of thinking, he resolutely and frankly affirmed that this king has not changed his opinion, hoping that everyone will know about it. This stubbornness of yours must be said to be too partisan, mister. After hearing the appraisal, his face turned pale and he was speechless. Right after that, he couldn't help but frantically agree, okay, then can I make a quick call? Immediately, he quickly connected to the other end of the line. The scene changed to a spacious and clean office. An old man suddenly picked up the phone with a serious face, he took the initiative to speak, the association president listen, oh yes, Mr. Lee. Then, whatever happened would happen, the next stream of urgent information surprised him. His eyes widened in surprise so much that he couldn't even close his mouth. He couldn't believe it and asked again, an epic item. Very quickly, this news spread, all over the newspapers. News about the hammer quickly spread. Whoever could lift it would become the next owner of the epic hammer, because so many candidates came. And then back to the present, Hari is standing in a daze in a lion costume. When the two scoundrels saw that, they kept attacking and asking questions, making her a little startled. Where is Geobrick's hammer? He was so confused that he frantically expressed that he couldn't wait to see the real thing left here. Hey! Faced with their rude confusion, Hari did not hesitate to bluntly remind them, hey, watch your mouth, it must be Mr. Geobrick. She resolutely emphasized that when talking about people with such noble status, one must use honorifics. This is too complicated. The two men heard this and gritted their teeth bitterly, thinking, this is one thing, just items. But the truth is, there was no other way, too helpless, so the two men bowed respectfully, angrily said, but, I want to test Mr. Geobrick's hammer. Now, when I heard the right sweet words, Hari smiled brightly. She excitedly directed, this direction. Having said that, she led the group to the area where the hammer was located, eagerly saying, hunters, please. As soon as they walked closer and saw the hammer, a stream of power suddenly radiated out and quickly attracted their attention. The two quickly felt it. They exclaimed in surprise, what is this? Energy sources. He was shocked by the scene before his eyes. He firmly asserted that it was coming from the hammer. Indeed, the guy standing next to him could not hide his surprise. He exclaimed in panic, oh my god, just getting close to the hammer, the energy. Then, the hunter happily approached the hammer and thought, let's see, it will probably be a piece of cake. Having finished speaking, he immediately stretched his hand out, mentally intending to grab the hammer. But life is not like a dream. When he just touched it, a beam of electricity suddenly emitted from the hammer, instantly jolting his body. The hunter was shocked to death. His hair was burned black, his body was exhausted and immediately collapsed to the ground. The surrounding people saw this and could not hide their panic. Everyone was afraid. The hunter was shocked and immediately jumped up in anger and shouted, oh my god, was it because of the hammer? Indeed, it was true, Hari awkwardly admitted, that's right. If he doesn't like you, he'll do that sometimes. This is so shocking. The other guy got upset after hearing it. He shouted viciously, what? Why didn't you say it from the beginning? At this point, Hari was at a loss. She sadly told the truth, doing whatever she wanted. We didn't know what he wanted. Suddenly, from afar, Spinner suddenly appeared. It rushed forward and let out a chirping sound. Seeing it, the hunter felt a bit uncomfortable. He scolded angrily, it was it again. At the same time in deep in my dirty mind I thought, I don't know what else I want. Unexpectedly, suddenly Choke Spinner proactively called out, asking if he wanted to accumulate merit. Hearing that, he felt a little guilty. What, merit? The other guy angrily cursed, he already paid the entrance fee, why would he ask me to pay again? On the other hand, the hunter who was electrocuted looked strangely excited. He seemed to secretly guess something, then muttered, merit, because this is a holy relic. Suddenly, he firmly clapped his hands to confirm, yes, that was what made his teammate confused and stunned. Very quickly, he quickly pulled out his phone and quickly walked toward Spinner. The hunter respectfully knelt down, excitedly shouted, take it, I'll give you 10 million gong of merit money, making the other guy pale in fear and hastily intervened, are you crazy? Very quickly, as planned, presented, Spinner quickly replied, sincerely, thank you. Immediately, 10 million golf was deducted from his account. The crazy man resolutely turned around, he shouted, now. Immediately, he tightly grasped the hammer and loudly affirmed, you will be mine. The hunter mustered all his strength and determined to lift the hammer. Surprisingly, this time things changed positively. The hammer suddenly moved a little. The people around saw this and were shocked and confused. Why? Another guy was a little jealous and spoke, but still couldn't lift the hammer. It must be said that this happened too suddenly. The crowd quickly turned their attention to look at Spinner. Suddenly, it announced that it had received donations to build the Pantheon. These words made the crowd freeze. Each of them blankly looked at Spinner. Suddenly, they took out money and phones, competing to donate. Me too, I will pay. They were busy jostling each other on the road. The sound of arguing was constantly ringing out. Get out of the way, I'm in line, but oh well, stop talking nonsense. If you have money you can buy money, okay. Faced with that extremely chaotic scene, Hari was so surprised that she couldn't close her mouth. She was startled and said with concern, Mr. Yap, is it really okay? as if she was blaspheming the gods. At this moment, Spinner was stuck in the middle of the crowd, it was trying to squeeze its way out. Spinner heard this and immediately criticized, "Miss wants to hinder my ability to manage assets effectively, all you have to do is follow the plan." However, looking at the group of people insulting each other before her eyes, Hari felt a bit shy. She awkwardly stammered and said, "But, that." At this time, the crowd was constantly tearing each other apart, they kept chanting, "More, more," that was not enough. Looking at the scene of their blind waste of money, Hari was speechless, she was sweating, he silently muttered, "We are truly evil." On the other hand, Spinner is strangely calm. Suddenly, it seemed like he had come up with a plan. Suddenly, his eyes turned red, excitedly thinking, "The god of wealth is here, so the plan of Yapi, Pantheon treasurer, officially begins." Another brilliant day is about to begin, the warm rays of sunlight are quickly covering every area of space. At the same time, to celebrate a new day full of energy, Hari hurriedly pushed open the door, eagerly announcing the unexpected news, "Mr. Yapi, Starbucks has just proposed to open a shop here." Hearing that, Spinner, who was working, suddenly woke up. He did not hesitate and immediately ordered, "Please report the amount of money donated. The situation is becoming more and more tense. Recently, the Pantheon Guild has become a popular destination. Nowadays, hunters come here to take on the challenge of lifting the hammer, and most diseases are cured when the person stands near the hammer, notably diseases that seem to be almost incurable, improved, healed. The pain in my leg that has been painful for 10 years is gone, my tooth decay is gone." And so, everyone gathered here to see the magic hammer. At the same time, Yapi has a big responsibility on its shoulders. It continuously secures resources to convert into capital and enhance Pantheon's reputation. And then the ultimate goal is also because of this massive project. The scene changed to the base's operations. Suddenly a familiar scream suddenly rang out. Hari was surprised by the scene before her eyes. She asked in confusion, "Mr. Yapi, what is this?" Spinner immediately explained, "A high-intensity forging facility." It must be said that this place is extremely convenient. It is extremely modern and filled with strange state-of-the-art machines. Looking around every corner, Hari was stunned and couldn't believe her eyes. She asked in shock, "Mr. Yapi, is this really a blacksmith shop?" Immediately, Spinner nodded and explained, "This is a smelting facility, Forge Level 9, which is also the lowest level in this device's database system." It emphasized seriously, this is the final limit due to the Earth's poor metallurgy level. Hearing that, Hari felt a bit embarrassed. She hesitantly replied, "Ah, even so, it still looks great, huh?" That's obvious. In front of her stupid and careless words, Spinner was helpless to say criticism. It was because her brain was also weak, right? "I have to say this was too much." Hari heard it, angry beyond words, "You cruel man." However, there was an even more important matter that needed to be resolved. Hari was not too concerned about that problem anymore, but she softly wondered, "That's right, Mr. Yapi, Mr. Yapi is the Holy Grail Knight of Iron training, right?" Spinner heard that and immediately replied, "Exactly." As if sensing the opportunity had come, Hari took the initiative to ask, "Could you please help me make a sword?" But creating such a sublime weapon is not that easy. Spinner shook his head and replied frankly, "Impossible." Facing this extremely heartless refusal, Hari was a bit disappointed. She bowed sadly and mumbled, "Oh, I know right away, it's different from strangers." But things were actually not as she thought. Seeing Hari's sadness, Spinner immediately spoke up to explain, that was not the case. The forging facility had not yet been completed. He emphasized seriously, needing more opportunities, facilities to get more raw materials. These words were truly so sincere. Hearing this, Hari was extremely happy. Her cheeks turned red and she breathed a radiant sigh. "Is that so?" At this time, Spinner suddenly rushed away. He did not answer the question but quickly announced, "So I went to the central station to earn more income." This action came so unexpectedly, Hari did not have time to react. She was a bit startled, suddenly replied, "Come on." Then, the girl stood stiffly, looking with puzzled eyes at Spinner's hastily crawling figure on the ground. Suddenly, my robot loudly announced, starting the minimum forging protocol, securing the golden seed. As he finished speaking, a series of giant technology screens in front of Spinner suddenly lit up, and they continuously appeared full of incomprehensible data. Spinner attentively observed every detailed information that the files on the screen displayed. It firmly emphasized, "Today we will review this market again. The current world economic situation is extremely dangerous. Recently, the global stock market has faced a disaster. A series of terrible things happened that made the economists anxious. they were worried and screaming, why do they write so many opposing articles? Another guy keeps coming back. The panicked and reproachful words made him scream loudly, saying that he couldn't do anything. He had given so much money, but he couldn't even manipulate a single article. However, until one day, suddenly there was a force that caused stock prices to increase rapidly by manipulating market prices, disturbing trading times around the world, thereby creating a wave of panic. Strong and comprehensible wave spread across the globe. People looked at the data board in panic and suddenly wondered, what do they want? More specifically, this manipulator is extremely mysterious. He only silently makes profits, and exists like a ghost. And of course, needless to say, we know that this mysterious person, his identity is none other than Yappy. In addition, the financial goal that Yappy is aiming for recently is food. It is a truth that everyone knows that the food situation of humanity in the 21st century has never been good. Currently, there are countless polluted lands and rivers. In the early stages of the disaster, Western and East Asian powers came up with exemplary solutions. But weak countries, such as poor countries in Eastern Europe or Asia, suffer more. They have to receive many losses from unexpected dungeons. And taking advantage of those weaknesses, Yappy bought back those polluted, worthless lands. In particular, Spinner has been looking for his first target for a long time, which is the Black Dragon Granary. This place is extremely dilapidated, disastrous. The level of pollution of the Black Dragon, one of the 50 military countries after the Shanghai incident 20 years ago, is currently in a serious condition. And Yappy bought part of that granary and then continued to purify it by spreading the faith of Demara, goddess of life and fertility. Although it was impossible to purify on a large scale at the level of Leon and produce food immediately, it would soon become a priceless granary, along with other granaries of corn, barley, and many blessings. Faced with his extremely wise opinions, Spinner was extremely pleased. He happily affirmed that now, the global food hegemony will be the pantheon. However, the current situation was a bit difficult. Spinner suddenly felt discouraged. He lowered his voice. The problem was. Spinner solemnly emphasized the urgent danger that could arise, the possibility of foreign invasion. It feverishly began to plan and collect information. The world's wars caused a small but insignificant waste of power, and the risk of a portal appearing was increasing. Spinner suddenly woke up. He excitedly insisted that a normal leader would have no reason to spend too much resources. Suddenly, a hot news source rushed in, startling Spinner. Slender, he was shocked and happy to scream, there was more land. At the same time, in the cafeteria, the TV was broadcasting urgent news. A coup had occurred in the Jilin Republic. This happened so suddenly, everyone who heard it was extremely shocked. Their faces turned pale, their mouths stammered, unable to utter a word. Even Hari was the same, even though she was eating. As soon as she heard the news, she stood up in shock, eagerly wondering, is there a war? On the other hand, on this side, Spinner had just had time to update the information. It was startled in horror and suddenly let out a chirping sound. The scene changed to a closed room. Spinner hummed mysteriously and asked to meet Hari alone. He proactively spoke up and said this only to Ems. Hari, hearing that, Hari was a bit surprised and confused. Ems, then he softly asked again, why? Right after that, without further hesitation, Spinner excitedly told Hari everything. He happily said, our private investment fund is now operating. It is a management organization. The property is constantly growing. Suddenly Spinner softened his voice and cooed. It flattered Hari to join hands and contribute with him. Our robot kept saying sweet words to entice. This unit will focus on managing Hari's assets. Please register now. Everything suddenly happened so suddenly, Hari didn't have time to adapt. She was a little confused, so she awkwardly asked again, do you mean you want me to invest? She immediately complimented, wow, it turns out Sir Yappy also has stocks. Great, but of course things can't be that simple. Spinner sounds ridiculous. The robot emphasized seriously, meaning I will manage your assets. Having finished speaking, Spinner immediately pointed out Hari's current economic limitations in a serious tone. He harshly criticized, Hari, based on your poor financial situation, you need a financial management expert, professional. It seemed that these words had accidentally touched the girl's heart. Hari immediately reacted harshly. She shyly rebutted loudly, poor, at my age that's already good, hey. But with his quick thinking ability and sharp speech, Spinner did not forgive her easily. He eloquently criticized, that was only 15% compared to an average hunter. Most of her salary was thrown into all the gates, but where is it? Hearing that, Hari felt as if her throat was blocked. She choked and was embarrassed, unable to speak. Then, there was no other way. Hari had to accept the defeat and bowed her head. She shyly stammered and sadly said, no, I can't argue with that. I also donated to orphans in the countryside. Faced with Hari's complaints, Spinner seemed to have quickly realized that this was a golden opportunity. The robot immediately excitedly continued talking. Words, that's why you need me so you can donate more. But to be honest, Hari didn't care about money or material things. She immediately confidently refused, she didn't need it. These words made Spinner angry. He viciously used his tentacles to repeatedly hit Hari's body and shouted loudly, "For people today, they are bound by their financial ability, therefore, they miss the lesson about money, is to give up life." The robot angrily emphasized that she should feel grateful that this unit would handle that task for her. Hearing that, there was no other way, Hari had to hesitate to accept. She shyly said, "Then just 2 million golfs." But Spinner didn't forgive her that easily. He ignored everything and immediately gave an order, seriously asking Hari to take out the rent on a basement worth 20 million in Seoul. This made Hari angry. Hearing this, she was extremely shocked, her face blushed crimson. Hari frowned darkly. There was no other way, she had no choice but to accept. She pouted her lips to look uncomfortable, depressed and said, "Okay." At the same time, she thought to herself, "Hey, those words came out, from this emotionless name, there is nothing strange." Immediately, Spinner was extremely happy. It quickly announced and granted a new title to Hari. Hari has now become a silver member, specifically increased from the bronze level. This sentence made the girl freeze when she heard it. She suddenly didn't understand what was happening. Hari was confused, sweating profusely and stupidly asked, "Silver members, that's right." Spinner immediately replied, "Bronze members are guaranteed 100% income, and silver members are guaranteed a second income, 100% of income." Right after that, he spoke in a serious tone, striking at his greed, and asked Hari if she wanted to increase this rate. She had a very naive nature, and the girl was easily and quickly won over. With just a quick listen, just the immediate profits, she excitedly replied, "That sounds good." Taking advantage of this opportunity, Spinner immediately attacked directly. It said, if she recruited 5 more members, she would be promoted to the gold level, and the income rate would be 300%. Faced with this extremely attractive bargain, Hari could not help but be tempted. She stood there stunned, no longer able to believe her ears. It wasn't until a while later that the girl woke up. Hari was excited and determined to ask, "Really?" Maybe this time she had been completely bribed, and soon she would find out where to put her. Then he took a pile of money to invest, and so, Hari, a newbie in life in his 20s. The girl was so naive that she didn't know that she had been lured into the multi-level path, but the problem was, everyone didn't doubt her. Hari was very confident. She called to ask for opinions, of many people. That's right, Suha, Nuna. And surprisingly, none of them refused her offer. Very quickly, a long list of people who decided to agree appeared. Hari was extremely excited. She quickly wrote down their names. "Oh, I'll follow, that's the right decision." Then, very quickly, Yappy's multi-level model, thanks to that, advanced significantly. Time continued to pass peacefully until one day, a black car rushed from the beginning and quickly stopped in front of the base's door. From the car, a group of powerful black-clad men slowly walked forward. Very quickly, they rushed into the base. Then, whatever will happen, they met Leon. Immediately, the group of people bowed their heads to introduce themselves. "We are from the court." The leader solemnly emphasized that we came to issue a warning to confiscate assets. Faced with this sudden appearance of the group of people, Leon was stunned and could not react. He stood there in amazement and asked again, "What did the new person say?" At the same time, Spinner was standing next to him. He was afraid, scared and silent, not moving. This time it was all over. Spinner was quickly cornered. People in the court immediately made a record. Spinner was extremely confused and didn't know what to do. Suddenly, it jumped up and let out a startled cry. The situation had now become extremely serious. Unable to hesitate any longer, Leon immediately convened an emergency meeting with the appearance of all the victims. Leon was burning with murderous intent. His eyes were red. He angrily asked in a serious voice, "What is going on? Please explain." Having reached this last step, Spinner had no other choice. He bowed down, let out a sullen cry, chirping. Immediately after that, the tragic story was revealed. The situation was this: first, the organization was unable to pay the interest on the loan that had been set because the stock had plummeted. Next, the second thing, most of Pantheon's employees are in debt because of investing in Yap's investment fund, and now they are trying to demand, "Give me my money back, you bastard." The situation is getting more and more confused. This secret investment fund has many failed projects, causing its capital to decrease dramatically. The more Leon listens, the more shocked he is. His heart aches and he can't believe that Spinner is gone. Beloved squid can cause such a mess. On the other hand, on this side, Hari was sobbing. She urgently begged, Mr. Yappy, I invested my 87 million assets with you, I mobilized money from friends and relatives, give it to you. At the same time, the rest of the group was not much better off. They were scratching their heads in pain and bitterly lamenting, my money, even my wife's savings were gone. Another person also resented me. To add insult to injury, all my assets saved for 5 years have gone into this investment fund. Immediately, the atmosphere became stuffy, the crowd burst into tears, no one gave in, they all kept complaining, I had mortgaged all my land, they had no choice but to reassure your majesty, we'll do something to resolve this situation. At this moment, Leon was sitting very still, he immediately fell into a passive, awkward position, not knowing what to do. Suddenly, Leon asked in a harsh voice, Mr. Yappy, how much loss did Spinner have? A little startled. He said sadly and panicked, 870 million, 54,000, 340 million golf. Spinner painfully adding 49 million, 853,000, 650 years of golf every hour, a loss of about 72% of the fund. These words are too dangerous. The crowd listened, panicked, someone's face was completely drained of blood, afraid to think what to say. At the same time, Hari was also stunned, she fell backwards and fainted. The crowd gradually became chaotic, everyone was worried and afraid of losing their lives, people were panicking and screaming for fear of losing money, oh my money, they panicked, planning to rob to make up for the loss, damn it, take it, what can be here to mortgage, a pillar, at least take one pillar to sell. Faced with this noise, Leon seemed to lose control, he froze and didn't know what else to do. A coward among them took the lead in looting, he hurriedly ran out of the warehouse with a sword, shouting loudly, hey, there's something in the warehouse that looks expensive, at least take it, that one goes first. This makes Spinner shocked when he sees it, he jumps in fear. A fight for the item began to break out, a crowd of people jostling and rushing to get the item. Spinner saw this and rushed, frantically shouting to stop them, stop, humans don't take it. He took his knife, stop, it's personal property. But it had no effect, their money, blood, sweat, and efforts over the years had now gone down the drain. How could the crowd stay calm? They were rushing to complain loudly, damn it, my money, wait for me to go over there and get it. Even Hari, she couldn't escape my mercy. The girl lay flat on the floor, her eyes filled with despair. At this point, it is difficult to save anymore. The crowd panicked and whispered to Leon, asking for help, my king, how will my money be handled now? But Leon is also helpless, he kept silent. On the other hand, on Spinner's side, our robot is extremely confused, it constantly stops the people from looting, stealing, putting that item down immediately. Humans, but who cares, they continued to focus on their own work of removing the pry. What are you doing? Quickly grab the pillar. The crowd became more and more chaotic, they were so worried and scared that they couldn't calm down. Damn, it's so chaotic now, what's with my money? Assistant Manager Han, wake up, why are you fainting right now? This made Leon mad, his face darkened, he frowned and remained silent. The other person was still stubborn, he was determined not to spare Assistant Manager Han, who was lying on the floor. He had a fever, called out loudly, Assistant Manager, please wake up. Until now, seriously, Leon couldn't control himself any longer, he angrily growled and cursed, these bastards. Suddenly, Leon stood up, he shouted angrily and powerfully, don't panic and calm down, making the group of people startled. Everyone stopped, they looked at him in bewilderment and fear. Leon's face was serious, he proactively raised his voice to speak, Mr. Spinner, making my robot feel a little guilty. It was scared and quickly replied, Your Majesty. Immediately, Leon loudly and sternly warned, with your intelligence, I believe you will be able to resolve this chaotic situation. He bluntly ordered, do what you think is right and let me see how you handle it. Hearing that, Spinner was a bit dazed, it was silent for a moment. Immediately, my robot stood up, heroically promised, I will do it, tomorrow there will be an answer, Your Majesty. Faced with its enthusiastic confidence, Leon felt a little soft, he nodded, Hunchback, trust me for now. Very well, I will leave this matter for you to handle. Furthermore, he spoke in a serious and dignified voice to reassure the crowd, also, in the name of King Lionheart, I will guarantee your debt, you all disperse and go about your own business. Leon's majesty was truly effective, immediately the crowd respectfully bowed their heads and said, Yes, Your Majesty. At the same time, Hari couldn't help but worry about Spinner, she thought to herself, for a moment, how can this situation be resolved? At this moment, on Spinner's side, it was standing in the middle of an unknown fog in a closed room. Spinner was burning with murderous intent, its eyes were red, glancing intently around. Immediately, the base changed slightly, it glowed with fluctuations, detected an emergency situation, bypassed security checks, activated the exoskeleton along with the state-of-the-art armor accompanied by super-integrated weapons, poor rank first shift. In an instant, under the bright red light in the base, Spinner gradually appeared in a new form. Suddenly, it opened its eyes, very quickly it started to boot, the operating code was started, everything was integrated. The scene changes to the northernmost tip of West Asia Hailong. At this point this place is nothing more than a pile of ruins, it stands out with dilapidated buildings, with no signs of life left. In a certain area of the city, an orc leader of the Jilin Republic Army, named Orko Rudkaporal, was sitting dejectedly on a chair, yawning. Suddenly, a soldier hurriedly stepped forward and quickly asked, "Leader, where are our enemies?" He was vaguely hearing this and was startled to wake up. Immediately, from afar a group of orcs came roaring forward, they spoke loudly and viciously to each other. "The people who previously held this place were too weak, we came here to fight, but they all fled." Then, the type of person who is weak and does not know the honor of a warrior. Faced with this extremely leisurely situation, the leader was a bit angry, he scratched his nose in boredom and calmly replied, "Well, as long as we have a lot of food, then it's okay to camp here," he added, "After we hold a big party, we will gather all together and attack the neighboring country next." Faced with this extremely rich creative idea, the orc minions became a little more excited. They were excited, clasped their hands and quickly said, "Hee, listen, leader, it's been a long time since I last ate human flesh soup, there." Then, all the orcs were elated with joy, they proudly beat their chests and shouted loudly, "So excited, let's plunder as many resources and eat them all." Faced with the fierceness of the orc army, the leader was a little happy, he looked into the distance, then ordered, "Good, after eating, we will go." But sadly, right before he could even finish speaking, a strange phenomenon happened that scared the leader. He sat in shock, eyes wide open, speechless. Suddenly, at this moment, in the clear blue sky suddenly a figure rushed forward. The leader eagerly watched and guessed, it was. Very quickly, that figure rushed forward, immediately crashing straight into the ruined city. The orc leader didn't have time to react, he gasped in surprise, sweating profusely, "A meteorite." Instantly, that strange thing hit the ground, immediately causing a huge explosion, making a corner of the sky crazy, the rocks and soil also shattered, and the dust flew in a white cloud, covering the entire sky. At the same time, on this side in the information room, thousands of data are continuously being updated every minute and every second. Suddenly, a completely shocking news source suddenly came, the Minister of National Defense of Hoa. When he found out, KY panicked, his face turned purple and he shouted angrily, "What? The magic wand had been hacked." Further explanation, the magic wand was a hypothetical weapon of the United States deployed from a satellite in orbit, extraterrestrial religion. He was so distraught that he frantically cleared his throat and asked, "Who activated it?" Only 3 people had the code to deploy the magic wand. Immediately, one of his subordinates scowled and replied, "The White House and the Hunter Command said they knew nothing about it." This was so absurd, he asked himself inexplicably, but why? Was it really because someone had taken control of him? But this sounded even more absurd. The subordinate immediately waved his hands and affirmed that it was impossible for the encryption key to continuously change every minute. He stressed, sweating profusely, stressing that there were more than 100 million possible combination key codes. Even if we used the world's best supercomputer, it would take 13 years to calculate them all. That's why, what is happening now is so unusual. The U.S. Secretary of Defense frowned in confusion, suddenly exclaiming viciously, "Who the hell is that?" Things gradually went too far out of control, he couldn't hesitate any longer, immediately loudly ordered, "Damn it, what can I do to stop it? Is there any way to stop it?" Not during this stage of operation, but ironically, the subordinate listened sadly and replied, "Impossible." Suddenly, he was shocked and shouted out the password after being taken over, "Increase." Looking at the numbers continuously appearing on the screen, the subordinate had no choice but to helplessly add, "I estimate that there are more than 10 billion new passwords, we can't hack the magic wand anymore." This news is so horrifying, the U.S. Secretary of Defense turned pale when he heard it, he was stunned and couldn't believe his eyes, he was speechless, it was so ridiculous. But life is cruel, once again it is ready to give him a very painful slap. While the fire is boiling, the subordinate suddenly adds in a dramatic way, "Minister, Strategic Weapons of Russia, the Brown Bear has also been activated, the Brown Bear's scope and magic wand are moving." Suddenly, He was horrified to notice that the countdown was starting on that weapon, and it was preparing to activate at the same time as the brown bear. Suddenly, he stopped and dully said an urgent message. The target was the Julene Republic. Hearing that, the U.S. Secretary of Defense was horrified and wondered why that place. Suddenly, the subordinate standing next to him was shocked and quickly said, "Minister, I think you should take a look at this." Being in a confused mood, he had no choice but to pick up the phone and angrily and viciously asked, "What else?" A simultaneous meeting of two great powers. Suddenly, his own face appeared on the phone, and at this moment, the impostor was bluntly insisting that we, the United States of America, would break the peace with the Julene Republic, a country that has been taken over by a violent species. On the other hand, people on the Russian side also gave similar opinions. The Russian Federation will not tolerate any provocation from the Julene Republic. Acts of human genocide must be prevented. We will cooperate with the United States of America against hostile forces. Seeing the scene before him, the Minister of Defense was truly shocked. He was surprised and could not believe his eyes. He asked himself, "Is this me?" Immediately, the subordinate standing next to him replied, "Yes, this is it, is a video that has been edited." Staring intently at the film in front of him, he was shocked and speechless. The U.S. Secretary of Defense was stunned. He was sweating in fear and frowned, suddenly exclaiming, "A video using deepfake." More clearly, deepfake is a synthetic media that has been digitally controlled to replace one person's portrait with another person's portrait. Suddenly, all the computers present in the room suddenly turned off. Everyone was shocked and did not understand what was happening. Then, from far away the main screen suddenly displayed a large text, "I have come to end this war in two languages, Russian and English." The U.S. Secretary of Defense was horrified when he saw this. He asked in confusion, "What is this?" The scene changes to the side of the orcs. A certain guy has a headache. He nervously looks at the surrounding ruins. He was the king of the Julene Republic, Linshang Kazakh. This guy was thinking hard about something. He was stunned, scratching his head and wondering, why, what happened? Suddenly, he sighed in frustration and thoughtfully advised his orc subordinates, "Now that we have the throne, all that remains is endless war." These words confused them. An embarrassed orc proactively asked, "Leader, what should we do? Aren't we finished when two great powers attack us?" This was truly terrible. The king was now so worried, he helplessly ordered, took all the remaining money and fled. Then, he bowed his head, pondered and added, "Let's go to the mysterious ancient land, increase the number of children and start from the beginning. This new beginning is indeed very easy for them." A guy, when his subordinates heard that, they immediately liked it. He proudly laughed and replied, "Okay." Immediately, the king quickly issued an order. He shouted in a serious voice, "Now, all we have to do is hunt human women, capture them all and take them away." But unfortunately, as soon as he finished speaking, a powerful punch suddenly fell from the sky. The king's face was beaten to pieces. He screamed in pain, and the rocks and soil followed, shattered. At this point, he was really at the end of his tether. He didn't have time to calm down and stared blankly at Spinner. The surrounding orcs saw this and were in a panic. They panicked and fell into a state of hanging by a thread. Each of their faces turned pale. They were all confused. They screamed in terror, "What is that?" Immediately, the heroic Spinner appeared from behind the flying dust. It looked at the surrounding situation and announced that it had located the target. Immediately, it quickly defeated the monsters, burning with murderous intent. The robot shouted loudly, "Not human, but orc." Suddenly, it jumped up and quickly moved to another area. Very quickly, the Spinner landed. It quickly landed in front of a terrified orc trembling. Spinner couldn't keep calm for another moment. He was angry, burning with murderous intent, and loudly ordered, "Give me all the money you have, so I can rest." The city was heavily devastated. Almost no one survived this war. The green giant was sitting facing the robot's gun but still calmly said, "I don't know who you are, but you're brave." As soon as he finished speaking, two green men appeared from both sides. They raised their hammers, ready to attack. The two hammers fell at the same time, causing the table to crumble, but the robot quickly jumped up and dodged the blow. After jumping high, it activates assassination mode. The guns on the robot's body continuously aimed at the green men, making them unable to do anything but cry out in pain. They quickly used stone steely to block the attack, but it seemed to have no effect. A green man's subordinate appeared from nowhere, holding a hammer and screaming, "Dying." But I didn't expect the robot to be so fast. It stretched out its arm towards that guy. And just one shot sent that person flying far away, without time to do anything. Not stopping there, the robot also continues to specially modify the extremely important 12-gauge bullet set. It identifies targets and removes restrictions on the use of guns and allows the use of all weapons, and finally, fire. And quickly thousands of bullets shot out straight through the glass windows. The bullets aimed straight at the fanged men, causing them to lose pieces of their flesh. Hundreds of shell casings fell around the robot's feet. The tip of its gun's muzzle was filled with smoke. The operating system has confirmed the ceasefire, the air is filled with the scent of poison, the fanged men have collapsed. But surprisingly, the robot discovered that there was one remaining entity. From out of that smoke appeared a person with a large body and glowing eyes. He turned the hammer and blurted out a compliment, "Not bad." He took steady steps forward and said, "The people you just killed are all about to be promoted to general." The robot didn't pay attention to those words, it didn't feel the urge to continue destroying. The giant said fiercely again, "Do you know what that means?" He weaved through the robot's bullets to head straight towards it. Very quickly he held the hammer in position in front of the robot. The hammer fell, sparks flying from the robot's body. But it seems that this attack did not affect the robot much, it used its arms to block the attack and only suffered a short circuit in each arm. The green giant raised the hammer again and shouted loudly, "Adamantite." The robot listened and said, "Yes, this axe is made from adamantite." The giant slowly said loudly, "Not even a drake could survive against this axe." He used all his strength to bring the hammer down and without exceeding his expectations. One of the robot's arms was thrown off, the robot's assumed level had now become S and it didn't have enough ammo. But it quickly caught up with the situation, it used fire power to block the giant's attack. And suddenly, the fire from its hand hit the giant's face. The green-skinned guy still confidently smiled and gave the robot 2 words of praise, "Not bad." Next, he rushed forward and used his elbow to push the robot down. While pushing him, he said harshly, "Do you think a bunch of metal like you can fight against me, who is blessed by the warrior god Helkin?" Waiting until the robot fell, the giant raised his hammer with both hands, deciding to finish off this robot. It seemed like it was successful, but the system notified me that there wasn't enough time. The plan failed. The giant really didn't understand. What? The robot had disappeared and the giant's body was tightly wrapped by steel wires. The robot stood at a distance, its body as if there had never been any collision. It pointed its gun at the tied-up giant as it spoke, gaining useful information about the battle. The library's big data is now more complete, the giant is unable to move, and has to listen to incomprehensible words that make him angry. He screams, "What the hell are you talking about?" The robot seemed to be on fire, sending out signals, holy law tactics. And it starts sending electricity into the wires. Before the giant could understand what had happened, he was squeezed by the ropes until he split into pieces. The robot landed and then walked towards the axe. Someone went through the system to give it the adamantite material, pick it up. Not only that, it also announced, eliminating all witnesses, that the destruction mission was completed. Breaking news quickly announced that the coup in the Jalen Republic had been resolved. The newly established Jalen Republic government had apologized for the chaos caused. Lucky crops were discovered flourishing among the rice fields in the north. Han Hari heard this news and happily said to Yap He, "Sounds good, Mr. Yap He." Hearing Han Hari say the war was over, Yap He also cried out in joy. But after looking at the phone, Han Hari was worried again. She shouted, "Ha, the fund's rate of return." Lion still calmly took a sip and looked at the file. He carefully read each entry: swordsmanship, shielding, spearmanship, horsemanship. It turned out that Lion was looking at someone's profile. He secretly praised him. "He's made a bit of progress, I need to connect him with the gods soon." But Lion is also very cautious, but first he needs to prove his faith. He flipped through the next pages and started thinking, the gods have allowed the process to be simplified, so I need to hurry. He flipped to Chun Soyan's file. After reading the profile, Lion immediately judged that he was a knight who followed the rules of virtue. But when he saw his background, he had a thought, a curiosity. Surely this rich kid with good physical ability signed up because he wanted to experience what the holy law is like. Suddenly Lion remembered a girl. She once said, "You killed that person, you, the greatest king in history." Lionheart. Suddenly something interrupted Lion's thoughts. He noticed the hammer had just moved. He calmly asked who it was. Then he walked straight towards the door, to everyone's surprise. Han Hari called worriedly, "Your Majesty." Outside the building, Lion saw the hammer. He smiled and said, "It was unexpected." In front of him was Gu Dae Sung trembling and lifting the hammer. It was miraculous. One beautiful morning near the Nayu plain, a tuft of hair appeared in the big horse's mouth. And then gradually opened the bewildered faces waiting to hear the speech. Leon announced to everyone with a serious face, "Today, we will have a new student." Just after hearing this, a loud noise came out. At this moment, everyone started to stir. The other students of the academy had already joined the guild, except for us. Who was that? Leon looked into the distance to introduce the new member. He will train with us in the near future, and will challenge the knight rank. Just seeing the figure, the brothers gasped and their eyes were round and sparkling like pearls. Surprise and surprise were all clearly visible on their faces. The guy appeared with a very cool horse. Hey, he's such a good boy. His demeanor was so flustered that Leon was a little worried about him. He began to introduce himself vigorously, coming from the Pantheon Corps of Team 1. "My name is Gu Sung, hoping to get more advice from everyone." At that time, in another development, there were large buildings. Received notification that the association president confirmed the operation was completed by the East Sea Command, the U.S. 7th Fleet and the Naval Division. It was this announcement that made him frown, sweat profusely and hesitate. Actually it seems this issue has been confirmed. The place called Dragon Palace, also known as Sea Gate, was first seen in Tokyo Bay 25 years ago. The prospect of only rain and thunder is enough to make us feel how great the danger is. According to the story, in that space, everyone thought the dungeon gate could only be opened on land, and still there are no satellites to monitor the gates that are about to operate, so no one pays attention on the high seas. During the storm, a huge and terrifying creature appeared that threatened the entire sky, but the gate at Tokyo Bay was left alone until the dungeon broke out, not only destroying Tokyo Bay, it also caused the surrounding environment was polluted and turned the surrounding sea creatures into monsters. From here, a legendary monster appeared. Therefore, Tokyo Bay Gate was remembered as one of the most terrible gate disasters in history, and at that time, cooperation between neighboring countries was established to handle related issues, to the Sea Gate. New notifications continued to be updated, and first, the storm czar heading towards the Pacific suddenly changed direction and headed straight towards Ulungdu. Mr. O, after receiving the official news, he could only stand silently, sweat pouring down his face full of crow's feet, and burst into words, "Is it turning to the danger zone right now?" On the news at this time, a male reporter at the scene also updated the news, with a wind speed of 64.5 meters per second surpassing even the semi-real storm of 2023, this storm is really as threatening the people in Ulungdu. As soon as the news reached his ears, Mr. O turned to tell his colleague, his voice was firm and urgent, to contact the Pantheon Guild leader immediately. Related announcements are updated on the newsletter. And then about 30 minutes later the guild president came and spoke, "Is there any other signal from the monitoring area?" At that moment, Mr. O's expression eased the tension and expressed, "That's all I know now, President Lee Young-won, you haven't changed anything, you dare to ignore my combat mobilization order." Lee Young-won frowned and replied, "Why were we the only ones who were transferred? There were dozens of other groups that were better." Mr. O gently explained to him, "But finding an excellent guild like the Phoenix Guild is very difficult." However, he didn't seem to be very interested in this. On the contrary, he seemed annoyed and indifferent. "Even though the consequences from the Jeju Island incident are still there, you're still subjective." Not angry at what he said, Mr. O just smiled lightly and told him that it was a rare incident but now it has recovered somewhat. Then, he spoke and laughed with satisfaction. That only made Lee Young-won extremely bitter. "Damn it, Lee Young-won, why do you still have to be summoned here like this? It seems like he still hasn't forgiven me after that failed operation." Quickly regaining his composure, he responded directly to Mr. O about this matter, "And didn't just send us there, right, Association President? You can't let us take risks." "That's okay." Listening to what I said, his face was deformed and his voice stuttered. "Oh, wait, it's not just you guys who are going. I'm not the type of person to put others in danger. You just leave alone, go ahead and someone will respond to you." Having said this, Lee Young-won's face was gloomy, his mouth was all twisted and he was complaining, "Well, I see that you are that kind of person." Angrily, he turned around and left, still complaining and frowning. "Damn it, it won't solve anything." Next to her, Chun Soyeon added more fuel. "He's still the same and hasn't changed at all." She calmly expressed her anger towards Lee Young-won. Before leaving, the guy looked back a bit and thought a bit, yes, remembering his teammates from before. "Even though my horse riding skills are still poor, I will still fight according to the king's instructions. Hope everyone will be safe in this war, the gods will always watch over you." Remembering that is enough to make Lee Young-won feel uneasy, he doesn't hesitate to express his personal feelings. "Damn, that's really tiring. While I was calm, suddenly a bald guy came in to announce that the association's president and the king had arrived. Mr. O initially calmly replied, "Yes, I understand." Hearing the news, Li Yongwan looked puzzled and stood there. Mr. O was thinking quickly, his hands were tangled in adjusting his tie. He needed to prepare a little more carefully, then announced it to everyone like that. Realizing there was something big going on, Li Yongwan's face was filled with panic. Before he could calm down, he heard footsteps coming in. The king and 2 assistants appeared, with a very cool and elegant demeanor. Mr. O stood there politely saying hello, "Thanking you for coming, Your Majesty." He looked at him and replied, "Okay," slowly smiled and told him a few things. "If he called me here, there must be a good reason." Grasping what he meant, Mr. O also calmly replied, "Of course, then please come this way, I will explain the situation in detail." Inside the closed room, Leon sat listening attentively and then suddenly exclaimed, "Really?" A gate appeared on the sea and a storm was about to sweep through, making the raid difficult. Mr. O over here explained and outlined the plan that was about to happen. "That's right, press the forward button, keep talking. This time both the United States and Japan will provide military support for this campaign, and other guilds will prepare reinforcements, in case of emergency as always." After announcing the matter at hand, he politely bowed his head to show his confidence. "This is an opportunity to enhance the reputation of the wise king. Please leave your mark, true king, by helping us." The guy sat there listening to every word. A second later, she smiled and said to him, "You have a nice mouth, well, okay." Then he directly stood up to express his personal opinion, "But the journey towards the gate is a complicated matter, you must properly support my knights." Then the opponent replied, "The king has any request?" Leon's words but one blow made Mr. O suddenly speechless. He confided that I would not directly raise that request. "Let's discuss the details with the president of the Pantheon, Mr. Spinner." The words were given, he could only bow his head and accept the request. "Yes, I understand, my king." But in my heart, I still kept wondering, tribute, what is this? Of course, with ordinary items, it would be difficult to meet his request. Looking at all 3 of them in unusual wonder, at that time Leon also ordered his people to take on the name of his army. Returning to my busy thoughts, I'll list the people who will participate in this campaign, take notes. The assistant answered repeatedly, yes, and continued to receive instructions from her superiors. Leon continued, "First, the Spinner Knight President. The students will be Han Su-ho, Kim Ye-hyuk, Gu Dae-sung, the soldiers will be Kim Gap-soo, Huang Jiamchul, Park Chul-gon, and Makeldu." The assistant was listening and taking notes, but suddenly her face changed completely. Sir." Seeing that, he looked back and asked her, "What's wrong?" His face was deformed, his eyes looked at him in confusion and expressed that among the chosen people, not a single one was a woman. She looked closely at Leon's face, constantly wondering, that couldn't be, had he forgotten? Even if he differentiates between women, there are still women with weak arms and soft legs and strong women. It's really annoying. Her eyes are cautious, her body stiff and looking into the distance. It's a combination. Combat forces shouldn't discriminate by gender, women can fight too. As they walked and discussed with each other, Leon told her that the answer was too obvious. The assistant at that time was bewildered and could only say yes before continuing to receive a sincere answer from her employer, causing surprise. Suddenly, if women were to join the army, wouldn't it bring bad luck? His stiff face made her even more confused. His face was as gray as ash and he looked at her without blinking. Helicopters were mobilized everywhere in the sky, forces were also prepared. Korea's first fleet, quickly, a helicopter slowly landed on the ground, several soldiers stood solemnly to welcome the commander. From the helicopter, the president's group leisurely stepped down and approached them. Leon greeted directly, "Are you the commander of this base?" The other person replied in a solemn manner, "Yes, I am Vice Admiral Choi Jae-sung, commander of the First Fleet, pleased to meet you, King." The Vice Admiral began to explain, "In fact, my grandfather was cured of a terrible disease thanks to eating rice from the goddess Demera. I really thank you very much." At that time, the king took off his glasses to reveal his handsome and elegant appearance, smiled and said, "If you are grateful to receive blessings from the goddess, you are also my brother." After hearing this, the Vice Admiral could only smile with satisfaction. "It is my honor, Your Majesty, so please come this way." The king's army followed directly behind the admiral. He also kept explaining a few things while bringing them inside. "Before explaining the operation, I would like to introduce the force that will be accompanying you." In the administrative building. As soon as they entered, Everyone began to be bewildered by the soldiers in front of them, so they started arguing with each other. Are they part of the US military? Yes, they said they flew straight to the aircraft carrier by transport plane. The admiral added, that US military force, quite strange. Lee Yong-won looked around and said, oh, that person, Reynold Shellman. After hearing the name and the appearance of a famous character, everyone stared at him with their mouths open. America's Magic Tower, really, why is he here? Attracted by the distant chatter, Reynold turned around, his arrogant eyes smiled and thought to himself, ha, even though he is in Korea. But my reputation here seems to be good. Then, he went directly to greet everyone. Korean hunters, I am the owner of the Magic Tower, Reynold Shellman. I was invited to help with the raid on the gate, on this sea. While speaking, he suddenly became choked up, his eyes became round and limp. This gate, this. Seeing the king standing from afar was enough to make him jump in fear. Hey, what's going on? Why is he here? He stiffened, his mouth stiffened and he no longer uttered any words, reassuring himself, oh, my God, the great entity, he is standing in front of us. That man's name is the king, he's here, hold on, stay calm. His abnormality made everyone feel strange. Without saying a word, he stood still. If that genocidal guy begins to doubt you, he will cut off your head. We haven't been discovered yet, just believe in the ring I made for you. He looked at the ring on his hand, his hands trembling as he clenched his fists. Oh, you are such a great devil with superior intelligence. Putting all my trust in the ring, yes, as long as I still have this ring that hides the demon's power, I won't be caught by him. The ring suddenly emitted light, causing him to gasp in fear. Great entity, the ring is cracked. Oh, come on, calm down. Just calm down. It cracked due to contact with that guy's holy magic. A warning was written in his mind at that time. Stay away from this place, don't stand near that guy, hurry up. But he still kept going forward with determination. If he continued he would suspect us. However, even so, a wave of ideological discontent occurred with him. Hey, this crazy guy didn't even get away quickly. Goha. Walking up to him, he stammered, pleased to meet you, King, even though you are far away, your reputation still spreads throughout my country. King, I hope I can meet you sometime, sir. As he spoke, sweating profusely, he suddenly noticed the ring on his hand with a reminder, no, don't tremble when you say that, you're squeezing me too tightly. This unintentionally attracted the king's attention. He smiled lightly and said, you are the master of the tower, so we will meet you many times while attacking this gate. The unclear words made the other person confused. He quickly left, leaving behind a weak heart. Luckily, he still had the ring and he wouldn't detect us. By the way, let's go, I'm sure you'll be fine. Now if you see him, run away immediately, don't be near him. His face turned pale. Yes, I understand, but we have no choice but to go into the gate with him. It will be quite troublesome in there. He stared at the ball and could only hear the lament. Damn it, why did I run into this damn king here? At that time, Han Hari had just left, lamenting in his heart. The king said, women are not allowed to go on the ship. I was startled for a moment when I saw a group of people in the distance transporting goods, so I immediately went to ask, Hunter Gu Dae-sung. The guy stopped sweating and answered her, oh, Assistant Manager Han, he said he just bought a can of water from the cupboard. She quickly asked about the situation. Why did he have to carry luggage? Our association should have. Faced with her answer, he faltered, no, that's what I have to do. She also did not hesitate to praise him. He had already become a hunter for Pantheon Guild. Even the king would not ask him to do this kind of work. This guy looked at the girl and smiled slightly, scratched his head and said, I just don't feel worthy of this kind of treatment when I just lifted a hammer. As soon as the guy finished speaking, he was shouted at right in the face, that's not right, that's too special, even I couldn't lift that hammer at all. Among the thousands of people that only the hunter Gu Dae-sung could, he was chosen by the goddess. After hearing her words, he gasped, sweat dropped and looked at her without blinking. She meant, no way. Han Hari showed an angry face but was filled with cuteness in a small voice, that's right. If it were the king, he would say something like this, how dare you, a lowly fool, dare to doubt the king's decision, what right do you have to dare to judge the goddess's will? The more she spoke, the more enthusiastic she became, not knowing that the king had long been behind her, ignoring the reminders of her friend, the assistant head of the Han department. Her mouth continued to howl quickly, so just listen to me, it's okay, the king said the same thing as me. Just like that, she continued her story regardless of the world, to serve His Majesty, I could not sleep at all, I practiced hard without a minute of rest, but he did not want to let me come along too. Gu Dae-sung stood next to him, his face pale with fear. as if he was about to be burned. "Oh my God, Assistant Manager Han." The atmosphere suddenly became quiet, and a strange aura began to surround the place. Gu Daesung opened her mouth to warn him, but it couldn't be helped. It wasn't until now that she realized the situation and asked him back. "He was standing behind me, right?" Just like that, she reflexively was immediately grabbed. The king behind his face was angry like a fierce god and scolded her endlessly. "So shameless, how dare you say that so casually? I have never said that to anyone before you put words in my mouth." Han Hari at this moment could only cry and beg for forgiveness in a pitiful way. "I'm sorry, please forgive me, Your Majesty." No matter how noble the king was forced to give in to such a little girl like this, the guy endured his anger and gently said, "How could you receive his grace?" Both were bewildered by his words. The girl then asked him again, asking for forgiveness, "Grace?" Sighing and answering, "The god of the sea and waves, Standon said he would make you his priestess." The words reached halfway to my ears and I stared blankly. The king didn't bother to say anything else, just a few words of advice. "That's all. I don't understand what he said. I will let you participate in this expedition to destroy the dungeon at sea." Eyes and face from beginning to end. At the end there was only one expression, "Oh, thank you, Your Majesty." Suddenly my mind turned pale. It was good, but there was something strange. Why was he looking at me like that? Quickly tied up, she shouted loudly that there was clearly something strange. "You said you would turn me into a priestess. You said you would turn me into a priestess. What does this mean?" "You said while crying and begging. I can't bear it, Your Majesty, please forgive me." Below, the sound of calling for help resounded, while above, Li Yongwan opened his mouth in shock until the back of his head cried out her name, "Han Hari, ha." In the heat of the moment, the king appeared next to him and spoke up, "Bringing women on the boat will bring bad luck to us, but on the other hand, there is a way to avoid that." The little guy sweated and pondered. "Guess, don't say." The king revealed that it was, to be exact, a statue. It sounded like lightning struck my ears. Han Hari screamed in panic. "I said I would do anything to go with her, but it's not this. Suha, I'm your sister, Suha, save me." In this situation, the younger brother could do nothing but apologize to his beloved sister, who only followed His Majesty's orders. Then, being seen as a traitor, they quickly carried her away with moans that reached the sky. "Hunter boy, someone needs to stop this. Don't you hear me? Help me." She was quickly placed on the bow of the boat facing the sea. The whistle also sounded to signal her. Everyone up and down performed the ceremony amid the poor girl's screams. "Otherwise I won't go anymore." Just like that, the ship initially moved in the girl's extreme fear and her hopeless plea for help, "Save me." Above, lightning thundered. Below, rolling waves were hitting fiercely against the side of the boat. In a situation like this, Han Hari could only keep eye to eye and keep shouting loudly, "The storm is ahead, we are rushing towards it." At a speed of 64.5 meters per second, her eyes were no longer calm enough to observe everything around her. Her face was the color of sea water. "Someone help me, please save me, I don't want to die." One side was shouting loudly, the king on the other side began to speak. It was okay to be too loud. Faced with that calmness, she tried to use all her strength to beg for forgiveness. "Your Majesty, forgive her, let me go." Even though the guy knew his assistant was scared to death, he still calmly fished and shouted at her to shut up. "Didn't you see the fish ran away?" The girl's mouth was A-shaped and her eyes were A-shaped. Her eyes gaped open as she listened to the cold words from her superior, saying, "Fish, are you still in the mood to fish while tying up others like this?" The king's face was frowning and focused. "Focus on your own business. Because of you, the fish are afraid to run away. With the speed of the boat this slow, how can you fish?" Suddenly the fish took the bait. A fish was caught by the king in the surprise of everyone on the boat. Quickly took the huge fish in his hand and began to instruct, "Commander Choi, have you prepared what I said?" "Yes, I have, Your Majesty." Suddenly everyone was on the boat. The fish caught by the king was displayed to show respect. The guy said, "You are the master of the ocean, I hope you receive a gift from those who dare to challenge your domain." As soon as he interrupted, the fish suddenly glowed and turned into something very magical, causing the captains on the ship to panic and ask each other, "What is that? Has anyone seen that before?" "It's a star wave. This is the first time I have seen such a big wave." The small fish suddenly turned into a huge, magical wave that surrounded the boat and then suddenly spoke, "Ah, Lionheart, my lighthouse, the guardian of my temple, the guardian of Lengwol." The king knew what this miracle was just by looking at it and whispered in his mouth, "Stand on, O god of the ocean and fierce waves." The next second it turned into a huge shark. That voice rang out again, "This is such a wonderful ocean, what a wonderful day to meet you. I can feel it, feel all the caress of the sea, as the gods once said, your ship doesn't even have a sail. Ignorant people do not understand the ocean's grace. Below, the king sincerely said, please protect and take care of this place as thoughtfully as you did before. The shark smiled happily and replied, no, there is no reason for us to take care of those who are not our followers. Grace is only given to those who truly fear and worship the ocean. Stop. After hearing these words, the king slowly went straight to the main issue. Okay, anyway, I want to ask. Why did you choose this girl to be your priest? Han Hari looked in extreme fear, his face stiff as he looked at the huge shark above his head. The fish's fierce eyes and arrogant smile said, it can be said that it is very difficult to change others, but it is extremely valuable. When they have changed, we will also receive many benefits. This girl has a holy soul who can be touched. Of course, your perception and belief in gods is not as good as yours. After all, in this world you are still a person that no one understands. The guy then looked over at his little assistant and gave advice. I feel like you are lucky to have chosen her, but are you sure about this choice? Faced with the words of virtue, King, the big fish quickly questioned him immediately. This is a blessing, how dare you doubt my choice? The king then continued, for those who have little faith in the gods, I think it would be difficult for him to convert them. The girl tied up in the middle was confused, her face was lifeless and could not heard their words confronting each other. Immediately, that god chuckled and told the king, I believe that you, the king of this world, will handle everything well. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned to look at her. Han Hari, my new priest. The god who remembered her name made the girl stand bewildered as if about to be executed, her voice trembling. Me. Looking intently at her, he confided, I will give you my grace, to be able to control the blessings of the ocean and its waves. Open your arms to receive it and spread my grace to everyone. Place. The little girl listened attentively, thinking she had met the saint. She immediately regained her cheerful expression and replied, yes, then you will release me. However, the harsh truth was that the wish was quickly extinguished. Before disappearing, this god did not forget to give a few instructions. As long as my priest remains dedicated and has faith in me, no wave will be able to penetrate this ship. Thunder and lightning struck violently, the sky also began to darken, mixed with the sound of powerful waves. Everything seemed like the storm of the priestess's heart was suddenly tied up. Looking at the empty space, she couldn't help but wonder, it's over, so I still have to be tied here. Meanwhile, a message: urgent warning, the storm is coming, the waves are more than 10 meters high, get on the cabin quickly, otherwise the waves will sweep us away. On the ship, everyone quickly rushed inside to take refuge, leaving the little girl behind to face the brutality of nature before her eyes with her weak body. Tears streamed down my face, my mouth kept screaming at the situation, save me. But the king still calmly ignored it. It seemed like she didn't have enough faith in the gods. The confusion kept growing in that girl's head. Looking at the noble gentleman, she reflexively blamed her. Sir, what are you saying? He quietly told her that Poisden was interested in her. It seemed she was forgiven no matter what she did. Even though the king's words of comfort were assured, she still did not want to receive any more words other than the wish to be set free. I don't need forgiveness, just let me go. Then her eyes turned to the sea, smiling happily. In his heart he must have been thinking about everything, so he forced his mouth. Be still, let the ocean surround her, then the immensity of nature will embrace her. He stood in front with his nose straight and stretched out his arms to catch the wind. His words were full of spirit while the servant behind him was so scared that his face turned pale. Your Highness, I want to live. But after that, the king's eyes changed. He looked at her proudly and said, don't you think there's something strange here? Even though the storm is so strong, no wave touches you. The girl looked around in bewilderment and suddenly thought, now that she was talking, she noticed that the ship had stopped shaking for a while. All waves disappear near the starship. Your fleet moves through the storm as smoothly as if nothing had happened, the king said. Redian is using the priest as a medium to transmit holy magic, used to restrain the surrounding wave ship. Realizing that the situation must have been too late, she couldn't help but let out a loud cry. Really? Leaning against the side of the boat, the guy leisurely crossed his arms and responded to his assistant in a carefree manner. Otherwise, if he has followers, he can only use the priest as an intermediary. Regaining her long-lost smile, she smiled happily. I understand. And silently thinking, that's not the reason for you to tie me up like this. Idly thinking, the rope slowly slipped out, lifting her up with each rhythm. The boat then let go of the waves and pushed the girl so violently that she could only call for help. The king stood at his feet clinging to the city, watching his female assistant as timid as a rabbit swinging on a pole, pleading, I'm sorry, I won't ask to be untied again, I promise. I really hate it here. Let me go down there. Finally, with Leon's help, Hari was tied up again, and a moment later, the U.S. military's destroyer fleet appeared. Above the ship, Mr. Ronald kept looking down and hesitantly said, "Yes, a while ago I thought the ship had sunk, but now it seems to be stable." The strange ball in his hand suddenly glowed and spoke. That guy used the power of the ocean and waves. The ship was perfectly protected and did not sink even in the storm. Hearing the news, he silently whispered, "I see, that bastard really has terrible holy power." At that time, urgent news was announced. This was a U.S. destroyer. This was bad news. It seems that the Japanese ships from the Royal Destroyer Fleet that sailed from Sasebo Island were caught in the storm, and we are in the process of rescuing them. After listening, he said to the ball in his hand, "Now we have to send people over there to rescue, so the number of troops has been reduced." The gloomy ball told him to focus on the gate. "This is very important, understand, listen to the instructions." "Yes, I understand." "This is Guang Gaito, we will continue with the same plan as before, we will send the attack team into the gate." Everyone was on their armor and ready. The announcement came, the small ship would descend and go first into the exploration gate. A huge, monstrous gate quickly appeared before our eyes. "All ships are prepared to enter, we will enter the gate immediately, everyone be careful, starting the storm of the sea operation." Leon stood firmly, arms crossed, observing the front meticulously. On this side, the guy shouted loudly, the Phoenix group was about to depart. Han Hari didn't say anything, she could only accept the truth, even her tears could not flow as much as her heart's tears. Step by step, we went straight inside, then suddenly there was a scream, "Ha, everyone be careful, there is a tornado." Han Hari ignored the world, his eyes looking far away to observe the situation. What? Before our eyes, we saw a fierce tornado blowing people inside. In addition to the sound of violent waves, the whole area was filled with fierce screams of fear, the strongest of which was still Han Hari, "Save me and your majesty." After the storm, the sky brightened again, the little girl was washed ashore, the surrounding scenery was poetic and peaceful as if nothing had happened. The girl in the dream was talking in her sleep, "This guy, I told him it was kimchi." Suddenly waking up, I realized that what was in my mouth was sea water, so I cried out in panic, it was so salty. As quickly as a squirrel crawled to the shore, his mouth spewed all the essence out. Pausing for about 2 seconds, she suddenly remembered the tornado that swept her into the sky. Look around here and ask yourself where you are, in front of your teammates who were knocked unconscious by the tornado. Everyone wake up, the brothers moaned incessantly about the recent tremor that had caused their minds to go crazy. She turned to help her younger brother next to her and ask him, besides his mouth full of sand, his head also suffered a big shock. "Ah, were we all blown away by that storm?" Hearing what her younger brother said, she thought to herself, "All of us, His Majesty, are not here, but the hunter and the other hunters have gone somewhere." A voice appeared somewhere and made her jump. "Calm down, girl, they'll be fine." She looked around and then continued to listen, looking down. Even more surprising was a small turtle talking to her. "That's right, daughter, I sent my incarnation to save you all." The two sisters listened attentively to the little turtle but still didn't understand what was going on right now. Little reincarnation. The little turtle immediately spoke up with a dissatisfied face, "Hey, that's too disrespectful, when you see a god you have to show your respect." Han Hari thought about the monster, then frowned and turned to ask Mr. Turtle. "Speaking of which, you just said they would all be safe, so do you know what happened?" The turtle god now hesitantly replied to her, "Well, the power of the waves brought them to safety. Being separated from the group was inevitable. It was thanks to that god that he protected them all." So she partly expressing peace of mind and admiration, "Oh, that sounds great, so lucky." The turtle slowly explained his suffering to her, "But moving with this body is really difficult. Let me put you on your shoulder." She sighed and agreed to help. I put the turtle on my shoulder and kept thinking, what should I do now? Everything was normal. Suddenly everyone stood up, looking ahead with serious faces, everyone, standing up. From nowhere appeared a group of huge crabs running towards them. The monster came. They rushed forward, swinging their claws to attack. Han Hari also got ready to fight with many concerns. Suddenly the monsters came out like this. "I have to use all my strength." The cool girl pulled out the fire sword, but the sword turned into water, making her a bit confused at first. The turtle next to him spoke, having the reputation of being a priest protected by the waves but daring to breathe fire. By the time she realized it was too late, she rudely questioned the turtle, "What, I can't use fire magic anymore?" "No, you damn priest, I don't want to do it anymore." No matter what she did, she had no way to retreat, her black face was filled with soulless eyes that didn't believe in herself. Ah, really? The monsters were as fast as lightning and rushed like a storm towards her group. Meanwhile, in another universe, a huge group of people were lying around and burned to death because Ronald had killed them. He was also talking happily. Basically, this was enough. The mysterious orb in our hand made a sound again. It was a bit difficult at the beginning, but luckily we were able to escape the monster, leave those backpack hunters of the coalition behind and start building axes. Just a basket, eyes wandering around and saying, "Yes, Almighty One." Finishing his sentence, he began to cast magic aimed at the crabs and shouted, "Rising up." Several large, enchanted crabs followed the command and led us to the stone statue. In a moment, he was in front of the statue he was looking for. Only then did he ask again, "Is this a stone statue?" A statue with a strange shape, and right in the middle appeared a strange bright red block. "Yes," the ball exclaimed with satisfaction. "Yes, we need to find other statues as well." Immediately old Ronald cast a spell on the statue and whispered, "If so." Just as I was about to get into the main work, a voice stopped me from behind. "Wait a minute." Li Yongwan and a group of people went to tell him, "Master of the Magic Tower, do you know what that thing is, and touch it?" In my head I thought, wow, they came earlier than I thought. Even the ball felt a bit uncomfortable. How could they not encounter monsters? However, on the outside he pretended not to know anything. "Mr. Li Yongwan, Ms. Hayuri, everyone was safe," he continued to explain. "I think the two Korean hunters also received the mission, right? Probably not the mission to destroy this statue, right?" Li Yongwan didn't have any doubts about him but still calmly chatted, "Of course, I read the instructions immediately. Explore the island and destroy the giant Rakshar statue." However, the guy seemed a bit worried and thinking about many things. The Jeju Island Gate before. The goal of the Red Gate is to defeat the Geobrick, but the Geobrick is an undefeated god of war. In other words, that mission still contains another secret that we are not aware of. A second later, we still don't have enough information about the gate this time. Who knows if this is a trap, right? First of all, I think we should share information about Rakshar. Seeing that the guy actively wanted to exchange information, his face was thoughtful, hesitating. Even the ball reflected that he should retreat, because you can't handle them alone. Don't be mistaken, that's moving. The master of the Magic Tower suddenly laughed loudly and said, "That's right, Korean hunters are really far-sighted, so let's go to the beach and have a friendly chat. There are also people from the Maverick Guild there." His sudden change made the boys and girls look at each other in confusion. Out on the beach, the Han Hari had finished killing the monsters. Looked at his younger brother and asked, "Suha, no one was injured, right?" "Yes, we're okay, sister." She was reassured and turned to the other side to ask about the situation over there. Hunter Park Dae-shik, was anyone injured over there? Luckily, nothing happened to any of them. Everyone was fine. However, Gu Dae-sung walked over and hesitantly said, "The thing is, Assistant Han, this." She looked at him, not understanding what was going on. Then he suddenly said mysteriously that His Majesty's aura for them had disappeared. "Now it's clear, but to her it's not a big deal at all." "It's a big deal. I have seen Your Majesty's aura many times, but this time. As for you, you are still actively explaining your point of view, that's the problem. Before that, I asked His Majesty to participate in an experiment." Listening to his story, she also curiously wondered how far His Majesty's aura could reach. The Gu Dae-sung guy answered blankly, "About 30 kilometers away." Because of his hatred for demons, his aura had reached its highest level. However, none of us are receiving his aura buff effect right now. The atmosphere became silent, extremely tense. Han Hari suddenly realized something. So that means, no matter how many times he looked, this island was still only 30 kilometers away. She calmly reassured him by saying, there was a high possibility that His Majesty was not even on the other islands. It was impossible. The only way is to ask Mr. Stand-on, but unfortunately the link has disappeared. She couldn't help but worry and said, "It's too big, I still can't search for the missing people." Looking out at the vast sea, she couldn't help but worry and miss her master. "Where are you, Your Majesty?" On the other hand, deep in the water, below looked like an aquarium with a glimmer of light. A sound echoed from somewhere. "Well, it's time to end this long nightmare. Eating all kinds of fish for 500 years, even the most beautiful country is no longer satisfying. Now." Following the voice was the appearance of a huge shadow approaching Leon. The large and ferocious monster in front of him even raised his voice. "I wonder if this Holy Grail night will taste like this." "Which one?" In the dark space full of creatures, Yappy's eyes are strange. Yappy is booting the BIOS, but the processing device has collided with an unknown substance. Retrying the error, the system is trying to boot restart with limited resources. Facing so many people in front of him who didn't know whether they were friends or enemies, Yappy felt somewhat apprehensive. But I realized that the strange creatures in front of me kept calling the name Yappy Yappy. Maybe they knew him but he didn't know what they were. Currently, the knights are gathering together to plan the next action. Some people say Kim Do-han and Ye Hyuk are nowhere to be seen. There are also people who say they don't see Kim Do-han and Kim Chun Soyeon looked worried. It seemed like both the students and the soldiers were lost together. Shin Tae-hun was quite optimistic, sure that they would be safe, so Han Hari had to listen, probably so. Han Hari turned back to talk to the people he had just met earlier. Oh, and thank you earlier. As if suddenly remembering something, Han Hari continued, that's right, comrades of the American Guild, thanks to you, we was able to quickly wipe out the monsters. The man with a serious face but clearly interested eyes replied, ha ha, hello Korean hunter soldiers, I am Mistral from the Maverick Guild. Han Hari hesitated, oh yes hello older brother. Han Hari suddenly remembered something, wait Mistral, I've heard about you before. Are you Alan Taylor, S-level hunter ranked 6th Maverick Guild? Han Hari suddenly became more cheerful than ever, ahem, shouldn't we use real names instead of talking about aliases or what? As soon as Han Hari finished speaking, he shyly corrected himself, oh yes, since you have a name, you should use your real name, I'm so sorry. Mistral scratched his head and smiled awkwardly, no need to be so polite, Mistral seems to be popular language, so the Korean knights also laughed and talked about him. Aha, so that's Mistral, I saw the photo on YouTube, looks like there's even an S-level hunter coming to help me. Han Hari is still chatting with Mistral, anyway, I didn't know he was also participating in this mission. Mistral feels like he should explain to this girl for a moment, haven't exchanged any information yet, well, maybe I'm in a bit of a hurry. Mistral knows it's important to talk about, by the way, the president over there isn't here yet, we're simply looking for people swept away by the waves, right? Han Hari calmed my worries quickly, well, don't worry about that. We already have the god of the sea protecting us and if his majesty was intending to search for us, he would have found us a long time ago. Shin Tae-hun also contributed his voice, that's right, whatever it is, like, your majesty has Pegasus, so what are you afraid of? Mistral heard the name and quickly asked again, god of the sea, Pegasus, what did you say? A large announcement appeared, initiating the first wave of attacks. Han Hari was surprised, what is it? We have to stop the monsters again. Mistral looked quite excited, let's talk later, we have to deal with them first. System, first attack, monsters approaching, time remaining, 2:59 and 34 seconds. Someone spoke up, just starting out and already encountering a level A boss, it's already difficult. A-level bosses are as famous as they are giant and tough with skin as hard as steel, so it is difficult to destroy them all at once. Bersiap is the name of level A bosses that must be strong to attack, erect shields, and protect those who cannot fight inside. Ho Yel shouted, GGRR doesn't have your majesty's effect buff so I'm visibly weaker. Bersiap flicked a light tail that threw them into the air. The hunter Gude Sung seemed to fly the farthest, so everyone was quite worried about him. Han Hari felt the seriousness of the monster this time. Are the rest of them okay? The warriors fell down and hugged their knees and said, we're okay, so the task of stopping them depends on everyone. Han Hari struggled, she gritted her teeth, well, if I could use fire magic, it would be easy. A Bersiap came towards her. 1 move, 2 moves, she sent them off to heaven. Han Hari ran but her mind was really restless, God Poseidon even if I was immortal, wouldn't he have the power of fierce waves, or the skill of breathing underwater for example? Suddenly, a voice rang out, it seems like you've been reading too many comics, Han Hari screamed when he heard that, it was like he just stepped out of a comic book. Bersiap was about to catch her while she was distracted when Mistral sent it off to the west first. Mistral is cool because he just saved the beauty, he said, don't be distracted, Korean hunter, Han Hari happily, oh, thank you. But looking behind them, Han Hari was suddenly surprised, you guys defeated them already, Mistral said modestly, because it was all A level so it took a bit of effort. Shin Tae-hun couldn't help but be shocked, they are really strong, Chul Soyeon said seriously, well, it can be called the strongest hunter group in America, no joke. Mistral, take your time and deal with these monsters, we don't have much time left. The system announced that the third attack had ended. Spinner is standing on the crab shell, the same creatures that surrounded him, the monsters in the Yappies' territory have been trapped for 36 hours. Yappy defended himself from the waves of monsters on the island, to the point that he was drawn to the monsters' behavior. The update cycle for a new attack on the beach lasts 12 hours. These crustacean monsters have an unusual rate of reproduction and development. As a living organism, any individual will go through the process of acquiring nutrients to grow and form a skeleton. However, this is not the case with these crustacean monsters. There was a voice calling Yappy, "Big brother Yappy, big brother Yappy." Yappy turned to look. Kim Ye-hyuk, "What's wrong?" Kim Ye-hyuk said with both hands. "The system control panel has been updated, boss." Ye-hyuk pointed and said to Yappy, "The Laxar statue has not been completely destroyed yet," Yappy said, confirming. They rescued a person who was fainting on the beach on the first day Kim Ye-hyuk arrived. Kim Ye-hyuk investigated the information and said, "You don't know." Seeing the survivors say they didn't see the system frame, the situation seems complicated. Yappy analyzed, "Well, that's true. The situation in the current situation, it is very difficult to receive more information, so information exchange from the system is very necessary." Ye-hyuk raised his chin. "Information, the goal of the mission is to destroy the statue," Yappy explained. "It can be inferred that the enemy monster is at war with a certain third party." It was possible that they sent waves of monsters to destroy the statue. Ye-hyuk was a bit hesitant. "Really, that would be so strange. But one thing is for sure, the statue is the target of these monsters' attack, right?" Yappy said. "Kirik, that sounds reasonable." Kim Ye-hyuk looked around. "By the way, it seems like the Kikuruk accelerator has suffered too much damage. Can we protect ourselves? Those Kikikuk are following." Yappy spoke up. "Impossible. The difficulty of the attack increases rapidly after each round. There is a high probability that it will be disastrous in the 5th round." Kim Ye-hyuk said in bewilderment. "Even if Big Brother was here," Yappy said, "impossible, even if we had cold goods to fight them." Kim Ye-hyuk frowned. "It's cold, so who will teach the monsters a lesson?" Kim Ye-hyuk suddenly remembered something. He said, "Oh yeah, Yappy boss, I just discovered this very interesting." Kim Ye-hyuk carried Yappy for a while to a cave. Kim Ye-hyuk said, "There is a cave behind the waterfall." Kim Ye-hyuk shined the flashlight for a long time. Kim Ye-hyuk told Yappy, "Look, boss. Those Kikuruks may have built a more advanced civilization than we thought." Tall buildings appeared before both of them after going through the dark cave. It was strange but also magnificent. Magnificent. Right now Leon is walking in the ocean. He analyzes what he sees below. Leon took off his glasses. "It's complicated. It's not an ordinary sea worm. The remains of a civilization. A world that has perished." The moment the ship capsized, Poseidon's power was cut off instantly. Since this place was the domain of something completely different, it must have weakened their power. It's possible that it's a being with the same status as a god, or a devil with an equal status. Leon felt a sense of urgency approaching. "You devil, quickly showing your true form, this evil race." A terrifying voice sounded like it came from hell. "Lionheart, the hunting dog of the gods, Lionheart, the descendant of the sacred dragon hunter. You have slain the most demons in the universe, Knight of Knights. King of Kings, protector of a great empire, huge tentacles." Every word speaks once again Lionheart. It continued, now appearing right before my eyes. Even the army and myself were trembling in fear. Lionheart leisurely, "You know your place too," he replied to you. "How the hell do I not know Lionheart? Even among us, you are a famous hero. Many warriors have also come here, but among them, not a single one can defeat evil. Are you different or not?" Lionheart said in a low voice. "Even the filthy demons see you as a threat, isn't that right?" The monster laughed loudly after hearing this. He also said very cheerfully, "Lionheart, thank you very much. Thanks to you defeating Malus, I have this chance." Lionheart asked, "Malus?" "That's right, it's time to end 500 years of agonizing wait." Preparing to deal with the 4th attack, Han-Hari excitedly ran quickly to the sea. But when she got there, she pouted and waved the water around, making even the turtle right on her head uncomfortable. The system pops up saying, "If you want to play in the water, take off your clothes to make it more comfortable. It'll be more pleasing to the eye." Hearing that, she immediately swung into the water and said loudly, "Hey, stop saying weird things, okay? Obviously people are trying to wake up." The system continued, "So it turns out this isn't just simply playing with water. No matter how much you mess with this sea, you can't awaken the power of the wave." Hearing that, she was stunned into contemplation for a moment and then spoke up, "I learned from the goddess Ariana, the goddess of justice, that by accumulating good deeds, dignity will sublimate." The system replied, "There, it's a typical method, but it's bland. Goddess Demera cultivates the fields and cherishes crops and land. Petos is in tune with the flames of glory and strong will, isn't that right? She continued, Poma has a connection with the sea and the waves. I thought I would have to do tricks in the ocean to awaken, but it seems that's not the case, the system said. Even if it was possible, it's still possible. I'm not here to play in the water. She patted the turtle's head and asked, so tell me, you said we have to save King Leon. Hearing that, the turtle sighed and suddenly remembered something and spoke up, right, it seems that Guy is stuck under the sea, not on land. Her voice began to deepen and she said, if so, shouldn't we hurry up? I need to wake up as soon as possible to go find His Majesty Leon. The turtle continued, now that's right. She continued, so please tell me how to wake up, but when I looked back at its stupid face and whispered, I don't understand what this god is saying. At this moment, the turtle sighed again, calling her, Hanhari. My extraordinary maiden, performing the rites of the sea and the waves, and cultivating faith, is easy for you. The sea is an endless source of life, just by expressing gratitude to it you can build your faith. But, Hari, you are my young priestess, how dare you confuse your path with that of a believer? How can you be so arrogant as to think that a soldier and a knight are equal? She was stunned when she heard the turtle say. After a while she had to accept and replied, okay, I will try furthermore. From behind came a voice calling, sister, sister. Hearing that, she turned her head and exclaimed, hey, what's wrong? Shin Tae-hun gasped and said, I found it. It was a Rakshar statue. Hearing this, her eyes widened in surprise. The Maverick Guild found the statue, and they've been standing there ever since they found it. Ronald Shellman held the large ball and stood not far away observing and said, they are still protecting it. This is more difficult than I thought. No one asked why these ministers like to pretend like that. Observing their faces closely, he thought to himself, it seemed like they were really wondering about this mission. Then Ronald Shellman spoke up, should we secretly destroy it tonight? Don't worry about those baseless suspicions, anyway we will have an explanation soon. Minute Man spoke up, hey Korean friend, isn't it time to tear down this statue? There's nothing bad about being meticulous but it's been 3 days already. This is the Rakshar statue, which we should destroy, right? Hearing that, Yang Wen frowned and turned his head. Shin Na-yun she came closer and whispered, it seemed like she had no other choice. Hearing that he spoke up, then we can't do anything anymore. Then leave it to the elders. Seeing that Yang Wen had agreed, Minute Man replied, okay, then started moving his arm muscles. Put all your strength into your hands, bend down in preparation, raise your hands high, swing a punch at the large statue. The powerful attack force in an instant caused it to shatter into hundreds of pieces, the broken pieces flying everywhere. The system displays the message, the great Rakshar statue has been destroyed, 2/3 of the remaining statues, the Dharma destroys the great Rakshar statue. Minute Man looked down at the ruins caused by his own strength, could not hide his satisfied expression and said, destroying this statue seems to be the right answer. At this time, Yang Wan looked at the notification on the system and said with a sigh of relief, I wondered if this was right. Shin Na-yun continued, I don't have any other choice, I'll give up. Yang Wan, let's prepare gradually. Yang Wan replied, is it time for the next attack? We spent more time on this than I thought. At this point, both of them were silent. After a while he spoke up, isn't it time yet? Ronald Shellman now stepped forward and called out, Hunter Lee Yang Wan. It seemed like destroying the statue was the answer to this mission. There was no new attack. Hearing that, he gritted his teeth and said, how lucky. He laughed again and said, let's reassess the current situation. Everyone gather here. Hearing that, the group immediately came to gather around Ronald Shellman. Seeing that everyone was enough, he said, it's very likely that each island hasn't built a different statue, because we also need to find members of the group, always, so how about we destroy them as quickly as possible? He continued, if so, then let's do it like this. Then Yang Wen began to use tree branches and draw on the ground, and at the same time began to explain, there are 3 islands in total, and since there are now 2 statues left, we will divide into 2 teams to attack the remaining 2 islands. Ronald Shellman observed the survey map, if we destroy a statue, we can go help the other team, Yang Wen said, once we have a boat, we don't have to worry about moving between islands. Minute Man smirked and said, perfect. Let's go destroy the remaining 2 statues, Yang Wan continued, so let's get started. The fully equipped boats of the group, after departing for a while, were about to land on a certain island. A guy raised his head and looked forward in surprise and exclaimed, what is this? Looking at his somewhat strange expression, Yang Wen asked in confusion, why are you But when he looked back, he was startled. This is. The group of people immediately landed on the island, looking at the scene of desolation and disaster in front of them. Yang Wen asked loudly, "Was there just a battle here?" Looking at the furniture spread all over the island, he was surprised and thought, "There are a lot of firecrackers here, there is something very different about this island." Thinking like that, it seemed like he suddenly realized that something was wrong with this place. Yang Wen immediately shouted, "We have to go back, this island is very strange, quickly go and prepare." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly looked behind him and saw many strange noises accompanied by many sharp eyes looking at the crowd. Seeing that, he immediately took out his bow and shot a few times. They now began to appear, moving step by step until they cried out Kikiri. Seeing their iron-skinned companion, Yang Wan was startled and exclaimed, "What is that?" Their body is built like a crab with the upper body equipped with an advanced double-barreled machine gun. Seeing them approaching, she was startled and spoke up, thinking, the enemy was armed with artillery. Yang Wan was still drawing his bow, a little excited, wondering why this island was developing abnormally compared to other islands. That's different. I mentally reassured myself, calm down, this island is only full of primitive monsters that are good at showing off their fangs and claws. It was clear that that place was just a decoration, but suddenly at this moment they fired fireworks. An artillery shell just passed by him, causing Yang Wan to freeze and stand there. The water level behind also began to rise. I felt something and turned my head to see the scene in front of me and exclaimed in surprise, "Really? All those guys, damn, there are so many of them, we're at a complete disadvantage." At this moment, suddenly there was a sound of people bursting into laughter, shouting loudly, kneeling down. Hearing this, the crowd was startled and bewildered for a moment and said, "This voice, this is the patriarch of our clan, Mr. Yappy." Kim Ye-hyuk raised his hand towards Yappy and shouted respectfully to Big Brother Yappy. The big Yappy let out a cry and said, "Give up, humans, you have no chance of winning against us." After finishing speaking, the Yappy immediately commanded its troops to rush forward. Seeing that, Yang Wen exclaimed in surprise, "The Yacht Association," there were even students. At the same time the announcement sounded, the pacification process was complete. Current situation, Phoenix Guild on Yapine Island, Maverick and Reynald on Hareen Island, quantity for remaining statues. Ronald Shellman had to go a long way to get there. As soon as he lifted the bushes and saw the statue in front of him, he breathed a sigh of relief. But when he looked around and saw that there were so many people, he was startled and exclaimed, "What else is this? Oh my god, it's getting more and more annoying." Only seeing Han Hari standing there, she spread her arms in front of the statue and resolutely shouted, "No matter what, we should not destroy these statues, I can see the future." Mistral saw that and helplessly agreed, sighing and saying, that's true, because she has the ability to see into the future, so she can't destroy them in a hurry." Hearing that, she replied, correctly. After finishing speaking, she turned her head to look at his face and thought, really no one else sees it. The statue is emitting a dark energy that makes me tremble in fear. This thing is really dangerous, if you break it into pieces. While I was thinking, I didn't notice that from afar, someone was using magic power and rushed towards the statue, causing it to explode. Han Hari turned around and saw that the statue had been destroyed and was surprised to wonder who did that. The person who launched the magic power was none other than Ronald Shellman. He had a proud look on his face because he had just successfully destroyed it. Returning to his original expression, he said, "Our purpose in coming here is to close the multivariable gate, according to the mission instructions. We need to destroy that statue." Hari didn't care about what he said, she was just afraid that the thing inside the statue would escape and they would be freed. She carefully looked back and thought to herself, that's impossible. In an instant they disappeared. At that moment suddenly the group heard something from behind. The crowd immediately noticed. Minuteman felt something and exclaimed, "What's wrong? Something is wrong." Even though he guessed some part of the current event, when that thing appeared before his eyes, he couldn't hide his horror and exclaimed, "Ha, that thing." Someone shouted, "Look over there, what is that?" I only saw in front of me a big red monster. It was slowly lifting its legs and walking away from being bound by chains that had been tied for thousands of years. The monster roared loudly, quickly surrendering. "I am the chaos, the one who is afraid to destroy all your rules. I am the despair who will stop the beating of your hearts, and this scream will crush all your hopes. I am Rakshar, the great demon chaos demon Rakshar has awakened. A mere existence is enough to suffocate all living things." When the people heard him say that, they couldn't hide their fear and some surprised expressions. Following its roar and tone, the crowd's eyeballs began to change color. their consciousness also began to lose control. The crowd screamed crazily in the invisible fear it created. The aura was chaotic: weakness, chaos, terror, bewilderment, convulsions, screams, fear, despair, physical deterioration, mental depravity, soul weariness, ultimate evil in legends, effects, debilitating all living things, great evil Rakshar effects, frightening all living things. Rakshar stretched his oversized body up, making it even bigger. Rakshar tilted his head, looked down and said, "Ah, it seems like there's still a foul smell somewhere." Hearing that, Hanhari's heart seemed to skip a beat. The crowd also followed him with their eyes, thinking about something for a while, and he said, "Delicious dishes must be enjoyed later. The first sacrifices must be those who dare to trap me in this place. Enjoy the rest of your life in the few remaining seconds. The area is already tainted by chaos." All living creatures fall into a state of confusion and abnormality. At this moment, the crowd heard this, tears, snot, and nose running down two lines, then screamed and then turned to shout at each other, "Hurry up, we have to die quickly, what's the point of living?" After that, the crowd rushed in to use weapons, have hands in killing each other. Looking at the miserable situation in front of her eyes, Hanhari didn't know what to do but could only scream in vain, "Everyone calm down." But her words were meaningless and had no effect on this rioting crowd. Suddenly at this moment Mistral rushed to appear behind Hari, saying, "I need to resist this abnormal state." After saying that, he suddenly swung a blow towards her. Fortunately, she noticed it in time and had quick reflexes to dodge. Hanhari called his name, Mistral, wake up quickly." Hearing that, Mistral shouted loudly, "No, Hanhari can only do that which is right, we have to die now, I will help you." Grace of the great demon Rakshar, those affected by this effect will lose control in fear. As soon as he finished speaking, Mistral quickly rushed forward and immediately came very close to her. Seeing that, Hari felt compelled to step back. Mistral began to attack each incoming attack. She immediately pulled out her sword and continuously slashed to block his attacks. Her situation was starting to get weaker at this point, but she still tried to convince her, "No way, Mr. Allen, please regain your senses," but Mistral seemed to ignore all her words and shouted loudly, "Go!" At that moment, Minute Man swung a blow straight at Mistral's face, just in time to save her life. The sudden scene before her eyes startled her. Mistral received all of Minute Man's terrible punch. Mistral was thrown quite a distance. Looking at Minute Man, she spoke up, thanking him. But when Minute Man turned his head, looking at his completely transformed eyes, one could understand that Minute Man also seemed to have lost consciousness. Minute Man flashed a devious smile, turned around and punched her straight in the stomach. With her body, which was already very weak, she immediately vomited blood after receiving a punch from the Minute Man. Her body was completely helpless, thinking to herself, "I can't dodge it anymore." Then a strong punch from Minute Man sent her flying straight towards the sea. Just keep rushing and finally falling right in the middle of the vast ocean where the waves are beating the hardest. Her body kept sinking. I don't know how long it took her to start to wake up, looking at the situation around her and wondering, "Will I leave like this?" She began to remember that day when he called her to his room with tears in his eyes and said softly, "Look at your parents. They are heroes who sacrificed their lives to save the world, isn't that great? I don't know what kind of person you will become when Hari grows up, but let's promise. Maintain that pride, and become an outstanding person that everyone admires." Remembering the words he said at that time, she gritted her teeth and cursed silently. Looking up at the rays of sunlight that were gradually being covered by the darkness of the deep ocean, she desperately reached for the small ray of sunlight as her hope at this moment whispered, "Even if she became a fair hunter, or a priest of the sea god, it doesn't mean anything. I can't even reach Mr. Geobrick's heels. Even, like Mr. Geobrick, before the end of my life, I must light the last fire." Right now she was still hesitating when the turtle swam towards her, but a miracle appeared before her eyes. The turtle called, "Hanhari." Looking at her bewildered face, the turtle spoke up, "Don't try to control the sea, it's just like a tiny drop of water compared to the vast ocean. Fill your heart with faith, sincerity and trust, understanding and acceptance. How great is what you are embracing." Hearing the turtle say that, she replied, "I don't understand what you're saying." The turtle continued, "Listen to the sea, if you have never felt its infinity, do it now. The constant movement of the raging ocean currents, the whisper of the coral reefs, all create the immense symphony of the sea." The turtle gently approached and touched her forehead and said, "You are a finite creature, a mortal child. If you really want to have unparalleled power, don't try to grasp it with your own hands. Infinite power is impossible to grasp. Right now, you are inside it. As soon as she heard the turtle finish speaking, her body seemed to change, her eyes half closed, her body relaxed, and she contemplated for a long time. She was startled and thought, I thought I understood what I can do now. Suddenly she turned her head to see the scene before her eyes and whispered, Your Majesty, so you were in such a place. The water currents continuously push up to form a holy wheel. In the direction from which her body began to branch out to form a straight path. Following that road, I saw a large white castle appear before my eyes. Image of Leon standing right there looking up, his body radiating brilliant light. A voice rang out, Come Salon. Han Hari was unconscious for a while and was woken up by the sunset sunlight. She was still in a daze and didn't understand anything. As soon as he saw that she was awake, he said, Good job. Hearing that, she was completely awake and startled, looking at him and exclaiming, Ha, oh my lord. Turning to see her expression like that, Leon frowned slightly and said, Hey, don't jump up and sit still, go. She remembered the incident and shyly asked, Your Majesty, did I almost drown? He sighed and nodded and replied, Fortunately I did not have to see the scene of the priestess of the sea, they both drowned right in the middle of the sea. At this moment, she suddenly remembered that there was something important that needed to be said, so she jumped up and said, Your Majesty, the great devil has awakened, everyone has become crazy, killing each other. Leon's face darkened and he quietly replied, Yes, I know. After finishing speaking, he immediately turned his horse in one direction, his eyebrows also began to frown. His expression also became unsightly with all the mixed thoughts in his head. He tightened the rope in his hand, sighed and said to himself, Indeed, it is very difficult for normal people to stay calm in the face of great sin. He raised his voice, Stalin, and as soon as he finished speaking, he landed right in front of the riding crowd there. Immediately he took out the cup, from inside the cup a spiritual energy radiated. He raised the shining cup high and shouted loudly, The king had returned, his recent action was the aura of a brave heart, eliminating abnormal states. Just then, the rays of light from the cup passed through the crowd with some force. The people who had regained their consciousness were still bewilderedly wondering, what did I do? Seeing Leon, Go Sung immediately ran to shout, Your Majesty, you are still safe and sound. Hearing that, you hummed, You guys resisted tenaciously when I was not here. He continued, Your Majesty, there are a few soldiers and students still missing. I heard they are safe, thanks to Mr. Poma, but... Leon immediately interrupted and reassured that, Don't worry, this king can sense how they are doing. He nodded and replied, I understand. He said, Now, please leave this gate. If you believe and receive the blessing from the priestess, you can walk on water, just run towards the gate. He exclaimed, What? Mistral now asked, What is your plan? Without hesitation, he replied, Save all the survivors if possible, so that the king and the priestess would have time to retreat. The sky also turned to dusk and then gradually sank. The monster looked down at the group of people who spoke, You lowly animals, it seems like you have put all your resources into this plan. I have been waiting for this moment in the depths of the sea for so long, quickly surrender. Just as the monster was about to rush forward, a cannon shot straight at its head exploded. It was suddenly attacked and had no time to avoid being hit. It screamed in pain and struggled continuously under the water's surface. After a while, its body gradually stabilized and was still a bit throbbing from the attack. It angrily looked down and wondered, This energy is... Yappy shouted loudly, Violent attack number 3, the scale of firepower expanded. As soon as he finished with the machine crabs, he immediately launched fire at the monster. As soon as it collided, its body immediately exploded. He exclaimed, Sure enough, it has improved significantly compared to the first version, however, it's useless. After one strong blow from the tentacles, the water level continuously extinguished all attacks of the incoming mechanical crabs. At this time, the water level was rising higher and higher, as if a flood was coming towards the crowd, so he looked down even more proudly. When Kim Ye-hyuk saw that, he was surprised and called out, Big brother Yappy, and Yappy also followed, unable to avoid it. A loud voice shouted, Holy law, against the tyranny of the tide. As soon as he finished speaking, the water level began to fluctuate and continuously counterattack. Ocean waves began to form water currents, circling around the monster's body. Looking at the surrounding scene, it exclaimed in surprise, What? This is the sacred law of manipulating water waves. In the air, Leon is riding a flying horse standing in the air, making Han Hari more convenient to cast. Looking up, it angrily shouted, You are the guardian of the Holy Grail, Lionheart. Following the swirling flow of the water, the monster began to curl up and exclaim, Kra, Lionheart, "You speak, Sir Spinna, we must close this gate and leave immediately." Yappy spoke up, "Kirk, the target has been seriously injured, we can slowly leave." Hearing that, he immediately turned around and protested, "No, we have to destroy the remaining statues and close the gate." Having said that, he thought to himself that if he doesn't get the sword back, he won't be able to defeat this level demon. The world tree hasn't bloomed yet, so it's best to preserve as much force as possible. Yappy suggested, "The native creatures here also need to escape. A tribe of demon sealers, they are not NPC." He frowned and asked, "Do we have time? It will escape soon." Yappy replied, "It's possible. I will use the last stronghold of the Kikaruk tribe." The group of people quickly rushed to the surface of the sea. The system displayed the message, "Blessing of the goddess of the sea and water waves, increased strength by 35% when moving underwater, ocean waves move as you wish, removed any adverse effects while underwater, you can move on the surface." Looking down at Shin Tae-hun, he was quite confused and said, "Oh, I never thought I could walk on water." Hearing that, she kept urging me to hurry up, "We have to escape before it gets too big, demons are released." Leon also got on his horse and stood in the air looking down in its direction. The monster said, "Leon Dragonia Lionheart, as expected, you are indeed the enemy of all evil, but that is not enough." At this moment, it also successfully broke through, rushed forward and said, "You will never be able to escape from my hand." He also began to wield his great sword, Stallion. The flying horse also spread its wings and rushed forward at a fast pace. Seeing that, the monster exclaimed, "Quickly die." After saying that, it launched lightning strikes continuously, targeting both horses and people. As soon as he saw that, the two started to move away. At the right moment, he jumped out of the horse and landed right on its body. He tightened his grip on the sword in his hand, his steely eyes radiating murderous intent as he looked at it. Seeing him rush towards the flying horse, he also understood what he meant and rushed forward. Feeling his every step continuously running around the tentacles was quite uncomfortable. Rakshar spoke up, "How disappointed." As soon as he finished speaking, he swung two other tentacles to attack and press him. But Leon immediately used the rope to tighten the tentacle and then rushed to pull hard on the rope. Those two tentacles broke into many pieces according to the force of the rope. Leon used the momentum to jump up and look straight ahead, seeing him right in front of his eyes, holding back the pain. Using all his strength, Rakshar launched a lightning strike at him. In the cloud of smoke caused by its attack just now, without a scratch, he slowly appeared in the smoke with his flying horse riding in the air. Seeing that, Rakshar was sarcastic, now flying in the air like flies and mosquitoes. Hearing that, he frowned and his expression also began to change. He raised his sword and shouted, "The ocean's punishment." People from afar were attracted by that scene and wondered what it was. Leon created a large ball, then began pouring all the aura in the ball into the sword. Looking at it, he smirked and said, "This is the fire that burned the chaos demon to death." Its horrifying yet sweet scream still lingers in the king's memory. Hearing that, the Rakshar interrupted, "I just need to kill you before you can attack." Suddenly, something appeared above its head that went straight through its head. Seeing that, the monster was startled and exclaimed, "Impossible, you guys have always been hidden creatures, release me, you vile fleas." Regardless of what he said, Leon raised his sword high, "The fire realm god of glory, glory, for Lionheart." He rode his horse and rushed forward, raising his sword and speaking. God's punishment. The fire realm was angry, and as he finished speaking, Leon yanked the rope, causing the horse's speed to fly faster and faster. Rushing down from above, seeing this it screamed, "Lionheart Kvarg." Before he finished speaking, he immediately stabbed the Rakshar monster straight through the body. The crowd of people who witnessed such a scene from afar gasped in surprise and stammered, "What is that? A human being can create that." After finishing everything, he flew and landed right in front of the crowd. Looking at him in front of the crowd, they exclaimed, "That was a Holy Grail night." Leon spoke up, "Time is limited, quickly leave this gate." Hearing your order, the group immediately obeyed, "Sir." Then he turned to ask, "Mr. Spinner, how is the evacuation situation?" Yappy replied, "Progress reached 80%, ensuring supplies and key data." He continued asking, "Are there any difficulties?" Yappy shook his head and replied, "No, they will handle it." He pondered for a moment and said, "So they were ready for this situation?" Yappy continued, "They had suffered for 500 years for this moment. Long live the Crassitrian linguistic system analysis." He said, "Crassiatria is its name, what a name, full of self-respect and pride. The gate is gradually closing, let's go." Hearing that, Yappy immediately jumped on the back of his horse. Suddenly Rakshar called out to you, Lionheart, are you running away? He turned his head and frowned and asked again, what do you say? The monster inside the fire continued, isn't tenacity your virtue, you knights, don't leave so cowardly, fight to the end. Yappy glanced up and saw his expression like that, then cried out in surprise. Feeling extremely uncomfortable, Leon looked at it and sneered and said, I don't need to follow the virtue of chivalry to deal with despicable people like you. Green-skinned animals and cruel creatures are simply not worthy. Hearing him respond like that, Yappy burst into laughter. Hearing that, he angrily roared, Lionheart, I will definitely kill you. He didn't care about it anymore and frantically rushed out. After a while the system panel announced, the gate had closed, the world was once engulfed in chaos. The first supreme demon general to be discovered, for humanity, which had suffered many losses from previous great demons, it was truly shocking news like a thunderbolt. However, it's not just bad news. There are still a number of people who continue to put their full faith in the power of humanity. The Pantheon's activities inside the gate was broadcast on YouTube for the whole world to see. At this time Leon was shaking hands with President On. He shook hands with him and smiled and said, Thank you, President On, thanks to you we can breathe a little easier. Hearing that he was polite again, continued, It's not a big deal, Your Majesty. Although I was a bit surprised to hear that there were 10 million survivors, looking at the sign posted there with the words Krasiatria Special Residence Area, he somewhat helplessly replied, Yes, they are a heroic tribe with a long history of fighting against evil. He said shyly, But, Your Majesty. After calling him, he immediately pointed to the statue behind him and asked, What is that? He thought to himself, could it be marking the territory for another species? Hearing his question, he answered, It was a statue honoring the great hero who died fighting against the great evil. The middle one was a symbol of the symphony of the sea and the waves. He continued, That's not the only statue I'm talking about. He immediately laughed and said, There is also a statue of Mr. Yak Spinner. From now on Mr. Yak Spinner will represent the Kikaruk tribe. Hearing that, he tried to force out a smile and thought to himself, Are you crazy about idols? Suddenly paying attention to the statue next to him, he asked, Your Majesty, it is, so that statue over there is. He laughed and said, You are very sharp. That statue is for President On, it's for you. You gave us a place to live and settle down. We should also repay the favor appropriately, President On, even though you are not a true believer. But the Kikaruk residents will come here to worship at your statue. Hearing this, he imagined the crabs cheering, thanking President On, You sacrificed your life for a good future, but I couldn't accept it. Inside my heart I was frantically screaming, No way. His face turned pale with those thoughts, his mouth stammered, No, Your Majesty, please remove my statue. Hearing that, he burst out laughing and patted his shoulder, saying, Is the leader of a country, be ashamed of this. So, I look forward to continuing to cooperate with you in the future, President On, he said, then turned and walked away. Looking at what he said, he reluctantly replied, Yes, Your Majesty. Seeing his back disappearing, he breathed a sigh of relief, took out a towel to dab his sweat, and thought to himself, he had lost 10 years of his life. He adjusted his clothes and said, What's going on? The bodyguard immediately replied, Sir. Although not related to security issues, this is an urgent report from the National Intelligence Agency. It had something to do with Korea. After saying that, the bodyguard immediately brought the documents to the man who needed to take them and laughed and said that he was finally at peace. But when he opened the file and read it once, he exclaimed, Hey, Korea is still causing trouble even though it has given up nuclear weapons, the bodyguard explained, because last night, all sources of communication with North Korea were suddenly cut off. Hearing that, his face darkened and he exclaimed, Why? The bodyguard continued, Satellite observation over the entire Korean territory was also stopped. Surveillance satellites cannot record any images in North Korea. At court, on a rather heavy rainy night, there was a group of people standing there. The white-haired man stood looking at the people below and said, 30 years ago, the gate that disappeared was opened. Until now, we still have to endure pressure from Korea to live. After saying that, the white-haired man angrily kicked straight at a person lying there. According to the force of his kick, that person rolled straight into the hole with the other bodies. The corner of his lips curled up and said, Just serve the devil, we will achieve superpower in the future. The sound of the phone ringing interrupted his words. His juniors told him that the magicians had finished preparing. He immediately answered the phone and said, Chairman Kim, Reynald Shellman, the preparations were completed. Hearing that, he laughed and immediately threw the phone he was talking into down the hole. Suddenly he saw something and exclaimed, something was not quite right. Summon Narla. Hearing that, the crowd began to perform the summoning ceremony. Everyone raised their hands in front of them, then began chanting spells in unison. With each movement above, the bodies below also began to move. After a while of chanting, a matrix gradually appeared in the sky. From within that matrix, a tentacle immediately emerged and then fell right into that hole. He observed the falling object, but when the thing stood up, he exclaimed in surprise, "What is this? Its body is covered in wounds. Is the summoning object correct?" Right now he spoke up, "It's getting tough, these injuries are more serious than I thought, I can't hear the people exclaim clearly, what?" It continued, "Recovering the body first is the most important thing, because those demons are far from fully gathered. Fortunately, it seems like there are a lot of prey here." Hearing that, he shouted loudly, "Now we have to run quickly." Rakshar smiled faintly, "You all surrender." On the other side, in a dark room with only a few candles for light, Hildur was tied there, with some scratches on his body. I only saw Hildur laugh a few times helplessly and said, "It seems I have confessed everything, there is nothing to hide anymore, master." Hearing that, the corner of her mouth slightly raised and said, "That's really interesting, the devil can go to any gate he wants." She gently raised Hildur's chin and continued, "Then, on the contrary, aren't we able to go to any gate we want?" In a large seaport owned by Yappy and crabs. The crabs built while continuously chanting and calling your name, Sir Yappy. She sat next to the crabs and asked, "No matter how great they are at breathing underwater, is building on the sand like this really effective?" Yappy immediately replied, "No problem, as long as there are nests and hunting grounds, the Kiruk tribe can completely survive on their own." Hanhari asked, "Really?" Not receiving an answer, she pondered for a while and then continued, "But it is true that there is a lot of work to be done. Ensuring food sources is also a big challenge." Yappy said, "We are in the process of cooperate with surrounding coastal provinces. Besides, we also subscribe to Manshin Joan Welfare Service, so we can adapt well to modern civilization." She exclaimed, "Manshin Joan Welfare Service?" Yappy said, "It provides a variety of services, including administrative and legal support for participating members." Hearing that, she exclaimed, "Can I register?" Yappy continued, "I've registered for you, you've already received interest from last month." Hearing Yappy's treasure, she froze for a moment and asked, "Is that so?" She immediately raised her hand to hold Yappy, used force to squeeze Yappy and asked, "How much should I pay?" Yappy immediately replied, 19 dong. Hearing that, she got angry and continuously stretched the Yappy. Suddenly Leon came and asked, "What are you doing?" Hearing that, she was startled and Yappy returned to his original state. The two of them immediately turned around, knelt down and bowed their heads respectfully in unison. "Your Majesty." Seeing that, he immediately said, "Okay, something urgent happened so I'll go back to the guild for a bit." After that, he called her quickly, "Horse." Hearing that, I was stunned and thought, can I get on the horse? Obviously yes, because His Majesty said so, but he should only ride with the Queen, even though the time at the gate is urgent. But Leon looked down and saw her standing there dumbfounded, then sighed. He immediately approached and reached out, his gentle gesture said, "Come up." Seeing him act like that, she was startled. A little scared, he started to avoid saying, "Why are you acting like that? Is there an earthquake?" Hearing that made him angry. Letting out a sigh, Leon took a bunch of packages from his jacket, took this or put it away, looked at the packaging. She asked confusedly, "What is that?" He replied, "It's your territory. The income you get from this land is all yours, do whatever you like," he said and turned away, holding the stack of folders in her hand, and she exclaimed in surprise, "Really?" He nodded and turned his head and said, "You are a knight of the kingdom, according to the law, I must give you at least a piece of land, although the connection is not clear, you are a knight, chosen by the gods, so it was only natural. You will be appointed a knight of the kingdom and a messenger of the gods, be aware of the god, be aware of your position and spread the bug's message everywhere." Hearing that she laughed and said, "That's nonsense," he said loudly. "Fix your speech immediately, I don't force you to be polite like a noble, but there's no need to lower your self-worth like that." She shyly looked in one direction and smacked her lips and said, "Thank you, your Majesty." Hearing that, he frowned and pulled her away, saying, "If you understand, then climb up quickly." After walking for a while, Hanhari called out, "Your Majesty, you continue and speak." Hanhari asked impatiently, "So now I'm a noble?" Hearing that, he quietly said, "Yes, at least in the Temple of Creation, your position is only after the queen and the spinner. She was startled and let out an "oh," then she looked at where Yappy said. Well then, Mr. Yappy, from now on, don't be rude to me, because I'm also a noble now. Hearing that, Yappy froze for a moment. Then she took out the thread and waved it loudly. Stupid creature, don't resist. Seeing that, she exclaimed, oh, what are you doing? People as stupid as monkeys don't deserve respect. If you don't see it, she'll turn around and scream for your help. Your Majesty, we're all nobles. At the Beatrice Workshop Temple of Creation, Leon is now looking for Queen Beatrice. He went in to observe the sealed crown for a while, then he asked, how are the research results? She replied, successfully, just as the king said. Indeed, the demons were using the gate. Hearing that, he exclaimed, so, remembering the gate and thinking, I have been suspicious since the Jeju Gate incident. At first glance, this seems like a punishment of justice, but in reality, it is a dark plot to sell souls to the devil, and bring down the Honorable Grail Knights. System and missions, not based on good, evil has crept into the minds of false awakeners to control them, so he said. The current world has been manipulated by the abundant magical energy that the earth bestows. Having said this, he immediately picked up the crown and continued, even though they were considered strange, they still continued to carry out the mission to the end, for economic reasons or other reasons. Stupid people can escape this cycle. Bethy, hearing that, she smiled and replied, what do you want, Your Majesty? Leon says, evil forces are on alert, they say she can use this gate for her own benefit. She looked at him and said, actually, this is just a story about a virtual dimension that was destroyed. To open the gate to survivors or demons, an object is needed to determine the coordinates. He pondered for a moment and said, so should we try entering the coordinates of the gate with this thing? Bethy continued, because it is the devil's possession, so there is a possibility that it will lead us to a place related to they. Your Majesty, can we try another object? Another object. For example, Your Majesty's holy objects, for example. Hearing that, he exclaimed, holy thing. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to say, maybe it's worth a try, what should we do? Hearing that, she began to use magic power. We will need materials to summon the gate, specifically, we will need a large amount of earth magic. He used the space hole to take out a few stones and wondered, the problem is where can there be so much mana? She laughed and replied, it's simple, now anywhere on earth there is no place to get it all. He smiled and said, then, the future action plan has been finalized. Bethy, inform everyone, we need to issue a rally command. From now on we will attack all gates in Korea, without distinction. All over Korea right now, members of the shrine have begun to appear. The Pantheon has already deployed troops. Even just the apprentice knight alone has netted thousands of people. He's right in front of my house in real time. I've been sick for a few days so I don't know anything, but the Pantheon has already appeared. Here there is also a Pantheon. Here, among the survivors of the Kirakuk tribe incident, they only chose people at the soldier level, but even so, it reached 2,000 people. This is a fighting force so powerful that it can be called an all-Titan army. The blue vortex symbolized by Kiruk, the red vortex is the queen who has appeared. The blue vortex, Pantheon, also appeared in Wando. The Pantheon, with nearly 3,000 soldiers, began dividing its forces into 20 fronts to wipe out all gates in the country. Their speed was very surprising. She said, okay, aim and fire. Attack, if a normal guild attacks on average once every 2 months. The Pantheon Guild wiped out more than 20 gates in just 4 days. Leon just swung his sword and rushed forward to cut off all their things. He spoke up, what the hell is wrong with you? You should have helped us. Hearing that, he lay hugging himself on the ground and said, that poor guy, kill all our ancestors. Hearing that, he smirked and exclaimed, aren't our ancestors just animals that learned to follow humans? How ridiculous. Saying that, his face gradually changed. He lowered his voice and asked, who will be the next person to be freed from this life? All the gates in Korea began to be controlled by a single guild. Everyone gasped at the wealth before their eyes. Kim Jin-soo's eyes widened, sweat poured out like rain. 100 million stars, with 13 unique items of equipment. 89 rare pieces of equipment, in addition to about 500 magic stones. The small yacht on Han Hari's head also spreads knowledge to everyone. 3,83 tons, complete level classification, estimated about 38,3 billion won. Expected bid for the items will be about 12,7 billion won. Han Hari was extremely surprised. Leon is still leisurely as usual. At this rate, there will probably still be leftovers when the gate is finished. Leon turned to tell the goddess, "That's enough," the goddess smiled lightly, "That's enough, Your Majesty." Leon looked at everyone, "So it ends here. Listen carefully everyone, this strategy will only focus on a few elites. In addition, any information related to this mission will not be disclosed to the outside." Leon said to Kim Jin-soo and Han Hari, "You will also have to stop contacting the association, can you do it?" Han Hari hesitated, Your Majesty. You won't cause any harm to the country, right? Leon is sure, of course. Han Hari is interested, "Then I trust you, Your Majesty," Leon decided, "Then let's begin." A circle full of incomprehensible characters appeared on the floor. Leon walked in, he carried out the command, the light from the circle filled the room. The power of his yellow sword seemed to fit perfectly with the energy from that beautiful circle. Goddess Fleur began to perform the ritual. She clasped her hands and said, "I will enter the coordinates of the Sword Saint." The whole room was easily covered by the goddess. Not long after, a gate appeared. The space behind the gate was as deep as the universe. Leon explained to everyone that this was an artificial gate. Chun So-yun is hard to believe. Until now, I thought it was just a coincidence. Kim Ye-hyuk was equally surprised. Whoa. Goddess Beatrice smiled and said to Leon, "Your Majesty's preparations are complete." Leon faced her, "Well done, Beatrice." Everyone's minds were fired up. "Now, let's go." When he reached the valley, Leon's face tightened. Shin Tae-hun couldn't help but be shocked when he saw the scene in front of him. "Your Majesty, where is this?" Kim Ye-hyuk held his stomach low and endured the pain that had just appeared. Leon quickly answered, "This is a battlefield." Leon thought to himself, there must be a problem with the gate. This time the army was scattered. Suddenly they were attacked by giant green beasts. Shin Tae-hun trembled and told Kim Ye-hyuk to quickly stand up. But that green monster was so close to them that it seemed like it could open its mouth to eat them all. But immediately, a hero somewhere appeared. He promptly attacked the green monster, Froth. When the green monster fell, the armored hero said in a deep voice, "Knights, what's the use of standing still like that? This is the battlefield." After hearing this, they all turned their eyes to Leon. "Your Majesty, how the hell did you get here?" Suddenly, the armored hero who saved them just now knelt down at Leo's feet. That person spoke loudly, "Orc Crusher, Balteric." "Yes, Your Majesty, Guard Group, Balteric, commander of the Bibule Company." Leon coldly ordered, "Stand up, this place is still a battlefield before or after." The knights led by Leon were still wondering, "But where are we?" Balteric, the Iron Hero hesitated, said this, then he looked at them and explained, "We are right in the middle of Liam Valley, we have the task of transporting the relics to Sir Ziria." Leon pondered, "It must be true, Twilight Ziria, the Holy Grail Knight of Dreams and Death. This was his last mission, and also when he passed away. If I had known this would happen before, I would have gone to collect more information from the Heavenly Palace. No, since it's already happened, what else can we do?" Leon thought. "First of all, now we have to find out the current situation." Balteric politely showed Leon, "Sir Ziria is over there, Your Majesty." Leon seriously looked towards Ziria who was commanding the army to kill the green monster. The army told each other to step back so Ziria could set up a fantasy barrier. The barrier he had just created caused the monsters so much pain that they had to retreat. Ziria commanded, took 20 steps back and then regrouped. Leon has been standing behind Sir Ziria ever since. He spoke softly, These orcs are indeed very unusual." Ziria turned to look at Leon. "He was surprised to recognize you, Your Majesty, how are you here?" Ziria and the ironclad warriors simultaneously bowed and knelt respectfully to greet Leon. "Messenger of the gods, please welcome Ariana's first knight." Leon said coldly, "Stand up." Ziria commemorates the moment the Grail Knights awakened after drinking the holy water. Their bodies were recreated in peak condition. Leon is a special case of becoming a Grail Knight in I'm quite young, but the Holy Grail in front of me now is a little different. No matter how much time has passed, his current state is always at the peak of his power. Ziria, a knight devoted to justice all his life. Dreamy Ziria, an ancient companion, the ancient Grail Knight. Leon now slightly tilted his face and said, "Stand up," Ziria exclaimed, "You are always like that." Looking at Ziria, Leon leisurely said, "Just calmly report to me how the current situation is." Ziria is serious. "Yes, Your Majesty. We have recovered the sacred object as planned. It is being transported to the imperial border." The orcs attacked along with the beast-crazed gang. Leon frowned and thought, how unusual. Ziria was no less serious than he frowned, so we arranged infantry and a few knights to stay behind to block the enemy. At the same time, we divided the convoy escorting the relic into 5 groups and continued to transport them. Leon complimented him, "That's reasonable. If so, where is the convoy carrying the real relic?" Ziria closed her eyes, looking sad. "The 5th convoy is in the southwest, my pass takes the lead." The big bear was beaten down, it was weak and its limbs were tied. Gu Daesung tried to open his eyes after being unconscious for a while. He heard someone calling his name. He, this guy is awake. A strange man with striking white hair. He took off the scarf covering half of his face and said to Ho Yul as if teaching. How could he lose his temper to the point of rushing headlong into Kial Wung? As soon as he opened his eyes, he burst out in surprise because in front of him was a giant bear. "Wah, am a giant bear." Han Hari worriedly asked about him. "Hunter Gu Daesung, are you okay?" Gu Daesung said with sweat on his face. "Han Hari, could it be?" Han Hari didn't let him wait too long. She immediately replied, "Yes, it seems like the army has been scattered again." The white-haired man named Jeria smiled and said, "Ah, I see. By the way, how did you wandering knights get here? I don't know that besides me, there are other crazy people who also do these stupid things." The more Jeria talks, the more she laughs. Gu Daesung's expression was a bit puzzled. Wandering Knight. The system suddenly pops up with a mission notification. Please assist the Holy Grail Knight Jeria Virchum in transporting the relic to the border of the Lionheart Kingdom. Gu Daesung was a bit unaccustomed. Escort or treasure? Jeria quickly explained to him, "Yes, we are recovering and escorting sacred objects from desolate places." Gu Dae suddenly woke up and hesitantly said, "So that's it, Jeria is funny, this guy is a bit backward, isn't it? For a knight wandering to such a desolate place in search of glory, it's easy to understand." Gu Daesung shyly spoke up, "Thank you for understanding me, Holy Grail Knight Jeria Virchum." The person whose name he told me, nodded solemnly. Jeria explained why he had this name for everyone to understand. "That is the title I will conquer later. Currently, I am just a wandering knight, just gave up the path of seeking fame." Gu Daesung opened his mouth and looked extremely surprised. Jeria Virchum's story is that, in fact, it has been a long time since he received any mission from the gods. At the age of 15, he wandered around the world as a wandering knight for 10 years. After that, he completed his duties as a knight of the kingdom for another 10 years, and he spent the next 50 years traveling around the world, searching for his divine mission. He was truly an outstanding knight. However, he was not a giant who could single-handedly turn the tide of battle. Fulfilling the divine mission and registering in the dynasty's history was only for those who a giant with extraordinary strength. However, he still never gave up on that reckless journey, from being revered to being ridiculed, and from ridicule, to compassion. One day, the goddess of dreams and death appeared in his dream. The goddess said, "Ah, my son, how can you continue to wander in this endless suffering? Temple, I understand your feelings, so now return and devote yourself to the kingdom." Jeria respectfully bowed before the revered goddess. "Sir, if you want to criticize my shortcomings, please do not deny the journey of finding this mission." Challenge is the sole prerogative of Jeria Virchum. Jeria simply always has to face challenges. He dug a hole in the mud that no other noble knight dared enter, and though poets praised his bravery, he still did not give up his quest for honor. It was then that he became a Holy Grail Knight. When he turned 100 years old, he was the latest Holy Grail Knight to awaken in history. Returning to the present, he and the wandering knights were facing hundreds of green monsters right before their eyes. The knights were in charge of the defense, the front ranks erecting shield walls. The attacking knights rushed forward to confront the monsters. The ferocious monsters roared, killing them all. The attacking knights quickly stopped them. One side attacked, the other side defended fiercely, supporting each other to fight the green monsters. The wandering knights saw the army of knights fighting in front of them and were extremely impressed. Arg, truly amazing. This is a matter of power. The group's strength in battle is completely different. Even if they are at the same level, they are still several levels higher than the hunters on Earth. Jeria, your majesty, it is Leon who is near. He looked at a green monster and told Leon, that was a stone troll. Leon immediately called out to Suha. Kim Ye-hyuk observed carefully. Leon sternly told them that, from now on, your goal must be to achieve a leadership position. Leon ordered the warriors to charge. Kim Ye-hyuk said in surprise, "Oh, in a narrow canyon like this." Suha's whole face wrinkled with worry. "Isn't it too dangerous? If this happens, we will encounter the allied army." Jeria was not afraid at all. He swung himself forward. Kim Ye-hyuk was surprised. They were running on a cliff. These guys are all crazy. Jeria rode a big horse and ran straight at the green monsters. The weapon in his hand shot out large sparks of fire that attacked the green monsters. They screamed and collapsed. Suha couldn't believe it. It was so magical. Kim Ye-hyuk was excited. Can we forever control them this way? Leon was still quiet as usual. Brother, he crossed his arms and said leisurely, don't believe it, they haven't reached their full potential yet. Kim Ye-hyuk opened his eyes wide to show his incomprehension. But His Majesty won't intervene. After all, the mission is just to escort the sacred object. The system issued instructions. Please assist the Holy Grail Knight Jerya in transporting the relic to the border of the Lionheart Kingdom. Additional mission to protect Jerya's main army to the end. Lionheart pondered. Mission huh? If there were stallions here, I could easily chase after the main army, but... Lionheart suddenly spoke up, I will stay here to help Jerya. Then he was lost in his own thoughts. I will observe this honorable Grail Knight until the last chapter. After that, you assign tasks to the knights who stay behind. Han Suha, Kim Ye-hyuk, do you clearly understand what I asked for? Kim Ye-hyuk happily replied, oh yes, we have searched the body, maybe they are like you said. But, we didn't find any magic stones. Lionheart was quiet, so what? He held his chin and seriously thought, this mission is not one-sided, although the previous missions in the gate all contained an evil intention, but in this gate, I don't feel the mischief, that. In short, the gate itself is neutral but the missions can be manipulated. Okay, I've gathered quite a bit of information with just one try. Lionheart continued the mission. Han Suha, Kim Ye-hyuk checked to see if there were any other enemies behind. And in that second, Lionheart quickly held a spear that was about to stab him straight into his body. Suha cried out in panic, hey, a spear. Kim Ye-hyuk said worriedly, is your majesty okay? Lionheart's face turned black, how dare a green animal dare to sneak attack me like that? Han Suha, Kim Ye-hyuk were shocked and surprised. Leon was angry, he used so much force that the weapon in his hand shattered. Leon rolled his eyes, why do you dare to fly in the sky like flies, and then attack this king? Looking at the Grail Knight Jerya, Leon ordered, bring the head of the insolent monster here to me. Jerya gazed attentively, very pleased, your majesty. Opening the bag and taking out a sparkling blue toy, Jerya respectfully said to Leon, I will offer you its head right now. Hearing that, the green monster sneered as he looked extremely barbaric and arrogant, what can you do with your feet stuck together? Speaking of this, the monster did not expect that he was suddenly ambushed. Unable to resist or make any move, he could only utter the missing words, to the ground while looking closely at Jerya. The rocks around him hit him, his head and whole body were full of wounds, he couldn't stand on his legs, he just knelt down on his knees and said to Jerya, but how? Jerya looked at the monster from above, he seemed disinterested and said, what have I done? The expression on his face gradually changed when Jerya said the next sentence, animals like you should kneel on the ground like this, how dare you violate the airspace where His Majesty governs? The green monster was angry, these Holy Grail Knights are all crazy, but today, your life will also end, he happily added, I have an army. You will regret coming here alone? Jerya questioned, you mobilized all these monsters, that's really strange. Happy green monster, I don't care how strong you are in the human world, you can't take on my brothers alone, there are many. Jerya glanced, quite a few stars. Indeed you have gathered a lot of rubbish. The green monster was a bit out of control, what, something was wrong with him, the green monster didn't have a good feeling about this. Jerya began to read, O goddess of dreams and death, queen of eternal dreams. The green monster started to be wary of Jerya approaching him, stay away, we have to stay away from this damn human. Regardless of the increasing noise, Jerya still focused on what he was doing and prayed, hoping that he would be satisfied with the gift in the journey to carry out this night's mission. Goddess Fleur appeared gradually, Jerya still read, death will punish the godless, a nightmare that will never end. The monster was confused and didn't understand anything, but he was also constantly worried. Everything seems to be the only Jerya that is glowing with his own brilliance. Is the strength and belief in victory because God is on your side? The war ended, of course the result was easy to guess, Jerya won. Gu Diasung was stupidly in the bushes when Jerya caught him. Jerya touched his head and said, be careful, most of the night monsters here are demons. Gu Diasung was sweating, he hesitantly said, thank you. Jerya suddenly felt strange, he suddenly laughed at him, ho ho, it's okay if he doesn't know because he's still so young. Han Hari put her hands on the ground, she happily said, luckily there is a forest nearby, Jerya is careful, he still can't feel secure, he then gave his opinion, I see a cave nearby, must move there carefully. Jerya carried the valuables, He was about to move them first. Stella was a bit confused on what to do. She said quickly, Mr. Jiraiya, we can do it. Why would such an important person do these things? Is that okay? Jiraiya doesn't think so. He smiled and said, Stella, right now I'm just a simple knight, just relax. Stella hesitated. She didn't think the knight who was so great to her would say such words. Gu Diasung comforted. Ho, it's okay. Gu Diasung was a little confused. He thought he was just a simple knight. Isn't that the Holy Grail knight? Jiraiya didn't want any more delay. He urged, well, let's move quickly, don't get caught. Then he looked each person straight in the eye. Han Hari, Stella, Gu Diasung. He believed that everyone will be able to do it. They moved to a cave, deep and wide. There's also a safety barrier there separating them from the outside world made by Jiraiya. This should be enough. Han Hari was once again surprised by what Jiraiya had done. Great, Mr. Jiraiya, Ra is the holy law and can do the same. Jiraiya was humble. He smiled gently. Kiki, it's just an old man's trick. I don't even know what I've done to be praised like that. Anyway, the entrance is sealed. Let's set up camp, Jiraiya said in a low voice. This could be a long night. The knights were safe in the cave, gathered around a warm fire. After a while, Stella called out to Sir Jiraiya. She said, can I ask you to look after the relic? Jiraiya's voice was low. He tactfully refused. Miss Stella, please don't force me to exceed my authority. Don't you know, in times of war, the kingdom's knights have the right to command on behalf of their fellow knights. Stella gently replied, even so, you are the Holy Grail knight chosen by the goddess of dreams and death. I think you are the best choice to shoulder this glorious responsibility. No matter how much Stella talks, Jiraiya only talks. Even if I am praised for my past achievements, it will only bother me in the future. The person in front of you is just as a challenger, not one who has accomplished her mission. Stella begins to struggle. She said hesitantly, but, Gu Diasung interrupted their conversation. Sorry for interrupting. Future Sir Jiraiya, past Sir Jiraiya, what do they mean? Jiraiya was initially a bit surprised by this question, but after a second, he quickly calmed down and explained to those present that maybe they were still unfamiliar with wandering knights. It's just that, the goddess has given me an undeserved favor. The story of Twilight Jiraiya, the Holy Grail Knight of Dreams and Death. Since he became the Holy Grail Knight after countless trials, Fleur gave him special powers in honor of his great journey. Jiraiya is destined to win in the Endless Dream Realm. He will recreate a fragment of memory from his long journey and summon his avatar from that era to the present. He told everyone, now I am 85 years old, it is time to receive a mission from the gods. Gu Diasung did not understand and asked, can the holy law do such a thing? Stella also said, so the power yours is not divided. Jiraiya smiled and said, this body is just a reconstruction from the past. I carry the strength of that time, but I do not allow it to disappear. Han Hari worshipped him. Wow, so he is invincible. Jiraiya still kept his humility and said, how strong can an old man like this be? Jiraiya is a bit self-conscious. I'm nothing compared to a Holy Grail knight, don't expect too much. Suddenly a loud noise came from somewhere in their cave. Everyone stood up to be alert. Stella worriedly asked, Sir Jiraiya, what is that sound? Jiraiya signaled everyone to keep quiet. They already knew my hiding place. Everyone prepare their spirit and weapons ready to fight at any time. Jiraiya saw it. A giant monster rushed out. Jiraiya quickly shouted at everyone to dodge. Because of protecting Hari, Gu Diasung and Stella, Jiraiya was injured by the demon beast. He faced it alone. He seriously looked at everyone and said, this is the demon's subordinate. It is extremely poisonous. Be careful, back away, quickly. Gu Diasung suddenly lay still and could not move. Han Hari was impatient. She kept calling for Hunter Gu Diasung to wake up. Han Hari kept calling his name, Hunter Gu Diasung, Hunter Gu Diasung. The wound was open quite deep. Daesung was in so much pain that he let out a light groan. Cuke. Meanwhile, Han Hari tried his best to bandage his wound, while he sat quietly, trying to endure, and said, I'm sorry, Assistant Manager Han. The situation was really dangerous, so she looked quite worried, comforting him that, well, it was no big deal. Her face was in crisis, sweating profusely. She kept saying, but it was poisonous. Hey, don't move too much. In her heart, Han Hari also unconsciously blamed herself. She should have stopped it. Suddenly her attitude changed. She stood up, looked forward, lowered her voice. Please wait a moment, Hunter Gu Daesung. Look, the guy was suddenly stunned, half worried and half confused. There was Assistant Manager Han. She proudly held her sword and rushed forward to fight with everyone to destroy the stubborn monster. Her steps were steady and without the slightest fear. Seeing her coming, Mr. Ziria, who was fighting, turned around and shouted loudly to stop him. "Hey, it's very dangerous, you shouldn't." But no matter what happens, it will happen, and even if she stops it, it will be too late. Her eyes are burning with hatred, her whole body is burning fiercely, her heart is constantly crying out the thought, "Han Hari, awaken the fire." Remember before, Leon also said that you must also be chosen by the god of war and fire. You cannot apply this ordinary machine of rules to divine power. Han Hari, however, hearing that, she's actually quite doubtful about herself, but I'm still not sure. Leon turned into a flame in his hand and continued to explain to her that this divine fire is like a wave, its flow is very similar to an ocean current, and it will move according to your will like a wave. Then in the end, he gave her a reminder, you must remember, therefore, right at this moment, she has used everything he told her to throw herself into this life and death battle, with a determined attitude to the peak. Holy law is the power that represents the law, with just one blow it can split 1,000-blooded monster in two. The beautiful sword slashed straight at the monster, accompanied by its resounding scream, ended a satisfying battle. The onlookers also gasped in surprise. Mr. Ziria seemed dumbfounded and did not say a word. After that tiring battle, everyone gathered around the fire to warm up. Mr. Ziria also revealed that this is coral poison, which made Stella wonder, but we are not near the sea. He sat staring blankly, explaining in detail to the ladies next to him. It was a chimera that belonged to the Empire's dark magicians. Luckily I knew how to make an antidote. At that time, Stella quietly spoke to everyone with a serious face, but only enough for one person. The regret of his comrades turned into a torment in the heart of the person who destroyed the monster. Han Hari was worried. "I'm sorry, I accidentally burned it with my fire. The situation was no one wish." Mr. Jiria gently comforted her. "We cannot predict what will happen during battle, don't blame yourself." Looking back, he saw Gu Daesung holding the wound on his hand in pain. He was quite surprised by the gentleman's initiative. He said his name was Gu Daesung. He came forward, his gentle face like an old father, worriedly gave him the bottle of medicine he had prepared. He drank, he deserved to receive it, which made him somewhat apprehensive, and said, "Mr. Ziria." Holding the bottle of medicine in his hand, the guy's hands trembled, his eyes filled with tears, hesitating, wondering if it would be okay for me to drink it alone. The other person gently advised and encouraged, "Of course, a young knight like him in the future, I can do more things than this old man." Unable to help but be moved, the guy was in tears, his face covered in sweat, opened his mouth to say, "Thank you, Mr. Ziria." Then immediately used the medicine to the satisfaction of the person who made it. He also sobbed and praised it. "Very good." Then I took the initiative to stand up and tell everyone here. This time I hid the entrance more carefully than before. No matter how sharp their hearing is, they still can't trace the trail. His words suddenly faded and he began to breathe rapidly. His legs suddenly collapsed, causing everyone to scream in panic. Mr. Ziria Daesung worriedly supported him, quickly asking him if there was any other way to treat him. Mr. Ziria held his hands on his chest and panted. Sweat also began to flow profusely. His body seemed to be unconscious. "I still have some strength, but I'm still trying. I'm fine, don't worry, even if I die, my past self will still help everyone." His words aroused even more pain in Daesung's heart. The guy gritted his teeth in anger because he thought he couldn't do anything to hear it right now. "But, right now, you're the only one here." Looking sideways, his eyes also began to dim. They temporarily sat him down on the ground. Everyone listened attentively to him. "My clone was blessed by the goddess of death. She even gave my clone a gift. My death will be more peaceful than anyone else's, so you don't have to feel sad." That gentleman's voice continued to whisper to you guys here. "Someone is aiming for the sacred object, to deliver this holy item to King Lionheart's hands. Then you guys have to consider another me as a substitute, ready to be thrown away at any time." The atmosphere became more sensitive towards everyone. Stella gritted her teeth in both anger and pity. Sir Ziria and Hari just remained silent in sadness and disappointment. Everyone felt sorry for him. Tears began to fall on his cheeks again, watching him lean against the rock and rest tiredly. In front of him, the goddess of death appeared, using all her last breath to exclaim, "Ah, goddess of death, you don't have to come all the way here to visit me." From Daesung to the two girls, so shocked and moved that he sobbed. Looking at Mr. Ziria, he couldn't stop crying. Those beautiful purple eyes gradually closed and the last words were spoken before completely leaving the world, glory shining on Lionheart. Meanwhile, in another development, a knight is promoted, who did well. Ziria. Sir Ziria respectfully responded to the king's praise for him. "I would like to dedicate this glory to the goddess of death and you, King Lionheart. The opponent expressed amusement. The king slowly confided, you were planning on luring their leader to reveal himself. Lord Ziria answered honestly about his own battle plan. Yes, but it was ineffective. Regarding this urgent situation, Leon was a bit unsatisfied, so he also stated his personal opinion. Even though they are blue monsters, they are also very patient. If after being provoked like this, they still don't act, then it seems that their leadership is quite influential. Speaking of this, Mr. Ziria suddenly realized something. So, among the monsters here, there is a great leader, maybe that's it. Leon looked at the hideous corpses lying on the ground. He frowned uncomfortably, thinking about this interesting organization carefully in every detail. They looked very organized. Could there be an orc champion? They appear very rarely. They are chosen by the orc god and dominate all orcs, to start a great war. The guy thoughtfully thought and carefully arranged everything up to now. At that time, I didn't see any great commanders, but now it's probably still too early to judge. Suddenly he turned to Kalzari to discuss the matter. He was more serious than ever because of the big story, so his tone of voice also temporarily changed. I have something to tell you. Can we go somewhere to talk privately? In the army's concentration camp, back inside was a private, secret conversation between the king and Mr. Ziria. At that time Ziria lowered his head, his hands clenched stiffly on the chair, his voice was also choked up. You mean, I have died, and am now in heaven? His hands trembled as if nothing happened. While his strength was still open, he continued to pitifully express his thoughts. For 200 years, he had been fighting those demons alone for 2 centuries. How could he bear it alone? It took so long. Please don't forgive a disloyal knight like me. After hearing those words, Leon's mood suddenly calmed down and he sighed. You don't need to apologize, don't worry. Looking up, he thoughtfully whispered that, if I die at the hands of an orc, then a great general will definitely appear. Even though Leon didn't want to answer, he had no choice but to be honest with the solution at hand. Yes, the champion chosen by the orc god is on this battlefield, even though after this battle I have never heard of him. See him now. Ziria's face did not clearly understand what the other person wanted to say, so he asked clearly, Your Majesty, what do you plan to do with this gate? Leon whispered to him, I want to perform an experiment. Items what you get from it is secondary. As soon as he finished speaking, Mr. Ziria was already full of energy. His strong eyes shone with extreme determination to get straight to the point. But, since we've come here, we have one more purpose. What is it? That's it. Leon made up his mind and calmly replied, This time, I want to stay by my friend's side until the last moment. The long night passed like that. The army was filled with fiery flames. The monsters lay limp and stretched out. From Leon's words, he learned that the life of the orcs was very simple. They eat breakfast, fight, lunch, fight, dinner, then go to bed. They are both strong and live a simple life. That's exactly what the orcs are like. His face changed completely when he mentioned this. He enthusiastically added, so they are easy to encounter ambushes at night, because when night comes, they are all fast asleep. That's why the first step we both witnessed was the horrifying fire of the orcs. They were screaming in the night. The food warehouse was on fire. What were the guards doing? I don't know. Again. They looked confused before the disaster that the people above were observing with constant satisfaction, listening attentively. It was definitely those disgusting animals that caused this. Ha, stupid humans. Leon and Ziria stood watching and were happier than ever. The sound of those beasts screaming while burning to death was also fun. I also agree with you, Your Majesty. At that time, Riri spoke, I will tell you all the information that I know in your heart. You also constantly hope for your future. That's why looking at Leon, he suddenly thought, Your Majesty has come here, then my death in the course of history has changed. If this gate can really replicate the Lionheart Kingdom, then that person will come here. He is the rival of King Lionheart, the strongest Holy Grail Knight.